Chapter 2. My favorite act of defiance against injustice upon the domed ceiling of the church, aligned with the axis of the dilapidated ancient castle, the eaves project at an angle, crowned by a towering spire. The stained glass walls, adorned with religious narratives, take on an eerie and foreboding quality under the moonlight's pallor. Even the resident scholars of the fortress would refrain from venturing here at night to test their mettle. However, this evening, the enigmatic Leopold and his companions disregarded the chilling atmosphere, skillfully arranging an assortment of peculiar items upon the altar. "Your Grace, do you truly believe that the artifact lies beneath?" Phoebe inquired. Having completed the clearing of the area, the two second-tier magical items, the radiance of the moon and the mercury band, coupled with 5 precious third-tier magical artifacts, are not easily procured, certainly not at a price comparable to first-tier magical items. "Are you absolutely certain we should proceed with this?" Although the others remained silent, their expressions betrayed their innermost thoughts. Leopold replied nonchalantly, "Of course. Do you doubt the veracity of the intelligence reports? Furthermore, the individuals there have confirmed with us that this indeed is the location of the fragments of the sealing key. Since the dark figures have infiltrated Yorkshire, I am convinced they are headed here. Thus, we shall remain and wait. However, we must first ensure the safety of the key fragments. Once the moon rises, we will establish an additional layer of sealing outside. The rest will be left to the others. Our sole duty is to apprehend the dark figures." With that, he turned his gaze toward the stained glass wall and, with a mere flick of his wrist, unleashed a stream of fire-infused energy that silently melted a hole the size of a bowl through the glass. The moonlight instantly illuminated the array of so-called artifacts laid upon the ground. "Time is of the essence. Hasten to set the seal, for the dark figures are nearing. This matter is of utmost significance. We cannot afford any missteps." Thomas and the other 3 nodded in assent. Within Leopold's entourage were the mages Rebecca, Thomas, Phoebe, and the reticent young man, Tim Milne. Leopold and the other 2 were combatants. Tim grasped a black hood styled in a feminine manner, while Rebecca picked up a silver-gray orb. "Tim, once you unseal the radiance of the moon with the mercury band, you and Rebecca will assist me in establishing the altar's seal. Phoebe will shield our magical fluctuations and monitor the surrounding magical energies. Should anything appear amiss, you must immediately report to the Archhomaged. You understand?" Tim channeled his mental energy into the black hood, directing his intent toward the orb in Rebecca's hand. The orb was enveloped in a shimmering, bubbly radiance, and as the light dissipated, it transformed into a lustrous gem.at. That moment, the 5 magical items that had previously been arranged on the ground vanished, revealing instead a pattern radiating a ghostly blue glow. Intricately adorned with complex designs, exuding a chilling aura, the pattern appeared almost transparent, and under the moonlight, one could faintly discern a key-like object at its core. "Indeed, your words ring true, Uncle Thomas. There is something within," exclaimed Rebecca, her voice brimming with excitement. Thomas replied nonchalantly, "You shall not speak amiss, my lord. Now, let us harness the radiance of the moon to accumulate energy and prepare for the sealing." Just as the 3 were engaged in the sealing process, Phoebe's barrier set outside was triggered, and Leopold and the others instantly sensed it. Thus, he remarked to Thomas and the others, "The creatures lurking in the night have arrived. We shall first deal with them while you focus on your task." With that, he took the lead in stepping outside, closely followed by the remaining 4. After leaving the academy, Susie hurried to the Viscount's estate to complete the remaining tasks. For him, stepping into extraordinary power for the first time in 2 lifetimes was exhilarating. Yet it did not lead him to lose his composure. Moreover, the slight embarrassment he experienced earlier in front of Rebecca and the others dampened his spirits considerably. The route from the Northwest District to the Eastern District was the shortest path to school. Coupled with the miraculous phenomena he had encountered today and the magic he had personally experienced, Susie found himself ambling slowly to the castle's entrance. With mere mortal eyes, he could perceive nothing unusual. However, recalling the colors he had seen earlier, he pondered and closed his eyes, envisioning the grayish-white mist contained within a box in his mind, releasing a portion of it. Indeed, upon reopening his eyes, he could vividly discern the scorching crimson hue radiating from the white stone walls and the damp aura emanating from the blackness. Scattered all around, it presented a warning of danger. Stay away. What had transpired at the academy? Susie's first thought was of Rebecca and the others who had come today. Driven by curiosity, he quietly approached the academy. But upon reaching the hanging gate, he found himself unable to proceed, as if an invisible wall were obstructing his path. This was a barrier, Susie understood. However, even though he had successfully awakened his mental power, he could not immediately wield magic. Frustrated, Suzy had no choice but to wait at the entrance, holding his breath and concentrating on the movements within. After nearly a quarter of an hour, a buzzing sound echoed in Suzy's ears. Yet nothing occurred. Just as he was beginning to think it was a figment of his imagination, voices emerged from within the castle. It turned out to be the nullification magic sphere. Your venomous spiders are quite generous, aren't they? The voice was frail, reminiscent of someone he knew well, a familiar tone that echoed the state of being severely injured, losing power after a critical blow. It was the voice of that bearded man. In a chilling tone, he chuckled briefly before continuing. Since we were already aware that the esteemed law master of Luotian, a 5-star battle sovereign, was specifically waiting for us, how could the members of my Black Rose come unprepared? This nullification magic sphere was specially crafted for you. As long as you remain within its range, the binding effect will persist. Since your magical energies are insufficient to contend with us, let us all refrain from using them altogether. Of course, to entertain you muscle-brained fellows, I procured 15 immortal slaves from the underground blood arena of the Galoran Empire for your amusement. The voice momentarily faded, as if gasping for breath, and then resumed. It took considerable effort from the organization to smuggle them here, so I hope you thoroughly enjoy this bloody and visceral experience. As for you, esteemed magicians of delicate constitution, rest assured that you shall not be overlooked. Enough of idle chatter. I wonder if His Excellency Leo Potter has any final words to impart. If not, I shall bid you all to your demise. In an instant, Suzy comprehended the precarious situation within the castle. From the brief exchange, it became evident that the bearded Leo Potter had come specifically to thwart the so-called Black Rose organization, yet it appeared he had fallen into an ambush, leaving the circumstances dire. Typically, one might choose to quietly retreat while unnoticed, preserving their own life. However, Suzy was not an ordinary individual. In his previous life, he had willingly faced malevolent forces to save a few recently acquainted children. Sacrificing his own existence, he was a young man brimming with chivalry, renowned across 2 provinces for his valor, bringing honor to his family. How could he possibly retreat now and trample upon his own convictions? Given that a voice had managed to escape, it indicated that the efficacy of the nullification sphere had reached the entrance's protective barrier. With this realization, Suzy hesitated no longer and hastened indoors. Simultaneously drawing upon his latent powers, under the vast heavens, how dare you, vile creatures, wreak havoc, you shameless scoundrels. Upon entering, he discovered a rather grim tableau. The castle bore the scars of battle, with remnants of magic lingering in the air. Debris and craters scattered about. Leo Potter and his companions were desperately contending against a towering, brutish foe, while Rebecca and her allies were cornered by 3 brawny men, commanded by an elderly figure adorned with a colorful spider emblem on his chest. Teetering on the brink of disaster, the brute, clad merely in simple leather armor, was terrifyingly powerful, especially with his massive iron mace swinging carelessly, igniting sparks in its wake, a sight that made one's eyelids twitch with trepidation. To be struck was death, to be grazed was grievous harm. Thus, he managed to single-handedly overpower Leo Potter and his companions, though their movements betrayed that they had already sustained grave injuries. The sight only intensified Suzy's ire. All present halted their actions in unison, startled by Suzy's abrupt intrusion. Due to the nullification sphere, the extraordinary perceptions of those enveloped within the area were confined, rendering both sides oblivious to the entrance of a third party. However, the lead elder dismissed Suzy's reckless intrusion with a casual command. "Mommy, bring him in to deal with." One of the 2 enchanting women who had been standing behind him immediately stepped forward, flashing a seductive smile at Suzy. "Come here, little brother. I have something delightful to show you." Before Suzy could respond, Leo Potter shouted, "Run, you little brat. Don't go over there. It will cost you your life." He was about to utter more, but the elder let out a cold snort. "Do you still have the strength to speak?" He then recited an incantation, prompting the brute to swing the iron mace with renewed vigor. Leo Potter and the others, pressed back, could not afford to speak further, only exchanging frantic glances, urging Suzy to flee. Witnessing the unfolding scene, Suzy let out a hearty laugh and charged towards the alluring woman. Igniting a sense of urgency in Phoebe and the others, the woman named Mommy scoffed with a mocking smile, flicking her fingers towards Suzy, sending forth an object, and then stood there with a cold gaze. As if she had foreseen the impending agony of his demise. To her surprise, Suzy did not evade the mysterious projectile. Instead, he channeled his inner strength and sent forth a gust of force that sent it flying. In a swift motion, he closed the distance to Mommy, and in the astonishment reflected in her eyes, he struck her midair with a lethal blow. One cannot aspire to champion justice without possessing formidable martial skills. Chapter 3. The Song of the Waves. The events that transpired in mere breaths astonished both parties beyond measure. The side of Leopold was, of course, filled with delight, while the members of the Black Rose were engulfed in a mix of rage and shock. Particularly, the elder leading them, whose prized creation, the Spider Maiden, cultivated with great effort, had just been slain by Suze. Her venomous spider magic left most sorcerers helpless. That it was assumed that even without her magic, the mere presence of her poisonous spiders would have ensured the demise of the reckless intruder. To their dismay, the carefully nurtured weapon of the organization had been extinguished in an instant. Should this mission fail, the consequences for the elder were all too clear. Thus, the elder bellowed, "You all go and deal with that brat first. Do not concern yourselves with these sorcerers for the moment." At this juncture, another strikingly beautiful woman behind him, filled with rage, implored, Let me go. I must avenge my sister." The elder resolutely dismissed Maggie's plea. He could not afford to lose another Spider Maiden. Frowning, he retorted sternly, "No. You must now use your holy spider to ensnare them. As for your sister's matter, I will capture him and hand him over to you for retribution." Maggie, hearing this, had no choice but to relent. With a cold visage, she addressed Rebecca and the others, saying, "I am running out of patience. If you do not surrender the Heart of Sealing, I shall have to wait until my little darlings have their fill before I search through your corpses one by one. Though it may be a tad unsavory, I dare say I shan't mind." Countless vividly colored spiders descended from Maggie, scuttling towards Rebecca and her companions. Even Phoebe and the other burly men felt a shudder of revulsion at the sight of the swarm of spiders closing in, their skin crawling at the thought of being engulfed by the creatures, gnawing at them from all sides. With a grim face, he inquired, "So, Rebecca, are you certain that Corey's optical barrier will hold? If these creatures devour us bit by bit, I would rather take my own life." Rebecca, being a woman, harbored an innate fear of such creatures, and her trepidation surpassed that of the others. In a flustered manner, she replied, "Why, you needn't worry. They absolutely cannot breach the barrier. Although we are in a magic-restricted zone, the optical barrier does not rely on magic for its function. It has its own source of magic, which allows the bearer to prohibit any hostile entities from approaching within 10 meters before the barrier shatters." "Wonderful. This is indeed a blessing from the Lord. If we manage to escape this ordeal, I shall surely attend the Cathedral of Holy Light more often to hear the gospel of the Sun God." Phoebe, seeing the ground strewn with venomous spiders, was indeed reassured by the holy light barrier that stood before her. Once her mind was set at ease, her lips began to run wild with words. Observing the venomous spiders gradually gnawing at the luminous membrane of the barrier, Rebecca clasped her hands in fervent prayer, hoping for the barrier to hold strong, leaving no room for idle chatter with Phoebe. Meanwhile, the relaxed Tim chuckled in response. "You should go tell His Excellency. Otherwise, you might find your legs broken." Faced with 3 burly men wielding knives, Susie looked down to see his hands empty, feeling a sense of helplessness wash over him. There was no choice. Having completed his transformation into a hero, he could not afford to cower, and thus braced himself to engage in a struggle with the 3 men. Fortunately, the River's Edge sect had resided along the Yellow River for millennia, mastering both spiritual techniques and mundane martial arts, with an abundance of top-tier water-based spells at their disposal. The Su family's secular martial arts in Qingzhou, namely the Sea Verse and Wave Song, were also regarded as invaluable treasures. However, the Sea Verse, despite being an unparalleled sword technique, was of little use to Suzy in his current predicament, as he found himself empty-handed, possessing only exceptional skills without means to utilize them. Thankfully, the Wave Song, being a complementary evasive footwork technique, prevented Suzy from being brutally hacked apart by the 3 fierce MENAS for seizing the weapons of his foes. Suzy was at a loss. The trio were seasoned fighters, their iron blades spinning with lethal precision, leaving Suzy no opportunity to exploit. Gradually, they coordinated their efforts to encircle him, the circle tightening ominously, clearly intent on leaving no survivors. The moment they sensed Suzy's intention to flee, the elder, remaining silent, wore a cold smile, clearly harboring no doubts about the outcome of the battle, indifferent to Phoebe's plight. Was it not permissible to take action? This suggested that the initial scenario was indeed a fair 4 against 4. Yet he had forcefully divided it into 2 groups that he found himself in the ludicrous position of 1 against 3, where his agile footwork was ideally suited to counter the lumbering giant. Unfortunately, Leo and the others, witnessing his initial resilience, paid him no further attention, likely too intimidated to do so. As Suzy observed them being pricked by the iron brambles, he spat several mouthfuls of blood. Evidently reluctant to let his focus waver, he then harnessed his inner energy and swiftly approached Leo and his companions, shouting, "Hey, you three, I can't hold on any longer. Let us switch," seeing Suzy charge with such ferocity. The fighter who felt the least pressure exclaimed, "This guy is formidable, stronger than anyone else. You can't withstand him." Suzy disregarded the comment, urgently rushing forward, declaring, "I have nimble footwork. I managed to endure amidst the encirclement of three just now. Now, facing this big oaf, I just need to be cautious, and I'll be fine." But those three are simply unavoidable. Having witnessed Suzy's prowess, Leo and the others no longer regarded him as merely a child. The fighter bellowed, "I'll take the next one." At this, Leo and his companion promptly retreated, preparing to confront the advancing trio. "You be careful. We'll dispatch those three rascals and then assist you," they urged Suzy as they brushed past him. Unexpectedly, Suzy shouted, "Wait, can I have a sword?" Without a weapon in hand, he felt utterly disregarded. Enraged, Suzy was aflame with indignation, typically mild-mannered. He transformed into a different person in the heat of battle. Shouting and speaking in a coarse manner, Leo and the others, momentarily halted, tossed a knightly longsword to Suzy before hastily departing, a bit embarrassed by the exchange, grasping the longsword. Suzy felt the familiar sound of the blade scraping against the ground. Rekindling the sensation of being a wandering swordsman, a surge of valor emanated from him. Even with his disheveled hair and tattered attire, his spirit could not be concealed. The shift in formation occurred in a flash. And the barbarian slave, seeing Leo and the others retreat swiftly and unable to pursue, fixed Suzy with a fierce gaze, the bloodlust flickering in his eyes. With a violent swing of the iron chain, he hurled the iron brambles at Suzy, intent on turning him into pulp. That a fierce gust of wind rushed towards him. Facing the overwhelming strength of the barbarian slave, Suzy smirked disdainfully and began to chant. "I've heard the waters of the Yellow River stretch for thousands of miles." As he activated his inner technique, he deftly evaded the iron brambles, leaving only a large crater in the solid stone ground. With each step, the sword danced, leaving a gash on the left arm of the barbarian slave. However, the opponent's tough skin and extraordinary resilience meant that only a small amount of blood flowed, quickly healing the wound. The few persistent injuries that bled profusely were those inflicted by Leo and his companions. After all, they were formidable fighters cultivating fire-based techniques, although lacking in agility. Their swords wielded considerable weight. Some moved with the grace of the wind across the waves. The barbarian slaves possess an innate strength, honed to a remarkable agility through the grueling trials of the death arena, rendering them capable of overwhelming Leopoldo and his companions. However, water is inherently gentle and ever-changing. It can manifest as a spring rain, subtle and silent, or as torrents that converge into the sea, unstoppable in their might. The steps described in the Song of the Waves resemble the gentle undulations of a river, continuous yet modest in their rise and fall. In contrast, the sea's mantra invokes the imagery of the Yellow River flowing into the sea, embodying the relentless force of countless rivers. As the battle progresses, the weight of this power intensifies, prompting Suzy to remain patient, skillfully evading his opponent's attacks while reciting the sword song, gradually unveiling the techniques of the Haikau swordsmanship, should he encounter injustice. Suzy moves with the fluidity of water, inciting the barbarian slave to become increasingly agitated and strike with greater ferocity. This chaos pleases Suzy, who, through prolonged engagement, observes that the enraged barbarian slave remains oblivious to the diminishing strength caused by his exertion. It is Eve, watching from the sidelines, who discerns the slave's fatigue and promptly employs peculiar language to halt his rampage. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, Leopoldo, unshackled by brute force, reveals his true prowess, even as his companion is unexpectedly grievously injured in close combat. He is still able to hold his own against three adversaries. Had it not been for the need to protect his severely wounded comrades, he might have concluded the skirmish much sooner. Rather than engaging in such a stalemate, the trio soon recognizes their vulnerability and resorts to a despicable tactic of surrounding him to strike at his flanks. Seeing no threat from Suzy towards the slave, Eve babbles a stream of words, bewildering Suzy further. Just when he had urged the slave to temper his attacks, it seems Eve now wishes to conserve energy and confront him head-on. This is indeed troublesome. As Suzy contemplates the meaning behind the leader's cryptic words, he is suddenly called out by Rebecca from a distance. "Hey, you need to stop him quickly. They are ignoring you," she then warns Leopoldo. "My lord, he's coming for you. Be careful." Despite his struggle to support his subordinate, Leopoldo sustains another wound and coldly retorts, "Be silent. I understand the language." Hearing this, Rebecca can only lower her head in dismay. Feeling unjustly reprimanded. What an ungrateful response. What? You plan to flee? How dare you underestimate me? Enraged by the insult, Susie ceases to evade and boldly advances to confront his foe, the barbarian. Frustrated by his inability to land a blow on Susie, welcomes the challenge with a powerful punch that stirs the air with a fierce wind. His fist, encased in iron, could easily bore a gaping hole through a wall, let alone flesh. Yet, Susie does not flinch. He meets the barbarian's iron fist head-on. Phoebe and the others, unable to watch the impending brutality, shield their eyes. However, the anticipated scream of pain does not follow, for in that critical moment, Susie focuses intently. Stepping into the air just before the iron fist connects, he plants a foot upon the barbarian's fist and, leveraging the force, propels himself upward, simultaneously finishing the last line of the sword song with a resonant declaration. Regret not the dance of the dragon with the sword's radiance. Harnessing the upward momentum, he gracefully adjusts his form to execute the most unique and powerful technique from the sea's mantra, the heavenly gate inversion. The glimmering blade danced through the air, and Suze, soaring upwards, resembled a mighty river cascading downwards, an unstoppable force that instilled fear in the hearts of all. The overwhelming aura suppressed the entire arena. In this moment, even amidst the chaos of battle, one's attention was irresistibly drawn. The man and his sword merged into a singular entity, delivering an unstoppable strike towards the colossal head of the barbarian. Yet, under the immense pressure, the barbarian, unable to leverage his position, gritted his teeth and swung a hammer aimed directly at Suze, the iron bar hurtling towards its target with alarming speed. In a flash, as the two were on the verge of collision, Suze transformed his thrust into a withdrawal, twisting his body with great effort. The longsword collided fiercely with the iron bar, sending both parties reeling apart. Suze was propelled like a cannonball against the wall, slowly sliding down. Collapsing to the ground, unconscious and unaware of his fate. Chapter 4. Aftermath. However, the seemingly unscathed barbarian slave crumbled like a mountain of gold and a pillar of jade, his skull cleaved open. Blood and brain matter spraying in all directions, devoid of any life. The iron bar, released from his grasp, crushed a knife-wielding combatant engaged with Leopold into a bloody pulp. The sudden reversal of fortune rendered the entire scene silent, leaving everyone in a state of shock, utterly perplexed by the situation. This was the sword chi produced by the inversion of the heavenly gate, sweeping through the barbarian's head and severing it from his body. Unlike magical energies, internal martial arts do not rely on the forces of heaven and earth. They originate from within the human body, continuously thriving, and are integral to one's vitality, thus remaining unaffected by the realm of magic suppression. Suze, having trained for over a decade, had begun to harness sword chi in recent years, which emboldened him to take the risk of a desperate gamble. Yet, even in success, he had paid a heavy price. The successive impacts caused him to cough up blood incessantly, and the overwhelming pain triggered his body's protective mechanisms, rendering him unconscious. This was precisely why Suze was reluctant to confront the barbarian slave head-on. He had acted impulsively, he thought, before losing consciousness. Yet, after 17 years of rebirth, the Su family's swordsmanship began to manifest in this foreign realm, and Suze emerged victorious in his first battle. The combatants present, filled with the spirit of ferocity, upon witnessing the young Suze lying against the wall, lifeless and unresponsive, felt their dormant ruthlessness ignite within them. The two severely injured fighters exchanged glances, gritting their teeth, declaring, "We cannot allow this little brat to look down upon us." With blood-red eyes and faces flushed with rage, they rose to their feet as if their injuries had vanished. Grasping their swords, they rejoined the fray. Trapped within the radiant barrier, Rebecca could no longer contain herself. She wept uncontrollably. "No, please. Why must you resort to secret techniques? You will die. We were clearly victorious. Why seek death?" Meanwhile, Phoebe and the others remained silent, their fists clenched tightly, oblivious to the blood seeping from their palms due to their nails piercing their skin, their eyes filled with hatred as they glared at Eve and his companions. The sight of blood inciting the venomous spiders to frenzy. Although Leopold frowned, he understood that had he been in their position, he would have acted similarly, and thus refrained from voicing any objections. The five-star battle sage, no less formidable, wielded his heavy sword, causing his two opponents to spew blood repeatedly. With two subordinates assisting him, the tides of victory were already determined. The struggle endured for nearly an hour. However, the members of the Black Rose had yet to even reach the location of the seals. This disheartening scene filled Eve with foreboding, with the loss of their most formidable forces. The two battlegrounds that could determine the outcome of the conflict were on the brink of failure. Casting a cold glance at the distant, fate unknown, Susie, he sighed and declared, "Let us retreat. The mission has failed." "What, Eve? You coward! Dare you defy the Empress's will?" Maggie, unable to believe the imminent defeat, questioned him. "Silence. Recognize the reality. The bull has fallen. And no one can contend with Leopold now. If we delay further, we shall all perish. But, no buts. I shall explain the situation to the organization. I command a retreat. Execute the order, with the final battleground nearing its end." Eve could no longer afford lengthy explanations. He barked at Maggie, then turned to the two swordsmen, who were still desperately holding their ground. "Stall them. The organization will grant each of you a blood-refining quota." The quota was not genuinely intended for them, but for the sake of their families, they ceased their defense, engaging in a frenzied exchange of injuries, resolutely determined to buy time for Eve and the others to withdraw. This left Leopold and his companions momentarily at a loss, exhausted from the fray, observing Rebecca and the others unscathed. Eve, fearing unforeseen complications, rushed to the entrance. He reluctantly channeled all his magical energy into the nullification orb, enabling it to operate temporarily without a host, severing any potential pursuers. The energy-laden nullification orb manifested in Eve's palm, appearing as a deep purple and black luminescent membrane. The weakened Eve carefully set down the orb, allowing Maggie to lead him away from the city. Maggie's venomous spiders remained uncollected, thus trapping Rebecca and the others within. After their frenzied efforts, the swordsman finally began to falter, swiftly dispatched by Leopold and his companions. Following the conclusion of the battle, Leopold rushed directly towards Susie, while the two combatants, who had utilized secret techniques, began to bleed profusely, struggling to contain their injuries. However, one of the less injured hurried to the entrance to retrieve the orb, prompting the nullification domain to dissipate. Simultaneously, Phoebe conjured fireballs to incinerate the surrounding venomous spiders, while Thomas and Tim, burdened with their boxes, dashed through the flames. Go quickly, Thomas urged, racing towards Susie, only to find Leopold embracing the unconscious figure of Susie. His expression devoid of emotion. A chill ran through him. "Could it be, my lord?" Thomas inquired. The two stood in silence, gazing at the unconscious Susie, lost in their thoughts. "What manner of person is this?" Leopold pondered, recalling Susie's conversation with Jeanette in the chapel, shaking his head in disbelief. Is he truly so upright? Pray tell, where could he have learned such peculiar combat techniques? Once assured of Susie's safety, Thomas regained his composure as a court officer and cautiously probed. "He bears a striking resemblance to those from the island. Moreover, his surname and lineage do not align with us Anglicans or Saxons." "Uncle Thomas, what do you mean? Susie just saved us all. How can you so swiftly turn to question him? Be wary of the consequences of such ingratitude, lest you incur the wrath of magic." Having swiftly come to the aid of her companion, Rebecca approached with urgency. Upon her arrival, she overheard Uncle Thomas expressing doubts about Susie's origins, which immediately displeased her. Forgetting their earlier minor conflict, she retorted sharply, "Uncle Thomas, do not speak nonsense." Leopold gently admonished, "Thomas is merely fulfilling his duty. However, it is undeniable that Susie has saved us. We shall wait until he awakens to inquire further." He surveyed the devastated castle, marred by the magical duel, and declared, "First, let us restore this place to its former glory. Then, we must notify the authorities to send assistance. We cannot afford to squander any more time here." Rebecca and the others nodded in agreement and began their tasks, leaving only Leopold to gaze at the unconscious Susie, lost in thought. As Susie opened his eyes, he was met with the gaze of many, including Rebecca, who had previously clashed with him. Now filled with concern, the atmosphere became awkward, prompting him to push through the crowd and ask, "What is going on? Why are you all staring at me?" With a beaming smile, Rebecca exclaimed, "Ha ha, you've finally awakened. Do you know how impressively brave you were just now?" Although the others secretly scoffed, none voiced their dissent. Observing their reactions, Susie feigned indifference, waving his hand dismissively and chuckling. It was merely a trivial skirmish, hardly worthy of such praise. Yet, the pride on his face was unmistakable, causing Rebecca, who was poised to continue her compliments, to hold her tongue and internally mutter, "Truly, he is quite narcissistic." Having been placed inside the house by Leopold while Rebecca and the others cleaned the battlefield, Susie stood to stretch, surprised to find all his injuries miraculously healed. "How did my wounds heal so quickly?" he marveled. Rebecca chimed in, Of course, it is thanks to the special sap from our quartz banyan trees. Otherwise, you might still be unconscious. Banyan sap? Susie inquired, intrigued. Indeed, this. Rebecca retrieved a blue potion vial from a small box. Explaining, this is a certified level 3 magical elixir, which, when combined with healing spells, can effectively cure most physical injuries. Only our court can prepare it at any time. Just as Rebecca was about to elaborate further, Leopold let out a stern grunt, signaling that she had spoken too much. He then addressed everyone. Everyone except Thomas, please leave. Phoebe and the others exchanged worried glances at Susie before reluctantly acquiescing. However, Rebecca attempted to voice her thoughts, but was restrained by Tim, who gestured for her to remain silent as they exited in single file. Once only 3 remained in the room, the wizard Thomas directly asked, Susie, where did you learn your martial skills? Leopold stood beside him, arms crossed, clearly indicating his support for the inquiry. Initially taken aback by the expulsion of everyone else, Susie quickly grasped that he was under suspicion. Yet, he hesitated, uncertain of how to respond. Should he divulge that he was a reincarnation? He pondered whether they would believe him and how they might react if they did. The atmosphere grew tense. Suze pondered for a moment before replying. Hey, that's not quite fair that I just saved you. So what does this mean? Thomas, unusually embarrassed, nonetheless replied, we will certainly remember your kindness, but the questions we just posed are part of our duty. My apologies. That's so? May I inquire as to who you truly are? Suze attempted to negotiate terms with them, yet it seemed he was not entirely successful. Thomas glanced at Leopold, and seeing no objection, he explained, we belong to an organization known as the Judicial Mandate Tribunal, abbreviated as the Tribunal, which is directly affiliated with the Carmelo Magical Academy Alliance. Our responsibility is to manage all extraordinary events within our jurisdiction and to eradicate dark forces. Allow me to formally introduce you. This is His Excellency Lord Leopold Price, the Chief Arbiter of the Laitemi Province Tribunal. I am Officer Thomas Randy, a Level 7 Fire Mage. It is a pleasure to meet you. So, you are regarding me as a spy or a potential criminal? Suze responded, a hint of resignation in his voice. It is unavoidable. Under these circumstances, after a moment of contemplation, he half-jokingly remarked, this peculiar martial technique is something I learned from an ancient book passed down in my family. It must be a relic from my ancestors, though I am unaware of its origins. As for the Sioux family, we are indeed not from the Carmelo Peninsula, but I was born in Laitemi. So if you wish for answers, you must ask my parents. The sea incantation and wave song are indeed creations of the Sioux clan, but they do not belong to the Sioux family of this world. So Suze remained unperturbed. The only flaw in his story was the martial arts manual, which was difficult to account for. He couldn't possibly claim it had been destroyed, as that would seem implausible. However, other excuses were even worse. Claims of fortuitous encounters lacked authenticity, and Suze had never left Laitemi City, where he was well acquainted with many. Any inquiry would easily reveal the truth if he were to attribute his skills to his parents. It would be a matter of time before that too would be exposed. Taken aback, Suze gazed deeply at Leopold and sincerely expressed his gratitude. Thank you for your trouble. With that, he disregarded the hesitant Thomas and swiftly exited. Observing the departing figures, Thomas inquired, Your Excellency. Leopold, with his back turned, replied indifferently, I am aware his words are not entirely true, yet you must also recognize that they are not entirely false, correct? I have always placed my faith solely in my own eyes. I trust that he is sincere in his intentions. Once Leopold had spoken, Thomas recalled Suze's unwavering and resolute demeanor when they had found themselves in a dire situation. He bowed his head in respect and quietly exited. Chapter 5. The conclusion thus, with heartfelt gratitude from Phoebe, the Sioux couple warmly bid him farewell. Dear, let me tell you, next time you should refrain from engaging in activities such as catching thieves. There are plenty of adults outside, and you are still but a child. Quintina gently closed the door and earnestly advised, there are so many villains, and their methods can be quite ruthless. It would be dreadful for you to get hurt. Today, the goddess has indeed watched over you. You have come to no harm. If the goddess truly had my back, I wouldn't have been struck by that hammer. It hurts so much. Suze silently grumbled to himself. Upon observing his son's expression, which conveyed that the information had gone in one ear and out the other, Suyi turned to his wife and remarked, Ace has yet to dine. Please prepare him a hearty dinner, and do make it plentiful. Hearing this, Quintina promptly busied herself in the kitchen as Suze found a round stool and settled next to Suyi, who set aside his pipe and inquired, "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Suze nodded, recalling the news he had gleaned from his conversation with Phoebe on the way that he carefully articulated. "Today, the government dispatched medical officials to our school for an inspection, and I, along with Jeanette and another classmate, were selected." Noticing his father's apprehension, Suze quickly clarified, "Not to worry. This is actually a recruitment visit from the Provincial Medical Academy, and we three have merely passed the assessment. Please, do not be anxious." "Ah, I see." Suyi relaxed, transforming his worry into joy. "Does this mean that you could eventually become medical officers to help others heal?" "Indeed," Suze continued to inquire. "Are there any prerequisites? How much will it cost? When can we commence?" Upon hearing this, Suyi erupted into hearty laughter, summoning Quintina from the kitchen to share the delightful news, compelling Suze to recount the tale once more with a resigned smile. After enjoying their dinner, the Su family retired early, for they would need to rise at dawn for work. Meanwhile, the judiciary had received intelligence indicating that members of the clandestine organization known as the Black Rose, which had long been active on the continent of Rose, had unexpectedly journeyed westward, crossing the sea into the Principality of Camello, and were making their way directly to Yorkshire. Following an analysis of this information, the judiciary concluded that their target was none other than the Laitemi Church, although the specifics had not been disclosed to Suze. However, a meticulously devised plan had been compromised, resulting in the operation team led by the 5-star Dozuin and an 8th-level mage being ambushed, nearly leading to their annihilation. Fortunately, Suze fortuitously stumbled upon the scene and miraculously facilitated their escape. Recalling Phoebe's emotionally charged expression at that moment, Suze couldn't help but smile, thinking to himself that this individual was indeed quite intriguing. He also remembered Rebecca's initial displeasure towards him, followed by her admiring gaze after assisting in their rescue, which filled him with a touch of pride. Internally, he chuckled, "Ha ha ha, from this day forth, I shall uphold justice." After amusing himself for a while, Suze gathered his thoughts and began to ponder the other information he had acquired that day. It is now known that extraordinary powers manifest in two forms: magic and combat energy. The awakening of magical mental prowess predominantly relies on the aid of guiding agents to enter the mysterious realm, with only a select few possessing the innate talent for self-awakening. The cultivation method of combat energy remains obscure, and given the brevity of time, he could only inquire about matters of personal significance. Furthermore, the hierarchy of mages peaks at 9 levels, while combatants also possess 9 tiers, albeit arranged in a non-arithmetic sequence. Combatant, Combat Master, Great Combat Master, Combat Spirit, Combat King, Combat Emperor, Combat Sect, Combat Sovereign, and Combat Saint. Each tier is further divided into 9 sublevels. According to Phoebe, prior to the 4th tier, combatants hold a slight advantage between the 4th and 6th tiers. Mages have the upper hand, and beyond the 6th tier, prowess is determined by individual capability. Thus, it appears that the power structure of this world is rather singular. It is uncertain whether the power of cultivation can be practiced in this realm. Regrettably, although in his previous life, Suze had memorized the techniques from the Chi refinement stage to the foundation establishment stage, he later discovered that his innate spiritual soul had been damaged, rendering him incapable of cultivation. In a fit of anger, he had forgotten all about it. Now, as he struggled to recall the techniques, Suze found himself pounding his head in frustration. How foolish of him not to have considered that even if he could not use them in this life, he could still employ them in the next. Overwhelmed by his vexation, Suze ultimately resigned himself to the encroaching darkness and retired to be as was customary. He awoke before dawn, and by the time he finished his morning routine, his companions were ready to set off for work. However, today, Suyi halted Suze, who was about to leave, and removed a wooden pendant that he had worn around his neck for as long as Suze could remember. Placing it in Suze's hands and gesturing for him to wear it, Suze observed the dark, unremarkable object, which possessed no remarkable features apart from its droplet-like shape that could catch the eye. As he slipped it around his neck, he inquired, "Father, where did this come from? Why have you always worn it?" Once Suze had adorned himself with the pendant, Suyi opened the door and stepped outside. Addressing Suze as he did so, "It has been passed down from our ancestors, meant to be cherished through the generations. It is said to bring good fortune and safeguard the health of our descendants." At this moment, Kundina interjected, "This is indeed true. Before marrying your father, I had been plagued by minor ailments. But since our union, I have not fallen ill. Consider this. Have you ever been sick throughout your childhood? Surely, it must have been blessed by some esteemed cleric, a true treasure. Take good care of it, and do not misplace it. Having learned of the existence of magic, Suze was hesitant to dismiss any phenomenon outright. Hearing his mother speak thus, he contemplated that since he was destined to become a mage, he would not require such an object. Thus, he suggested, perhaps it would be better for you to keep it. Mother, that I am young and robust, and with my studies in medicine ahead, I have no need for this. Su retorted, I told you to take it, so take it. Kundina, noticing Suze's awkward expression, shot an irritated glance at Su Yi and reassured him. Your father only wishes the best for you. After all, you will be traveling far, and we will not be able to look after you. That if you do not keep it, we shall be quite uneasy. Moreover, your father and I have always enjoyed good health, so there is no need for concern. Upon hearing this, Suze relented to his parents' wishes, and the three of them strolled towards the Viscount's estate, engaged in light conversation. After completing their work, upon arriving at the school, Suze was promptly summoned by the teacher, accompanied by Jeanette and Mark. The chubby boy appeared exhilarated, as if embarking on a significant life event. And even Suze, who had previously faced mages, felt a rush of excitement. After all, he had never witnessed a mage in action within the confines of the anti-magic zone. The only mage he had encountered, a female sorceress named Mommy, had been dispatched by his hand, and thus did not count. Upon rounding the central flower bed and glimpsing the chapel, Suze anticipated meeting someone familiar, only to be greeted by a gaunt, expressionless old man. The schoolteacher escorted Suze and his companions to the entrance before departing. The old man then addressed the trio, asking, "Who is Mark Descartes?" The chubby boy, with his tousled red hair, quickly replied, "I am." Subsequently, the elder presented a similar piece of paper to both Suze and Jeanette. However, unlike before, the stamped recommendation bore the inscription of the B-Class Magic Academy, known as the Resting Place of the Dead. The paper was a deep shade of green, with a background composed of a crumbling stone pillar shrouded in gray mist. Suze's guiding agent pattern indicated 2/3, while Jeanette's was marked as 1.5. This revelation left Suze greatly astonished, for he was well aware of the exceptional talent required to fully absorb a guiding agent. Phoebe had mentioned that the maximum limit for a guiding agent's weight was 2. Those capable of absorbing 2 agents were already considered first-tier magicians upon awakening. This implied that Jeanette would soon ascend to the esteemed rank of a formal first-tier magician, after a discreet comparison of the 3 recommendation letters. Suze murmured, "It seems the place we are destined for is not one of benevolence. The paper itself is indicative of that, with its dark and unsightly hues. Moreover, the resting place of the dead sounds akin to a treacherous bandit stronghold." Mark took his words to heart, feeling that the crimson furnace emblem was staunchly virtuous, and he couldn't help but mourn for both Suze and Jeanette, unaware of the sequence of letters A, B, C, and D. Meanwhile, Jeanette, noticing the elder's displeased expression, dared not continue the conversation, fearing that Suze's words might further annoy the venerable gentleman. The admissions officer from the Light City Alliance was indeed astonished. Having recruited for many years, it was his first encounter with a student bold enough to mock a magic academy to its face. That it was both amusing and bewildering, given that possessing a 2/3 standard of talent allowed entry into a B-class magic academy. It was certainly not within his purview to reprimand them. Hence, he feigned ignorance and began to enlighten the trio about the fundamentals of being a magician, which largely mirrored Phoebe's teachings. The Jean Orne Academy was located to the north of the province of Cavini, while the resting place of the dead was situated in the provincial capital, bordering the Dover province. Consequently, Mark and Suze were not on the same path. The elder advised the 3 to report to the Astronomical Observation Club in the Eastern District on September 1st, reiterating the importance of punctuality before allowing them to depart. Once the elder of the Alliance had left, a figure suddenly tumbled out from the shadows of the church. To say he tumbled was an understatement, as the individual was laughing so heartily that he could hardly stand upright. It was Phoebe, who had received orders to remain vigilant until the arrival of the other party, and he was utterly taken aback by the scene before him. "Ha ha! The illustrious resting place of the dead has turned into a treacherous bandit stronghold." Phoebe clutched his stomach, laughing uncontrollably, unable to comprehend Suze's line of reasoning. He imagined the reaction of the Academy's dignitaries upon hearing this, and the laughter continued to resonate. Chapter 6. The grievances of past lives. It appeared that even the teachers were oblivious to the truth. The confidentiality of the matter was commendable. The three mused among themselves. Mark was the first to speak, declaring, "I must go assist my mother. I will not accompany you any longer." His mother worked at a bakery and was on a different path along the way. Suze recalled Jeanette's 1.5 guiding agents and felt a genuine sense of envy toward the diligent student, smiling as he said, "Lady Jeanette, I kindly ask for your guidance in the future." When the surroundings were devoid of any onlookers, Jeanette ceased her pretense and embraced the exuberance of a blossoming maiden. She rose on her toes to playfully tap Susie's forehead, and then, with her hands clasped behind her back, she offered a slight smile and proclaimed, "Very well, I, the esteemed one, have granted my consent." Susie responded by bowing his head and bending his waist, replying, "I shall abide by your will." The two erupted into laughter, their bodies swaying with mirth, both amused by their own childish antics. Upon closer inspection, they realized that the wooden pendant was not, in fact, droplet-shaped, but rather resembled a fish leaping from the water's surface. Its dark hue obscured its true nature. The design was quite appealing, yet apart from this, it bore no extraordinary attributes, akin to the protective charms bestowed upon the faithful by the church, Susie pondered. After contemplating for a while, his interest waned, and he donned the pendant once more. Retrieving a book to read, it is a sentiment that many can relate to. The ability to lose oneself in a novel for an entire day while succumbing to drowsiness after merely 10 minutes with a textbook. Realizing that the textbook lacked the allure of a rogue's biography, Susie neatly set it aside and retreated to his cubicle for a midday slumber in both this life and the next. Susie harbored the greatest resentment within his heart for his inability to cultivate the art of immortality, a longing that stemmed from his upbringing in a family of practitioners. What youth has not dreamt of wandering the South Sea by day and the Kangwoo Mountains by night? What young man has not fantasized about rescuing a damsel from the clutches of a malevolent sorcerer, only to embark on a romantic escapade during the most vibrant years of youth? How many truly devoted themselves to the pursuit of enlightenment for the sake of longevity? Thus, in the realm of dreams, he envisioned that after becoming a mage, he finally unraveled the secret of his ancestral wooden pendant, discovering that it concealed the family's esoteric cultivation techniques. Bearing the weight of nearly 40 years of frustration, Susie resolutely abandoned the path of mastering magic and turned towards cultivation. After decades of arduous training, he emerged as a renowned master, traversing the land with righteousness. Saving countless lives and capturing the hearts of numerous young maidens, it must be said that even within the realm of magic, the human mind remains the most enigmatic domain. As Susie daydreamed, he conjured grand scenes in his mind, eliciting powerful waves of mental energy, particularly when he envisioned uncovering the family techniques hidden within the wooden pendant. The mental energy, previously confined within a box, seemed to extend like tendrils, reaching out towards the pendant. This was a consequence of Susie's conscious intent. Then, an extraordinary scene unfolded. The grayish-white mist symbolizing his mental energy was slowly absorbed by the pendant, leaving not a drop behind. Subsequently, the dark exterior shed itself, revealing the pendant's true form, a fish-shaped wooden artifact intermingled with hues of blue and yellow, finally displaying a hint of its extraordinary nature. The discarded outer layer fell onto Susie's neck, causing a tickling sensation, prompting him to touch it before turning over to continue his slumber. Suddenly, the pendant, now infused with Susie's mental energy, began to pulsate as if it were alive, transforming into a carp that dove into the depths of Susie's inner energy reservoir. When Susie eventually stirred awake, he felt a slight itch at his neck. Upon touching it, he discovered a clump of dark, grimy substance. Displeased, he cast a quick glance at it and hurried to the washroom to cleanse himself. Afterward, when he touched his chest, he found that the once hanging pendant had been replaced by an empty string dangling around his neck. What on earth is happening? He wondered in confusion, only to feel a strange stirring in his energy reservoir. Promptly, he sat down to assess the situation, if his martial abilities were to be rendered ineffective. How could he ever uphold justice? Would he be forced to hide behind others while casting spells? Such a lackluster situation. Suze, unable to introspect for the time being, was compelled to risk employing his still immature spiritual energy to investigate. In order to preserve his precious inner strength, he recalled the experience of being obstructed at the school gate, and thus mentally urged himself to direct his spiritual energy towards the Danteon. This was it not a dream he had just experienced. Indeed, a fortuitous encounter awaited him, surely blessed by his ancestors. Even if the cultivation techniques were not of the Sioux lineage, it mattered little, as long as he could embark on the path of cultivation. The distinctions between sects were trivial. Gazing at the enigmatic swimming fish within his dantian, his thoughts began to wander. Fortunately, such a tragic scenario did not unfold. With a shift of scenery, Suze found himself in a pavilion situated on an island, surrounded by a vast lake. Beyond this solitary pavilion, only the expansive azure waters remained, with neither the heavens nor the earth visible. Observing this peculiar scene, Suze calmed himself and scrutinized the pavilion closely. Before him stood a stone table at the center, upon which lay 3 items: a jade slip, a letter, and a book. Suze glanced around but detected no traps or mechanisms. He stepped forward to pick up the letter, and upon opening the envelope, discovered it was written in Saxon, a family correspondence undoubtedly from the ancestors of the Sioux clan. It had been a century since the ancestral cultivation techniques were passed down. Yet regrettably, few of the clan members possessed the understanding to practice them. Even the prodigious Sioux Billy, renowned for his dual mastery of magic and martial arts, progressed slowly in the family's techniques. To evade the pursuit of the ancestors' enemies after their disappearance, the clan had adhered to the original plan of concealing their identities and migrating en masse to the Scandinavian peninsula. Though this land was wild and untamed, it indeed allowed them to escape the relentless pursuit, ensuring the safety of their kin. However, the new generation of the family no longer had anyone capable of becoming a mage or warrior. Sioux Billy, the most accomplished in magic, had squandered too much time on this endeavor. He hoped that this time he would opt to relinquish that pursuit, for he had little time left to strive for the rank of a 5th-level mage. Although the ancestral techniques were of unfathomable power, no one could decipher what the spiritual platform or the Tao heart truly was. Ancestor, I pray for your return, that you may lead our clan to victory. The techniques passed down by the ancestors reside within the jade slip, yet they are inscribed in a cipher unknown to us. Thus, the adjacent book serves as a translation. Please do not attempt to cultivate lightly. This is the bitter experience of our forebears. Let it be regarded as a treasured collection. The family has reached a point of desperation. If we, the elder mages, perish and any descendants are able to enter this space, may you remember the glorious past of our clan, for we are the foremost family of the Linha sect. The letter was signed by the 56th clan leader, Su Ruyan. What resonated deeply with him was that the Qingzhou Sioux clan also resided in the Linha sect. Located in the middle reaches of the Yellow River, he pondered the origins of this Linha sect in this realm and what connection it might have to the Yellow River of the Jiuzhou. After reading the ancestral missive, Suze was filled with perplexity. It seemed the main plane of the magical world harbored far too many secrets. Could it be that the reincarnation of souls was not limited to him alone? Ignoring the translation in Saxon, he reached for the jade slip with an indifferent expression. So, from which Linha sect do you hail? We, the Sioux clan of Qingzhou, come in obedience to your summons. Chapter 7. A name worthy of its title. The inheritance system of the 9 regions sects is meticulously structured, evident not only in the uniqueness of their cultivation methods but also in the rigorous selection of Dao titles after initiation. The Su family of Qishou, the Luo family of Yuzhou, the Yo family of Jizhou, and the Qin family of Yongzhou stand as the 4 prominent clans along the banks of the Yellow River, on par with the most esteemed cultivation sections. Consequently, their traditions are equally stringent. Only those descendants bearing names that embody the essence of inheriting the ancestors and promoting the clan, specifically those with the 8 characters of Yunze Yuran, are deemed worthy to be inscribed in the Su family genealogy and to enter the ancestral hall after death. Among the hundreds of thousands of Su clan members, fewer than 1,000 qualify for inclusion in these 8 characters. Each one is a cultivator. The current patriarch of the Su family has 2 sons. The eldest, Su Yunyao, is an unparalleled genius, mastering water-based Taoist techniques with remarkable prowess. The younger son, Su Zhe, suffers from congenital deficiencies, destined to remain a mundane warrior, unable to attain the coveted Yun title or secure a place in the genealogy, and thus excluded from the ancestral hall after death. Even the patriarch must yield to the constraints of clan regulations. Although Su Zonghong outwardly concedes, he has taken the liberty of assigning his son a name with the character Zhe, bypassing the Yun generation altogether, leaving others with little to say. Yet, Su Zhe is acutely aware of his father's profound love. To prevent further conflict with the family, he feigns indifference, spending years wandering away from home. This is the source of his inner resentment. The joys of familial bonds remain unattainable, leaving him solitary and drifting, like a rootless duckweed, akin to a lost beast. As soon as he grasped the jade slip, a set of incantations surfaced in his mind. Suze was taken aback. The cultivation method was indeed the Hai Chuan Gui Luzheng Fa, the very foundation of the Su clan. a legitimate level cultivation technique. Overwhelmed with thoughts of past regrets, he yearned to begin his training immediately. However, what should he do next? Just as his mind stirred, he awakened, still seated in the living room. Without further ado, Suze unleashed the Talangu within the confined space, forcefully crashing through the door of the cubicle, and hastily ascended to his bed to meditate, commencing his attempt at cultivation as for the customary rituals of incense burning and bathing, and the quiet sitting in a secret chamber. Suze found no patience for such formalities at that moment. The benefits of years of martial training manifested now. The heart techniques he had once memorized came flooding back to him, and he was well versed in the Taoist classics, fully prepared. The shards of jade from Tianshan converge into a lake. 1,000 miles of flat ground gradually transforms into a river from the spiritual platform downward. The essence flows like a divine nectar, drawing in the energies of heaven and earth. He gathers them in his dantian, shaping them into a source of water, inquiring into the steadfastness of the heart. One may become as mighty as the Yellow River. The opening of Taoist techniques begins with the foundational method. Yet this foundation is not to be confused with another. It is a method of visualization that consolidates the roots of cultivation, nurturing the primordial magical power. The visualization technique of Hai Chuan Gui Lu Zheng Fa aligns with the Tianshan source flow visualization, guiding the practitioner to envision the origins of the Yellow River as it gradually gathers into a river amidst the Tianshan mountains. Suze steadied his mind, entering a profound meditative state. He began to visualize the scene he had witnessed at the source of the Yellow River, his focused mental energy dispersing and guiding the flow of spiritual energy in accordance with the established pathways of the technique. Although it was noon, and the sun blazed fiercely, Suze still felt an abundance of water-based spiritual energy, drawing the energy into his body. The spiritual essence spiraled from the spiritual platform into the dantian, akin to a gurgling stream flowing downward, ultimately settling as prescribed by the heart technique. For many years, Suze's cultivated internal energy was dispersed, flowing through his meridians and gradually absorbed by his flesh and blood. As time passed in his practice, when Suze finally stabilized his visualization technique and successfully cultivated the first strand of azure magical energy, he noticed his parents watching him with concern. Glancing aside, he realized it had already grown dark. Before his parents could speak, Suze took the initiative to explain, "Mom and Dad, please don't worry. I was merely practicing the calming techniques taught by the medical officers. You must understand that maintaining composure is paramount in healing and saving lives. The elders mentioned that this sitting posture helps to stabilize the mind, but I accidentally dozed off for a moment." That's just like you. Never fully attentive in anything you do. You struggle with your studies, and now even the lessons from the medical officers are not being diligently completed. So you reprimanded him with a stern face. Helpless, Suze turned to his mother for assistance with a pitiful expression. Kundana then interjected, "Aze is still just a child. Why do you have to say so much to him?" After saying this, she gently pushed Suyu out, granting Suze a moment of tranquility. Once alone in the cubicle, despite having entered the initial stage of chi refining, Suze felt no joy. After the transformation of heaven and earth, the individuals he longed to prove himself to were nowhere in sight. All joy and sorrow dwindled to solitude. No, he still had his father and mother. Watching his parents converse outside, a warm current surged within his heart. He climbed down from his bed and retrieved his diary, writing on the latest page. In the year 579 of the Badr calendar, Suze, the second son of the Su family of Lina, has embarked upon the initial stage of chi refining, thus becoming a cultivator. Henceforth, the family tree shall add one more name, Su Yunza. From this moment, he was the true heir of the Su family, belonging to the Yun lineage. After venting his inner turmoil, Suze paused in contemplation and continued to write. The returning water of Haichuan has traversed to another realm. Not without reason did I surmise that there must be ancestors of the Su family residing in this world. Yet with the passage of time, I wonder if they still dwell among the living. In the past, the great clan consisted solely of the Laitemi family of 3. Yunza had no intention of revitalizing the family and thus brought misfortune upon his parents. I can only feel remorse for the teachings of my ancestors and hope they do not hold it against me in the depths of the afterlife. With ample time before departing home, Suze resigned from his position at the Viscount's residence. Apart from spending evenings with his parents after their work, he devoted himself to practicing diligently, making swift progress, although Leo Porter and his companions did not disturb him. Suze took the precaution of preparing a new copy of both the Haikao Ju and Tailing Goose sword techniques and footwork. Cautious navigation ensures a vessel's longevity as time swiftly passed. By the end of August, Suze had solidified his prowess at the initial stage of chi refining. Whether it was merely his perception or not, the spiritual energy in this realm seemed far denser than that of Jiuzhou. Even while searching for a place to practice the Yellow River Sword Path at night, it did not hinder his progress in the returning water of Haichuan. The might of water-based techniques paralleled that of earth-based ones, both renowned for their robustness, especially in the later stages. When the returning water of Haichuan cultivated a magical power akin to the Yellow River, the practitioner need no longer fear the depletion of their energy. However, the speed of his cultivation remained notably slow. In Jiuzhou, Suze would typically require nearly a year to accumulate magical energy and stabilize his realm. That on the first day of September, Suze and his companions meticulously packed their belongings. Bidding farewell to their parents before proceeding to the designated meeting point, the Astronomical Observation Club stood as a rare 5-story edifice, its construction a formidable challenge, rendering it the only one of its kind that Suze had yet encountered. Upon arrival, they were greeted by attendants awaiting at the entrance. Following these guides, the trio found themselves in an upscale establishment for the first time, their steps brisk yet their gazes roving in wonder. The attendant did not linger, leading them onward with purpose. Suze and his companions could only catch a fleeting glimpse of their surroundings before hastily moving along. Ascending, they were unaware of how many flights they had climbed. "Wow, is that really a unicorn? Do they truly exist?" Mark exclaimed, entranced by the spectacle before him, tugging at Suze's sleeve in excitement. Once inside the spacious room, which housed 2 carriages, the attendant withdrew, leaving them to marvel at the station-like layout. An eastern door stood ajar, revealing a row of long benches where a few scattered individuals rested with closed eyes. Are they waiting for a ride? Suze pondered silently. Yet, the room was otherwise deserted, save for a frail elderly man who stood before the carriages, patiently awaiting their arrival. Indeed, it is astonishing. Could such a creature as a unicorn truly exist? Jeanette responded with delight, clearly captivated by the charm of such an enchanting being. In contrast, Suze dismissed the notion with disdain, inwardly scoffing. What is a unicorn? I have encountered far more extraordinary ethereal creatures. This is hardly worthy of such excitement. The elder from the Alliance, noticing Suze's dismissive expression, felt a pang of anxiety, fearing that this individual might utter something foolish. This time, there were many notable figures within the carriage. Provoking them could lead to dire consequences, even endangering his own safety. Hence, he hastily commanded, maintain silence. No talking. You, board the left carriage. The 2 of you, enter the right one. Once aboard, refrain from speaking. You will be attended to in due time. Upon hearing his instructions, the 3 complied obediently. The chubby Mark remained relatively unfazed, merely a bit excitable, while it was Suze whose sharp tongue caused the elder concern. Unsettled by Suze's demeanor, the elder discreetly pointed to Suze's throat as they brushed past each other. Intoning, silence enforced. With a flick of magic, a dark, rope-like force manifested, ensnaring Suze's neck before vanishing from sight. Suze felt an immediate constriction in his throat, rendering him speechless, despite being an adept cultivator with heightened awareness. He had not anticipated the elder's abrupt action. They bore no enmity, and this felt like an unwarranted affliction. He glared at the elder in confusion, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. The elder, realizing that his concerns over Suze were unfounded, thought to himself, if you had not been so troublesome, this would not have been necessary. However, the moment was not suited for disputes, so he forced a smile and added, "It's merely a precaution. It will be lifted in 3 days. You can still eat normally during this time, rest assured." Suze gestured in protest, but the elder, anxious that the esteemed passengers in the carriages might grow impatient, quickly signaled to Jeanette to assist Suze aboard. With a gentle mental push, he closed the carriage door swiftly. Once both carriage doors were secured, he exhaled in relief and declared, "Open the gates." The carriage departs. As his words faded, the northern wall began to slowly part, revealing a panoramic view of the urban landscape beyond. Point 4 unicorns, harnessed to a magical carriage, illuminated the corners with copper lanterns, casting a radiant glow that enveloped the carriage, causing it to vanish into thin air. Soon after, the sound of hooves echoed, fading swiftly into the distance. Chapter 8. The unfinished battle. Upon entering the carriage, Suzy was taken aback by the presence of its occupants, astonished to discover they had lingered in Laitemi City for nearly 3 months. Aside from a cloaked elder draped in black, the interior was occupied by Leopold and his entourage. Leopold and the elder were seated at the rear of the carriage, separated by a locked silver grey chest. Tim and Thomas occupied the left side, while Rebecca and Phoebe sat on the right. with two other combatants absent from the gathering. Noticing Susie's astonishment, Rebecca proactively explained, "We just returned from a mission in Luoqing." Luoqing referred to the provincial capital of the Luomati province. She then turned to Jeanette, saying, "Jeanette, come sit over here," as she patted Phoebe, signaling him to move a bit farther away. Each individual present was a formidable magician or fighter, fully aware of the events that had transpired in the waiting room. Yet, while the men maintained their composure, the ever-curious Rebecca could not help but inquire, "Hey, kid, how did old York manage to silence you just now? What did you do to provoke him?" As soon as Rebecca posed her question, the curious onlookers immediately fixated on the visibly aggrieved Susie. Just as he opened his mouth to respond, he realized he was still under the spell of silence, recalling that he was surrounded by grand magicians. He managed a hollow laugh and gestured towards his throat, clasping his hands in a gesture of request towards Rebecca for assistance. Rebecca, suddenly aware of the predicament, prepared to lift the spell. However, she noticed Phoebe sitting nearby, struggling to contain his laughter, his eyes darting about as he fought to suppress his amusement. She paused and asked, "Phoebe, what's the matter? Is there something so funny?" At her words, Phoebe could no longer hold back. He burst into laughter, pointing at Susie as he exclaimed, "Elder Akizan, this fellow just called our academy a bandit hideout. Ha ha ha." After this, he gestured to himself and glanced at the elder in the black robe. Addressing Susie, "Young man, welcome aboard the express to the land of the dead, also known as the murderous shortcut. Wishing you a pleasant journey filled with thievery." Ha! Jeanette, being one of the involved parties, could not help but chuckle softly upon hearing this. The one who felt most embarrassed was undoubtedly Susie. Having criticized others only to be caught in the act, it was truly a dent in the reputation of the valiant Sue. The elder, Akizan, upon hearing this, pieced together the situation and revealed an amused smile. The youth of today is indeed quite entertaining. Rebecca and the others remained perplexed, prompting her to quietly ask, "Jeanette, what exactly transpired?" Those unaware of the details also leaned in, eager to listen. Seeing Rebecca's inquiry, Jeanette quickly composed herself, casting a glance at Susie before sheepishly explaining the entire affair. After hearing the tale, Rebecca laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Yes, welcome indeed." Even the typically stoic Leoport and Thomas joined in with a few chuckles, each thinking simultaneously that this was indeed characteristic of the fellow who fought alongside Susie. Yorkshire lies in the southeastern frontier of the province, a 3-day journey from the capital. The rear compartment of the air carriage is stocked with provisions and water, sufficient for 10 individuals over the course of 3 days. As for matters of convenience, designated breaks are allotted each day. Time flies, and before long, only 1 day's journey remains. Ultimately, Susie's silence-inducing spell was lifted through Janet's pleading with Rebecca. For besides Rebecca, there was no other adept support mage and medical officer traveling with them. Although Atchison and Leopold remained silent, their presence did not significantly affect the atmosphere within the carriage. Naturally, the well-behaved Janet was well attended to by the elder sister figure, Rebecca, while the boisterous Susie had long since become acquainted with Phoebe and the others, resulting in a journey filled with laughter and conversation. As the day arrived for another rest period, the carriage had scarcely touched the ground when Phoebe opened the door to survey the surroundings. Although magical reconnaissance had revealed no signs of humans or large beasts, other dangers could still lurk nearby. Just as Phoebe was about to disembark, Atchison called out to him, urging him to hold on for a moment. Something felt amiss. "What is it, Elder?" Phoebe retorted. "There are no signs of life." "Which is quite unusual," Atchison replied. Specializing in dark magic, he was one of the few 8th-level necromancers in the burial grounds, possessing a sensitivity to life that surpassed the ordinary. He believed that as long as they were not in the realm of the undead, some form of life must exist. However, here, his ghostly companion, a spectral short-haired rabbit he named Radish, sensed not a hint of biological presence. He raised his hand, and a ghostly gray rabbit appeared, sniffing anxiously about. The ghostly Radish frantically sniffed and squeaked, as if sensing some terrifying presence in their midst. Leopold stood up and said, "Elder Atchison, let us descend first to investigate, while Phoebe remains by the carriage." After a moment of contemplation, he continued issuing commands. "Rebecca, take good care of Janet." He glanced at Susie and added, "Do not wander off. This situation is different from the last time." With that, he stepped out of the carriage. Leading the elder, Phoebe slipped into the shadows of the carriage, and Leopold addressed Atchison, "I shall guard you." Atchison nodded, grasped his staff, and began to cast his spell. "Restless spirits, restless are the deceased in the earth. O vengeful dead, I, Atchison Smith, summon you." He intoned with increasing intensity, "Those who seek, shall receive. Atchison firmly planted his staff into the ground, unleashing a wave of mental energy that radiated outward like a shockwave. The obsidian tip of his staff began to emanate dark mist, attempting to summon the lingering spirits of this place. Leopold remained vigilant, ensuring that Atchison's magic was not disrupted, just as Atchison commenced his summoning of the spirits. A group of figures suddenly appeared atop a distant hill, with Eve, the leader of the previous retreat, at the forefront. Upon sensing the rapid surge of magical energy, he furrowed his brow and muttered in discontent. "I told you to refrain from blood sacrifices. You're only inviting trouble." He raised his staff and made a sweeping motion, unleashing a torrent of magical power that severed Atchison's summoning incantation. Behind them, the Spider-Woman Maggie explained helplessly, "The provisions we brought this time have encountered issues. Several are no longer virgins. The mother spider refuses to consume them. So I had no choice but to perform a blood sacrifice here to summon the undead to devour them." Upon hearing this, he furrowed his brow but refrained from further comment. He glanced towards the direction of Leopold and the others, leading the group to cast flight spells and approach them, warning, "This mission cannot afford any failures. We even brought the Holy Spider's mother with us. If we fail, the consequences are for us to contemplate. New grievances and old resentments, we shall revisit them." The people behind him, upon hearing his words, exchanged glances, their expressions growing stern, a glint of madness evident in their eyes. Meanwhile, those waiting for news inside the carriage began to emerge in single file, wands drawn. Rebecca stood at the doorway, addressing Susie. "Kid, do not let Jeanette come to harm. Boys are meant to protect girls, aren't they? Also, keep an eye on that box." After a moment's thought, she removed the necklace adorning her neck, embedded with a dull gray crystal, and handed it to Susie, saying, "You've seen the optical barrier, haven't you? Just activate it with your mind to use it. Protect yourself." Susie accepted it, nodding in agreement. A gentleman's word is his bond. "I will safeguard both Jeanette and the box." Rebecca chuckled playfully before closing the carriage door. Before long, the two sides clashed, the sounds of magical duels and combat resounding fiercely, for the sake of safety. Susie handed the necklace to Jeanette, saying, "Rebecca taught you how to utilize mental energy a few days ago, right? Come, activate it." Having grown up alongside Susie, Jeanette recognized his intent and interjected, "Don't act recklessly. Sister Rebecca said last time you were merely lucky. Now that there are no nullification spheres, you can't defeat them. Have you forgotten? This box is of utmost importance. It's the mission objective of Sister Rebecca and Lord Leopold." Susie was momentarily taken aback. After pondering, he could only offer a wry smile. "All right, I promise you. But you shall be the one to use it. I refuse to take that style." With Susie's assurance, Jeanette finally accepted it, donned the necklace, and began to activate the optical barrier. In an instant, a pale yellow membrane enveloped the entire carriage. With their safety temporarily secured, Susie suggested, "All right. Let us go outside and see what is happening. We can observe from the side of the carriage. Staying inside should be fine. After all, with the barrier protecting us, we need not fear danger." Jeanette, equally concerned for Rebecca and the others' safety, nodded in agreement. "Very well." Yet, being young and inexperienced, Jeanette, along with Susie, who had never truly experienced the mysteries of the magical world, harbored such thoughts. At that moment, the chaotic battle involving over a dozen individuals was divided into 3 smaller skirmishes. On the surface, as the highest combatants representing the judiciary, the 8th-level Archmage Atchison from the Boneyard and 5-star Combat Master Leopold found themselves ensnared, while Thomas and his companions clustered together to fight. What Suze did not anticipate was that the individual who had been suffering under the oppressive weight of Elder Akizan was none other than Maggie, who had previously dared not stray far from Ifu's side. At this moment, she stood at the very edge of the battlefield, her eyes closed, directing an enormous spider in its confrontation with Elder Akizan. That a layer of pitch-black shield enveloped her, exuding an aura of formidable toxicity. Meanwhile, the numerous undead summoned by Akizan had dwindled to a solitary high-ranking female specter, lingering nearby to harass but too wary to approach closely. Akizan was compelled to resort to curses, relentlessly afflicting the venomous spider with negative effects to prevent its escape from the fray. On another front, although Leopold was holding his ground, he found himself ensnared by the combined efforts of the Elder Ifu and another powerful fighter, unable to extricate himself. Chapter 9. Compromise. The situation on the 3rd battlefield was the direst of all. Despite the bolstering magic from Rebecca, along with the formidable presence of Thomas, a 7th-level fire mage, and Tim, a 5th-level earth mage, as well as Phoebe, who was constantly lurking in the shadows seeking opportunities. The lava beast was yet to be summoned. Thomas fervently wielded his staff, chanting incantations as his magical energy surged forth, dark red magma erupting from the Earth's surface. However, before the beast could fully take shape, it was swiftly sealed by a freezing spell from the adversaries. The searing magma met the frigid ice, instantly releasing a copious amount of heat and steam. The half-formed earth beast became a melting ice sculpture, exuding warmth. In the shadows, Phoebe was left to evade the residual shockwaves of the magical assaults. His and Tim's objective was to target the quartet, forming a perfect cycle within the mage group. Yet, the opposing side was replete with both offensive and defensive spells, making it improbable for Phoebe to discern any weaknesses amid their relentless attacks, while Tim, lacking effective output, could only summon earth element puppets to join the fray. With little success, once again suppressed, it became evident that the enemy had come prepared. Suze surveyed the battlefield and quickly grasped that the referee's side had fallen into a disadvantageous position. However, he remained lucid enough to recognize his own limited strength, realizing he could contribute nothing meaningful to such a tumultuous conflict. Thus, he restrained himself to observe the unfolding events. Regrettably, even with their second-tier magical artifacts providing protection, they proved ineffective against the incessant onslaught of bizarre secret arts. Soon, in a bid to expedite the resolution of the battle, the Black Rose's forces set their sights on the two, with Maggie, who harbored a deep-seated enmity towards Suze, taking the lead. The optical barrier. Is it? Maggie murmured softly, commanding her mother spider to entangle Awakens before she swiftly teleported to stand before Suze and his companion. Too late. Enchanting secret art. Maggie's eyes glowed with a pinkish-red light, her smile beguiling as she gazed upon Suze and his companion, her tone tender, as if she were conversing with lovers. Come forth, step out. At the very instant Leopold alerted Suze, he reacted promptly, maintaining his spiritual focus and deftly avoiding Maggie's entrancing gaze. The enchanting secret art was a mental control spell that incapacitated the target's spiritual perception, manipulating their mind without causing physical harm. Thus it could not be countered by the optical barrier. Aware that most enchanting spells relied on the caster's eyes, Suze resolved to take a calculated risk. However, although Suze had narrowly escaped disaster, the Na'vi and unsuspecting Jeanette fell victim to the enchantment, her vacant eyes drifting towards Maggie. Fortunately, the optical barrier was affixed to Jeanette, thus the faint yellow shield moved in tandem. Upon noticing this, Maggie continued, "Deactivate the barrier and come closer." Terrified and sensing imminent danger, Suze dared not let her advance any further. Swiftly, he employed a technique learned from the Yellow River Sword technique, exclaiming, "The gentle breeze does not cross the river." Both banks shrouded in mist. With swift manipulation of his true essence, he conjured a thick fog within the barrier. Under the influence of the charm, Suze had no choice but to approach and deliver a swift chop to Jeanette, rendering her unconscious. Yet, in the next moment, he forgot the existence of the optical barrier, which repelled any hostile entity beyond 10 meters. Thus, he was hurled away unceremoniously, causing Jeanette to crash heavily to the ground. In midair, he executed a graceful turn, landing at Maggie's feet. What a disaster! The allure of her beauty was the most lethal temptation. On the other side, due to the predicament faced by Suze and Jeanette, Thomas and his companions were momentarily distracted, allowing the 6 adversaries to launch a concerted attack, gradually overwhelming them. First, Phoebe, lurking in the shadows, was pinned to the ground by an ice spear, immobilized. Then, Tim fell victim to a perfectly executed counterformation, succumbing to the petrification spell. Despite being an earth mage with a wealth of earth magic energy, the speed of his petrification was so swift that even Rebecca could not intervene in time. Following this, Leo Porter, though frantic, found his opponents unwilling to engage him directly, merely waiting for others to assist in their onslaught against him. Meanwhile, Awakens, sensing the dire situation, resorted to the extremely perilous forbidden technique. Prioritizing a retreat over all else, he abruptly repositioned himself, conjuring a 6th-level magical shield, and cried out to his symbiotic partner, the Wailing Banshee, "Roland, give me a moment, just 1 minute." Upon hearing this, the Wailing Banshee Roland let out a pained scream, violently tearing 3 diminutive kin from her translucent form. Ignoring the debilitating aftermath of her division, she shrieked and commanded the 3 newly emerged banshees to engage with the mother spider, while she herself turned to charge at Maggie, who had subdued Suze and was preparing to strike at Awakens. Observing Awakens' actions, Leo Porter and the others recognized the critical moment at hand and fought desperately to create time for their comrade. Awakens spread his arms wide, facing this entity known as Eve, and proclaimed, "O Supreme Reaper above, in the name of Awakens Smith, I summon forth the servitor of the covenant to descend. I offer abundant tributes." As the incantation was uttered, a violent surge of magical energy coalesced above Awakens, slowly forming a black vortex. Within its depths, a figure wielding a scythe and tome could be faintly discerned. Eve gasped in alarm. "Contract magic? This is bad. We must stop him at once." The servitor of the covenant emerged fully into the main realm, coldly gazing down at Awakens. Awakens cast aside his staff, manipulating it with mental energy beside him, and drew forth a king-grade bone dagger. Without the slightest hesitation, he slashed open the palm of his left hand, pointing at Eve and intoning in an archaic Norse tongue, "Today, we share life and death." He then hurled the blood-stained bone dagger towards Eve, which, astonishingly, pierced through the layers of shields he had erected, grazing his forehead before ascending into the heavens, stained with their blood. Awakens gritted his teeth and retrieved a wooden box, casting forth a continuously burning or from within. This time, he remained silent, merely nodding as he unfurled an ancient parchment and inscribed the names of Eve and Awakens upon it, before vanishing quietly with the offerings. In the next moment, the once certain Eve found himself compelled to halt, for he sensed that his very life had become entwined with Awakens, a precarious bond that left him no choice but to cease his actions. In the midst of mutual caution between the leaders, the remaining factions were left with no alternative but to stand down, while Thomas and his companions ultimately fell prey to captured at this juncture. Only Awakens and his symbiotic partner, alongside Leopard, remained poised for action. Although the Black Rose faction held a tactical advantage, the intertwining fates of Awakens and Eve rendered the adversary hesitant. Furthermore, should Leopard abandon his subordinates to flee with Jeanette in the carriage, the Black Rose would stand no chance of acquiring the mission's objective due to the optical barrier. After all, the shield of a second-tier magical artifact rivals that of a ninth-tier magical barrier. Consequently, the situation reached an impasse. One side yearned for the mission item, while the other, despite being at a disadvantage, sought to preserve the sealed object at the cost of their comrades. This was a stalemate that could not be broken without compromise. Even a noble saint, threatened by a more powerful mage, dared not dismiss the deranged Eve, opting instead for a sardonic silence. Eve coldly asserted, "No problem. Our aim is solely that item. However, I need you to retrieve it. Be cautious. Should there be any issues with the mission objective, my team will not hesitate to disregard my life." Heh. He gestured toward Awakens, delivering his sinister threat. Eve then coldly commanded, "Open the box." "I wish to inspect the goods." Awakens nodded in agreement, replying, "Very well." He drew a key from around his neck and unlocked the box, revealing a mysterious bronze key within. As the box opened, a glimmer flickered in Eve's embrace, prompting him to respond. "I will release 3 individuals first. The remaining keys will be relinquished afterward." Leopard, with a scornful grin, pierced through Eve's deceit, stating, "Impossible. You must free the captives first." "What if you don't release them after receiving the keys?" Eve retorted disdainfully. "Then you would find yourselves in the same predicament, wouldn't you? In comparison to the key that seals the ancient vengeful spirit. An 8th-tier mage can certainly be sacrificed, correct? This was a blatant scheme, a transparent attempt at sowing discord. Regrettably for Leopard, he let out a hearty laugh, mocking, "But that's merely 1/3. The whereabouts of the other 2 portions remain uncertain. By the way, your provocation is rather foolish. Allow me to formally introduce this individual. He is the Deputy Director of the Graveyard of the Fallen, the formidable Archmage Awakens Smith hailing from Nort." Upon hearing this, Eve, as if reassured by a powerful guarantee, unhesitatingly responded with a resolute, "All right." Thus, after the Black Rose released their captives, Awakens surprisingly fulfilled his promise and handed over the sealed object to Eve. For reasons unknown, the Black Rose, having accomplished their objective, swiftly retreated, leaving Maggie, who could do nothing but cast a vengeful glance at Susie, to follow suit with the others, leaving behind a scene of injured individuals from the tribunal. Chapter 10. Arrival in Luoqing. Upon awakening, Susie was met with the sight of a carriage full of injured individuals. Even Rebecca, who seemed least likely to be harmed, appeared utterly exhausted, not to mention the pallid faces of Phoebe and the others. Fortunately, the airbus was remarkably stable, and the group, being seasoned mages of higher ranks, possessed a fundamental understanding of healing magic, preventing their injuries from worsening. Following the mission's failure, Leopold and his companion refrained from reprimanding the others. They recognized that the enemy had come prepared, and their ire was directed inward, towards the traitor within their ranks. Suzy, burdened by guilt, felt that the calamity was his doing and lamented internally that had he not been captured, the adversary would not have found an opportunity to exploit. Despite the others' attempts to console him, Suzy remained engulfed in remorse. Finally, Leopold, resting with his eyes closed, remarked, "This is not your fault, even without the two of you." Thomas and the others would eventually have become the breaking point. Upon hearing this, Thomas and the others hung their heads in shame, rendered speechless. Suzy glanced at the silent assembly, unsure of what to say. Although his composed demeanor earned him respect, such self-assuredness could also be perceived as arrogance, which is perilous in a world where hierarchy is paramount. Furthermore, his talent, measured at 2/3 of the standard, fell short of the admission criteria for the graveyard of the fallen. It is essential to understand that the sole prerequisite for a mage's advancement is the continuous enhancement of their mental fortitude. The amount of guiding agent absorbed during awakening dictates the rate of mental growth. A full standard measure is the baseline for all B-grade magic academies. Falling below this threshold, even if admitted, one would struggle to achieve the required rank within the stipulated timeframe, thus jeopardizing graduation. Those unable to graduate on time would be barred from participating in the graduation trials and receiving resource support. Such mages would find it exceedingly difficult to survive in the magical community. However, his quick wit did not go unnoticed. Awakens, contemplating, stepped in to alleviate the tension by asking, "Suzy, how did you manage to perform within the optical barrier just now?" He referred to Suzy's use of true essence to conjure the mist that thwarted Maggie's enchanting secret arts. It is noteworthy that mages do not employ vision as a medium for casting mental magic. Although Suzy had evaded Maggie's gaze, he still fell victim to her charm. Awakens was intrigued to learn how Suzy had evaded Maggie's enchantment and summoned that mist to obscure her mental influence. In reality, it was only after Suzy cultivated his true essence that his consciousness, akin to the spiritual strength spoken of in the cultivation realm, was sufficiently enhanced to withstand such an onslaught. During this period, he employed the mystical technique of spirit mist to obscure Maggie's mental presence. Spirit mist is one of the numerous qi refining spells recorded in the Haichuan Gui Lu Zheng Fa. The Su family, being a clan along the riverbank, frequently engages in fierce battles with foes on both sides of the Yellow River. The spirit mist can summon the vapor from the river, and the mist infused with one's true essence can prevent enemies from accurately locating their concealed positions, making it an exceedingly practical spell. However, were it not for the presence of optical barriers, the sudden emergence of mist would undoubtedly have led to their demise at the hands of enemy magic. Additionally, it was due to Maggie's considerable focus on the mother spider that she was unable to exert her full charm, leaving him with an opportunity to exploit. Upon hearing this, Suzy's expression grew somewhat troubled. The secrets of cultivation are indeed difficult to elucidate. Yet, in such dire circumstances, he could not stand idly by and watch someone perish, resulting in considerable mental strain later when it came time to provide explanations. Just as Awakens was observing Suzy with keen interest, Leopold suddenly remarked, "It is merely a family inheritance of martial skills. You are aware that the Su surname does not belong to this lineage. The power dynamics of that alliance are remarkably diverse, as a descendant from there. What is so extraordinary about Suzy's capabilities?" Awakens squinted, seemingly lost in thought, while Rebecca and the others, upon hearing this, appeared to have an epiphany. How did I not think of that? Only Thomas was privy to Leopold's true intentions but remained silent, maintaining a vigilant demeanor. After hearing Leopold, Awakens seemed even more uneasy and pressed on. "So, rest assured, he has simply inherited some fortunate abilities and knows nothing of the affairs of that alliance. I have verified this," Leopold explained proactively, alleviating Awakens' concerns at this moment. Awakens concluded that it was indeed a matter of bloodline from that side, and it was no wonder Leopold wanted to keep him under close watch, thus resolutely deciding to monitor Suzy closely and nurture him. However, he mused that Suzy's character required further refinement. Only Suzy and Jeanette remained completely oblivious to the discussion at hand. Entirely unaware of their topic, Suzy, however, held a vague suspicion in his heart. Thus, he feigned curiosity and inquired, "Lord Leopold, what alliance are you referring to? Is it the Magic Academy Alliance?" Leopold did not respond, but Rebecca playfully patted Suzy's head, chuckling, "Little one, do not be overly curious. Curiosity killed the cat." Following the failure of the task, the group from the tribunal encountered no further assaults and successfully arrived in Luoqing on the evening of the third day. Naturally, the provincial capital was far more prosperous than an ordinary county city. Even at night, The vibrant lights illuminated the city as if it were daytime. The streets were bustling with traffic and throngs of people. Thankfully, the aerial car did not need to land. The bronze carriage, cloaked in an invisibility spell, soared over the city, heading straight for the tallest 9-story building, renowned and enigmatic, the Astronomical Observation Club, a pinnacle of the upper echelons of Luocheng. The aerial car halted on the 9th floor, and the wounded passengers, cramped in the narrow cabin for days, eagerly leaped out as the door, disguised as a wall, had not yet closed, allowing them to stand at the edge and gaze down upon the city's nocturnal splendor. Alleviating the gloom of recent days, Atchison discerned the underlying menace in Leo's tone and recalled the recent ambush that had left his symbiotic partner, Lauren, gravely injured. He responded with a cold smirk. "Very well, I wish you all the best in your endeavors." Having faced peril together on 2 occasions, the bonds between them were far from ordinary. Rebecca chimed in, "I feel the same, little Jian." Susie and Jeanette nodded in agreement. Bidding farewell to Thomas and Tim before watching the 5 depart at tea that moment, the station was left with only Atchison, Jeanette, and Susie. Noticing the hour had grown late, and recalling his own exhaustion from the half-symbiotic spell cast the previous day, Atchison hesitated to continue their journey through the night. Instead, he proposed, "We shall stay here tonight and resume our travels come morning." Susie and Jeanette could only acquiesce. Atchison led them down to the ground floor, casually securing 3 rooms and handing the keys to the pair before taking his leave. Left alone, Susie and Jeanette exchanged glances, both feeling out of place as they retreated to their respective rooms according to the room numbers. Despite his overwhelming fatigue, Susie chose not to rest. He suppressed his weariness and sat cross-legged on the bed, closing his eyes to cultivate his internal energy, having traveled with a majority of high-ranking mages over the past 3 days. Their keen senses made Susie wary of practicing openly, leading to no growth in his blue true essence. This stagnation was somewhat intolerable for Susie, whose fervor for cultivation was insatiable, and he seized every opportunity to remain diligent. The mechanical clock on the wall ticked steadily as Susie focused his mind on his techniques, gradually enveloped by a mist of moisture. Suddenly, a series of sharp chimes echoed at the door. Interrupting his meditation, irritated, he rose to answer, grumbling to himself, "If it's the innkeeper, I'll give him a piece of my mind." To his surprise, upon opening the door, he found Jeanette Deva standing there, her cheeks flushed with shyness. Susie, taken aback, inquired, "Jeanette, what brings you here at such a late hour?" Having known each other since childhood, Jeanette felt no fear of jest and replied straightforwardly, "Are you hungry? Shall we venture out for a bite?" Though Susie possessed inner strength and was nourished by spiritual energy, he was not particularly aware of hunger, capable of fasting for days if necessary. After locking the door, he and Jeanette made their way to the front desk, where they casually inquired about nearby dining establishments. Upon learning that the club also provided meals, Susie instinctively felt the weight of the 50 pounds hidden in his pocket, a modest sum of his parents' annual savings, and cleverly declined the server's suggestion, stating they were visitors eager to experience the local culture. Understanding the nuances of being a mage, Susie knew this was no ordinary place and did not presume to take advantage of his status. Dining within would be exorbitantly costly, and he was acutely aware of the value of his meager wealth. Both were aware of their predicament. Thus, Jeanette thoughtfully suggested they simply visit a bakery for some bread and milk. As they conversed, Susie discreetly extended his consciousness, hoping to locate unique eateries, eager to sample the local fare in the provincial capital, which, despite its vastness and vibrant nightlife, still held an air of novelty for him. The streets are predominantly lined with upscale restaurants, high-end clothing boutiques, and luxurious jewelry stores. The damp, cobblestone thoroughfare is bustling with carriages and pedestrians alike, as Susie navigates the crowd with the famished Jeanette, resembling a headless fly lost in a maze, gradually losing her sense of direction. Chapter 11. The Place of Rest, a murderous shortcut, unbeknownst to Susie and his companion. The club is situated on Sheffield Avenue in the city of Los Angeles, where the establishments cater primarily to the affluent elite, utterly divorced from any association with the term cheap. Fortunately, they meander along with the throng of workers heading home for the night until they finally arrive at the adjacent Carracin Avenue, where they discover a modest eatery that aligns with their budgetary expectations. Susie points to an affordable restaurant and exclaims, "Let us dine there. On my first visit to the provincial capital, I must indulge in something delightful." Jeanette glances at the menu displayed outside, noting the list of prices in shillings, before nodding with a smile, "All right then, but you're treating." Susie feigns a grimace of financial pain, patting his pocket and gritting his teeth. "I shall cover the bill." Jeanette's laughter rings out, clearly amused by his antics. Yet, the beautiful moments in life are often fleeting. Just as Susie's spirits soar, ready to escort Jeanette across the street for dinner, for disheveled vagabonds, adorned with filthy snakeskin hats, swiftly encircle them. The leader, a portly man with a wide grin revealing yellowed teeth, greets them with a sinister accent. Hello. Good evening, young ladies. It is then they realize the ever-present police patrols have vanished, and the attire of passers-by has grown markedly more modest. Susie, with a cold sneer, remains silent, his previously buoyant mood thoroughly shattered. They have ventured into a gray area. Observing Susie's expression, Jeanette casts a sympathetic glance at the four men and urges, "You should leave quickly. It will be too late if you linger." She had witnessed firsthand how Susie, since the age of 10, had sent local ruffians and thieves reeling, instilling fear in those who dared tread on West Street. The leader with the yellowed teeth chuckles. "Oh, my lovely, why the rush? The night holds such splendor, and to spend it with a beauty like you is a rare delight." His laughter is echoed by the others, their intentions far from innocent. Bystanders glance over, yet none intervene, clearly aware of the miscreant's reputation, their faces betraying a mixture of pity and apprehension, just as Susie contemplates confronting the four in a shadowy corner. A brown-haired youth with a scar at the corner of his eye, accompanied by two cohorts, rushes over, exclaiming, "Damn it, Becky, do you dare to overstep your bounds?" The trio forcefully pushes the four aside, shielding Susie and Jeanette behind them. "I'm merely assisting you, Hardy. Your orphan gang can't possibly manage such a vast street with your daily toil at the docks. Who wouldn't he take a cut of the outsider's spoils?" The yellow-toothed Becky and his companions visibly waver before the so-called orphan gang, offering no resistance as they huddle together, as if their unity could provide some semblance of strength. "Get lost, and remember the rules. This is our territory." Hardy gestures to the ground beneath them, and then points to the distant street lamp. "To that spot. None of you parasites are welcome here. Should we catch you on Carracin Avenue again, you know the consequences." Becky, hesitant to escalate the situation, forced a smile, and said, "Don't be angry. Let's just go." She then cast a greedy glance at Jeanette before reluctantly departing. Susie, observing the sudden emergence of unruly youths ahead, remarked with a hint of sarcasm, "Thank you, my friend." The brown-haired youth, Hardy, turned around and introduced himself, saying, "I am Hardy, the ringleader of this street." He glanced at his companions and inquired, "Talia referred to me as the boss, correct?" Upon receiving nods from his underlings, he continued, "I am the boss of Carracin Avenue. This street is under the jurisdiction of our orphan gang. If you outsiders ever require assistance, feel free to seek us out. You can inquire at any shop along the street to find us. We welcome your visits. For tourism." He scratched his head, stumbling over some peculiar words. "Farewell." After uttering this, Hardy departed with his companions, muttering praises about his sister's sharp mind, leaving Susie with no opportunity to respond. The following morning, Atchison chose not to employ a flying spell. Instead, he rented a humble carriage to take Susie and Jeanette to the Burial Ground Academy. Their destination was the cemetery at the foot of the mountains on the western outskirts of Luoqing. Once the carriage had pulled away, Atchison turned to Susie and Jeanette with a peculiar grin and said, "Let us proceed. The academy awaits." With that, he strode inside. Susie's face twitched in horror as he whispered to Jeanette, "Indeed, this is the land of the murderer's scythe?" Atchison's displeased voice interjected, prompting Susie to quickly clarify. No. What I meant to say is that it truly is a splendid place, right, Jeanette?" "Hee ha." Atchison's booming laughter echoed from within as Jeanette shot Susie a look of exasperation before hastily entering. "Wait for me." Susie, feeling isolated, hurried after her. Upon entering, they discovered that it was merely an ordinary cemetery, leading them to look at Atchison in confusion and ask, "Elder Smith, where is the academy?" Atchison remained silent, casting a flying spell on the three of them before responding, "Naturally, we have yet to arrive." He then activated the spell, propelling them swiftly towards the towering mountains behind the cemetery. After flying for a quarter of an hour, Susie beheld a vast array of buildings emerging between the peaks. And at the center lay a mist-shrouded lake. In the midst of 6 towering spires, a modest structure on an island within the lake formed a perfect hexagram, exuding an air of mystery. As they drew closer, they noticed an increasing number of individuals soaring through the sky. Most wizards and fighters, upon spotting Atchison, instinctively lowered their altitude to let them pass, their faces reflecting a sense of reverence. "Is Elder Atchison truly that formidable?" Susie pondered in confusion. Soon, the trio descended before one of the spires, and Susie realized just how colossal the slender tower truly was. Standing before it, he could only gaze upward. Feeling as insignificant as an ant, in front of the tower stood a monument inscribed with the words Dark Mage Tower. Few individuals came and went around it, yet each exuded a profound, chilling aura. Clearly, a wizard of profound mental prowess, Atchison casually seized the arm of a passerby. The individual, evidently deep in thought, displayed a visage of anger upon being halted. But as soon as he discerned the identity of the person before him, he immediately transformed his expression into one of affable delight, exclaiming, "Professor Smith, how may I assist you?" Atchison nodded slightly and replied, "This is the newly inducted mage from Laitemi in Yorkshire. Please escort him to the administration office to register, and assist him with his enrollment procedures, if you would, Eric." Recognizing the undeniable tone in Atchison's voice, Eric readily acquiesced with a smile, saying, "Of course, Professor. By the way, make sure to register him under our dark arts department, specifically under the name of the department head." As Eric prepared to lead Susie away, Atchison instructed, "Indeed, Professor," Eric replied respectfully. Observing that Jeanette was not accompanying him, Susie inquired, "Elder Smith, where is Jeanette? Why isn't she with me?" Susie, undeterred by the imposing aura of the 8th level Archmage, held his gaze steady despite the considerable strain on his nascent consciousness, which was evident in the bloodshot appearance of his eyes. This was the formidable authority of a high-level mage, one that brooked no dissent. In the face of Atchison's sudden pressure, Susie dismissively wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled. "I promised Rebecca that I would keep a close watch on Jeanette. Surely, you wouldn't wish for me to go back on my word." The sharp retort sent beads of cold sweat down Eric's brow, fearing that a single spell from Atchison might spell doom for Susie. Meanwhile, Jeanette, standing beside Susie and witnessing his distress, cried out, "Aze, stop talking," and quickly apologized to the elder. Enduring the intense pain, Susie wiped the sweat from his forehead and replied with a grin, "I'm merely concerned that someone might abduct you. Why can't you understand that? One must always be wary, little Jean." Jeanette, upon hearing this, gazed imploringly at Atchison Smith, seemingly pleading for Susie. Atchison, however, furrowed his brow and paid no heed to Jeanette, instead coldly addressing Eric. "What are you still waiting for?" Startled, Eric felt a jolt of fear surge through him, worried that he might struggle to move Susie or, worse, face repercussions himself. Without hesitation, he cast the binding spell, the demoness cage, and swiftly pulled the immobilized Susie away. Atchison then vanished into the shadows with the weeping Jeanette. It was only after they had distanced themselves from the mage tower that Eric released Susie from the binding effect. He then asked, "My friend, I am Eric, a level 1 necromancer of the dark arts. What is your name?" Crouching on the ground, cradling his head in discomfort, Susie replied, "Susie, from Laitemi in Yorkshire. I am not yet a mage." Eric chuckled. "That is to be expected. It typically takes new students about 2 years to fully attain level 1 mage status." Noticing Susie's pained expression, he continued, "Is that girl your fiancée? In the main plane, commoners are generally betrothed by the age of 15, and given your attire, I assumed as much. No." Susie, still reeling, responded with his head bowed. "Then why did you confront Professor Smith?" Eric asked. Puzzled. "You've offended a high-ranking mage, and he is also the deputy head of our department. What were you thinking?" "I merely wish to inquire why Jeanette is not accompanying us. Who knows what madness has suddenly befallen him?" Susie also wears a countenance of gloom. "It is nothing short of an unforeseen calamity." "Hush!" Eric made a gesture for silence, glanced around, and then spoke. "I too am in the dark. Although Elder Atchison is typically stern, he only loses his temper when students err. Alas, this may be the bane of high-level sorcerers. It is said that the higher the rank, the greater the risk of losing control over one's mental faculties, leading to increasingly eccentric behavior." Noticing that Susie seemed much improved, Eric hurriedly added, "Of course, this is all gossip circulating among the upperclassmen. Now, let us swiftly attend to the registration procedures. I shall also register your dormitory." As they conversed, the two walked side by side into the distance. Chapter 12. Enlightenment. The so-called dormitory key is, in fact, a small crimson copper plate, no larger than a thumb, densely inscribed with Susie's name, affiliation, and mental energy. A sorcerer's rank is directly correlated with their mental energy. A first-level sorcerer requires a standard of 100 points, a second level 250 points, a third level 350 points, and so forth, culminating in an astonishing 24,000 points for a 9th-level sorcerer. Yet, Susie's mental energy currently stands at a mere 75 points. This slight improvement is merely a consequence of his chi refinement cultivation, still far from even the threshold of a first-level sorcerer. According to the administrative office's description, this is not only a pass for the dormitory building, but also an identification token representing Susie's status as a student. Eric selected dormitory 210 for Susie. Intrigued to discern what distinguishes one bold enough to confront Elder Atchison, thus connecting his dormitory with his own, which is 211. Although referred to as dormitories, Susie soon realized his grave error upon approaching. The structures scattered around the Mage Tower are exclusively standalone three-story villas, discreetly nestled among lush trees, exuding an air of seclusion and tranquility, due to Susie's mental fatigue from the previous evening. Eric chose to refrain from further disturbance, leading Susie to the entrance before taking his leave. Alone, Susie produced his identification token and aligned it with the peephole on the door. The door's magical array, carved from grandmother's stone, emitted a beam of red light that illuminated the copper plate. Upon reflection, the door opened automatically, revealing a lavish hall within, with a throbbing headache. Susie followed Eric's instructions to close the door and ascended to the second floor. Seeking the quiet room to restore his mental faculties, the flow of the ocean is a primary level technique within the water system's secret repository, remarkably effective in rejuvenating vitality and, indeed, beneficial for repairing mental damage. Moreover, the quiet room in the Sorcery Academy student dormitories is equipped with a magical array designed to accelerate the meditation process for mental energy. Combining these factors, Susie, who was not severely injured, restored himself to full vigor in just 5 days. Through days of diligent practice, Susie seemed to feel the exuberance of the water-based true essence coursing through his meridians. He had become somewhat enamored with this sensation. However, due to his concern for Jeanette's predicament, he was compelled to interrupt his training upon the restoration of his mental faculties and hasten to Eric's nearby dormitory. Just in time, he encountered Eric, who was preparing to step out, and approached to explain his purpose. Eric, visibly startled, exclaimed, "The deputy director is not someone you can provoke. Moreover, that young lady, being a prodigy of 1.5 standard measures, will undoubtedly catch the eye of Elder Atchison and be selected as an elite student for this term. Do not waste your efforts, please. And there's one more thing I must say. Could you refrain from dragging me into this?" Upon hearing this, Susie responded with a light-hearted smile. "Regardless, I cannot be at peace until I have had another glimpse. That I implore you, my friend, lend me your assistance." Eric sighed in resignation. "Very well. I shall only escort you to the door of the elder's office. The rest is up to you. This fellow truly is an oddity." The two departed from the dormitory area, traversing the winding path toward the Mage Tower of their department. The dormitory area was densely populated with towering trees and secluded paths. Naturally harboring some shadowy corners, Susie and Eric rounded a bend. They observed 3 men cornering 2 brightly dressed males and 2 females. Susie halted, gazing at Eric in perplexity. He had come to understand that the dark-hued mage robes represented the status of a formal magician, indicating the presence of 3 dark magic practitioners. Eric cast a disdainful glance at them, expressing his contempt. "They are merely a bunch of scoundrels and miscreants." Susie, puzzled, inquired, "What do you mean?" Though engaging in magical research required substantial financial investment, when one first attained the rank of a level 1 magician with a mere 100 points of mental strength, there was limited knowledge and few spells mastered to support experimentation. Thus, the subsidies provided by the academy were generally sufficient. Yet, there were always those who, upon ascending to the rank of magician, perceived themselves as superior, indulging in extravagance and excess, inevitably squandering their wealth. Eric gestured toward the 3 individuals, stating, "Once the money runs out and there is no family backing, one ends up like this. So they are robbing." Susie pondered Eric's words and asked, "You mentioned that low-level magicians have little access to spells. Why, then, do the freshmen fear them?" Eric sighed, a bitter smile gracing his lips. "Though the spells are few, they do exist. For instance," He pointed to himself and continued, "the necromancy summoning spell is a fundamental magic that every dark magician must master, as it is essentially our hallmark. Consequently, after freshmen have spent a year at the Magic Academy, the institution begins to gather students for classes to impart basic spells and knowledge." He elaborated. "The undead we summon can acquire fragments of skills from their soul fire through the sacrifice of animal flesh and blood or magical items. Naturally, the flesh and souls of higher beings make for the most exquisite offerings, such as humans or demons. This serves as the primary source of our dark magic, or more specifically, necromancy. After all, who understands the essence of necromancy better than the undead themselves? For instance, the demon's cage I conjured last time was derived from the bone cage of a necromancer through sacrifice. Alas, this world is still defined by its hierarchies." He murmured with a sense of lament. Susie listened in silence. Suddenly enlightened, he realized that Elder Akazin's actions towards him were not born of dissatisfaction or intimidation, but rather as a cautionary lesson. After several days of interaction, it dawned on him that perhaps only such profound teachings would allow him to discern rank and know when to advance or retreat. At that moment, he suddenly pondered whether his nonchalant and detached demeanor stemmed from his identity as a scion of a prestigious immortal cultivation family in a past life, even though he was now merely a mortal. How many cultivators would dare to show him disrespect? It appeared that he had not yet relinquished the dreams of his former existence. With a faint sigh, he reflected on his years of wandering. Surely, his sense of chivalry could not be swayed by the passage of time or go unnoticed. Thus, he nodded and replied, "They are merely a bunch of ruffians. Can this really be called a challenge?" With that, he strode toward the three mages. Seeing this, Eric shouted, Hey, what are you doing? Aren't you supposed to be looking for Elder Akazin? Don't stir up trouble, you fool." Indeed, the laws of heaven are clear, and retribution is swift. The trio, engrossed in bullying the newcomers, remained oblivious to the swift approach of Susie. In an instant, Susie delivered a forceful kick, sending one of them crashing to the ground, leaving the four newcomers in a state of bewilderment. The red-haired youth, who had been leading the group, scrambled to his feet, his face contorted with fury as he glared at Susie. Not recognizing him, he then noticed Eric behind Susie and asked, "So, Eric, is he your friend?" Although Eric wore an expression of disdain, he remained silent. Susie, calculating his next move, replied, "This senior is merely guiding me. We are not well acquainted." This statement left Eric blushing with embarrassment. The red-haired youth, upon hearing this, sneered and said, "Oh, so the newcomers have some courage these days. Do you think that mastering a bit of combat energy gives you the right to stick your neck out?" Seeing Susie's lightfootedness, he assumed Susie had awakened dual talents and was a formidable fighter. With a hint of impatience at the red-haired youth's incessant chatter and preoccupied with thoughts of Jeanette, Susie interjected, "There's no point in talking. The truth will reveal itself in battle." With that, he leaped forward, delivering a powerful strike. The red-haired youth, well-versed in combat, quickly retreated and shouted, "Ken, you and Bill hold him off while I prepare a spell." At his command, the two activated simple shields and charged forward, while the four bullied newcomers stood frozen, witnessing Susie being beset upon. Employing the rhythm of the wave-soaring song, Susie moved with grace, repelling one assailant with a single blow. His palm infused with true essence, shattering the shield with a resounding impact. Seizing the opportunity, another assailant launched a fierce punch to Susie's abdomen, striking with relentless force. The abdomen, being a vulnerable part of the body, was not something Susie would allow to be targeted. He swiftly evaded and retaliated with a palm strike that shattered the second assailant's shield. Without giving the two time to react, he unleashed two quick strikes to their necks, swiftly concluding the skirmish. Meanwhile, the red-haired youth had readied his magic during this brief interlude, displaying considerable familiarity that a skeletal swordsman, wielding a long sword, began to take shape, prompting the red-haired youth to exclaim, "Knock him out." It turned out he had learned to summon a powerful undead creature. No wonder he was so arrogant, Susie thought to himself. Just then, Eric's anxious voice reached his ears. "That's his contracted undead, a level 2 skeletal swordsman. Be careful." Upon receiving the command, the summoned undead lunged fiercely at Susie with its sword. Susie, remaining steadfast, sensed the oppressive force emanating from the creature, a chilling void of lifelessness and indifference. Just before their blades met, Susie propelled himself into the air, channeling his true essence to gather strength in his legs, and seized a branch from above to wield as a weapon. He then infused the branch with his true essence, rendering it as formidable as cold iron, and advanced to unleash the sea mantra against his foe. The swordsmanship of the undead swordsman, a culmination of its past martial prowess, relied solely on three fundamental principles: stability, precision, and ferocity, simple yet direct. This was the very weapon upon which the red-haired youth relied. In contrast, Susie's sea mantra flowed like a river into the ocean, initially languid and unperturbed, yet swelling into a mighty torrent as it reached the estuary, unstoppable and overwhelming in its gentle grace and substantial force. As their weapons clashed, the branch, imbued with Susie's painstakingly cultivated true essence, met the skeletal swordsman's bony blade without fear, resulting in a flurry of sparks from their frequent exchanges. Chapter 13. The everyday the undead is an embodiment of absolute rationality. Striking without a hint of hesitation, Susie, having immersed himself in the art of the sword for nearly 2 decades and engaged in countless battles, found that their fierce contest yielded no victor after several exchanges. Their intense clash left the onlookers trembling with fear, while the trio of red-haired youths silently lamented their misfortune in encountering such a formidable opponent. Conversely, the four individuals whom Susie sought to defend quietly slipped away at the onset of the battle. An act deemed disgraceful as a low-tier cultivator, Susie felt his true essence waning from prolonged exertion. Even with water-based techniques, he found them lacking in vigor. Thus, he cautiously sought a means to break through his adversary's defenses. In a fleeting moment, Susie adeptly redirected the momentum of his opponent's strike, then leapt back, plucking pine needles from the branch and infusing them with his true essence, rendering them as hard as cold iron and sharp as golden needles before launching them fiercely at the red-haired youth. The pine needles collided with the hastily summoned magical shield, producing a cacophony of clinks that left the youth pale with shock. As Susie readied another pine needle, the youth shouted in desperation, "Stop! Stop! I concede!" Clearly intimidated by Susie's projectile, he raised his hand in surrender and called off the skeletal swordsman's assault. Observing this, Susie also halted his attack, inwardly scoffing at the unexpected cowardice of the mage, whose allies had already fled, rendering further combat pointless. Thus, the skirmish came to an end. The red-haired youth cast a wary glance at Susie before departing silently with his two companions. "Humph, such a person is hardly worth assisting," Susie muttered to the empty corner, filled with disdain. At that moment, Eric approached awkwardly, his face flushed with shame. "But I'm sorry, Susie. This is a common occurrence in the academy, and I couldn't intervene." Having roamed the world for years, Susie understood that everyone has their struggles, and he bore no grudge. There is no need for so many words. Everyone has their difficulties. Now, please take me to Elder Akizan. Upon hearing this, Eric felt an unexpected fondness for the peculiar, babbling youth, and replied sincerely, "Let us go." As I turned my head, I was taken aback to see Akizan suddenly appear at the intersection with Jeanette. It was, after all, an invisibility spell. This revelation led Eric to feel somewhat disheartened, pondering that the deputy director must have witnessed everything that had transpired. Surely, he thought, the deputy director would look down upon him for such behavior. To his surprise, Akizan seemed preoccupied, his attention far from fixed on a mere first-level mage. Instead, he appeared to be grappling with a profound sense of frustration directed at Susie, his internal turmoil palpable. Meanwhile, Jeanette, having donned the robe emblematic of her status as a mage after several days, regarded Susie with a face full of concern. Noticing Akizan's troubled expression only heightened her anxiety. However, Susie approached Akizan with a solemn demeanor. Choosing to forego addressing Jeanette first, he bowed respectfully, expressing, "Elder, your intentions are deeply appreciated. I am profoundly grateful." Akizan, taken aback by this declaration, responded with confusion. "What?" Susie continued, "On that day, when you reprimanded me, it was to instill in me the understanding of hierarchy and the wisdom of self-preservation. Such a great kindness shall never be forgotten." Akizan, non-committal, still felt a weight in his heart. The principle of self-preservation is well understood by all, yet the nature of a stubborn bull is not easily altered. Hearing this, Susie chuckled. "The essence of a person is immutable. However, I shall heed your counsel and strive to remain less impulsive in the future." "Humph, mind your own affairs," Akizan retorted coldly before vanishing from sight, evidently quite irked by Susie's words. Only after Akizan's departure did Jeanette relax, stepping forward with genuine concern. "Aze, how are you? Has your injury healed from the last encounter? Why are you fighting again?" Jeanette's use of the word "again" left Susie feeling quite embarrassed, prompting him to deflect the conversation with a vague response. "I'm completely healed. But you, how is it that you've donned the mage robe in just 5 short days? And what arrangements has Akizan made for you?" In response to Susie's barrage of inquiries, Jeanette explained that upon being brought into the mage tower, Akizan had assigned her to a room on the 2nd floor, which included not only a bedroom but also a meditation room and a miniature library. She was granted access to the 2nd floor of the mage tower and, lifting a crystal plaque, she exclaimed, "Look, this is my identity token." The inscription, faintly visible, bore her name, Jeanette Devis, along with the number 103, indicating her mental capacity exceeded the standard for a first-level mage. Susie and Eric instinctively recoiled, hiding their own copper plaques upon seeing the exquisite and mysterious crystal token in her hand. "You are living in the mage tower. Have you been accepted as a formal disciple by Elder Smith?" Eric inquired enviously. "To be a formal disciple of a teacher at a certain academy signifies unimpeded passage along the path of low-tier magic. In a B-level magic academy, this denotes a pathway to at least mid-tier mage status." No wonder Eric looked upon her with such envy. After all, The instructors in this hallowed ground were all 6th-level mages or above. Jeanette nodded in affirmation. Yes, on that day, Teacher Smith accepted me as his disciple. Hearing that Jeanette had been taken under the wing of an 8th-level archmage, Eric sincerely congratulated her. Congratulations, Lady Jeanette. Hearing Suze's playful remarks, Jeanette recalled the absurdity of that day and broke into a radiant smile, saying, "No need for formality. Hee hee hee." After the jest, Suze extended an invitation to Jeanette and Eric to gather at his dormitory, to which they both eagerly agreed. Time passed unnoticed in their cultivation. Over the course of a year, the trio not only pursued their individual training but also made time to convene and discuss their progress. Eric, having trained for 2 years longer than Suze and Jeanette, was able to offer reminders on minor issues, helping them avoid unnecessary detours. However, due to Suze's immersion in his family's martial arts, he paid little attention to magic, resulting in his sparse contributions during their meetings, often brushing over the subject. Jeanette, aware of Suze's modest talent, mistakenly believed that his lack of progress was due to his innate limitations, and thus refrained from discouraging him on the matter. In the tranquil confines of his room, Suze sat cross-legged. Wisps of celestial energy flowed into his meridians, transforming through the refinement of the Hai Chuan Gui Luzheng Fa into a vital force imbued with Suze's consciousness. Gathering in his dantian, the dantian, situated 3 inches below the navel, resembled an abyssal sea, voraciously absorbing the majority of his vital force, as if gestating some mysterious entity. What remained within was the surplus vital force that Suze had diligently amassed through sleepless nights. His dantian, only 2/3 full, indicated his mid-stage chi refining prowess. Meanwhile, his identity token displayed a mental strength of 110 points. It was unclear how much time had passed until his stomach voiced its discontent, prompting him to reluctantly awaken from his meditative state and disperse the lingering energy in the room with a flick of his vital force. Alas, my realm is still too low to fully achieve fasting, Suze lamented, having been in deep meditation for a week. He then rose to tidy up, preparing to dine. As he descended the stairs, he encountered Jeanette, who had been granted access to the dormitory. Entering with a smile, "Shall we go eat together? It's been nearly a week." This was clearly not their first outing. Over the year, Jeanette had become well acquainted with Suze's habits and would often seek him out during her free time to help him unwind. "All right," Suze replied, unsurprised, for even he, who found joy in arduous training, required occasional respite. "Let us dine out today and invite Eric. It's been a while since I last saw him. I wonder what he has been up to." Jeanette paused for a moment before responding with a grin. "Sounds great." As they walked, although Suze was engaged in conversation with Jeanette, his mind remained preoccupied with thoughts of cultivation. It was then that Jeanette remarked, "Aze, you should be ready to advance to the rank of a 1st-level mage, shouldn't you? Classes will commence in a few days. I'll come to fetch you." Although Jeanette had the guidance of Awakens, a level 8 Grand Mage and the Deputy Director of the Dark Arts, he had little time to impart magical knowledge to her. Consequently, apart from residing in the Mage Tower, she attended classes alongside ordinary students. Upon hearing her words, Suze recollected that after advancing to mid-stage chi refining, his cultivation had enhanced his consciousness, resulting in his automatic promotion to a 1st-level mage. He felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He was woefully inadequate in his role as a mage, possessing mental strength yet finding no means to utilize it. Thus, in response to Jeanette's kind reminder, he pondered for a moment before replying. "All right." The two made their way to Eric's dormitory building, only to find a sign hanging that indicated visitors were not welcome. Suze could only say, "It seems we are the only ones leaving." A slight smirk graced Jeanette's lips as she replied, "No worries, we can invite him next time." Little did she mean it, she thought to herself. And so, the two departed side by side. Chapter 14. Bottleneck in the Spacious Hall. The 6th-level sorceress Catherine Salisbury spoke swiftly, devoid of any emotion, to the 9 newly minted dark magic students seated around her. They were currently learning the slow spell, a simple yet practical incantation that required 10 points of mental energy and lasted for 3 seconds. Rustle, rustle. The fledgling students, confronted with the lengthy incantation, lacked confidence in their memory and hastily retrieved parchment to jot down the words. As for pronunciation, they would have to rely on their recollection. Logically, Suze, who was wholly devoted to his cultivation, should not have taken this so seriously. Initially, he approached the learning of incantations with a casual mindset, but as he gradually comprehended the powerful essence of magic, his perspective began to shift. This transformation was particularly pronounced when he recognized the formidable nature of magic itself. During the theoretical class for novice sorcerers, Catherine first congratulated everyone on joining the Dark Magic Division, elucidating the merits and drawbacks of each division and explaining the necessity of specialization. Originally, the mental energy of novice sorcerers did not differentiate between the properties of magical energy. In other words, regardless of whether it was light or dark magic, as long as the incantation was mastered, sorcerers could wield it. The formation of distinct divisions stemmed from the vastness of the magical system, which one individual could not fully encompass. Even those who attempted to balance two disparate types of magic would find that only a genius could achieve mastery at higher levels. Consequently, countless historical experiences have shown that most sorcerers must choose a single division of magic to advance further along their path. Upon entering the academy, the administration conducted a series of tests to allocate the new sorcerers to their respective divisions based on the results. She stated, "Time has proven that our tests are both accurate and reasonable." This posed a significant threat. In a world where higher powers rivaled that of the 9 provinces, could Suzy, who frequently revealed his vulnerabilities, become a stepping stone for their ambitions towards the 9 provinces? He had not previously considered this, but after enduring a series of encounters, he suddenly had an epiphany during his arduous training and became acutely aware of this issue. Once exposed, his fate was all too predictable. Since his cultivation could not be disclosed, he had no choice but to genuinely embrace the path of a sorcerer, Suzy mused. However, given that he had already been confined to the realm of dark magic by Atchison, he could not defy his will and pursue a different magical path. The tranquil and monotonous hours of training swiftly slipped away, and 4 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Suzy had steadily reached the late stage of chi refinement, with his mental energy soaring to 200 points, nearing the level of a second-tier sorcerer. Sigh. After finishing his evening class, Suzy exhaled deeply and frowned. Indeed, I have reached a bottleneck. Despite his relentless efforts in cultivating his true essence over the past 6 months, his progress had stagnated without the slightest increase. This undoubtedly caused him considerable distress, leaving him feeling helpless. After reaching the advanced stage of cultivation, the sole method for further advancement lay in the utilization of foundation-building elixirs, which were essential to continue one's training. Otherwise, no matter how diligently one applied themselves, the only outcome would be the mere refinement of true essence. For Suzy, who practiced formidable techniques, this was akin to a superfluous existence. As for the cultivation of mental prowess, Suzy gazed at the magic stone in his hand, reflecting that the items distributed freely by the academy were, indeed, far from exceptional. A third-tier magic stone, aside from catering to the mundane consumption of magical practice, could only augment his mental strength by a mere 2 points. Given that a first-tier magician could only consume 2 such stones per month, Suzy would require at least a year to attain the status of a second-tier magician. In contrast, those who were normally admitted could typically increase their prowess by 5 points, achieving their goal in approximately half a year, a significant disparity. Furthermore, as magicians progressed to the later stages, the mental strength required for advancement became monumental. If Suzy continued down the conventional path of cultivation, he would inevitably be left behind. His hopes for progress in the realm of cultivation were similarly thwarted, as the absence of foundation-building elixirs left him unable to advance normally, with his originally smooth training now halted in its tracks. His mental strength could not be swiftly augmented either. Alas, he resolved to ponder alternative methods later. He refused to believe that foundation-building elixirs were an ancient invention. Surely, there existed some unknown means to facilitate advancement into the foundational period. For now, he would join Jeanette and the others. Setting aside his worries, Suzy departed the dormitory, making his way to the designated meeting point with the new students of the dark arts. Since the commencement of the academy's courses, the few fellow students of the dark arts had consciously formed a small circle and held regular gatherings to exchange ideas. "Let us return to our usual haunt today," remarked Colin Haggai, a first-tier magician from Norichi, who, aside from Jeanette, possessed the highest mental prowess among the new dark arts students, having reached 233 points. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, news of his advancement to the second tier could be expected within 2 months. Thus, he had become a de facto leader among the group. Upon hearing this, Suzy smiled and replied, "Of course." Consequently, Colin led the group towards the transportation station at the academy's entrance, preparing to board the aerial bus en route to the Astronomical Observation Club in Low City. The study of magic is not only perilous, but also exceedingly tedious, in the realm of high-risk, high-intensity research. If one does not seek out methods of alleviation, the likelihood of mental collapse is significantly heightened. Thus, Even without the intention of exchanging information, they would spontaneously organize similar gatherings. Haha, Suze, it seems I must trouble you yet again, Colin remarked with a grin on the aerial bus. What can I say? You are the only one capable of creating such delectable dishes. Today is the day I look forward to most every month, chimed in the others aboard the bus. Suze laughed heartily. Since we are all friends and contemporaries, there is no need for formality. Ever since Eric's advancement to a second-tier magician, matters have become more abundant, resulting in Suze spending more time with Colin and the others, naturally fostering a closer bond. The group traversed Sheffield Avenue, heading directly towards the adjacent Carracin Avenue, aiming for a self-service restaurant named Hardy Siblings at the end of the street. Upon entering the restaurant, the waiter Jay greeted them with a standard smile and inquired, Lord Susie, shall we proceed to the private room on the second floor? Susie nodded in affirmation and replied, let us adhere to our usual arrangement. You needn't concern yourself with us. Attend to the other patrons instead. By the way, where is your superior, Hardy? Jay chuckled and said, the boss just stepped out, mentioning something about needing to handle a matter at the docks. Upon hearing this, Susie chose not to elaborate further and turned to the group, declaring, let us ascend. Feel free to gather the ingredients you desire. I shall prepare the meal. Colin laughed. Then we shall not hold back. Haha, come along, Moshi lied. The roast chicken from last time was truly delightful. I would trouble Susie to recreate it today. Thus, the group eagerly ventured to the food selection area to seek out their preferred dishes. After indulging in a hearty meal, Susie and the others requested the waiter to tidy up the private room. Once the door was closed and a barrier was discreetly established, they commenced this month's meeting. I shall begin. Colin, noticing that Jeanette and Susie had no intention of speaking, pondered for a moment before continuing. Surely everyone is aware that the majority of our dark magic spells are inscribed in the ancient Nordic tongue, a language whose complexity you have all experienced firsthand. He surveyed the room with a smile, finally casting a glance at Susie before adding, if one were to mispronounce during battle, it could lead to quite the predicament. Therefore, I possess a version of the Phantom Dash inscribed in Saxon proven effective, I assure you. So what is it that you desire? The female mage Wanda Hansa, who specialized in shadow magic and found the Phantom Dash particularly vital, spoke up from Colin's right. Seeing the anticipation from the others, Colin replied, then, I propose either a quasi-level 3 magical item or a primary ingredient for a nightmare potion. Hearing Colin's terms, Wanda's expression fell, and she turned away, realizing that even the Saxon version of Phantom Dash was not worth trading for such a precious quasi-level 3 magical item. She resigned herself to mastering the vexing Saxon tongue. Colin, your price is exorbitant. To be honest, it is not worth that much, grumbled the rotund Moshi, holding up 3 fingers, 30 pieces of level 3 magical stones. No more. Colin scoffed quietly, choosing not to respond. Consequently, Moshi fell silent as well, and the atmosphere grew tense with silence. Finally, Colin smiled nonchalantly, refusing to lower his price, and declared, very well, the transaction is deemed unsuccessful. Does anyone else have items they wish to trade? Following Colin's statement, 2 others presented magical items or information for exchange. One succeeded while the other did not. The meeting continued smoothly, yet regrettably, it did not yield the foundational elixir Susie urgently sought. He pondered that perhaps he would never find it in this lifetime and would need to seek alternative paths. Chapter 15. The food spirit spider magical items from the main plane are categorized into levels 1 through 4, with level 1 being the highest and level for the lowest. However, magical spells span 9 levels. The tier of a spell is determined by its consumption, while its potency is naturally proportional to that consumption. The first level of magic consumes between 0 to 100 points of mental energy. The second level consumes between 101 to 200 points, and the third level, between 201 to 300 points. Each tier of magic possesses distinct consumption values. For instance, the spell known as Phantom Sprint, a Nevian variant, requires a mere 15 points of mental energy and has a casting time of 1.5 seconds, allowing the caster to move swiftly for a duration of 4.5 seconds, categorizing it as a first-level spell. Although the Saxon variant features a considerably larger vocabulary, it benefits from being the native tongue of the magicians, thus the casting time does not increase significantly. Therefore, the revised spell tier has not escalated. Rather, it has simply become easier to cast. In terms of the value of Phantom Sprint, it is not particularly worth much. Colin evidently does not genuinely intend to sell it, which is why he sets an exorbitant price to deter potential buyers. Observing the fervent discussion without acquiring the desired information, Susie recalled Hardy's visit to the docks. He signaled to the group, indicating a need to step away quietly. Coincidentally, since their first encounter on the very first day in Luocheng, the members of the Magic Academy had met Hardy, who was soliciting business at the entrance of the buffet during their first outing. This encounter led Susie to connect with the orphan gang. The orphan gang consists of children from the vicinity of Karasan Avenue, led by the siblings Hardy and Talia. Typically, the gang organizes members age 15 and above to work at the rearport docks to support themselves, while also occupying territory on Karasan Avenue, collecting protection fees. Their fierce and reckless determination has enabled them to establish a foothold in a neighborhood rife with rogues, villains, and thieves, living without worries, yet far removed from tranquility. Susie admires their self-reliance and their choice to refrain from wrongdoing, which is why he frequents their establishment whenever he is out. He imagines the orphan gang wreaking havoc at the docks. Chuckling to himself, and happily resumes his activities. Feeling somewhat troubled, Susie decided to take a stroll and, after informing Jay, he inquired about the location and headed there. The rearport docks serve as the second largest cargo terminal in Luocheng, where members of the orphan gang typically work, and brawling for money is a common occurrence. Susie did not dwell on it for long. Was at warehouse 827 in Zone C, navigating through the bustling, unloading area. Susie maneuvered past workers drenched in sweat, his clean attire standing out starkly and attracting numerous gazes. Soon, rows of tall, antiquated warehouses came into view, and as he counted the numbers, he made his way directly to warehouse 827. There it was. Approaching, he found the large door slightly ajar, eerily quiet as if no one existed within. Susie furrowed his brow, sensing something was amiss. It was too silent, indeed, as he drew closer to the entrance. The scent of blood grew increasingly pungent. This did not resemble a typical brawl among thugs. Susie softly intoned a spell, Veil of Night. Instantly, 17 points of mental energy dissipated, and with a subtle ripple of magical energy, he vanished into the shadows cast by the warehouse. He stilled his presence and ventured inside, where he was met with the sight of approximately 40 unconscious individuals strewn across the floor. With Hardy lying among them, before the warehouse, a figure lay sprawled on the ground. Upon closer inspection, Susie realized it was Talia, Hardy's sister. He observed quietly, as the situation remained unclear. Rash actions would only jeopardize both his life and theirs. The unconscious individual bore remnants of white fabric, the nature of which eluded Susie. He fixed his gaze on the shadows at the rear of the warehouse. In such a mysterious scenario, the first-level mage Susie dared not employ his mental energy to scan the area, instead channeling his true essence into his eyes to enhance his vision. After a quarter of an hour, the warehouse remained eerily silent. Just as Susie began to doubt his own suspicions, he suddenly heard footsteps approaching from the shadows, a considerable number of them, prompting him to crouch down quietly. Upon seeing the newcomers, his heart sank in terror, and his pulse quickened uncontrollably. He noticed the figures halting to listen. Realizing the peril of his situation, Susie swiftly activated the tortoise breathing technique. Akin to an ancient tortoise in meditation, utterly silent. Indeed, after Susie's stillness, the approaching figures failed to detect his presence hidden in the shadows. Emerging from the gloom was the venomous spider, the very creature that had previously battled against the likes of Ryapot and others. Yet absent were Eve and the others. Even Maggie, who had commanded the venomous spider, was nowhere to be seen. The venomous spider appeared particularly battered, with deep gashes marred across its back, oozing with a mixture of red and white fluids. And 2 of its legs were broken, and, oh wonder, Susie had sensed multiple footsteps. It was the result of grave injuries impeding their movement. Where had Eve and the others gone? Susie recalled the calamity inflicted upon the tribunal at the hands of the Black Roses, forming conjectures in his mind. However, he dared not stir, terrified of making even the slightest noise. He was no longer the naive fool he once was. Susie now understood that this seemingly near-death creature before him was the notorious spirit-eating spider of the magical realm, a malevolent being that delighted in consuming the undead, a formidable existence of the 7th tier. This was the very entity that had subdued the 8th-level mage, Akazan, with ease, even in its current state of injury. It was not something a mere first-level mage, along with a late-stage chi refinement practitioner, could dare confront. But wait, this was not the same spider. Upon closer inspection, Susie noted that the shadow spider bore only 5 white scars upon its abdomen, whereas a 7th-tier spider should possess 10, including the 3 innate scars it was born with. Thus, this spider was merely at the 2nd tier, comparable to a great duelist or a third-level mage. And in its injured state, it could only reach the pinnacle of a second-level mage. Having witnessed the dread of the spider, Suze comprehended its inherent advantage against undead mages, particularly as his own expertise lay largely within necromancy. Yet, he mused silently. I am not solely a practitioner of necromancy. At this moment, events were unfolding in a manner that aligned with Suze's grim expectations. The incapacitated shadow spider circled the unconscious individuals, expelling strands of silk. Only then did Suze realize that the white remnants on them were indeed the silk of the spirit-eating spider. Clearly, the creature sought to perform a sacrificial ritual to summon the undead. Suze discerned the spider's intent. It aimed to sacrifice the unconscious individuals to consume the undead for healing. Once the spirit-eating spider completed its sacrificial array, Hardy and the others would be left with no escape. He pondered meticulously over the magical artifacts he had acquired during his years at the academy, realizing that the only one of any practical use was the semi-level for magical item, slow sand, which he had concocted himself. This particular concoction was specifically designed to enhance the effects of the slow spell, costing Suze nearly 10 level 3 magical stones. However, given that the magical spider was inherently a nemesis of the undead, Suze intended to employ it solely to rescue others while he restrained the spider. He perceived that this magical arachnid seemed to be evading something. Otherwise, why would it be lurking in such a secluded corner? As the sacrificial array was nearing completion, Suze seized the opportunity, silently invoking the incantation and hurling the magical materials contained within a glass vial towards the spider. The creature, however, was astute and expelled silk to ensnare the vial before it could touch the ground. Suze let out a cold chuckle, swiftly channeling the mental energy attached to it. With a resounding crash, a cloud of gray dust enveloped the area within a meter of the spider, causing its movements to slow as it found itself at the center of the slow sand. Still wary, Suze expended 15 points of mental energy to cast Phantom Haste upon himself, and then summoned his level 3 companion, the skeleton swordsman, at the cost of 30 points of mental energy. Accepting the bone sword handed to him by the skeleton swordsman, he enhanced the blade's sharpness with an additional 7 points of mental energy before synchronizing his consciousness to issue commands to the skeleton swordsman, who charged directly at the second-tier food spirit spider. His directive was clear: to rescue the captives as swiftly as possible, while he himself focused on holding the creature at bay. The skeleton swordsman moved with remarkable speed. Yet the magical spider was even swifter. Despite the dual negative effects of the slow sand and the spell, the naturally agile food spirit spider demonstrated exceptional reflexes, frantically waving its forelimbs to prevent Suze from striking its vulnerable back. It then expelled a strand of silk towards the ceiling of the storage shed, swiftly ascending to evade direct confrontation with Suze. An odd, piercing sound reached Suze's ears as 3 shadows began to materialize beneath the magical spider. These were the summoned undead slaves of the arachnid. Without hesitation, and lacking the means to fly, Suze charged forward just before the spider's undead minions could manifest. Chapter 16. The mystery of the wooden pendant. The 3 figures rapidly took shape, 2 skeletal undead and 1 incorporeal spirit. One of the skeletons wielded a white bone staff, identifying it as a skeleton mage, while the other brandished a longsword, akin to Suze's combat companion, Cordelin. The nature of the third incorporeal spirit remained elusive. Suze attuned his senses to their auras, discovering that they were all level 3 undead, not of a higher echelon. Thus, he steeled himself, maneuvering strategically to seek an opportunity to breach the protection surrounding the skeleton mage. The duration of the haste spell was fleeting, and the current combat scenario was ill-suited for its continued use, prompting Suze to refrain from casting it again. Instead, he harnessed the wave-treading song mental technique and commenced the melee. The skeleton swordsman's swordplay was straightforward yet vicious, proving challenging even for Suze to counter, especially with the nearby elusive female spirit whose abilities were uncertain. Consequently, Suze adopted a cautious approach, opting for defense over offense. Crack! With a single stroke, he severed 2 skeletal pillars, and Suze stepped forth from the skeletal mage's bony prison, casting a wary glance at the female spirit while continuing his fierce engagement with the skeletal swordsman. A wail erupted. Observing the swamp forming beneath Suze's feet, the skeletal mage imparted a physical enhancement to the swordsman, prompting a piercing shriek that sent a visible wave of energy hurtling towards Suze. Now was the moment. Suze had awaited the demonic spider to weave its thread, granting him the opportunity to close the distance. Like a coiled spring, he sprang upwards, seizing the spider's silk and rapidly climbing. His speed so immense that even the spider's attempts to sever the thread were in vain. Once Suze was within reach, the demonic spider would meet its demise in this life-and-death moment. The small, cold, multifaceted eyes of the demonic spider gleamed with malice, its body beginning to tremble. The already battered form of the creature was now marred by an even greater multitude of gruesome wounds. A sight most dreadful. This was the chaotic shriek. In its desperate plight, the spirit-eating demonic spider finally unleashed its innate magical prowess. The third-tier chaotic shriek spell, consuming 330 points of mental energy, summoned a tempest of psychic fury to annihilate its foe's mental fortitude. With Suze's meager 200 points of mental energy, he was utterly incapable of withstanding such an onslaught. Amidst the shriek, a tempest erupted above the cargo hold, shattering all within its grasp. The three servants beneath the spider were instantly torn apart by the soul fire unleashed in the wake of the shriek. Leaving only a scattering of bones. Suze, clinging to the spider's silk, was the prime target. Despite having glimpsed its description within magical tomes, he was woefully unprepared for the creature's innate magic in this moment. He experienced its devastating power firsthand. The overwhelming psychic assault shattered Suze's mental defenses without mercy, leaving no room to spare as it sought to rend his very soul. This was clearly a last-ditch effort by the spirit-eating demonic spider. Under the immense pain, Suze lost control of his body and began to plummet. Yet, just as his soul teetered on the brink of annihilation, a mysterious wooden pendant, which had resided quietly at his dantian for many years, suddenly erupted with a radiant yellow-green light, shielding his soul. Regaining his composure, Suze halted his descent, grasping the spider silk with one hand and leaping onto the back of the demonic spider. After expending its innate magical capabilities, the spider was finally brought to its knees. Suze channeled his true essence and drove his sword into its head, ending its vile existence. With the spider now bereft of control, its body fell, and Suze deftly caught hold of the dense webbing above, slowly descending. It was then that Suze beheld the grim reality within the cargo hold. Over 20 souls remained, unable to escape, evidently caught in the crossfire of the recent battle, many of whom were members of the orphan gang he recognized. Fortunately, his companion Cole had been situated just outside the range of the spider's magical assault and had narrowly escaped. Thankfully, Hardy had managed to rescue him, yet Suze's heart weighed heavy as he glanced at Talia, still suspended in midair. He pondered how he would explain the situation to Hardy. The bond between the siblings was profound, and Suze worried that Hardy might act rashly. Sighing, he gathered his resolve, leaping into action to sever the resilient spider silk with his sword's energy, descending to embrace Talia. What now? Upon encountering Talia, Suze was astonished to discover that she still possessed a pulse. In bewilderment, he laid her down on the ground, struggling to comprehend how she had survived amidst the overwhelming chaos of the shrieking void. After an extensive mental scan, he found no answers and reluctantly decided to cease his efforts. He felt a twinge of frustration regarding Hardy and the others who remained unconscious, as he had no immediate means to awaken them. Thus, he resolved to first attend to the corpse of the soul-eating spider. Suze mused to himself that such a rare arachnid magical creature held its greatest value in its silk sac and spider silk, as well as the concentrated magical crystal embodying its essence. The magical crystal of a second-tier soul-eating spider was a significant magical material, equivalent to a moderately powerful fourth-tier magical item. The silk contained within the sac could be woven into a wizard's robe. With utmost caution, Suze extracted the silk sac and the magical crystal. Casting a regretful glance at the unprocessed spider silk above him, he planned to report the incident to the nearest magistrate, leaving the perplexity of the soul-eating spider's appearance in Luoqing to them. Just as he prepared to stow away the magical crystal, his companion, the undead cauldron, emitted a sudden surge of frantic spiritual energy, seemingly in response to the crystal. "What's this, cauldron? Are you interested in the magical crystal?" Suze queried, bemused, tossing the crystal lightly and passing it over to his astonishment. Upon seizing the crystal, the skeletal swordsman tilted his head back and swallowed it whole. Suze stood dumbfounded. Was it not the case that undead beings evolved by consuming soul flames? However, clarity dawned upon him, as he recalled the fleeting silhouette of the magical spider within the crystal at the moment Cauldron had grasped it. So, even the soul has not escaped, he mused aloud. After providing a succinct explanation to Jay, Suze dispatched him to the police station to file a report, instructing him to merely mention the enormous spider corpse. The unconscious individuals, and the peculiar white fabric, he would remain here in the meantime. Jay, having received his orders, swiftly made his way to the designated location. Su-Zhe timed the passage of half an hour. He finally sensed the hurried approach of the magistrate personnel at the fringes of his consciousness. Upon confirming their uniforms, he discreetly touched the silk sack and swiftly departed from the shadows. Upon receiving the report, the police station recognized the occurrence of a magical incident and promptly dispatched a small team from the magistrate in the warehouse battlefield. The 5-member team ignored the blood-stained ground and the terrifying corpse of the spider as they commenced their search. "Captain, this is remarkable. This is a second-tier soul-eating spider, and it was slain by a single individual," exclaimed a gray-haired girl, picking up a third-tier magical sensing crystal as she delved into its depths with her mental energy. She could only detect the spiritual fluctuations of Su-Zhe in the soul-eating spider, while the 4 undead were automatically regarded as their summoned entities. Let me see. Besides the magical aura of the soul-eating spider, there is a residue of dark magic. This must be the aura of the one who killed the spider. Wow, there's also the essence of water-based combat magic. Could it be a dual practitioner? The girl remarked in astonishment. "I had no idea we had such formidable individuals in our jurisdiction. Judging by the aura of his spellcasting, he can't be more than second tier, yet he single-handedly took down a second-tier magical spider." Indeed, although this entity has sustained injuries, it is not something an ordinary second-tier mage can contend with. It must be a demon hunter, interjected another burly man, marveling at the absence of the silk pouch and magic crystal. Truly a job executed with remarkable cleanliness. So inexperienced. The team leader, a corpulent figure, squinted at a shard of glass, contemplating where the term exclusive should appear. Apart from our adjudication hall, he meticulously examined the glass fragments in the pool of blood, exclaiming, "Academy exclusive. Is it a mage from the resting place?" Upon this realization, his thoughts instantly turned to the resting place. However, since the magical spider was dead, unless there were new developments, this matter would remain at a standstill for the time being. "William, go rouse them. And, little AI," that he drawled in a tone meant to curry favor. "The task of writing the report falls to you." With that, he swiftly turned and departed. "Team leader, you are once again like this," complained a gray-haired girl named Xiao Ai, but alas, the leader had already vanished from sight. After a moment of stillness, Su-Zhe repeatedly pondered the incantation in his mind, discovering no anomalies. It was merely a formula for refining magical artifacts. Could it be the method for refining the wooden pendant? Since that last venture into the mysterious space, he had been unable to manipulate the wooden pendant, and now with the addition of a new incantation, he was left wondering what would transpire post-refinement. However, an idea struck Su-Zhe, prompting him to rush to the Academy's trading market, where he spent 6 third-tier magic stones to acquire a 4-sided enchanted full-length mirror. Followed by a magical crystal ball. He realized that his entire fortune had dwindled to a mere 23 magic stones and couldn't help but chuckle wryly. Casting spells truly burns through one's finances. All right, he exhaled softly, beginning the incantation. "Spirit of the mirror, gaze upon all directions. Eye of the crystal, be my eye," dividing 16 points of mental energy to attach to the mirror. He then moved to the center and grasped the crystal. A faint sound signified the successful casting of the crystal image magic spell. As long as the mage did not sever the mental connection, the magic would remain unbroken. "Now, let us commence the refinement." Su-Zhe immersed his entire focus into his dantian, attaching it to the wooden pendant, and began the refinement according to the incantation. Chapter 17. The hope of foundation establishment. Thus, even in the extraordinarily abundant spiritual energy of the primary plane, Su-Zhe dared not force a breakthrough without foundation establishment pills and spirit stones, resulting in him being stuck in the late stages of chi refinement for years with no recourse. Yet before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, the familiar sensation of spatial transition swept over him, and upon opening his eyes again, Su-Zhe found himself in this unfamiliar space for the second time. The small island at the heart of the lake and the tranquil waters had remained unchanged over the years. However, as soon as Su-Zhe stepped onto the pavilion of the small island, a yellow-green barrier enveloped the entire isle, and then the island rapidly retreated, akin to a beam of sword light. The surrounding serene lake suddenly erupted into monstrous waves, crashing against the protected island with tremendous force. Su-Zhe harbored no doubt that without the protection of the mysterious barrier, the entire island along with himself would be instantaneously obliterated, leaving not a trace behind. The violent upheaval of the heavens left Su Zhe feeling as though his very heart were being rent asunder. He unconsciously braced himself against the stone table, his hands straining with visible veins, revealing the extent of his effort. Gradually, amidst the tumultuous waves, a resounding roar echoed, and even the thunderous clamor of the surging waters could not overshadow it. Something was rising from the depths, a force so formidable that even a practitioner at the yuanying stage utilizing the mountain-moving technique could not compare. Between the towering waves, Su Zhe beheld a colossal dark cliff slowly ascending from the heart of the lake. The deafening sound grew clearer as the cliff rose, striking terror into Su Zhe's heart, causing his legs to tremble. Yet, the monstrous waves crashed violently against it, unable to displace it in the slightest. Standing resolute like a stabilizing pillar of the sea, as the dark cliff reached a height of 500 zhang, it gradually came to a halt, and the roiling lake began to calm. At this moment, a swiftly moving island came to a quiet stop, revealing a floating bridge that silently emerged from the pavilion leading to the cliff. Observing this phenomenon, Su Zhe endeavored to steady his mind before casting his gaze upon the dark cliff. There, inscribed prominently in the center, were the 4 characters Lu H Su K, written in the script of the 9 provinces. A crimson hue symbolizing death seemed to drip from the stone, instilling a profound sense of dread. Su Zhe stroked his chin, internally affirming that this was indeed a family treasure. Yet he pondered its true significance, finding himself at a loss for answers. His attention shifted to the floating bridge leading to the cliff, prompting him to rise and approach it. Since he could not derive any conclusions, he decided to investigate further. Testing the waters, he discerned no immediate danger, and thus, with utmost caution, he stepped onto it. The bridge was lengthy, and even as a late-stage qi refinement practitioner, he found it necessary to employ his true essence to hasten his pace. After more than an hour, Su Zhe finally neared the cliff, his astonishment deepening. It was evident that the creation of such a cliff was beyond mere human capability. The floating bridge connected to the cliff by a narrow path, and Su Zhe lightly leaped onto it. Climbing towards the 4 characters Lu H Su K above, another hour passed before he reached the character K, coming to a halt. Before him stood a door, with the words Heirs of the Flame of Legacy inscribed on the right side, warning that disciples must not be greedy, and that entrance was permitted only once in a lifetime. Upon witnessing this, Su Zhe's mind filled with speculation, and he cautiously pushed the door open. As it creaked ajar, he beheld stone caverns on either side, each housing a practitioner clad in Taoist robes, initially startling him. However, as he sensed no life force emanating from them, he realized that these individuals had all succumbed to stillness. Su Zhe remained silent, traversing through all the stone chambers, each containing the remains of practitioners who had passed on. Thus, he understood the true nature of the blood repository. It dawned upon him that this was the Su family's secret legacy vault. Though he remained unaware of its specific tier, the legacy vault was categorized into 3 levels: Foundation Establishment, Golden Core, and Yuanying. As for those above Yuanying, there was no necessity for a secret vault, for once they fell, their remains would be exceedingly difficult to preserve. All valuables would inevitably be plundered. There were inscriptions above. Su Zhe casually selected a chamber, but as he attempted to enter, an invisible force repelled him. It was the effect of a restriction, yet this also revealed the inscriptions that had been concealed within. Descendant of the Su family, the 5791st generation, Su Yunhe lies eternally here. Upon reading this, Su Zhe proceeded to search each chamber, discovering the names of the descendants of the Su family Yun lineage, the earliest tracing back over 1,000 years, while the most recent belonged to a figure from a century ago. Indeed, this was the family's legacy blood repository. Heaven has not forsaken me. He approached the end, noticing inscriptions above that read, Blood Bank 8 gates, 1 entry and 1 exit. Do not take excessively, and do not leave empty. However, Su Zhe's cultivation at the qi refinement stage was utterly inadequate here. Each stone chamber was fortified with restrictions, while these would not cause harm, without sufficient strength to break the barriers. Acquiring the remnants of the predecessors was a futile endeavor. It was likely that the elder cultivators wished to prevent their lifelong collections from falling into unworthy hands, for the world of cultivation was fraught with peril, without the requisite power for protection. How could one traverse further along the path of cultivation? At that moment, the candle had long since burned out, leaving only the dim glow of the magical lamp overhead in the serene chamber. The crystal orb rolled to the ground, evidently interrupting the magical projection within. Nevertheless, it should suffice. He picked up the crystal orb and infused it with the remaining 3 points of spiritual energy. Subsequently, The orb illuminated, revealing scenes of Suze within the secret chamber. Indeed, it was a spatial artifact, Suze murmured to himself, witnessing in the projection as his form suddenly vanished, leaving only a wooden pendant in its place. Then the crystal orb extinguished, the imagery dissipating. The treasures of the 9 provinces were categorized into 4 tiers: magical tools, spiritual tools, magical treasures, and spiritual treasures. Spatial artifacts were at least of the magical treasure tier, while spiritual treasures possessed innate spirit beings, also known as sentient spiritual treasures. Within the wooden pendant named Dragon Soul of the Luo River, Suze discerned no presence of a spirit, leading him to this conclusion. Despite acquiring a precious item, Suze found no joy in it. He recalled the formless remnants of his esteemed family ancestors seated within the stone chamber, and a fervent desire to pursue the Tao ignited within him. The thoughts of a cultivator are as swift as lightning. In an instant, Suze calmed his mind, retrieving a magical stone to restore his spiritual energy. After a quarter of an hour, Suze carefully stored the magical stone, which now held only a trace of spiritual energy. Shaking his head with a wry smile, lamenting his impoverished state, he then vanished without a trace, continuing to explore the remnants he could acquire from the blood bank. In the dimly lit chamber, only the wooden pendant remained, quietly awaiting. Days later, after enduring sleepless nights, Suze's complexion had turned pale, yet his resolve was unwavering. He discarded the magical stone devoid of any spiritual energy. Gazing at the pile of worthless rubble that represented all his possessions, feeling a pang of sorrow in his heart. However, in the next moment, he silently disappeared from the tranquil chamber. Within the Yunmen stone cavern, Suze stood before the final stone chamber, his heart racing with anxiety. What if this one remained inaccessible as well? He refrained from dwelling further on the thought and began to repeat his previous actions, gathering spiritual energy, penetrating the restriction, and assessing its strength. Indeed, it was still futile. His cultivation was too low. However, employing the methods of a magician could be worth a try, based on his recent attempts. The majority of the restrictions within the stone chambers required over 600 points of spiritual energy to breach. He had witnessed one particularly outrageous restriction that demanded a staggering 1,000 points of spiritual energy to unlock. Such power was expected only from cultivators at the Golden Core stage. However, what alleviated his despair was that he ultimately discovered a restriction he could break within a decade. The Master of the Remnants, known as Su Yu-Yin, possessed a mental strength of 400 points, indicating he was likely an early-stage foundation-building practitioner. Yet, how he managed to enter the blood bank remained a mystery, suggesting he possessed extraordinary capabilities. Nevertheless, Suze reflected on his own mental strength of 200 points and considered his innate talents, feeling a wave of melancholy wash over him. Indeed, the heavens were fair. Could it be that one cannot simultaneously attain both cultivation and magic? To elevate his mental strength to 400 points and become a level 3 magician, he was uncertain how long it would take by conventional means. It seemed necessary to devise a way to earn magic stones. Sitting quietly in the meditation room, Suze contemplated methods to swiftly enhance his mental strength. Aside from magic stones, the only other option was potions. However, relying solely on the 6 level 3 magic stones dispensed by the Academy each month would undoubtedly be insufficient, so he needed to think of a way to earn more magic stones. He decided to visit the Information Management Center. Gathering the discarded magic stones from the ground, Suze made his way toward the Information Management Center located near the Water Mage Tower, a hub where wizards could post tasks. Whether it be senior students or academy instructors, they could offer a bounty for others to assist when it was inconvenient for them to act personally. Previously, Suze had refrained from accepting tasks as he had no need for magic stones, but now, in his pursuit to elevate his mental strength to 400 points and grasp that elusive hope, he had no choice but to cease his solitary cultivation and become busier. Chapter 18. Eric's invitation potions capable of enhancing mental strength came with a hefty price, and since Suze aspired to become a level 3 magician swiftly, he would need to use these potions continuously. Otherwise, relying on his own mental strength to absorb the spiritual particles drifting through the world would yield painfully slow results. Just as he stepped outside, he spotted Eric, who had seemingly vanished for nearly a year, rushing toward the Information Management Center, as well that Suze hurried to catch up with him, inquiring, "What's the matter, Eric?" In response to Eric's query, Suze sheepishly touched his nose and replied, "It has been quite a while since my mental strength improved. I plan to purchase some potions to give it a try." His statement was half-truth, and he was not overly concerned about being exposed. "I see. Well, My mentor was just about to send me to the center to post a task. Why don't you take a look and see if you're interested? Upon hearing Suze's words, Eric handed him a strip of magical crystal while simultaneously asking, task, repair requirements, proficient in bone rebirth with a minimum mental strength of 200 points, dark element students, reward, 2 level 3 magic stones per day or 200 level for magic stones. Duration, daily from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. for a minimum of 3 months. After reviewing the information within the crystal, Suze understood the implications and was intrigued. He then inquired, do you know in which region of the undead plane your teacher's companion resides? Eric chuckled and replied, remember, you must never ask about this. Furthermore, you should never disclose the location of your companion in the undead plane to anyone. Upon hearing this, Suze recognized the associated risks and nodded in acknowledgement. Declaring, I will accept this task, Eric remarked, very well. However, we are still a few short. I shall proceed to the counter to issue the tasks, and will seek you out shortly. With that, he hurried off towards the task issuance desk. Suze remained stationary, contemplating the implications of Eric's words. It was evident from this task that a fierce conflict was imminent in the region where Eric's mentor's companion spirit resided. This heralded the impending advancement of a mid-tier necromancer lord. Each ascension signified the extinguishing of countless soul fires. Currently, Eric's mentor, Allison Keppel, was a level 6 sorceress of the dark arts, rumored to have lingered at the pinnacle of her level for nearly 2 centuries. If his estimations held true, her prolonged stagnation and advancement was likely attributable to her companion spirit. It was anticipated that her companion, a level 20 necromancer lord, was on the verge of becoming a sovereign, reconstituting its corporeal form. However, Eric's words suggested that Allison had amassed numerous adversaries. Upon witnessing the spell of bone reanimation and the stipulated minimum duration of 3 months, Suze deduced that a battle for ascension was forthcoming in Allison's companion spirit's domain. Just as he intended to inquire further about the specific location to prepare his own companion, Cole, Eric fell silent, indicating that the situation regarding his mentor was far from optimistic. The necessity for Eric to risk exposure by issuing tasks underscored the gravity of their circumstances. It was well known that high-tier skeletal lords typically commanded several skeletal mage subordinates proficient in bone reanimation, yet Allison was still compelled to issue tasks in the primary plane. This suggested a situation that was not merely dire. Shaking his head, Suze cast aside these distracting thoughts and sent a cautionary message to Cole, choosing to disregard the matter further. Currently, Cole's level was too low. A level 3 skeletal swordsman lacked even the qualifications to serve as cannon fodder on the battlefield. He entered the task hall, where the sparsely populated room greeted him. Was this truly the task hall? Suze pondered, realizing that those willing to issue tasks were mostly high-tier mages, and there were various means to address such needs beyond merely posting tasks. Gatherings organized by contemporaries in the dark arts, such as himself, served similar purposes. Thus, a lack of individuals was entirely reasonable. As Suze perused the task information displayed on the magical crystal screen, he calculated his options. Having already accepted a task from mentor Allison, he needed to free up his evening to undertake a task that could be completed during the day. Hundreds of task listings flashed rapidly before him. The shadow bamboo of the misty forest glen. The timing was perfect, with a reward of 10 level 3 magic stones per piece, and no upper limit. Quite satisfactory. Having selected the task, Suze approached the counter, removed the copper plate from his wrist, and declared, task number 1056. The female mage at the counter smiled and replied, very well, please hold on a moment. She then scanned Suze's copper plate, appending his name to the task for the shadow bamboo, which already bore a string of names. Evidently, he was not the only one to accept this task. Exercise caution. You are not the sole individual undertaking this task, the female mage kindly advised. Noting Suze's nonchalant demeanor, the inked jade shadow bamboo is a first-tier magical plant, with its most valuable part concealed deep within the earth, the shadow root. This time, the target of the mission is also this plant. However, the shadow bamboo is inherently sensitive. When faced with imminent danger, the shadow root will forsake its above-ground form and burrow underground, to a depth that even earth mages find insurmountable. Interestingly, despite being a plant, the inkjade shadow bamboo has a penchant for blood and frequently preys upon nearby beasts. This presents a potential breakthrough, thought Suze. Just then, he spotted Eric emerging from the task release counter and recalled that aside from a few magical items, he possessed no magic stones. The Academy's stipend for the month had yet to arrive, so he forced a chuckle and said, Eric, Are you in a generous mood? Eric, upon hearing this, replied with a smile. How many do you need? I can lend you up to 10 without a problem. That's rather excessive, for will suffice. Suze waved his hand, indicating that he needed less, after agreeing on a time to visit Mentor Allison's residence the next day. Suze took the 4 third-tier magic stones he had just borrowed from Eric and made his way to the trading center, intending to purchase the magical materials he required for the impending concoction. Ultimately, he spent just over 2 magic stones to acquire a box of first-tier magical creature blood and a set of materials for a basic perception amplification spell, before hurriedly heading back to his dormitory with an armful of items. On the way, Suze couldn't help but lament the inconvenience of not having a storage bag in the main plane. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He did possess a spatial talisman. However, he quickly recalled that in a place rife with high-level powers, frequent use of the wooden pendant could easily lead to exposure. Thus, he resolved to use the spatial function of the pendant cautiously in the future, storing only the most valuable items within. Upon returning to his room, he dutifully hung a sign to decline visitors, then began to prepare the perception amplification potion. This was a quasi-4th-tier potion, quite simple to concoct, primarily intended for ordinary people and low-intelligence magical creatures. To deceive their senses, Suze planned to use this potion in conjunction with the box of blood. Finally, after 10 minutes, he succeeded. Gazing at the green gas contained in a glass vial, he silently expressed his relief. Then commenced meditation. Lacking magic stones, relying solely on his inherent transformation rate for meditation was exceedingly taxing, though he could not elevate his realm at present, storing more true essence in the Dantean Sea, which symbolized his future, could only be beneficial. The night passed without incident. The next day, Suze, equipped with the preparations from the previous night, departed early through the Vulture Stone Gate on the western side of the Mage Tower, heading towards the valley. Although time was plentiful, Suze preferred to complete the task as soon as possible. Without the luxury of pausing to admire the pristine scenery along the way, he summoned his true essence and dashed forward. Reaching the northern cliff of the valley in under 10 minutes, he understood that the shadow bamboo favored the shade, likely rooting itself on the mountain's shaded side or at the cliff's base. Arriving at the cliff's edge, he noted that the dawn had yet to break fully. The entire valley was shrouded in mist, and a gentle breeze carried the distant sounds of birds and the fragrance of flowers. With his cultivation at hand, Suze scanned the base of the cliff with his mental power, finding nothing amiss. Thus, he infused his limbs with true essence, and, like a gecko, rapidly descended the cliff without employing ropes or levitation spells. Unlike other mages, swiftly, Suze descended to the base of the cliff, where the pervasive mist obscured his vision. He then expanded his consciousness, rapidly sweeping through the confined space. Here, there is indeed a cluster. Fortune smiles upon me. A wave of joy surged in Suze's heart. He had not anticipated discovering 2 clusters of Moying at the narrow cliff base simultaneously, and soon 20 magical stones would be within his grasp. Chapter 19. The emergence of Malice. The Moying, cloaked in a somber gray hue, stood modestly tall, barely reaching a stature of over 10 feet. Its numerous branches sprouted from a single root, making it challenging to discern the main trunk amidst the myriad of offshoots, especially when concealed in the shadowy recesses. However, the scenario would differ if they were to reveal themselves. Suze deftly opened the glass container filled with fresh blood. Unforeseen was the serendipitous encounter with 2 clusters of Ingju in the same location, compelling him to gently place the green gas that amplified his perception in between them, allowing it to diffuse gradually. Simultaneously, the scent of the magically infused blood began to pervade the AI. Suze quietly retreated to a corner, meticulously suppressing his presence and camouflaging himself with the surrounding fallen leaves. Biding his time for the targets to as moments passed. The aroma of blood permeated the confined space of the cliff base, yet the 2 clusters of Ingju remained utterly motionless. Could it be that I have misjudged? Suze felt a twinge of doubt. He held considerable confidence in the potion he had concocted and chose to remain concealed, just as Suze began to lose patience. Fearing his efforts would culminate in failure, a sudden rush of air echoed from above, followed by a resounding crash. 2 heavy objects tumbled down the cliff, shattering the bait Suze had meticulously placed on the ground. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Suze prepared to investigate the situation. Instinctively extending his consciousness forward, he abruptly halted, lying still like a corpse, as he sensed the presence of 2 bodies, each bearing fatal wounds to their backs. Victims of a surprise attack, the assailant had employed fire-based magic, delivering a lethal strike. and the acrid scent of charred flesh wafted through the air, intensifying with the effect of his amplified perception. Provoking an urge to retch. At that moment, he recalled Andrea's warning and came to a realization. Indeed, what could serve as a more fitting bait than human flesh and blood? A chill crept down his spine. Had he not possessed swift feet, he might have thought he remained firmly rooted in place, daring not to move, quietly observing the unfolding events. As anticipated, the two fallen corpses proved irresistibly alluring to the Yingzhu. A rustling sound ensued, and after a brief commotion, the Yingzhu emerged around the lifeless bodies. It was then that Su Zhe beheld the full form of the Yingzhu. Akin to a moving shadow, with its extensive root system displaying a blood-red hue, they clawed and flailed, their sharp primary roots voraciously plunging into the corpses, one for each body, exhibiting an uncanny understanding of coexistence. Alas, Su Zhe silently lamented. Indeed, just as the two scarlet tendrils plunged into the lifeless form, a colossal net gleaming with a metallic sheen unfurled from beneath the corpse, ensnaring everything in its vicinity. Following this, there came a horrific process of compression and severance. The two bodies were swiftly cleaved into countless fragments, with the frenzied writhing of the black jade shadow bamboo scattering its remains everywhere. Rendering the scene grotesquely sanguinary, the grimoire had described the roots of the black jade shadow bamboo as exceptionally sharp, capable of slicing through gold and stone with ease. Yet, this golden net appeared to be its natural nemesis. For no matter how vehemently it struggled, escape was futile. The mesh of the metallic net was perfectly sized to ensnare the massive main roots tightly, making it nearly impossible to break free, a true capture in a single net. Just as the two clumps of black jade shadow bamboo grew increasingly frantic, a glass vial suddenly plummeted from above, shattering with a resounding crash. The white gas within swiftly enveloped the area, causing ice crystals to form wherever it spread, soon covering the colossal net, and before long, the scarlet main roots began to settle. Upon witnessing this, Su Zhe inwardly cursed his own foolishness for not thinking to employ 0-degree ice crystals to diminish the vitality of the main roots. Instead of merely relying on brute force, he continued to lie there, seemingly oblivious to the chaos surrounding him. The now silent abyss appeared particularly foreboding, yet Su Zhe chose to disregard it. Shortly thereafter, a rope descended from the cliff's edge, and two figures leapt down. "Goodness, what a gruesome sight!" exclaimed a young man in a red robe, a triumphant smile adorning his face, as if he were the architect of this macabre spectacle. "Ah, it is all thanks to Master Neil's foresight, knowing how to utilize these worthless creatures as genuine bait," remarked another middle-aged man, akin to a servant, whose heart was devoid of any remorse for the two slain. A true cold-blooded hound, the mage named Neil took pride in this, casting a disdainful glance at the bloody scene before pinching his nose and addressing the middle-aged man. A strangling fishing net would indeed be quite effective. It truly deserves its status as a level 4 magical item. Now, Gino, clean up this mess and bring it back up. As for the belongings of those two level 1 useless mages, he said, eyeing Gino's comically eager expression with derision, "consider them a reward for you." Ha! Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man Gino was elated. Although he was a fighter, selling off the possessions of these two mages would yield enough coin to purchase some elixirs to enhance his cultivation. He quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your generosity, my lord. Please, ascend first. I will bring the items to you shortly." Neil nodded non-committally, then produced a vibrant green leaf, gently rubbing it before effortlessly ascending to the cliff's summit while holding the rope. Gino respectfully watched Neil depart, then began the grim task of clearing the scene. After the two descended to the abyss, Su Zhe, upon overhearing their conversation, felt a surge of murderous intent, for he recognized that the mage Neil was clad in the fire mage's robe from the burial grounds. While the ambushed duo were water system students, what transpired in the valley today was not an attack by outsiders, but a betrayal among comrades. This revelation was intolerable to Su Zhe, who felt a profound sense of treachery. "Very well, since you have chosen to turn against your fellow brethren, do not blame me for following suit." Su Zhe narrowed his eyes, contemplating devoid of any emotion. Unfettered by any sense of caution, Gino exposed his entire back to him. Su Zhe, like a specter, stealthily approached and struck him with a swift hand chop, rendering him unconscious. With Gino's cultivation just reaching the level of a combat master and lacking the protective aura of combat energy, he stood no chance against Su Zhe's ambush. Su Zhe stripped off Gino's outer cloak and donned it himself, slinging the package containing the deceased's belongings and the frozen essence of the shadow onto his back, concealing his head beneath the hood, and then ascended as if he were an ordinary person. Observing Suze, a mere first-tier mage, they relaxed their guard as Suze, taken aback, inquired with confusion, "How did you see through my disguise?" "I have diligently mimicked your behavior and remained silent. Ha ha. That is your greatest flaw. If it were Gino's lackey, he would have boisterously showcased his loyalty long ago," Neil replied, tilting his head with a hint of regret. "I actually preferred that cur. I didn't expect him to meet his end here so swiftly. So, you witnessed everything that transpired earlier?" He suddenly chuckled, as if discussing a trivial matter rather than the loss of 2 lives. Neil, upon hearing this, laughed as if presented with the most absurd joke, scoffing, "Ha ha ha. Why? Who gave you the audacity to ask why? Have you been reading too many night tales and fried your brain?" His tone dripped with disdain, yet it confirmed one thing. Since he dared to admit to murder, his next move would undoubtedly be to silence Suze. With Neil's words, Suze's last flicker of hope extinguished. He blurted out, "He is not dead yet. You still have a chance to see him. Furthermore, I am not merely a first-tier mage. I am also a late-stage chi refinement practitioner, equivalent to approximately a second-tier mage with around 300 points." "What?" Seizing the opportunity while Neil was momentarily stunned, Suze charged forward, his right hand poised as if wielding a sword. In an instant, a bone sword was summoned from Curl's direction, given the short distance and rapid speed. Neil had no time to cast any offensive spells and could only rely on his own protective barrier to withstand the assault. While the spell itself bore no rank, it possessed corresponding strength upon being cast by the practitioner. Suze vaguely sensed that Neil was around a second-tier mage with 270 points, implying that the strength of his barrier would not exceed the first tier. After all, he needed to leave enough mental energy for combat. In a flash of sword light, employing the technique of fish and dragon diving, Suze's strike from the late-stage chi refinement shattered the barrier of merely first-tier strength, and the sharp bone sword rested against Neil's neck. Gazing at Neil, who had yet to recover from the abrupt turn of events, Suze declared, "It is time to move on." Neil, interpreting the phrase "move on" as a prelude to violence, lost all semblance of composure and screamed frantically, "No, no, no. You cannot kill me. I am the core bloodline of the Sali family. I cannot perish here." Suddenly struck by an idea, he ingratiatingly exclaimed, "By the way, I can offer you a substantial sum of money. As long as you spare my life, I swear, I will provide you with riches beyond measure." Even the coveted magic stone that he intended to continue his desperate plea, but Suze raised his sword, silencing him. Remembering how this man had previously looked down upon the humble magic practitioners as if they were mere weeds, he now found himself in a pitiful display of cowardice and sycophancy. A smirk curled at the corner of Suze's mouth, almost provoking a laugh. In his flustered state, Neil noticed the slight upturn of Suze's lips and thought there was a glimmer of hope for his survival. Eager to up the ante, he was abruptly interrupted by Suze's soft chuckle. "While wealth is enticing, it pales in comparison to the value of a life. Do you understand?" With that, he began to escort Neil towards the place of burial. Shortly after Suze and his companion departed, a figure emerged from the depths of the cliff. It was Gino, who had been knocked unconscious by Suze, having regained consciousness at some point. He listened attentively to their conversation from the cliff bottom before swiftly climbing up and channeling his energy to depart from the other side. Chapter 20. A fury unleashed. By this time, the sun was high in the sky, and groups of students made their way through the stone gate to undertake their tasks. The circle of magicians was inherently small, and those acquainted with Neil were abuzz with speculation upon witnessing this peculiar duo. Especially given that Neil was the one being held at sword point. Isn't that Neil from the Sari family? Who dares to abduct a core member of the Sari lineage? My heavens, who is that individual? Are there any dark mages present? Does anyone know the identity of the one trailing behind? Surely, this must be the aftermath of a fierce battle. The tattered robes of the dark mage suggest as much. If Neil hadn't cornered him, he would never have dared. At that moment, Suze was draped in the blood-stained cloak he had just stripped from Gino, resembling a warrior fresh from a grand conflict. Though it was merely the result of Gino's cleanup efforts, Suze listened to the murmurs of the surrounding magicians. A foreboding sensation settled in his heart. It appeared that the Sari family wielded considerable influence in Luoxing. "Let us not linger here," Suze urged as he noticed Neil abruptly turning his gaze toward him, malice evident in his eyes. With a cold snort, he delivered a kick, admonishing, A wolfish demeanor surely signifies a wicked nature. Sent sprawling by the kick, Neil stumbled forward, landing at the feet of another individual. As he looked up and recognized the newcomer, his expression transformed into one of unmistakable delight. He hurriedly scrambled to his feet and whispered urgently to the man, only to realize that the individual standing beside him was none other than Gino, whom Suze had dispatched to the cliff depths. The situation became alarmingly clear. Look, Carlos from the Sorry family has arrived. This fellow is in for a rough time. It was said that Carlos had ascended to the rank of a fifth-tier magician a decade prior and currently served as a trainee mentor at the Fire Academy. Moreover, he was Neil's uncle, ensuring that a spectacle was undoubtedly imminent. Poor thing, this first-tier wretch truly deserves pity. But uncle, Neil began, his face contorting with a profound sense of unwillingness. There is no buts. We'll address this matter once it has passed. Carlos waved his hand with unassailable authority and approached Susie, casually inquiring about the incident involving the fire mage. Neil, I am Carlos, the apprentice mentor of the fire element. If there is anything you wish to discuss, feel free to speak. A murmur rippled through the crowd. Matters concerning Nightingale were never trivial. Speculations abounded regarding the nature of Neil's transgressions that had warranted the attention of the Nightingale Patrol. Only a select few mages, those of third rank or above, or those frequently engaged in missions, could vaguely grasp the gravity of the situation. To avoid witnessing a potential tragedy, they discreetly withdrew from the scene. The Boneyard possessed its own system for managing Academy security, overseen by the 6th-level Shadow Mage, Ella Wheeler, with the Nightingale Patrol tasked with its enforcement. The fate of someone like Neil, who had engaged in misconduct with an Academy student, was undoubtedly grim. Carlos understood the severity of the situation. However, he believed that as long as matters could be contained, the Academy would not forsake Neil, a 2nd-level mage, nor jeopardize the friendship with the Sorry family over the demise of 2 1st-level mages. Thus, he felt compelled to counsel. It is merely a minor issue. The Sorry family is willing to offer compensation. What do you say, uncle? Neil interjected with evident discontent, questioning why they should acquiesce to a low-ranking mage of no consequence. Susie, no longer the impulsive youth of yore, refrained from openly confronting the pretentious nobility before him. Instead, he offered a polite apology. I am sorry, Lord Carlos. Upon hearing this, the amiable expression on Carlos's face vanished, replaced by a cold, sinister demeanor. I have spoken all the kind words I can. If you refuse to heed my counsel, you shall bear the consequences. He then turned to Susie, stating indifferently, I will be taking him with me. You have no objections, I trust? Susie clenched his left fist, pressing his right hand firmly against his bone sword. His bloodshot eyes cast downwards as he articulated each word. None. I bid a farewell, my lord. The lower-ranking students surrounding them remained silent, sharing an unspoken sense of shared sorrow. Neil, who had previously displayed obsequiousness, now regained his bravado. Striding confidently towards Susie, he slapped Susie's cheek with considerable force, leaving a clear imprint, and mockingly remarked, What's the matter? Are you feeling defiant? He delivered several more slaps, feigning pity as he looked at Susie. This is the way of the Boneyard. I am of noble lineage, and behind me stands. He surveyed the surrounding mages, noting their averted gazes, and with a smile of satisfaction continued, the Sorry family, which has remained steadfast in Low City since the founding of the province. He then pointed to himself and gestured towards Susie's belongings, whispering, I stand here, while they'd have been reduced to mere dust. Perhaps one day, you too shall meet their fate. Be cautious. He laughed heartily. Carlos chose to ignore his nephew's antics, perhaps secretly endorsing Neil's sentiments. However, observing the growing crowd of onlookers, he frowned and admonished, Enough, Neil, stop this nonsense. We must go. I thought you truly had some backbone. Neil replied with a resigned shrug upon hearing Carlos's words, casting Susie a chilling smile as he added, Remember my words, caution. After speaking, he turned to leave, and his lackey, Genua, hurriedly approached. No, it is not so. Susie's furious voice echoed. What? Neil, who had already turned away, twisted his head to inquire. The last sight he beheld was a pair of bloodshot eyes brimming with rage. In the next moment, his entire body soared into the air, and the world around him plunged into darkness. With a single punch, Susie sent Neil flying mid-air, channeling his entire essence into a fist imbued with resentment. Its power reaching its zenith, rivaling that of a peak 2nd-level sorcerer casting spells, shattering the magical defenses enveloping Neil. Subsequently, Susie hurled his bone sword, a longsword radiating a brilliant azure light. piercing Neil through and pinning him against a colossal cold fir by the roadside. Proclaiming the first rule of the burial ground for students: those who harm students shall be executed without mercy. Until his last breath, Neil retained an expression of bewilderment. He seemed unable to fathom that Susie would dare to act so brazenly. Not only he, but everyone, including Carlos, was equally astonished. CC Carlos. The battle-master Genoa shrieked in terror. Upon regaining his composure, Carlos's face darkened like stormy waters. He swiftly approached Neil's side and probed with his mental energy. He discovered that Neil's meridians had been devastated by an unknown force. His heart shattered. Clearly, he was beyond saving that a mere first-level sorcerer dared to challenge the authority of a fifth-level sorcerer. Carlos was seething with fury, his voice cold as ice. Preposterous. A mental force of 2,570 points surged forth like a rampant storm towards Susie, wreaking havoc among the low-level sorcerers in its wake, causing them to spit blood. Their expressions wan and horrified as they gazed at Carlos. This was the might of a fifth-level sorcerer. Observing the impending mental tempest, Susie dared not underestimate it, swiftly casting a defensive spell from the Hylon returning current technique. A shimmering blue water curtain rose before him, soon followed by a magical shield. Alas, before the overwhelming mental prowess of the enraged fifth-level sorcerer, even the two-layered shield, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a peak second-level sorcerer, was shattered like parchment. Stripped of protection, Susie was seized by Carlos's searing mental force, suspended helplessly in the air. Carlos advanced slowly, step by step, as numerous students recoiled, not daring to express even a hint of pity towards Susie, lest they incur his wrath. How dare you? How dare you slay the core bloodline of the Sari family? Though it was an inquiry, the resentment it harbored was unmistakable. Carlos was utterly enraged. For how many years had it been? Since his ascension to fifth-level sorcerer, how long had it been since anyone dared to kill before him, especially someone of the Sari family? Bound by Carlos's mental energy, nearly gasping for breath, Susie managed a bitter smile, feebly uttering, the Academy regulations, harm. Enough? Carlos bellowed. What nonsense regulations? Here, the word of the Sari family is law. In his agitation, Susie was abruptly hurled from midair, only to be yanked back up. Despite his physique, nurtured by essence for many years, he was left battered and bloodied, a pitiful sight to behold. Susie was too weak to respond, consumed by thoughts of why the world was as it was, a realm that should not be so dark and cold-hearted. Had the long-lived sorcerers gradually forgotten over the ages that they were beings of emotion and desire, rather than mere vessels of selfish ambition? Carlos, observing Susie's bowed head, which seemed on the brink of unconsciousness, felt a cold smirk curl upon his lips. Such an easy escape was not to be had. With a mere flick of his wrist, a colossal, ghastly white fireball took shape. He spoke in a chilling tone. I shall not grant you a clean death. Chapter 21. The reinforcements. What's this, Carlos? Do you intend to slay a member of the Dark Sorcerer's Academy before the very gates of my Dark Mage Tower? An emotionless yet elegant voice resounded, as if the speaker were still a distance away. In the next moment, Catherine Salisbury, a sixth-level dark magic instructor, appeared as if conjured from thin air before Susie and Carlos. At this juncture, Carlos, who had already unleashed a peak-level fourth-tier, soul-chilling fire spell, abruptly halted his incantation. Though Catherine's words bore no trace of psychic force, he understood that she could rescue the individual from his grasp at any moment, if she so desired. This exemplified the chasm between high-level sorcerers. With each tier difference, the disparity in psychic power doubled. Thus, Carlos harshly cast Susie aside onto the ground, indignantly asserting, Lady Catherine, it is not my intention to disregard the dignity of the Dark Mage Tower. It is simply unforgivable that this mere first-level mage dares to slay the core bloodline of my kin before me. The Dark Mage Tower was not far from the Vulture Stone Gate, and Catherine, situated in the sixth-floor library, had witnessed everything clearly. Upon hearing Carlos's words, she disdainfully rolled her eyes, fully aware of the theatrics of magical families. Despite the formidable power of the Salisbury family, she was resolute in her intention to protect Susie. With a cold laugh, she declared, Enough. You must be more aware of the details than I am. If you release him now, I will treat this incident as if it never occurred. Before Carlos could retort, the Nightingale Patrol Squad, belatedly arriving, finally made their presence known. Due to the confrontation involving two academy instructors, the sixth-level sorceress Ella Wheeler, who had been lurking in the shadows, had no choice but to step forward to mediate. Enveloped in her voluminous mage robes, her appearance remained obscured as she rasped, "What has transpired here?" Carlos was eager to reiterate his earlier statement, but Catherine's formidable bone spear abruptly pierced the ground before him. Interrupting, "Enough, Ella, stop feigning ignorance. Just tell us how to resolve this matter." Ella, concealed within her robe, could only manage a bitter smile, secretly acknowledging the sheer forcefulness of the dark sorcerers. She surveyed the surroundings and commanded with authority, "Disperse the crowd. No onlookers are permitted." Once the area was cleared, she resignedly stated, "Very well, Carlos, whatever issues you have, resolve them outside. Do not engage in petty antics within the academy, for if you do, your hopes of residing here and advancing to 6th level will be dashed." For Ella, such incidents were commonplace, and each murderer often had a powerful family backing them, making it all too burdensome to manage. As for the mages who were slain, she believed that being killed by one's own kind was far preferable to venturing out to meet one's demise and tarnishing the academy's reputation. However, this first-level dark magic freshman was indeed quite an oddity. Faced with the simultaneous pressure from two high-ranking entities, Carlos had no choice but to momentarily spare Susie, for if he were to provoke Ella, his chances of advancing to level 6 through the academy would be utterly dashed. "Humph," he scoffed coldly, casting a glance at the barely conscious Susie before bowing to the two and departing with Neil's lifeless body in his arms. "You members of the Owl Squad are as blind as ever." Catherine, dissatisfied with Ella's tardy arrival, mocked her. Upon hearing this, Ella conjured a barrier to muffle their voices, dispelled her disguise, and retorted with a clear, melodic voice, "Is it the height of the mage tower that daunts you, or has your mental fortitude dwindled? Just look at the students from your department. What a pitiful sight." Catherine glanced at the incapacitated Susie. Disregarding any further quarrel with Ella, with a flick of her hand, she levitated him to examine his injuries, discovering they were merely superficial. Thankfully, Carlos had not yet dealt a fatal blow before she arrived. She silently rejoiced and swiftly cast a basic healing spell to staunch Susie's bleeding. "Catherine, who is this little fellow? What recklessness?" Ella's curious voice inquired. Noting that he had not mentioned his mentor, Ella surmised that his talent was unremarkable, having no one of note to guide him. However, today, she had not only witnessed Susie's courage but believed that, apart from herself, any entity above level 6 near the mage tower would have sensed the surge of energy accompanying Susie's actions, a force far exceeding that of a first-level mage. "This fellow is undoubtedly more enigmatic than he currently appears. Humph. Who has bestowed upon you the audacity to slay in the presence of a 5th-level mage?" Catherine ostensibly chastised him, yet her words were a form of protection. "Without us, you would have long since perished." Susie understood the gravity of the situation and expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, Mentor Catherine and Lady Ella, for your assistance." As for Ella's remarks, he heard them clearly. Though he scorned the idea of associating with her, he had no choice but to bow to the reality of the situation. Ella had more to say, but Catherine, growing impatient, interjected, "Since all is well, you may leave. Remember to refrain from wandering and stay within the confines of the dark magic department." Upon hearing this, Susie gratefully acquiesced. He had understood Ella's warning and would certainly not dare venture outside the academy to meet his end. Only the patrol squad remained to clear the traces left at the scene. "Jeanette, what brings you here?" Susie feigned ignorance, well aware of the morning's uproar. The mages of the burial grounds were keenly aware, and the news had spread like wildfire. Although Jeanette resided on the 2nd floor of the mage tower and had not directly witnessed the incident, whispers from other students living on the same floor had undoubtedly reached her ears. After all, she was now the only low-ranking student taken under the wing of Atchison, and many kept a close watch on her movements, thoughts, and preferences. "Ace, how are your injuries?" Jeanette inquired with concern, having rushed over immediately upon hearing the news. Initially, I was unaware, but Suze retracted his smile and solemnly addressed Jeanette. "What difference does it make if we know?" He paused, seemingly gathering his thoughts, and with a tone almost reminiscent of nostalgia, continued, "Little Jan, you must remember, as long as we remain a part of this land of our eternal rest, we must bear this responsibility. We shall thwart any actions that jeopardize our sacred ground, even if it costs us our lives, and we shall protect every soul that belongs to our resting place, even at the cost of our own existence." This embodies the essence of our academy's heritage. The final vestige of humanity we possess as cultivators. To be human, if we cannot support one another within our kin, how despairing this world would become, even after nearly 30 years have passed. Suze vividly recalls the lessons imparted by the elders to the many young ones, day after day, year after year, instilling the values of our clan. These teachings, I have vowed never to forget. Finally, he declared with a grave tone, "Wherever my duty lies, I fear not death." Jeanette gazed at the scarred figure before her, feeling a mixture of compassion and pride, accompanied by a tinge of resentment. Sighing softly, she gently replied, "All right, I understand." Outside dormitory 210, Catherine glanced at the shadow of Ella lurking. Her smile faded unbeknownst to her, and she spoke in a low voice. "Now, there is no need to inquire further." "Is there?" Ella stepped out from the shadows, her voluminous cloak obscuring her expression, merely nodding as she produced a notepad, inscribed with Case Number 20190-315 Investigation. Cause of Neil Sari's death. Findings. With her mental prowess as ink, she noted in the results section that Neil Sari had slain a student of the resting place and was duly punished. Susie is innocent. After completing her writing, both women turned their gaze towards dormitory 210. Lost in thought, rendered speechless, until the sun began its descent, witnessing Suze's earlier bravado evaporate, leaving behind only embarrassment, Jeanette beamed a smile and said with a hint of resignation, "All right, all right." She then extended her right hand, and a pile of third-tier magic stones appeared on the ground, inquiring, "Is this sufficient?" Suze gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "A storage ring. What storage ring?" "This is a magical ring bestowed upon me by my teacher." Jeanette explained, "I heard that only wizards of 6th level and above are eligible to purchase it from the Alliance. It can hold a plethora of items. This is indeed a storage ring." Regardless of whether it was a storage pouch or a more advanced storage ring, Suze could not mistake it. He reiterated, his heart swelling with reverence for the higher powers in the magical realm. Simultaneously, upon seeing the heap of third-tier magic stones on the ground and reflecting on his own dismal financial situation, he silently lamented the disparity in fortunes, struggling to suppress his envy and greed. He forced a wry smile and said, "That's enough. Truly, I don't need so many. Just 1 or 2 will suffice. Soon, I will earn enough magic stones to repay you." Upon hearing this, Jeanette's face turned pale, and without uttering a word, she picked up 2 shadow roots and exited the room. What is the matter with Xiao Jian? Why is she throwing a tantrum for no reason? Suze felt somewhat perplexed. Glancing at the copper badge still in his hand, he hurriedly pursued her, calling out, "Jeanette, I haven't taken my identity badge yet. Wait for me." Outside the dormitory, Catherine and the others were left in silence. Chapter 22. Restoration Quest. With merely a single magic stone, Suze managed to restore all of his mental energy, even experiencing a slight enhancement, bringing his mental capacity to 207 points. Calculating the time, he commenced his journey towards the Mage Tower. Originally, Mentor Allison's residence was not situated within the Mage Tower, as it was under the control of the Dark Arts Department head, and each mage required their own secluded space. However, given the current circumstances, it was deemed more perilous outside. Thus, a week prior, Allison had relocated to the 7th floor, which, aside from the 8th, was the most secure area, heavily fortified and safe. At the entrance of the Mage Tower, Eric and 8 others stood waiting, seemingly for someone. Upon seeing Suze approach, they declared, "All right, everyone is here. Stay close to me and do not wander off." The group understood the gravity of the situation and nodded in agreement. Suze casually glanced around, noting that aside from Colin Haggai and Wanda Hansa, 4 individuals were 3rd-level mages, with 2 being 4th-level mages, all of whom were male. The intensity of competition was palpable, and he discreetly wiped his brow. He then followed Eric through the grand entrance of the Mage Tower. Though Jeanette resided on the 2nd floor, Suze had not once entered the Mage Tower during nearly 7 years. Firstly, it was a crucial area of the academy and a forbidden zone for ordinary students. For someone of Suze's mediocre talent, passing through the entrance without permission was impossible. Moreover, he felt a sense of trepidation towards Jeanette's teacher, Atchison, preferring not to encounter him. However, now, on a quest, he could not afford to dwell on such trivial matters, particularly since encountering an 8th-level archmage was no trivial feat. After verifying the entrance, the seamless Mage Tower suddenly melted away, forming a large opening tall enough for a person to pass through. Eric turned and reiterated his warning, "Stay close. Do not run off." With that, he entered first. The group followed in succession, arriving in a spacious Minimalist room, which contained merely 10 stone platforms placed in the corners, devoid of any other furnishings. Aside from a door and a closet-like rectangular opening, the walls surrounded them completely, lacking any windows, rendering it exceedingly claustrophobic. Anyone remaining inside for an extended period would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Fortunately, as mages, the group was immune to such intangible pressures. They could only speculate if they had indeed reached the 7th floor. Once everyone had entered, the large opening in the wall swiftly healed itself. Then came a sensation of weightlessness, as if the very space around them was ascending. As the feeling of buoyancy gradually dissipated, the door to the room swung open, revealing a woman with brown hair draped in a green robe. She emanated a potent mental aura, and anyone daring to meet her gaze found their eyes stung by her overwhelming psychic energy. Tears streaming down their faces. Even the third-tier sorcerers were no exception, lowering their heads and casting their eyes downward in deference. Eric, having likely experienced this long ago, promptly bowed his head, thereby avoiding any embarrassment. Meanwhile, Susie, who had endured considerable hardships, mimicked this gesture, not because he had encountered such a situation before, but because he understood that those of higher rank demanded respect. However, one clever individual, Allison, interjected with a smile. "All right, little ones. I trust my apprentice has conveyed the conditions clearly to you. If there are no objections, we may commence our tasks." She gestured towards the stone platform in the corner, saying, "Choose your spots to cast your spells. Should your mental energy wane midway, feel free to retrieve magic stones from Eric for replenishment. These costs will not be deducted from your remuneration." Allison's demeanor was quite unstable, as if she were suppressing something within. After her words, she raised her right hand and pressed it towards the center of the room, beginning to summon her associated undead minions. To everyone's astonishment, 3 Lord-level servants appeared. Colin gasped in disbelief. But Allison paid no heed to his exclamation. After issuing commands to her 3 level 16 undead servants, she hurriedly departed. The Lord-level undead had begun to awaken their intelligence, and upon being summoned to the main plane, they immediately commenced calling forth those minions injured in battle. Seeing this, Susie and the others summoned their own undead to mend their bodies. The process of repair was not arduous. It merely required the use of the bone reconstruction spell to reshape their damaged forms. As for Colin and Susie, both second-tier and first-tier sorcerers, they were tasked with the lower-grade undead ranging from level 8 to 10, while the responsibilities for those above level 10 naturally fell to the 3rd and 4th-tier sorcerers. The undead being summoned continuously displayed severe physical damage. While a severed torso was a minor issue, Susie recalled the most unfortunate of them, a skeletal axe wielder with its skull cleaved open. Fortunately, being undead, as long as the soul fire remained intact, they would endure, albeit with diminished combat capabilities. Had the battle for advancement already commenced, observing the never-ending stream of skeletal undead summoned for healing, none below level 8, Susie continued casting spells, his mind calculating. "All right, let's take a pause." His mental energy barely exceeded 200 points, and the bone reconstruction spell did not have a fixed mental cost. Rather, it increased based on the injuries of the skeletal undead. Most of those arriving were already unfit for battle. Thus, the repairs naturally consumed additional mental energy. After mending 6 undead, Susie found his mental reserves nearly depleted. Approaching Eric, he remarked, "Eric, I'll take 10 stones." As a 3rd-tier sorcerer, Eric still possessed ample mental energy and nodded in silence. Turning around, Susie noticed Colin and Wanda approaching, their exhaustion evident upon their brows. He chuckled. "Looks like we're the ones lagging behind now." At that moment, he observed that despite the 4th and 3rd-tier sorcerers having sufficient mental energy, they still ventured over to Eric for magic stones. Realizing that Eric had not objected, Susie understood. This was a blatant attempt at exploiting the situation. Susie shook his head and touched his depleted pocket. Lamenting his current low level of mental strength. 10 minutes later, he cast a reluctant glance at the magic stone, which had consumed more than half of his mental energy, and beckoned to the waiting undead nearby, commencing a new phase of repairs. Then came the draining of mental energy, followed by recovery. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as everyone was exhausted and listless, the room suddenly trembled 3 times in quick succession. Noticing the commotion, Eric completed the repairs on the undead before respectfully signaling the 3 lords to cease their activities. He then turned to the group and said, "All right, everyone, thank you for your hard work today. Once you finish your tasks at hand, you may take a break. Please wait for me a moment. I must report to the mentor." With that, he opened the door and departed. As Suze paused his work. He noticed Colin and Wanda walking by, the two fourth-level mages evidently familiar with one another, engaged in their own conversation. The other four third-level mages huddled together, occasionally casting glances in this direction for reasons unknown. This task is manageable, but alas, our mental energy is still too limited, Colin remarked with a hint of significance. Wanda echoed, "Indeed, if only we were third or fourth-level mages as well." She lowered her voice, expressing her disappointment. Everyone present was astute, yet recognizing that they were all from the same department, they chose not to stir trouble over minor grievances, considering the long road ahead. One could never predict when someone might surpass them in rank. Thus, they feigned ignorance to the conversation. Although Suze himself felt a pang of envy, he smiled and reassured, "If we were all third or fourth level, wouldn't these seniors already be at fifth or sixth level?" Just as the trio quietly exchanged insights, the four third-level mages approached and inquired, "May we interrupt for a moment?" Upon seeing Suze and the others turn to face them, one of them asked, "Are you Suze?" Taken aback, Suze pondered when he had ever met these senior students. Yet he nodded, curious about their intentions. One tall, slender mage with a complicated expression spoke, "It concerns this morning's incident. We have pieced together the general circumstances. Although you acted rightly, the sorry family will not relent, so it would be wise to remain vigilant, even within the academy." The other three bore similar expressions. A mix of admiration and sympathy, feeling a warmth in his heart, Suze expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your concern, seniors. I will exercise caution." After a moment's hesitation, he continued, "But may I ask why you felt it necessary to warn me? I recall that I have had no prior interactions with any of you." Noticing the four seniors' faces turning a shade of crimson, Suze gently reassured them, "Life presents each of us with our own challenges. Sometimes, despite our best intentions, we are powerless to change our circumstances. Your thoughtfulness today means enough. There is no need to dwell on past regrets. By the way, I have yet to learn your names. Let us become acquainted and foster a friendship." The four individuals opposite spoke in gentle tones, their expressions peculiar, as it was the first time they had heard of a first-level mage seeking friendship with a third-level mage. Even the fourth-level mages, who were quietly listening from a distance, displayed a hint of astonishment. However, Fiona O'Neill, Brown Barrett, Henry Beaufort, Bert Ferguson, Cole, and Wanda were somewhat aware of the events from the morning. They privately labeled Susie as an impulsive daredevil and decided to maintain a distance from him in the future. Yet, with a splendid opportunity to befriend a high-level mage before them, they each introduced themselves with enthusiasm. The tall and slender mage Fiona and her companions, upon seeing the two alongside Susie, greeted Colin and the others with smiles. After mutual introductions, they soon parted ways, as they were still unfamiliar with one another and had little to converse about. Now, it was time to settle the rewards. Upon hearing this, Susie and the others revealed smiles. In the B-level Magic Academy, naturally, no one would desire fourth-level magic stones, although the total mental energy contained in 200 fourth-level magic stones would certainly exceed that of 2 third-level stones. They had the drawback of being cumbersome to carry. Even though the students' mage robes were inscribed with a first-level weightlessness spell, each individual's mental energy fluctuations were unique, thus eliminating the possibility of impersonation for theft. Not seeing Jeanette, Susie realized her anger had yet to subside, and could only smile wryly as he closed the door to tally his gains for the day. Subtracting the 13 magic stones he had expended at Mentor Allison's, he had received 2 returns, leaving him with 7. Adding the 22 stones earned from task completion, he possessed a total of 29 third-level magic stones. However, after returning the 2 stones to Jeanette and 4 to Eric, he found himself with a mere 23 stones. How impoverished, he lamented, calculating with a sense of despondency. Jeanette had given him a pile of third-level magic stones upon her departure, approximately around 15, but apart from utilizing one for mental energy recovery, he had not touched the rest. Unintentionally, his gaze fell upon the blood-stained bundle. After much contemplation, he approached and opened it, stating, "As I do not know your names, I am unable to return these items to your families. Furthermore, I, Su Yunza, find myself in a rather dire predicament. Thus I could not resist appropriating your belongings that I hope you do not hold it against me." Susie picked up a fist-sized ball of fishing net, gradually infusing it with mental energy and halting at around 40 points. With a thought, the coiled, soft fishing net surged forth like a hawk pouncing on its prey, suddenly lunging towards a sofa. Followed by a constricting action, the ability was activated. In mere moments, a hardwood sofa was shredded, the shimmering metallic luster of the fishing net instilling a chilling sense of dread. Not bad. He attempted to employ true essence for refinement, discovering it to be equally effective, as magical items and cultivation treasures were fundamentally similar. Though he remained unaware of their crafting methods, Susie, currently at too low a level, could not yet access the production techniques for 4th-level magical items. And in his previous life, he had not been a cultivator, leaving him ignorant of the methods for refining treasures. However, that jade slip which recorded the family's inherited techniques might hold some answers. As every cultivator begins to refine their own innate treasure upon entering the foundation establishment stage, Suze toyed with a fishing net for a while, discovering that it could not be stored in his dantian. Consequently, he concealed it on his person, preparing to employ it as a weapon. As for the other items, he habitually moved them into the quiet chamber to be retrieved when necessary. Has he leveled up? Suze suddenly received a message from Cole. It had only been a few days, and he had advanced so swiftly. Thus, he ascended to the 3rd floor and entered the training room, which had been transformed from the laboratory. Regarding the rationale behind converting the laboratory into a training space, Suze remarked that a cultivator has no need to conduct magical experiments. Practicing the Yellow River Sword technique requires no special venue, nor does it necessitate one when exchanging moves with Cole. Reluctantly, he placed a level 3 magic stone into the control hub, replacing the one that had become useless. Suze activated the protective magical array and commenced the summoning of Cole to the primary plane. Following a slight spatial fluctuation, Cole, now a level 4 skeletal swordsman, materialized in the training room. Externally, the newly leveled skeletal swordsman appeared unremarkable. However, from the feedback Cole provided to Suze, this upgrade had proven to be significantly beneficial. Moreover, the magic crystal had not yet been fully absorbed, suggesting it could support further advancement. Perhaps it was due to Cole absorbing the magic crystal from the spirit-eating spider. Upon leveling up, it not only acquired the incomplete sword technique 1st form of wilderness, but also gained the innate magical ability of the spider. The Lord-level ultimate skill Undead Domination. It can be said that the Undead Domination spell is one that only Lord-level undead can possibly comprehend after their advancement. Yet not all Lord-level undead possess the capability to grasp it. It is an exceedingly formidable skill. The information Suze received regarding it was as follows. Undead Domination. A compulsory contract magic, exclusive to the undead, permanently consumes 1/3 of the caster's soul fire energy to dominate an undead of a lower rank than themselves. The caster can automatically release the spell by returning a fragment of the dominated undead soul fire. Conditions. The actions of the dominated undead are controlled, and the caster's undead level must be higher than that of the dominated undead. Limit. From the moment of learning this magic, the upper limit increases by 3 for each level gained, starting from an initial value of 3. This is also why undead of Lord level and above always engage in group fights during their promotions. Given their vast numbers, however, the most fatal flaw is that once the caster's soul fire extinguishes, all remaining minions will perish alongside it. Regardless of their rank, they cannot escape the constraints of the laws. Therefore, whenever a promotion battle in the undead plane commences, countless mid to low-ranking undead are destined to perish. Yet, the skeletal swordsman Cole is only level 4. Prior to encountering Suze, it faced challenges merely surviving. Even after leveling up, low-ranking undead only perceive soul fire. Acquiring followers would only be feasible at level 10, after attaining Lord status. Regrettably, lacking the knowledge of the chaotic scream, Suze pondered with a tinge of regret. Well, let us set aside undead domination for now and test your new sword technique. With a casual gesture, he conjured a long sword using the bone resurrection technique and addressed the sword-wielding Cole. As a swordsman, he was naturally captivated by swordsmanship. Cole exhibited no visible reaction, merely obeying orders. It swung its sword towards Suze, for it did not employ its familiar sword techniques, but rather the somewhat clumsy wilderness sword skills. The swordplay is bold and expansive, reminiscent of ancient times when one battled ferocious beasts. It lacks finesse, yet each move is a matter of life and death, characterized by relentless offense with no regard for defense. Suze deliberately observes the entirety of the sword technique. Thus he does not exert his full strength, merely utilizing his true essence to protect the bone sword while executing the 7th form of the Yellow River Sword art. The 9 twists and turns entanglement. Since there is only a single move, Suze instructs Cole to repeatedly practice it without pause. This not only aids Cole in swiftly mastering the new sword technique, but also allows both parties to benefit, enhancing their swordsmanship. Alas, what a dire situation. It appears that the pioneering approach adopts a grand and sweeping style, with fierce and merciless strikes. This perfectly complements my Yellow River sword art, which embodies both rigidity and flexibility. However, Cole currently possesses only the first form. It remains uncertain whether he will be able to complete the rest in the future. Grasping the magic stone, Suze simultaneously restores his mental energy while reflecting on the insights gained from the recent practice. Time passes quietly yet busily. Following the near incident, it is quite astonishing that the Sari family has not sought trouble with Suze. Nevertheless, as wizards boast long lifespans, they belong to one of the most patient groups. Hence, he remains vigilant. He rarely ventures beyond the territories of dark forces, and when he does, it is primarily to seek assistance from Eric and Jeanette. Fortunately, after accepting this task, Suze earns at least 5 third-level magic stones daily. As for why the task reward is only 2 stones while he receives 5 daily, Suze can only marvel at the wealth of 6th-level wizards who can afford such losses, coupled with a monthly subsidy of 6 magic stones, although he continues his training uninterrupted for now. The aspiration for rapid advancement has been shattered. Regrettably, a potion capable of enhancing mental energy by 10 to 15 points now costs 40 third-level magic stones, with Suze's current assets totaling 41 stones. After purchasing 1 bottle of 4th-level potion, acquiring another would take at least 2 weeks. Furthermore, potions have a resistance factor after 2 or 3 doses. The increase in mental energy becomes negligible. To continue enhancing through potions, one must resort to even higher-tier concoctions, which are significantly more expensive. Moreover, it is impractical for Suze to invest all his resources solely in this pursuit, especially with an adversary lurking in the shadows, poised to strike him down at any moment, while he must also master the various spells taught by the Academy. 3 months later, within an unknown chamber of the Mage Tower, Suze and his companions hasten their casting speed as the intensity of the battles escalates, with the summoned undead of higher tiers increasingly summoned to the main plane. Only the lower-tier minions are naturally consumed on the battlefield. As time progresses, the injuries of Mentor Allison's minions transition from physical to magical wounds. Fortunately, as they are all skeletal undead, replacing the injured parts allows them to rejoin the fray immediately. 0-degree ice crystal. Suze adeptly seizes a white glass vial and pours it over the undead engulfed in ghostly flames before him. Sizzle. As the thick smoke dissipates, the grayish-white flames extinguish. He raises the bone sword he has just conjured, infusing it with true essence, and strikes fiercely with a single blow. Clang. Where the bones clashed, the resonant sound of metal echoed. Truly formidable, Suze exclaimed, and with a resounding clang, he finally severed the decayed bone, skillfully tossing it into the refuse chute above the wall. He then commenced the use of the bone revival technique to mend the damaged areas. Indeed, the cabinet-like structure that Suze and the others had initially encountered was precisely the refuse chute designed for disposing of these useless bones. The 7 individuals surrounding him could only watch in astonishment, secretly muttering, "No wonder he could vanquish the 2nd-tier mage. Neil, his brute strength is truly remarkable." Even those 2 4th-tier mages felt a twinge of apprehension, uncertain if their 3rd-tier shields could withstand Suze's full-powered strike. The crowd sighed collectively, their envy unspoken, glancing at the undead before them, and could only mentally relay commands to sever the wounded parts. Only then did they begin the restoration. Chapter 24. The Esmir Linksy calculation method. The ascension of Mentor Allison's companion spirit took an extensive amount of time, spanning from mid-March to late July without conclusion, as she hunted high-level undead to accumulate soul fire energy for her companion. Over the course of 4 months, Mentor Allison had expended no less than 40,000 third-tier spells on Suze and his companions. A staggering figure, not to mention the magical potions required for her subordinates' various injuries, alongside the magical formulas and materials spent. Should this advancement fail, Mentor Allison would not know how many hundreds of years it would take to gather the opportunity to challenge the 7th-tier realm once more. However, the silver lining was that Suze learned Mentor Allison was relatively young, not exceeding 500 years of age. From this mission, Suze reaped a bountiful harvest of over 10 third-tier magical formulas and more than 600 third-tier magic stones. A veritable windfall. After purchasing potions, his remaining stock of magic stones dwindled to around 350. Throughout the 4-month period, his mental capacity surged dramatically, reaching a remarkable level of 223 points, nearing the threshold of 2nd-tier mage status. This achievement was a result of his continuous potion consumption and relentless use of mental energy. The other 7 individuals had also experienced notable advancements, a development Suze had never anticipated prior to undertaking this task. If this mission were to persist, could it be possible to reach 400 points in 2 or 3 years? Suze mused with delight. However, alongside the generous task rewards came increasingly stringent time demands. Initially, they had to extend their daily hours by 1, and now, aside from attending classes, they were essentially required to remain on standby within the Mage Tower every day. Wanda, wait a moment. You 3. In the dark magic classroom, Mentor Catherine called out to Colin and his companions, who were preparing to head to the Mage Tower. Upon hearing this, Suze smiled at Jeanette and said, "Go ahead." Little January, yet before Jeanette could nod, Mentor Catherine interjected, "No need. Jeanette may also listen in, as she likely already knows what I wish to discuss with you." Hearing this, Jeanette uncertainly inquired, "Mentor Catherine, are you referring to the Esmir-Linksey calculation method?" Catherine nodded affirmatively, saying, "It seems Lord Akizan has already imparted it to you." Subsequently, she addressed Suze and the others, stating, "What I wish to impart to you is the necessity of mastering the Esmir-Linksey calculation method." Jeanette, perplexed, inquired, "Isn't it the case that students must first attain the status of a 3rd-tier mage before they can engage in such studies?" Yet, she had already achieved a mental prowess of 300 points a week prior, making her ascension to 3rd-tier mage imminent. Were you not also studying while you were still at 2nd tier? Catherine replied with a knowing smile. As for the 3 of them, they were considered special cases, thus requiring early instruction. Upon hearing this, Suze and his companions immediately recalled the task assigned by Mentor Allison. The special circumstances to which Mentor Catherine referred could only pertain to that. However, their anticipation for the opportunity to acquire advanced knowledge ahead of time was palpable. By the way, there is a fee for this course, 100 3rd-tier magic stones per person. Please make your payments at the finance office. The initially enthusiastic trio's expressions instantly soured. It felt as though they were being financially drained. Yet, there was no alternative. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. Nonetheless, converting magic stones into knowledge was a fair trade. Jeanette then hurriedly accompanied the 3 to the finance office to settle their fees and collect their tokens. Only then did they proceed to the library on the 4th floor of the Mage Tower. Unlike their experience entering Mentor Allison's residence, the 4 of them ascended the stairs directly to the 4th floor under Jeanette's guidance. The interior revealed merely a space the size of a typical living room, starkly contrasting the tower's vast exterior, exuding an air of profound mystery. As it was their first visit to the library within the Mage Tower, Suze and his companions approached with a degree of caution. Wary of triggering any protective enchantments, the library appeared antiquated from the outside, with the inscription "Library in Novarian" partially worn away on the doorframe, and the coniferous wooden door was riddled with cracks. Presenting a state of disrepair, Colin politely knocked on the door, which creaked open slowly. Appearing from behind the door was a venerable elder. Suze sensed from his mental energy fluctuations that the man was a 2nd-tier mage. However, due to his advanced age and diminished vitality, he had no further prospects for advancement. Perhaps that was why he was tasked with guarding the library. Though aged, the elder's hair and beard were a shade of gray-black, and he donned a dark wizard's robe that he surveyed the group and suddenly chuckled. Old Cole is getting on in years. I may be a bit slow in opening the door, so please excuse me." Then, appearing somewhat vexed, he rubbed his forehead, exclaiming, "Blast it, I forgot to invite you in." With that, he gestured for them to enter. Seeing that the elder was merely an aged 2nd-tier mage, Colin shed his earlier reservations and strode in alongside Wanda. Suze and Jeanette, after expressing their thanks in hushed tones, promptly followed in the wake of Colin and Wanda. Upon entering, Suze and the others stood transfixed, astonished once more. They found themselves on a raised platform, gazing down upon an endless circular plaza, where countless bookshelves were meticulously arranged. The figures bustling about were none other than the diminutive sprites described in magical tomes, said to have vanished from existence in the Middle Ages. The stark contrast between the interior and exterior left the group in a state of bewilderment, their astonishment beyond measure. Even Jeanette, at this moment, remained silent, lost in thought as she gazed at the library square. I suppose you are quite taken aback. When I first arrived here, the astonishment in my heart was no less than yours." The elder Cole chuckled as he approached from behind, remarking that after so many years spent here, he too felt a sense of monotony. It seems it is time for a vacation, to venture out for a while. Susie and the others could not fathom the elder's sentiments. They were unaware of how many years it would take to assuage the awe within their hearts. 10 years? 100 years? 200? Or perhaps 500? Ah, do present your hand tokens. Only then can I summon those little ones to fetch items for you. The elder finally remembered the matter at hand and spoke up. Colin and his companions obediently handed over their tokens to old Cole, who, without even a glance, moved behind a counter beside the platform and pulled a bell. Ding-cling. A stunningly beautiful little fairy arrived in response. Taking the tokens, in less than a quarter of an hour, she returned, swaying as she carried a large pile of books, prompting concern that she might be overwhelmed by their weight. Even Susie felt a surge of protectiveness towards her. Why use Susie as an example? Observing this, Jeanette let out a cold snort. Be careful. Be careful. Cole smiled and glanced at Jeanette before addressing the little fairy. He waved his hand to redirect the crowd's attention away from her and retrieved 3 transparent, radiant crystal balls from beneath the counter, beginning to cast a duplication spell. This was a simple spell employed by wizards to replicate books using crystal balls, requiring minimal energy and being easy to learn. Once the elder Cole completed the duplication, he handed the crystal balls to Susie and his companions, then waved his hand to usher the reluctant 4 away. Little did they expect such a stark contrast between the interior and exterior of the library. Indeed, outside the wizard's tower, as they awaited Eric, the 3 began to converse, and Colin found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to describe it. We should first explore what this so-called Isme-Linksy calculation method truly entails. Wanda broke the silence, picking up a crystal ball and channeling her mental energy to investigate. Upon hearing this, Susie and the others also eagerly began to examine. After temporarily concluding the task assigned by Mentor Allison, Susie started to draw upon the magic stone to replenish his mental energy. Late into the night, he meticulously sensed something, discovering that his mental energy limit had increased by 2 points, causing him to nod in satisfaction. Subsequently, he extracted the magic crystal containing the Isme-Linksy calculation method and delved deeper into it with his mental energy. The so-called calculation method is a combat technique encountered only after one becomes a level 3 wizard. To explain it in the words of the book, it enhances a wizard's information processing capability per second. Within this framework, the combat method for casting spells is transformed into a means of gathering information during battles and, through mental calculations, deriving the optimal response to counter the enemy's spells. This is indeed a rather novel notion. Had Susie been a cultivator in his past life, he would have surely recognized that this combat approach is fundamentally akin to the predictive algorithms of foreseeing an opponent's moves. Both operate on the foundation of immense mental energy and spiritual consciousness. However, the primary utility of the Linksy calculation method is not combat. It is important to understand that wizards, particularly high-level ones, spend only a small fraction of their lengthy lives engaged in battle. Most of the time, they are engaged in the cultivation of mental fortitude and conducting research. However, the study of magic is inherently perilous. If a mage can leverage their mental prowess to preemptively calculate and evade unnecessary risks, their personal safety would be significantly enhanced. It appears that the war has reached a critical juncture, and Mentor Allison fears that our second-tier group might hinder the progress of restoration. By mid-July, even Susie, Colin, and Wanda have been tasked with repairing Lord-level undead. Once the undead surpass level 10 and ascend to Lord status, their bones become nourished by the overflow of energy during their evolution, rendering them extraordinarily resilient. Consequently, the mental exertion and time required to employ the bone restoration spell increase substantially, thus slowing the pace of restoration, an unavoidable predicament. Nevertheless, should one master this computational method, Susie is confident that the situation would improve significantly. Chapter 25. Ambush. Upon realizing this, Susie ceased to dwell on the matter of the violet light and continued to peruse the contents within. According to the crystal ball's exposition, Susie is currently engaged in the initial steps of computation, specifically establishing a model to gather the information his mental capacity receives and converting it into combat directives. As for the advanced content that follows, given his current level, he possesses neither the clearance nor the comprehension to grasp it. The first step is to conjure a virtual space within his mind using his mental energy, subsequently storing the gathered information therein. While envisioning a virtual space is manageable, manifesting the knowledge Susie has acquired into a tangible form presents considerable challenges. as knowledge resides within the realm of cognition. Without special methods, rendering it into a concrete existence is akin to climbing the heavens. After toiling through the night, Suzy found himself at an impasse and reluctantly set it aside, opting instead to complete his assignments for the day and continue refining his true essence. The following day, after class, Suzy noticed Colin beckoning Mentor Catherine, and he promptly joined them. Their oath forbids divulging secrets to others, yet they are permitted to seek clarification on aspects they do not comprehend. After Catherine elucidated for a considerable period, the three hurriedly made their way to the mage's tower, feeling a sense of regret for the limited time available. Catherine could only touch upon the most crucial points, leaving the rest to Suzy and his companions to grasp through practical experience. As the intensity of the war escalated, casualties among the Lord-level combatants increased drastically. Moreover, the skeletal Lord's bones serve as both body and weaponry. Hence, the difficulty in restoration is extraordinary. The bones of Lord-level undead are infused with soul fire energy, approximating a mental strength equivalent to 500 to 700 points for those present. Only the two fourth-tier mages could manage this relatively comfortably. For Suzy, however, it posed an epic challenge, as each restoration of an undead required the complete consumption of a third-tier magic stone. Consequently, the potential earnings from magic stones dwindled significantly, leaving him with a profound sense of loss. Furthermore, over the past 4 months, the two had amassed considerable wealth, prompting them to approach Eric to conclude their task. Eric was well aware of the circumstances surrounding the two individuals. Moreover, although the intensity of the war had escalated significantly by this late stage, the number of servants in need of repair had notably diminished. Thus, he acquiesced to their requests. Although Suzy's mental prowess was inferior to theirs, he was fortunate to possess water-based true essence, and after days of exploration, he had discovered a few tricks related to the calculation method, enabling him to barely manage. After all, this had transcended mere tasks. It was now a matter of assisting his mentor through this ordeal. Mentor Allison was, in a sense, indebted to everyone present, and the favor she owed was of considerable value. Had it not been for their inability to sustain further efforts, Colin and his companion would have been reluctant to concede. Before Suzy stood a level 12 skeletal swordsman lord, its injuries relatively minor. However, the long sword it wielded was reduced to mere half, with the rest lost somewhere on the battlefield. Furthermore, the left side of its ribcage was extensively fractured, with visible cracks along the spine, presenting a rather pitiable sight. With a grim expression, he scanned the creature with his mental energy, and then awkwardly attempted to construct a model in his mind. Being a mid-tier undead, Suzy had to account for the increased hardness of its bones due to the soul fire contained within, calculating the amount of mental energy required to mold bones of equivalent durability. By the time he completed his calculations, 20 minutes had elapsed, and another 10 were needed to cast his spell. Ultimately, it took half an hour to restore the corporeal form of the undead servant. Glancing at the other 7, he noted that Eric's situation mirrored his own, yet he appeared slightly more at ease due to the guidance of their mentor. In contrast, Fiona and her trio exhibited significantly less strain. As they were third-level mages, likely having grasped the rudiments of the calculation method, enabling them to repair an undead in approximately 10 minutes. The two fourth-level mages positioned at the periphery had become familiar to Suzy over the past few months. Though they had barely interacted, they seemed quite comfortable, given that their rank aligned with Allison's servants in the realm of magic. The hierarchy of mages and undead corresponded at a ratio of 1:3, meaning a first-level mage was roughly equivalent to a 1 to 3 level undead. Therefore, when facing undead lords typically ranging from levels 10 to 15, they required only around 7 minutes for restoration, and the consumption of energy appeared minimal. With a tinge of envy, Suzy cast a glance at the others before redirecting his focus to his own tasks, contemplating the repair of his weapon as well. He issued a command for the bone sword to be handed over. Upon grasping it, he felt as though the sword would tumble from his hands with a thud, prompting him to swiftly channel his true essence to halt its descent. How heavy it was! What creature's bones were used to forge this? It was so dark and foreboding that Suzy's mental tendrils penetrated the obsidian exterior, delving into the sword's interior, and swiftly conjured a rudimentary model in his mind. He recalled the bone density of the lords he had repaired over the past months, and found that even the strongest level 14 lord's bones could not compare to this. Lacking comparable data, he had no choice but to painstakingly simulate within his mental space and make adjustments. ultimately arriving at a conclusion that Tio think that it is nearly comparable to the skeletal strength of a lord brimming with 800 points of soulfire intensity. It almost approaches the skeletal strength of a level 15 undead. Suze was somewhat taken aback. If he were to undertake its restoration, he would likely need to replenish his 223 points of mental energy 3 or 4 times. However, upon further reflection, he realized that Mentor Allison would provide the magic stones, so what was there to fear? Moreover, encountering such a powerful weapon was a rare opportunity. He could seize the chance to forge a blade each for himself and Cole without spending a single magic stone. Where else could one find such a fortuitous circumstance of acquiring 2 swords? With a mischievous grin, he began to cast his spell. Upon completing the restoration of the bone sword, he did not return it to the undead, but instead quickly set about replenishing his mental energy. Eager to seize the moment, thus, the undead stood waiting, with no new arrivals in sight. The others had long since grown accustomed to such occurrences over the past few months, as long as it did not interfere with task completion. Everyone harbored a bit of personal ambition. Consequently, they chose to remain discreet, focusing solely on their own matters. As the crimson sun dipped below the horizon, the conflict in the undead realm temporarily subsided. The lords began to command their minions to withdraw from the battlefield, absorbing the energy of the blood-red moon to replenish their daily expenditure. At last, Suze and his companions could catch their breath and depart, each carrying their share of the day's rewards. It seemed that Jeanette had been busy this month, as he had not encountered her. Besides the 3 magic stones in his pocket, Suze concealed 2 swords within the ample folds of his robe, each comparable to the skeletal strength of a level 15 undead. Such items could be classified as quasi-level 3 magical artifacts. However, they should be regarded as consumables, for aside from their hardness and sharpness, they bore no other enchanting abilities and were prone to damage. As long as Suze's repository of information was sufficient, a peculiar rune would manifest within his virtual space. This was the essence of computational magic. With the rune of computational magic in hand, he could subsequently summon the stored information for immediate use. Navigating through a winding path and beneath a canopy of trees, the dormitory 210 was just ahead. Yet, instead of hastening his pace, Suze came to an abrupt halt, hesitating before the shadow before him. Ah, how astute! Just as the chilling voice echoed, the shadow before Suze suddenly expanded, engulfing him whole. Suze had remained ever vigilant against the retaliation from the Sari family, avoiding any opportunities for confrontation, yet he never anticipated that they would infiltrate the academy. Damn it! Enveloped by darkness, Suze did not panic. He swiftly conjured a protective water barrier, and as he intoned the incantation, a level 1 magical shield formed before him. The protective water barrier not only served as a shield, but also effectively obscured the enemy's line of sight. He sought only to prevent the enemy from finding a flaw, buying time. Once he had accomplished this, he began to summon his companion, Cole. As the faint light faded, Cole, now fully assimilated with the magic crystal and having ascended to level 6, materialized in the main realm. Suze drew forth the bone sword he had just acquired that day, but refrained from handing it to Cole, for its weight was considerable. Without proper acclimatization, it could hinder his combat effectiveness. Curiously, after the enemy cast a shadow spell, there was no further movement. However, Suze dared not to let his guard down. With his back against Cole's, he could only hope that members of the Nightingale squad would pass by before their opponent took action. After all, shadow assassins lurked in the darkness, striking with lethal precision. Suze was uncertain whether he could withstand the enemy's attack. The wait in such a perilous situation was both lengthy and agonizing. Without warning, sensing a slight disturbance, Suze instinctively tilted his head aside, as an almost invisible needle effortlessly pierced through 2 layers of protection, narrowly grazing his cheek. A faint sound echoed, and though Cole behind him remained unscathed, dark green patterns began to spread ominously across the back of his skull. It was a potent poison. Unfortunately, it was Cole who had been struck, a skeleton-type undead immune to toxins. Yet, Suze's back was already drenched in sweat. Had he not dodged just now? He shuddered to imagine. Frantically, he spread his mental energy before him, determined not to overlook even the slightest movement. Once he completed this, 2 gray shadows darted out from the forest cover, one in front and the other behind, their speed rendering Suze unable to discern their authenticity, compelling him to ensure Cole did not abandon his rear defense. It became evident that the assassin's target was Suze. From the shadows, a dagger glimmered with a sinister green light, unmistakably laced with poison. The dagger was evidently a magical artifact, as it easily pierced through the 2 layers of shields Suze had conjured. Suze was filled with dread at the sight. He dared not let the dagger find its mark, swiftly reaching into his cloak to retrieve a mass of soft metallic mesh, infusing it with true essence and hurling it forward without regard for precision. At such a close range, it was bound to hit. Humph! A cold snicker echoed, followed by a flash of blades. Suze's newly acquired level 4 magical artifact was effortlessly torn apart, the gray shadow pressing on relentlessly, left with no choice. Suze raised his bone sword to block, now placing his hopes on the bone sword's level 15 durability to withstand the onslaught. A soft clang resonated as Suze braced himself against the bone sword, struggling against the immense force. Fortunately, he managed to hold his ground. Meanwhile, the gray shadow that Cole had been defending against proved to be an illusion, merely a phantom, not an elemental doppelganger. Then, it's my turn. Suze snorted coldly, seizing the gray shadow's dagger-wielding hand, channeling his true essence to forcefully restrain the opponent from escaping. The shadow assassin had only one chance to strike. Realizing the futility of the situation, the assassin resolved to sever his own arm to escape. Unfortunately, Cole, having received prior orders, swiftly turned and dispatched the enemy with a single stroke, quite the formidable opponent, observing the decapitated assassin on the ground. Suze inspected the bone sword, finding it marred by only a faint white mark. He approached to retrieve the poisonous dagger, then began to search the body, before reporting to the Nightingale squad. He must collect the spoils. It seemed that those engaged in missions were not inclined to carry magical stones, Suze thought ruefully, lamenting the cost of a level 4 magical artifact and wondering if he would gain nothing beyond a dagger. Yet, he was a swordsman after all. Ultimately, the only items Suze could recover from the assassin were a few healing potions and a bounty notice bearing his own likeness. Strangely, even the assassin's appearance was unfamiliar, suggesting he was not a member of the Academy. Suze possessed a limited understanding of the dark forces lurking outside, failing to uncover any traces pertaining to the identity of the assassin. He could only lament how impeccably the Sari family conducted their affairs. As he traversed the space, 2 figures materialized mid-air, those of the long-absent Akazin and the mentor Allison, who was at a critical juncture of her advancement. At that moment, the surging mental energy emanating from Allison had solidified into a tangible form, its radiance nearly distorting the very fabric of space. Akazin furrowed his brow and gently tapped Allison with his left hand, causing the strange phenomena to vanish in an instant. "How is he?" inquired Akazin, the deputy director. "The manner in which the energy within him operates is quite intriguing. But are you serious?" Chapter 26. Judgment after Suze's departure. Talia and the others were awakened by the arriving members of the tribunal. However, Suze had not ventured outside since then, making this the first meeting between Talia and him in the past 6 months. Despite her having learned the truth from Jay. "Hello, Senior Suze." Talia languidly reclined on the sofa, her speech slightly muffled by whatever she was chewing. Jeanette chuckled lightly, ruffling Talia's hair as she remarked, "It is September now. Naturally, Talia has been admitted to our academy." Realization dawned on Suze. It was once again the time for students to masquerade as sorcerers. He had not anticipated that Talia would awaken her mental prowess. "What about your brother, Talia?" "Haha, someone as intelligent and handsome as my brother must have condensed a vortex of fighting spirit and entered the Lionheart Academy in Luo City," Talia declared proudly. "Senior Suze, when shall we visit my brother? I miss him a bit. I haven't seen him in nearly a year." She then recounted how Hardy had become a fighter and joined Lionheart Academy just 2 or 3 months after their last departure. However, due to the restrictions on family visits during the freshman period, the siblings had yet to reunite. "You should first aim to advance to a level 1 mage. Otherwise, the academy won't permit you to go out." Suze approached and affectionately patted Talia's small head before sitting down beside Jeanette. Reflecting on something, he continued, "Which department have you been assigned to?" Talia tilted her head back, fixing him with a warning gaze as she replied, "I just arrived at school. I haven't been assigned yet, but I caution you, Senior Suze, do not randomly pat a girl's head. Don't you know about the propriety between the sexes? Also, touching heads can stunt your growth." Suze chuckled. "How old are you? And you already understand the propriety between the sexes? Why don't you tell Jeanette?" "I don't mind," replied Jeanette, upon discovering that Talia possessed a dual standard of talent. Suze felt a pang of heartache. Why was it that others had such exceptional gifts, while he had never pondered why he had been admitted? The burial ground where he resided, located in the province of Lohe Mati, held a prestigious status as the only Grade B magic academy with enrollment eligibility throughout the entire province, unlike the other 3 Grade C academies, which could only recruit within their respective counties. With such unparalleled conditions, a convergence of talent and extraordinary potential flourished. Without any extraordinary reasons, what qualifications did he possess to cultivate here? The trio engaged in casual conversation about their recent circumstances. Jeanette, aware that Susie had been occupied with tasks assigned by mentor Allison over the past few months, did not linger for long, departing with Talia. However, Talia, feeling comfortable with the two, exclaimed that upon arriving in an unfamiliar environment, she was hesitant to stay alone and wished to borrow a place to stay with senior Susie for a few days. Susie was quite agreeable to this, as he was well acquainted with the Hardy siblings. And since his most prized possession remained undisturbed within his dantian, he was prepared to readily consent. Unexpectedly, Jeanette interjected, stating that she had extra space available, and, blushing, she pulled the smiling Talia away, leaving Susie utterly perplexed. After bidding farewell to Jeanette and Talia, Susie ascended to the second floor. Retrieving the spoils he had just acquired, he meticulously examined them before settling down in a meditative posture, transforming the experiences from today's battle and the basic information of the newly acquired magical items into a virtual, tangible existence, storing them in his ethereal mental space. When would he ever learn the knowledge to identify magical items? As he toyed with the dagger, which was coated in venom and sheathed within its scabbard, he recognized its considerable quality, but was unable to discern its detailed attributes, leaving him somewhat vexed. If only he could master the art of item appraisal, he would know the true worth of such objects, thus avoiding being deceived in transactions. However, it seemed that the academy would only impart such teachings after reaching the 5th level. After all, the immediate priority was to expedite his ascent during the lower tiers, to elevate his magical rank and extend his lifespan. Otherwise, when would he find the time to study such peculiarities? Nevertheless, not every magician possesses the potential to reach the 5th level. Susie sighed softly, sheathing the dagger before producing a vial of green potion, which he consumed in one gulp, beginning to absorb its potency and cultivate his mental strength. At that moment, his mental prowess had reached 223 points. Still far from the formidable threshold of 300, shaking his head vigorously to dispel distractions, Susie ascended to the 3rd floor to summon Core, preparing to officially exchange weapons with the two and to test the newly acquired sword techniques following his promotion. There was no other choice. The Yellow River sword path belonged to the pinnacle of spiritual arts, merely a step away from the Taoist techniques. Thus, Susie found himself unable to utilize it during the Qi refinement stage, only managing to extract a few scattered sword moves for combat, while the technique he employed most frequently remained the C mantra. It was for this reason that Susie sought to acquire new sword styles from Core. After all, at his core, he was a pure swordsman. He first allowed Core to familiarize himself with the weight of the bone sword, then commanded, use the new sword technique to attack, the second style of clearing the wilderness. Upon receiving Core's mental response, Susie felt an urge to laugh. Were the names of the undead so unrefined? Nonetheless, though the name was simplistic, the technique remained as reckless and life-threatening as ever. Clang, the two swords, both of equal material strength, clashed, producing a light chime before immediately rebounding. Susie emulated Core's swordplay, thrusting forward in the same manner, but observed Core halt his advance and switch techniques, the sixth style of clearing the wilderness. Weren't they supposed to be consecutive? Susie had no time to ponder, charging forward instead. The following evening, as the group emerged from the Mage Tower, they noticed many students hastening towards the center of the lake. Fiona, intrigued, inquired, "What is happening? Is there something amiss at the academy? It seems that a notification of a level above the system should have emerged." Terrence Tulse, a 4th-level mage with prior experience, replied, "Has something significant occurred at the academy recently?" For some unknown reason, Susie suddenly recalled the assassination from the previous night and wondered if it might be connected. He then spoke up. "Hey, would you be interested in taking a look?" However, Fiona and the others declined Susie's suggestion, departing without a word. For them, if it did not pertain to their own interests, it was hardly worth their concern. The two 4th-level mages also chose to leave in silence. Thus, Susie turned to the remaining Eric, who nodded affirmatively and said, "All right." At that moment, noticing Colin and Wanda ahead, the two hastened to catch up. Bathed in the afterglow, the four surged forward with the crowd. Susie, who seldom roamed the academy, was nonetheless aware that the Lakeside Plaza was typically the venue for the Academy's significant announcements. Currently, the plaza buzzed with activity, hosting around 100 individuals. Wanda exclaimed in astonishment. What has happened? It seems as though the entire Academy has gathered. The conditions for graduation from the burial ground are either attaining the third level or remaining for 50 years. For many aspiring mages who see no hope of advancement, graduating and subsequently entering an institution within the Magical Academy Alliance is the best option. Hence, the Academy's populace is perpetually polarized. One half consists of those who have only recently joined and have yet to qualify for graduation, while the other half opts to remain and continue their training. Consequently, the number of individuals at the Academy consistently hovers around 300. Those who have lingered within the Academy for an extended period number approximately 100. While the remaining advanced students are naturally occupied with tasks assigned by the Academy and do not linger on the premises. In front, the outer members of the Nightingale patrol team were maintaining order, presumably concerning matters of safety. Could it be that some audacious thief has slipped in? Colin speculated uncertainly as he glanced ahead. Let us go take a look. The plaza itself was quite spacious, and with only around 100 people, it hardly felt crowded. Observing his companion's wild conjectures, Eric suggested they approach to gain clarity. Upon entering the plaza, apart from Susie, who had mentally prepared himself, the other three were taken aback by the scene before them. At that moment, 2 crosses had been erected on a raised platform in the plaza, each binding a person. One appeared utterly terrified, rendered speechless as if under a silent spell, while the other hung his head motionless. Resembling a corpse, beneath the crosses stood members of the Nightingale team, including the 2 vice-captains, Ulysses Robinson, a 5th-level light mage, and Timothy Majory, a 5th-level water mage, as well as 2 fire-type instructors from the Academy. One of whom was Carlos, who bore a grudge against Susie. It's him. He actually managed to survive. Susie recognized him instantly from his physique and demeanor, having crossed paths with the assassin before, yet he remained perplexed about the Academy's true intentions. Isn't that Lewis Warren, who was quite close to Jonathan? What is he doing here? Colin exclaimed in surprise, having come from a modest family in Nariti and possessing keen insights into the magical families of the Lohamidi province. After speaking, he cast a furtive glance at Susie, his expression peculiar as Ulysses observed the gathering crowd. He raised his hand to signal, a subtle yet formidable pressure sweeping across the arena, instantly silencing the previously boisterous square. No one dared to offend the dignity of a powerful figure. Chapter 27. Task concluded. No sooner had Ulysses finished speaking than a squad member clad in a black uniform ascended the high platform. After bowing to the esteemed instructors of the Academy, he unfurled a parchment of gray with red borders and began to recite. Case number 201903118. Case summary. The Fire Element student and second-tier mage Lewis Warren colluded with dark forces, placing a bounty on the black market in a nefarious attempt to assassinate fellow students of his own academy. Case outcome. This act is a violation of the prohibition regulations for students of the burial grounds. Articles 1, 10, and 16. The charge of betrayal against the Academy is hereby established. According to the punitive regulations, the death penalty shall be enacted, to be carried out by the respective instructors of this department. Let all students take heed of this cautionary tale. The squad member, expressionless, completed his declaration and once more bowed to the instructors before hastily departing, ignoring the uproar of astonished students in the square. Colin and his companions instantly grasped the gravity of the situation, staring incredulously at the instigator of this ordeal, and whispered in unison, "Hey, you can't possibly be the illegitimate child of one of the Academy's instructors. Can you?" They dared not utter the names of the elders or department heads. Yet the insinuation was unmistakable. It is well known that mages are already a rarity, aside from casualties incurred during battles. It is inconceivable for them to face immediate execution for any crime, as this would be an egregious waste. Mages are regarded as vital strategic assets, akin to fighters, and are deemed fundamental to a nation's true strength. Such occurrences have transpired before, yet the Nightingale squad had never handled matters in this manner. It is no wonder that Colin and his companions harbored such thoughts. Upon hearing this, Susie exclaimed with indignation, "Must one possess noble blood to be deemed precious and worthy of protection? Wanda, Eric, you two hail from humble beginnings. Does that render your lives worthless?" Chastened by Susie's rebuke, both lowered their heads in silence. Colin, reflecting on his family's predicament, felt an overwhelming resentment towards the injustice of fate when faced with the oppression of powerful clans. Thus, regardless of who we are, since we are fortunate enough to attend the same academy, should we not support one another rather than scheme against each other? Those like him, I would gladly see eliminated. With that, Susie stormed off, disregarding the three behind him. Eric exchanged a glance with Wanda, hastily following after him. Meanwhile, Colin stood in silent contemplation, lost in thought, and unaware of what occupied his mind on the high platform. Ulysses quietly observed Susie's departure, and suddenly, with a hint of mockery, addressed Carlos. Individuals like Susie are indeed rare. Carlos's complexion shifted between shades of blue and red, clearly infuriated. He let out a cold snort and refrained from responding. This attempt at subterfuge had not only backfired, incurring a steep price with the assassin, but had also failed to safeguard those who assisted him within the academy, thereby tarnishing his family's reputation. However, a sudden thought crossed his mind, and he ominously remarked, "Once the assassin organization accepts a task, it is a matter of life and death. You should keep a close watch on him." Furthermore, what else remains to be said by Ulysses? The silent fire element mentor, the 6th-level Sydney child, interjected with a tone laden with dissatisfaction. "That's enough." Timothy, perceiving the discontent in Sydney's voice, gently nudged Ulysses, signaling him to cease his words. In the absence of Lord Ella, it is prudent to avoid direct confrontation with high-ranking mentors. Witnessing the mentor's ire, Carlos had no choice but to relent, casting a cold glance at Ulysses. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a 2nd-level fire spell towards the cross, and in the next moment, the lone figure and the corpse upon it were instantly reduced to ashes, leaving Lewis no time to even utter a sound. This gruesome spectacle left a profound psychological scar on the students in the square, likely haunting their dreams for months to come, serving as a stark reminder to never transgress the academy's boundaries. Having concluded his actions, Sydney wordlessly departed with Carlos, not even offering a farewell. Ulysses, witnessing this, let out a cold snort, clearly dissatisfied. Timothy let out a rueful smile and remarked, "Come now. You expect others to allow their students to be fully aware of their own fate, yet you do not permit them to vent their frustrations?" Ulysses chuckled lightly, dismissively retorting, "Do you truly believe he cares about a minor character like Lewis? It is merely because their fire element has been forbidden from meddling with the Nightingale for 5 centuries. To have the audacity to seek retribution from others after such an incident. It is no wonder he remains stagnant even after 700 years. In the realm of dark magic, necromancers generally fall into 2 categories. The first comprises those who do not choose a companion spirit, merely employing it as a disposable asset. Unburdened by a companion, they can invest all resources into themselves, thus accelerating their own ascent. However, the drawback lies in their lack of direct combat prowess against adversaries or assassins, relying solely on protective magical items and their own spells to confront foes. The second category consists of necromancers who have contracted with a companion spirit, despite the considerable resources they must allocate to their companion to aid its advancement and enhance its combat abilities, which consequently slows their personal progress. They benefit from a doubled combat capability during battles. They often possess the strength to confront adversaries directly, and on many occasions, they can obtain fragments of necromantic spells from their companion without the need for sacrifice, thus learning advanced spells without cost. Each approach has its merits and drawbacks, ultimately reflecting personal choice. That if their companion spirit happens to be a wizard or a specter, this provides a free avenue for acquiring advanced magical knowledge. The resources saved are typically invested in procuring powerful protective magical items. For Susie, the significance of Cole lies in providing new sword techniques and assisting in combat, once his cultivation bottleneck is resolved. Redirecting primary resources towards Cole will pose no issues. After all, I am a sword cultivator, Susie mused to himself. With a resounding clang, Susie parried Cole's heavy sword strike, simultaneously conveying a mental command for it to cease. "What do you think? Should I purchase you a fine set of equipment to expedite your upgrades?" Naturally, Cole remained silent, leaving Susie to converse with himself in the training chamber. Well, never mind. Onward with the cultivation. Thus, half a month slipped by once more, ushering in the month of October. Due to the immense mental strain required for the repairs, Susie found it increasingly difficult to cope over the past few months. Even with the dual enhancement of calculation techniques and true essence, teetering on the brink of exhaustion. "All right, Susie, the mission has concluded." Just as he was immersed in recovering his mental energy, the excited voice of Eric reached him. "Thank you all for your hard work these past months. Here, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude on behalf of my mentor, Allison Keppel. Upon hearing this, Suze and the others promptly stood up to express their respects, exclaiming, "It is our honor," Suze thought with a hint of excitement. This means that Minter Allison's undead companion has likely succeeded in its promotion. This marked his first involvement in the advancement of a high-level mage. Although he had merely been a bystander, he had gained considerable insights from the experience. Just as he had completed the energy accumulation, there were still numerous preparations for Allison to attend to. Thus, she did not have the time to meet with these lower-level mages. After Eric distributed 32 third-tier magic stones to each individual, he led everyone away. Finally, it was over. Suze patted the heavy magic stones in his robe pocket, smiling as he bid farewell to the group, each departing their own way. Chapter 28. Conversations. The following day, Suze sensed someone entering the dormitory while lost in slumber, instantly awakening. However, once he recognized the intruder, he relaxed his guard, silently lamenting, "Had I known, I would not have granted Jeanette access." Thus far, apart from himself, only Jeanette could enter so quietly, casually conjuring a small water orb with true essence to splash his face. He quickly dried off with his robe and hurried downstairs, expressing his displeasure. "Jeanette, disturbing my sleep so early in the morning." Upon reaching the ground floor, he discovered Talia was also present, both of them grinning at him. He queried in surprise, "What is going on? Is there something amiss with me?" Jeanette chuckled, "Do mages also indulge in sleeping in? You look as though you've drained your mental energy." Indeed, Suze was about to elaborate on the details of Minter Allison's task when he heard Talia teasingly say, Yes, Suze, did you perhaps engage in some indescribable activities last night, which left you so weak? Utterly drained." "What?" Suze responded, bewildered, exchanging a glance with Jeanette, unable to comprehend Talia's words that, it's just the kind of embarrassing things that men tend to enjoy. Talia said with a mischievous grin, playfully reproaching him, Suze and Jeanette. With a sudden motion, Suze stood up and playfully flicked Talia's smooth forehead, adopting a serious expression as he admonished, "You're still a child, oblivious to the thoughts swirling in your mind all day." "Ouch!" Talia yelped in pain, her eyes darting as she prepared to retaliate. Observing this, Jeanette swiftly wrapped her arms around Talia. Addressing Suze, All right. Why do you two always behave like children?" Suze shrugged, expressing his confusion over why he and Talia shared such a rapport. There was an inexplicable sense of familiarity whenever he saw her. Could it be that he harbored some peculiar inclination? At this thought, he couldn't help but shiver slightly. As Suzy found himself lost in thought, he once again heard Jeanette's voice. "Aze, the purpose of our visit this time is to inquire when you might have some time available, as Talia wishes to visit Lionheart Academy to see her brother." With a sudden realization, he turned to Talia and continued, "By the way, it's been nearly a month. Talia, you must have been assigned to a department by now, right?" Upon hearing this, Talia displayed a proud expression, casting a glance at Jeanette as if to convey an unspoken message. Noticing her demeanor, Jeanette chuckled and said, "Indeed, she has been assigned to the Earth Department, and she has even been taken as a disciple by Mia Corkle, a level 6 mage." Mia Corkle, renowned alongside Allison Capel of the Dark Department and Samantha Nancy of the Light Department, is highly esteemed by the directors of the burial ground, and it is highly likely that she will ascend to level 7 mage within 4 centuries. How fortunate Talia is. Although Suzy couldn't help but silently admire her luck. He teasingly remarked, "What is there to be so proud of? Just look at Sister Jeanette, and then at yourself. Haven't they said your talent is supposed to be even greater? Why then has no level 8 mage taken you on as a disciple?" Talia's expression instantly fell upon hearing this, unwilling to engage with Suzy, clearly displaying a sense of sour grapes. Nevertheless, the chasm between a level 6 mage and an 8 is indeed akin to an insurmountable gulf. Consequently, a twinge of jealousy was unmistakably present in Talia's heart. Meanwhile, within the enigmatic space of the Tower of Mage's 7th level, a vast black plaza appeared to float like a suspended continent in the hazy void. The 4 lampposts at the edges of the plaza served as the sole source of illumination in the entire space. Intricate arrays adorned the plaza, with thousands of patterns indicating that it was clearly a complex and profound magical formation. At the center of this formation lay a coffin crafted from pure crystal, housing a skeleton that glimmered like jade and radiated a phosphorescent glow, clutching an obsidian skull staff. The skull's hollow eyes sparkled with a ghastly white flame, the sole fire of the undead. Above the coffin, a vision materialized of a palace of bones perched atop a lofty mountain peak. Within the main fortress of this palace, standing resilient against the howling winds, was yet another crystal coffin, guarded by a throng of mid-tier undead lords. This was the projection of the undead plane. Standing beside the physical coffin in the main plane were two figures, a man and a woman, none other than Allison of the Dark Department and her deputy, Atchison. After a prolonged silence, Atchison finally broke the stillness of the space, inquiring, "Allison, how are the preparations for May coming along? Have you selected the bloodline for the physical body?" Although Allison gazed anxiously at the companion lying within the crystal coffin, she managed a smile, saying, "Didn't T. Macmillan mention that anyone who dares to harm their kin would be pursued with utmost fervor? Alas, every family has its share of pests. Otherwise, how could I have obtained this refined bloodline?" Although she said this, Allison was well aware that she was merely reassuring herself. Since the founding of the Macmillan family, their core native magical heritage had remained undisclosed, and advancing to level 9 in the later stages would truly be the optimal choice. Upon finishing her words, she turned away with a heavy sigh, lamenting the tragic extinction of the Highland elves, whose ancestral lands have long since succumbed to the boundless ocean, leaving no trace to pursue. Otherwise, their natural earth magic would undoubtedly be the prime choice. Regarding Allison's sense of loss, Ichuan was at a loss for words. Had the legacy of the Highland elves endured, perhaps this lineage would have already been revived under the hands of the necromancers. The remains of the powerful are indeed difficult to procure, though this largely depends on the individual. Even with the knowledge of May's former magical attributes, the undead ultimately represent a different form of existence. There exists a chance to start anew. Ichuan pondered thoughtfully, for the fact that May could reincarnate into the realm of the undead suggested that her previous magical path may not have been the optimal one. Perhaps the opportunity to select a new source of lineage might present a greater chance for the future, as it pertains to the future of an entity poised to forge a crown. Even Ichuan, with experience in reshaping the bodies of undead companions, found it necessary to deliberate carefully. Hearing this, Allison forced a smile and replied, "How I wish to procure a higher-tier bloodline for May. But time is of the essence. It took me a century to uncover these three options, while May's sworn enemy has already been reborn and ascended to kingship. If she delays further, I fear calamity may ensue." At that point, even with the assistance of esteemed members of the Academy, the adversary will also have their own contracted sorcerers to bolster their strength. Thus, the most prudent course of action is to expedite her advancement. I understand your concerns, yet what do you think of the bloodline of the Sword of the North? Ichuan articulated each word with caution, wary that a single misstep could lead to misunderstandings and animosities. The Sword of the North, an otherworldly bloodline, the very outsider renowned 2 millennia ago as the mightiest of planes, one against whom even the triad of sages could not contend, Allison exclaimed with excitement. Even May, lying within the crystal coffin, flickered her soul flame in response, powerful waves of energy reverberating through the crystal, producing a deep, resonant sound. Throughout the lengthy eons of the undead, she was evidently well acquainted with the renown of this formidable being, a familiarity that surely predated her contract with Allison. After the initial thrill, Allison quickly regained her composure. From the information runes within the virtual space, she comprehended the formidable nature of this outsider's bloodline. However, without a legacy, it would amount to little more than a hollow promise. Moreover, the fact that he had vanished from the world 2 millennia ago left her apprehensive about taking such a risk. Yet, why did Lord Ichuan bring this matter to light? Could it be? She inquired cautiously, "My lord, have you discovered the lineage of this powerful being's inheritor?" With rapt attention, she suppressed the overwhelming surge of her mental energy. Appearing exceedingly tense, Ichuan nodded in response and asked, "Do you know the surname of this formidable individual?" Allison paused in surprise, employing the Icemerling insight calculation method to scour the entire information repository. Yet she found no answer to this query. Though 2 millennia may mean little to a high-tier sorcerer, for Ichuan, who attained 8th-level mastery within a millennium, and Allison, who achieved 6th-level mastery within 5 centuries, this remained an unfathomable secret to them. After all, the blockade imposed by the Mage Academy Alliance on the outsiders from the Northern Territories is exceedingly stringent, with designated personnel to manage the situation. Do not dwell on it. Had it not been for the director's revelation, I would have remained oblivious as well. Observing the flickering runes in Allison's eyes and the rapid fluctuations of her mental energy, Akazan remarked with a smile, "His surname is Sue. Are you suggesting that, just a couple of days ago?" Allison inquired, her expression one of disbelief as she gazed at Akizan. Otherwise, why would I urge you to consider him? Akizan retorted with dissatisfaction. Indeed, apart from the Northern Alliance, he is the only remaining heir of that formidable figure who has fallen into obscurity. Moreover, do you believe your chances of obtaining the legacy are greater from him, or from the Macmillan family? As their conversation continued, Suze imparted essential knowledge and taboos regarding life at the Mage Academy to Talia, advising her to seek assistance from either him or Jeanette should she encounter difficulties. Before bidding farewell to the two, when Eric approached, Suze inquired, "What is it, Eric? Is there something amiss?" Eric, puzzled by the command he had received, replied, "I have been sent by the teacher to summon you for a meeting." "What could it be about?" Suze mused, stroking his chin in contemplation. "Very well, let us depart at once. By the way, do you have any idea why Mentor Allison seeks me? I do not know. I just received the news moments ago." Eric raised his hand to reveal a crystal tablet, which possessed the ability to relay messages from the teacher, indicating that he too was in a state of confusion. Given their lack of clarity, the two did not dare to waste any time and hastened towards the Mage Tower. Chapter 29. The transaction. Each time Suze entered the Mage Tower, he encountered a myriad of different scenes, and this occasion was no exception. As they stepped through the fissure in the wall, they found themselves directly in a laboratory-like chamber, supported by the enigmatic powers of the Mage Tower. This room was evidently larger than the tower itself. Surrounding them were stone tables arranged in a circular formation, laden with an array of materials. Is it true that mid-level mages are this affluent? A casual glance revealed numerous advanced magical materials that he had only seen illustrated in books. Leaving him in awe, behind each stone table stood a wooden cabinet, adorned with an abundance of labels. The labels bore inscriptions such as demons, undead, beasts, and plants. Clearly, these were storage cabinets for magical materials and experimental specimens. However, judging by the intricate, dizzying magical patterns faintly visible upon them, it was evident that they were no ordinary storage cabinets, but rather classified as magical artifacts. At the far end of the laboratory was a resting area separated by curtains. Suze once possessed his own laboratory, yet his singular focus on swordsmanship led him to dismantle it long ago to create a training room. He was indeed an anomaly among mages. However, having visited Eric's laboratory, he found this one incomparable. Cautiously guiding Suze around the stone tables, Eric brought him to the center of a magical circle, stating, "You shall wait for the teacher here. I will step out for a moment. Remember not to tamper with anything here. Each item is safeguarded by curses belonging to dark mages. This taboo, you should understand, correct?" Once Eric had departed, Suze remained steadfastly in place. Yet his gaze incessantly darted around, eager to seize the splendid opportunity to examine these magical materials. After all, the illustrations in spellbooks could never rival the clarity of the actual items. Is that celestial meteorite iron? Suze pondered uncertainly upon spotting a block of reddish-blue iron. With his mental power reaching a limit of 227 points, he still had a considerable distance to cover before meeting the minimum requirement of 400 points. Although he could not ascertain whether the esteemed elder's storage pouch contained foundational elixirs or recipes, it was always prudent to prepare for the future. Upon entering the foundation building stage, he would be able to utilize magical artifacts, and crafting a flying sword would undoubtedly be his foremost task thereafter. It is well known that a cultivator lacking suitable magical artifacts is but an incomplete practitioner. Only those who possess artifacts for offense, defense, and restoration are deemed the most formidable. Even during the chi refining stage, one could enhance their strength through talismans. Alas, Suze found himself in an unfamiliar world, devoid of any lineage. Thus, he could only rely on his mundane swordsmanship and a few first-tier spells to hold his own. To his knowledge, while there were numerous magical materials in the primary realm, he had scarcely heard of any suitable for forging flying swords. Celestial meteorite iron happened to be one of the rare exceptions. Therefore, if this were not a laboratory belonging to a 6th-tier dark mage, he would have undoubtedly lunged for it already. Judging by its aura, it was at least a top-tier 3rd-grade magical item. Moreover, it was as large as a watermelon, weighing at least several hundred pounds, ample for crafting a flying sword. Desiring this meteorite, just as Suze was lost in thought, Mentor Allison appeared behind him, her smile bright. "It's no trouble at all. If you fancy it, consider it yours." Allison's words raised Suze's caution significantly. He mused that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. This celestial meteorite iron. At least a top-tier third-grade item could hardly be given away even by a sixth-tier mage. With Allison's generosity, it was evident that her subsequent demands would not be simple. How intriguing! Allison chuckled softly, then directly broached the subject. You are aware that my bound spirit is about to undergo a physical rebirth, correct? What would you require in exchange for allowing her to utilize your bloodline? The advancement of a spirit to a sovereign can occur under two scenarios. One involves spirits that have not entered into a contract with a mage from the primary realm. In such cases, the process of rebirthing their physical forms is carried out by lower-tier divine servants, sculpted directly by divine power, leaving no choice regarding bloodlines. The other scenario involves spirits bound by contracts with mages from the primary realm. Typically, at this juncture, mages strive to select high-tier bloodlines that align with the attributes of the spirit in life. Of course, should the bloodline be sufficiently noble, mages may even forsake matching their spirit partner's original attributes and start anew. After the physical rebirth, a sovereign matched with their original attribute bloodline can swiftly execute the spells they were adept at in life, in other words, as long as the soul fire energy is ample. This contracted spirit would effectively embody the prowess of two high-tier mages from different disciplines. The newly awakened bloodlines can only manifest the inherent powers of the undead themselves. The allure of this is immensely potent, both for the undead and the sorcerers alike. While the Tome of Magic does not elaborate on the underlying reasons, it delineates the distinctions between the two very clearly. However, one would assume that the higher the tier of bloodline chosen for the king's resurrection, the better. Could it be that my bloodline possesses some peculiar trait? Susie found himself perplexed and tentatively inquired. I am but an ordinary sorcerer. Why would you choose me, my lord? Upon hearing this, Allison cryptically replied. The nobility of a bloodline is always determined by the lineage of formidable ancestors within the family's history. In other words, your surname dictates the nobility of your bloodline. Thus, inheriting the surname Sword of the Northern Lands signifies that you are destined to be one of our aristocrats. Sword of the Northern Lands? My forebear? Are you certain? Susie was taken aback, as his ancestors were practitioners of the mystical arts, not sorcerers. Allison's final remark left him bewildered. After all, Mentor Allison had been present yesterday as well. Susie felt a sudden jolt of realization. He had not anticipated that every move he made was under the Academy's scrutiny. Did this mean that his cultivation techniques had been exposed? He indeed had been rather careless. Yet, at that moment, he had no time for self-reflection. His immediate concern was to devise a plausible excuse. As he racked his brain for a justification, he heard Allison let out a light laugh and say, "There is no need for such tension. Everyone harbors secrets they wish to keep hidden. If the Academy were to investigate every matter to its conclusion, there would scarcely be anyone left in this vast burial ground. Be they outsiders or other races, as long as they harbor no ill intentions, the Academy will not take action against them." Allison's words, a blend of admonition and reassurance, left Susie trembling with trepidation. He did not delve deeply into the puzzling terminology of outsiders and other races. Instead, he steeled himself, compelling his composure, given that Mentor Allison had stated as much. The Academy would not expend so much effort merely to toy with a lowly sorcerer such as himself. Nonetheless, the truth had been revealed, and he could only take one step at a time, as long as he kept the secret of his soul's reincarnation safe. Seeing Susie relax, Allison ceased to dwell on the matter and reiterated her demands. I seek your bloodline and legacy. What are your terms for exchange? If we follow her line of reasoning, I could easily provide her with my bloodline, but where could I possibly procure my legacy? Should I relinquish my cultivation techniques to her? That seems impractical. Although the family techniques are not bound by blood oaths, simply handing them over does not guarantee her undead will comply. Yet, if she were to reconstruct her body based on my bloodline's origin, the likelihood of her possessing the aptitude for cultivation would be quite significant. But would she be able to comprehend the diagrams of meridian flow? What would she do during the foundational stage? Susie internally calculated, and as the thought of foundational elixirs crossed his mind, a bold idea suddenly struck him. Thus, he carefully organized his words before finally speaking. Since you are already aware of my family's history, I shall not conceal any longer. I am indeed a descendant of the Linha sect. In terms of bloodline and inheritance, I can acquiesce. However, in exchange, I desire support in cultivating resources. Having spoken in one breath, Mentor Allison wore an expression devoid of emotion, unable to discern the intentions of this aspiring high-level mage. Nevertheless, as a mentor of the Academy, It was unlikely that any nefarious acts would occur if the transaction fell through. Upon hearing these words, Mentor Allison replied, "So, you find yourself currently stagnating at the first realm. I can certainly agree to that. As for your initial request, that poses no problem whatsoever," with a light chuckle. She seemed to lament the ease with which bloodline inheritance was obtained, almost feeling as though she were taking advantage of the situation. She then inquired, "Do you have any further requests? For instance, I could recommend you a teacher, or I could take you on as my disciple." This proposition was undeniably enticing. After all, becoming a disciple of an academy mentor would immediately widen the gap in resources and status compared to ordinary students. Suze was aware that most who remained at the academy post-graduation were the mentor's disciples. However, he understood that his enhancement of mental acuity was contingent upon the elevation of his cultivation realm. Who else in this desolate land comprehended the cultivation techniques aside from himself? Mentor Allison, upon hearing his thoughts, raised an eyebrow and extended her delicate wrist toward the fallen star, causing a chunk of crimson and azure iron to pierce through layers of rippling barriers and halt before Suze. She smiled. "No problem." Suze gazed at the fist-sized piece of magical material capable of forging at least a magical artifact-level flying sword, swallowing hard as he seized the fallen iron and, with a slight strain of internal energy, placed it within his mage-robed AT. This moment, Mentor Allison remained oblivious to its true value. Once she began her cultivation of the associated necromantic techniques, such opportunities would no longer be afforded to him. Seeing Suze effortlessly lift the nearly 500-pound fallen star with one hand, Allison mused, "Is this due to the bloodline legacy or the effect of the technique?" Such formidable physical strength. Her yearning for the Su family legacy intensified. "Very well, I can provide you with blood now, but as for the oath, once we have settled this arrangement, we must attend to the serious matters at hand. Bloodlines, especially, should never be entrusted lightly to other mages, particularly those adept in curses and dark magic." Both parties were acutely aware of the implications of such a transaction, prompting Suze to inquire further. "Rest assured." Allison extended her palm, revealing a purple parchment that materialized above it. She then tossed the parchment, adorned with shackles patterns, before them and commenced the oath. The parchment emanated a mysterious aura, illuminating as the words spoken by the two transformed into visible script captured by the scroll. "I, Allison Capper, vow today to acquire Suze's bloodline and inheritance, ensuring that it shall never be disclosed to any third party other than Mayhaden, that I pledge that it shall be utilized solely for Mayhaden's benefit, and shall not be employed for any malevolent purposes that may endanger Suze. Should I violate this oath, I shall be met with magical retribution, and my soul shall find no peace." Upon completing her vow, Allison snapped her fingers, sending a drop of blood toward the parchment, which was immediately absorbed. She then turned her gaze to Suze, conveying a sense of urgency. Upon witnessing Allison produce the third-tier magical item for the Oath of Shackles, Suze felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. Among all forms of magic, it is the contract magic that remains the least susceptible to external forces, embodying the very essence of the law. Thus, he solemnly vowed, "I, Suze, swear that the lineage and inheritance bestowed upon Allison Keppel today are genuine, without concealment or flaw. Should I fail in this, I shall inevitably be met with the backlash of magic, and my soul shall find no peace." Upon uttering these words, he similarly flicked his finger to release a drop of blood, which was then absorbed by the binding chains of the contract magic artifact. In the next instant, the parchment ignited spontaneously, swiftly transforming into two orbs of purple light that soared towards the foreheads of both individuals. Instantly, regardless of their mental prowess, both felt a resonance, understanding that the vow had been established and was irrevocable. After the vow was completed, Suze pointed his right hand towards his left chest, extracting a drop of essence blood using his true energy. He then flicked it towards Allison, saying, "Please keep this safe. I will replicate the family technique for you shortly. By the way, could you provide me with a blank crystal?" Now, as he utilized his true energy in the presence of Allison, it was due to her having seen through his facade, rendering further pretense unnecessary. Otherwise, he would have had to resort to a bloodletting that would have turned the scene rather gruesome and sinister. Essence blood is the very foundation of a cultivator's vitality. Even after his extensive cultivation, Suze had only refined 9 drops of essence blood within his heart, and losing one rendered him visibly pale, his vitality significantly diminished. Allison was intently observing the essence blood that Suze had forced out from within him. And with her exceptionally keen mental acuity, she could naturally sense the subtle changes in the surrounding air, which left her quite astonished. Truly, the descendant of a powerful lineage can directly extract such pure genetic essence. This could be utilized immediately. Moreover, is the bloodline of the Sword of the North Water attribute, or is it a result of the technique? Upon receiving the crystal that Suze offered, she deftly stowed it in her magical ring. While the drop of essence blood was swallowed whole, its location within her body a mystery. Noticing Suze's weakened state, Allison presented him with a vial of crimson potion, saying, "This is a nurturing liquid that can replenish your expended energy." The potion's vivid red hue inevitably evoked thoughts of purified blood. However, having been a mage for some time, Suze was not easily intimidated by its fearsome appearance, and he gratefully accepted it. Then, as if struck by a sudden realization, Allison smiled and said, "You truly wish to elevate your mental energy limit to 450 points, rather than seeking those resources, don't you?" While this was rather obvious to Suze's inner thoughts, he nonetheless replied, "Indeed, Professor Allison." After Suze departed, Allison gazed at the drop of essence blood, which was surrounded by swirling mist, and mused to herself, "What an uncomplicated fellow. Intriguing. Why did you merely request that I assist you in reaching the 450-point limit, rather than seeking resources to advance to a level 4 mage? Know that I could afford those costs. Or is it that achieving a 450-point mental energy limit would grant you some benefit? Perhaps the key to advancing the family technique?" Chapter 30. Sunday. It seems that future explorations of the blood vault of Low River cannot occur within the academy. I must seek an opportunity to slip away. Realizing this, a cold sweat broke out upon Suze, compelling him to abandon this foolish course of action immediately. Casually placing it in the corner, he began to study the nutrient solution bestowed by Allison. The glass test tube, specially crafted by the academy, was treated to prevent any leakage. Thus Suze could not sense the energy level within. However, one could surmise that any creation from Mentor Allison would not fall below a level 3 standard. With this thought igniting a fervor within him, Suze deftly uncorked the vial with his thumb and drank the crimson liquid in one swift motion. What followed was an excruciating blaze, a ferocious intensity, a violent surge. Merely a sip of the nutrient solution unleashed a tremendous energy that erupted within Suze's throat and radiated throughout his body. Even with a psychological preparation, Suze was taken aback by the potent efficacy of the solution. Hastily, he commenced the circulation of his cultivation technique, rapidly absorbing the medicinal power dispersing throughout his physique. Under the refinement of the water-based true essence, this energy swiftly coalesced into vital blood. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops. After a considerable duration, he had accumulated a total of 10 drops. What was once merely 8 drops of slightly blue vital blood in his heart now surged to 18 drops. Spurred on by the medicinal potency. It is crucial to note that the quantity of vital blood serves as a benchmark for assessing a cultivator's vitality and is a significant support for advancing to the next realm. Should there be a substantial loss of vital blood, a cultivator lacking in vitality would find no potential for progression. 18 drops of such pure vital blood are a rarity, even among early-stage foundation-building cultivators, who would seldom possess such an abundance of vitality coalesced into blood. Sensing the robust vitality coursing within him, with the residual medicinal power gradually being absorbed by his flesh and blood, he suddenly experienced a peculiar sensation. Even if he were to be reduced to a mere skeleton, the potency of the nutrient solution could restore him. Startled by his own thoughts, he felt the intense commotion inside him and began to grasp the purpose of this nutrient solution. Could it be that this was the potion Mentor Allison used to nurture the flesh and blood of her deceased companions? Contemplating this, he could only marvel that this transaction, at least thus far, was not a loss. Jeanette arrived as promised on Sunday morning, accompanied by Talia, and Suze had already concluded his training early and changed into his attire, eagerly awaiting their arrival. Once the three converged, they made their way to the station at the main gate. Currently, they were merely novice first and second-tier mages, lacking the mental energy to perform flying spells, which were at least a level 4 magic, typically mastered only by 5th-tier mages. However, once Suze reached the foundation-building stage and acquired a flying sword of artifact level or higher, he would be able to soar gracefully through the skies. Since the news of Hardy's entrance into the Lionheart Academy spread, The surrounding small factions had wisely refrained from provoking the Orphan Guild, for Hardy's status as a fighter served as a formidable talisman of protection. Interestingly, Talia, who had evidently entered the burial grounds, held even greater deterrent power than her brother, yet no one was aware of this fact. Suze occasionally pondered the nature of this world. Despite the existence of both martial and magical powers, mages consistently remained hidden in the shadows, reluctant to reveal even a trace of their presence, allowing fighters to manage the populace in the limelight. However, in the realm of daily life, the various institutions under the alliance of the Magic Academy tirelessly safeguarded the flow of time in this world, eradicating any events where extraordinary powers posed a threat to ordinary citizens. How utterly dull these sorcerers are. Yet the Academy is equally tedious. One requires permission to peruse such matters. Are they truly more precious than third-tier magic? He shook his head, dismissing such thoughts, and upon feeling his stomach, realized that none of them had yet partaken of breakfast. He turned to Jeanette with a smile, saying, "Little Jan, let us first dine at Talia's home. Lionheart Academy lies to the south of the city, and we still have some distance to cover." With a mischievous grin, he hurried towards Jay, who was currently conversing with Talia and managing the Orphan Guild in Hardy's stead. Jeanette watched as Susie dashed off with childlike exuberance, finding it amusing and thinking how immature he always seemed. However, despite Susie having already sprinted away, she softly called after him, "All right," and followed suit. The concept of a buffet originated from Talia. The young girl's mind seemed to concoct such brilliant ideas from thin air. Susie often admired her ingenuity. The residents along Karasin Boulevard were predominantly middle to lower-class workers, and they naturally embraced this economical yet prestigious dining format that mimicked high society banquets. In less than 3 years, the Orphan Guild's restaurant had flourished, significantly enhancing the living standards of its patrons. Susie, having frequented the establishment over the years, had witnessed this transformation and felt immense joy for his friend's newfound prosperity. "Hey Jay, it's good to see you," Susie interjected, interrupting Talia and Jay's conversation, draping an arm over Jay's shoulder. Having indirectly experienced Susie's prowess, Jay held him in high regard and responded warmly, "Master Susie, it has been quite a while." Susie grimaced, expressing his discontent. "Don't call me master. I just turned 23. There's no need for such formalities. I'm friends with your boss, so simply use my name." He understood their cautious nature, yet if they truly regarded him as a friend, Susie was reluctant to maintain any semblance of formality, even verbally. Jay, fiercely loyal to Hardy and kind towards the guild's younger members, earned Susie's favorable impression. Upon hearing Susie's words, Jay's face lit up with joy. He recognized the uniqueness of Susie and his friends, appreciating the opportunity to forge a connection, and thus laughed heartily. "Ha! It slipped out. From now on, I'll call you Susie. Oh, that you two shouldn't engage in such masculine camaraderie in front of a little girl like me," Talia remarked, raising an eyebrow with disdain. Jeanette, recalling Susie's childhood obsession with knightly tales and his poor academic performance, chuckled and said, "You're quite adept at feasting and drinking, but do you still remember the poem we studied in 6th grade, The Return of the White Gull? It's a lengthy court poem by Camelot, extolling the victories over foreign foes." Susie, entirely disinterested, could hardly recall it. Faced with Jeanette's teasing, he could only manage a nervous laugh. "Ha! Well, I'm not skilled in poetry." The group erupted in laughter before entering the dining hall. As the younger sister of the guild's leader, Talia's presence prompted Jay to set aside his responsibilities and personally accompany the three for their meal. Before selecting the ingredients, Talia called out to Susie and said, "All right, Senior Susie, to celebrate the two of you becoming friends, I have decided to personally take to the kitchen for this occasion. Jeanette, come lend me a hand." With that, she dragged Jeanette off to gather the necessary ingredients. Susie shouted, "We'll be at table number 3, before leading Jay to the private room where their table was located. Noticing the look of eager anticipation on Jay's face, Susie inquired, "So, is Talia's culinary skill remarkable?" In truth, Susie was entirely unaware of Jeanette's cooking abilities. Given that both of them were so graciously willing to cook today, he decided to let it be. If all else failed, he could simply eat less later. With a dismissive roll of his eyes, Susie thought to himself. Approximately half an hour later, Susie gazed at the table laden with an array of dishes, his appetite stirring. Regardless of the taste, the vibrant colors and the enticing aroma wafting through the room had already captivated the two men. "Here, this is for both of you." Just as Susie and Jay picked up their knives and forks, Ready to dig in, Talia arrived with two beautifully plated dishes, placing one in front of each of them. "What is this?" "Beef and potato braised rice," Susie asked, glancing at Jay, hoping for an answer. However, Jay wore a similarly puzzled expression, clearly unfamiliar with this dish prepared by their strategist. Talia took a deep breath, composed herself, and with a serious demeanor, declared, "Wrong. This is not braised rice." After a brief pause, she continued with heartfelt sincerity, "This is a romance exclusively meant for you men." With that, she closed her eyes, a smile gracing her lips as if recalling something exhilarating. Susie had never witnessed Talia in such a sincere and passionate light, so he leaned closer to whisper to Jeanette, "Hey, Jeanette, did something happen to her? Has she been acting strangely in the kitchen?" "I'm quite unnerved by her demeanor." While Susie rambled on, oblivious to the growing closeness, his warm breath brushed against Jeanette's ear, causing her cheeks to flush a deep crimson. Yet, Susie remained unaware, nudging her with his shoulder, urging her to respond. Flustered, Jeanette lowered her head, her heart racing that as she finally lifted her gaze, she noticed Jay, though earnestly eating, was stealing glances their way, a mischievous glint in his eyes that was hard to conceal. Overcome with embarrassment, Jeanette pushed Susie away playfully, exclaiming, "No, you eat your meal properly." At this, Jay could no longer contain his amusement, bursting into laughter and inadvertently spitting out his food, much to the bewilderment of Susie and Talia. After the four of them had indulged in a hearty meal, Talia discussed some matters of gang management with Jay, after which Susie led the two of them towards the Lionheart Academy in the southern part of the city. Unlike the more secretive magic academies, the A-Rank Chi Academy, Lionheart, is renowned throughout the entire Laitemi province, producing numerous powerful individuals. Graduates from this academy occupy various positions within the provincial bureaucratic hierarchy, making it truly stand out in its own right. Thus, the three of them gradually made their way to the location of Lionheart Academy. Following the road signs, Susie originally intended to rent a carriage from a nearby livery, but Talia, well-versed in the intricacies of the city's transport system, vehemently opposed the idea, leaving Susie with no choice but to abandon it in stark contrast to the desolate resting place, where silence reigned, the entrance of Lionheart Academy, although also situated on the fringes of the misty forest, buzzed with life and was surrounded by a plethora of bustling shops. As the trio traversed the streets, their eyes widened in wonder. Vendors selling magical beast materials, buyers purchasing potions, and fighters offering low-tier combat techniques lined the thoroughfare. While members of hunting parties, reeking of blood and adorned with scars, were a common sight. Observing the lively scene before him, Susie exclaimed, "Now this is truly a spectacle of the mortal realm. Unlike our academy, where one can scarcely catch a glimpse of a ghost." Jeanette, still fuming over the previous incident, ignored him, prompting Talia to interject, "If a ghost were ever to appear at our academy, that would truly be a calamity." Eager to see her brother, she continued, "All right, Senior Susie, enough with the musings. You're acting like an old man. Let us hurry and inquire about how to enter Lionheart Academy." Upon hearing this, Susie chuckled helplessly. All right, I shall go at once." He casually approached a shop to gather information, then led the two young women towards the grand entrance that a minor incident occurred during their passage. Upon realizing he was neither a customer nor dressed as a fighter, the shop assistant's demeanor soured, displaying a distinct air of indifference. Fortunately, the shopkeeper, a man of good sense, swiftly reprimanded the assistant and kindly directed Susie on his way. Susie, unfazed by such attitudes, having encountered them numerous times before, expressed his gratitude and departed. "Uncle Annie, why were you so kind to that insufferable brat? He wasn't even here to make a purchase?" the chastised young shop assistant queried. The shopkeeper, Annie, replied curtly, "What do you know? If he had chosen to cause you trouble just now, I doubt I could have intervened. Now, go attend to your duties, and next time, be more astute. Don't offend people so carelessly." "Ah," the young assistant gasped in surprise, realizing that despite their similar ages, this individual was no match for Uncle Annie, a five-star battle master. Ignoring his bewildered nephew, Annie scribbled a message in code on a piece of paper, made from the resting place. One male and two females, seeking someone, no suspicion. He then affixed the note to the leg of a first-tier magical beast, a swift eagle, and released it through the back window. After completing this task, he sighed in relief and returned to his other responsibilities. Chapter 31. A day tour. The guards of Lionheart Academy were surprisingly lax. Suze and his companions merely exchanged a few words with the sentinels at the entrance, who, after informing them of several restricted areas, allowed them to enter without further ado. Talia, do you know which class your brother is in and where he resides? After wandering for most of the day, Suze suddenly realized he had no clue where Hardy was. Observing Talia leading them about like headless flies, it became evident that she was equally uninformed. I've only been in the resting place for a month. I haven't even corresponded with my brother yet. The implications of Talia's words were self-evident. Neither Jeanette nor Susie had considered the matter deeply at the time of their agreement. Presuming that Talia was well aware of the circumstances, little did they anticipate the current predicament. The two exchanged glances, helplessly pondering whether they should inquire individually. However, Hardy was a newcomer, and who could possibly know him? With no other recourse, Susie and Jeanette deliberated and decided to seek out the administrative staff of the academy. After all, in such a large institution, unlike the Mage Academy, there would invariably be ordinary individuals fulfilling administrative roles. Why are you both so fixated on finding official personnel? Why not simply ask where the freshman area is, remarked Talia. Given my brother's character, he would undoubtedly ensure that all newcomers are familiar with him. Just as the two were determined to act and seek directions, Talia looked at Susie and Jeanette as if they were simpletons and said this. The two felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them. Responding with awkward chuckles to deflect the situation, Jeanette then took Talia's hand and led her forward, whispering, "Oh, you, truly a clever little thing." After some time, the trio finally discovered the location of the freshmen in the North Cedar courtyard. The graduation standard for the A-Class Combat Academy was merely reaching a 3-star combat spirit to graduate from this place, lacking the stringent limitations of the Mage Academy ASA result nearly every year. Students departed from here to join various hunting groups, families, or institutions to procure the resources necessary for cultivating their combat energy. Susie was the first to step inside, subconsciously comparing it to the place of eternal rest. Lamenting the vibrancy of this locale, there seemed to be far fewer mages than combatants. Wasn't it said that mages enjoyed long lifespans, accumulating over centuries? Surely there should be enough of them. Yet, the entire academy felt akin to a desolate city. Devoid of life for the majority of the time that the three wandered aimlessly. Just as they were about to approach a random newcomer for information about Hardy, a sudden commotion erupted in the crowd ahead. As Susie turned to investigate, he heard Talia exclaim, "Sister Jeanette, Senior, let us join in. There might be something exciting to witness." Jeanette had no objections, and thus Talia eagerly pulled her forward, with Susie hastily following. Concerned about the potential chaos of too many people, at the heart of the crowd stood two distinct factions, clearly delineated. At the forefront was a group exuding an air of nobility, unmistakably hailing from the city's elite. Hardy stood behind one of these figures, having acquired several new wounds in the months since they last met, now glaring menacingly at the opposition, striking a pose reminiscent of a brawler. The young man leading the right side sneered. "What's this, Elvis? Afraid to engage? When did the Watt family start exhibiting such cowardice? Are you planning to be a coward?" Noticing Elvis's silence and stern demeanor, he continued to mock. "Wasn't it just last month that you vowed to expel me? Aaron Chaplin, from the Alchemy Tower? How is it that just a month later, your lackeys are faltering?" Elvis found himself at a loss for words. Had it not been for the unexpected emergence of Hardy, who had defeated his strongest subordinate, it would have been impossible for someone like Aaron, who lacked even a combat master, to brazenly challenge him. What was most intolerable for him was that this Hardy was merely a 7-star combatant. Elvis squinted as he cast a glance at Hardy, who stood behind Aaron. Recalling the severely injured subordinate, he begrudgingly conceded, "What harm is there in allowing you the share for this month? The mere elixirs are hardly worthy of the Watt family's attention. We shall discuss next month's matters when the time comes." With that, he led his entourage through the onlookers, leaving in a huff. Meanwhile, Aaron's group erupted into laughter and jeers, reveling in the envious gazes of the crowd. Turning to Hardy, Aaron joyfully patted his shoulder and praised him. "This was all thanks to you. How did I not realize there was such a formidable figure among the newcomers before?" Hardy, averting his gaze, lowered his head with a humble smile, replying, "It is merely my duty to serve you, young Master Aaron." Just as Hardy approached, Talia suddenly lunged at him, disregarding the public setting, clinging to him like a koala. Weeping at the sight of his injuries, before Hardy could respond, Talia sobbed, "You deadbeat brother, you wretched brother, why must you engage in such things, even as a fighter? Woe is me, from childhood, I have truly despised your subservient demeanor." As she scolded and struck him, her tears flowed freely, clearly distressed for Hardy's plight. Hearing her words, Hardy's earlier severity vanished, replaced by a bittersweet smile that he offered gentle reassurances. All right, sister, do not cry. When I become a champion, capable of protecting everyone, I shall be a man of great stature. All right? I will be your knight then. Will that suffice? I do not want that. I do not want that, Talia persisted, though her tone softened considerably. After a heartfelt exchange, Hardy gradually coaxed the sobbing Talia down from his embrace. In the midst of the crowd, he prioritized not only his own dignity but also his sister's reputation. Sighing, he gazed into the distance at the azure mountains and white clouds. Wild horses roaming through the forest, ever-changing and elusive, that he recalled the earnest hopes of his parents waiting at home. Time passes, and the vicissitudes of life are mirrored in those distant mountains. Moved by these sentiments, he mused, as the autumn wind rises, it chills through my layered garments. Should I inquire of the traveler, might they bring new cotton for warmth? Similarly touched, Jeanette felt a prick of emotion at the corner of her eye upon hearing Susie recite poetry, which bore an unusual style and profound meaning. She inquired, "What poem is this?" Susie chuckled. "It is merely a reflection inspired by the distant mountains and mist, and the emotions of longing for home upon our reunion. To lighten the mood," he jested, "they say I am not skilled in poetry. In truth, my 5-character and 7-character verses are quite decent." "Ha!" Jeanette remained silent, nodding earnestly, silently expressing her approval. Mom and Dad. As the Hardy siblings reunited, Susie and Jeanette grappled with their own parting sorrows. That moment, Aaron, the leader of the Falcon gang, approached with a few trusted associates. As they drew near, Aaron greeted them with a hearty smile. "Hello, everyone. I am Aaron Chaplin. You may call me Aaron." In the end, he seemed to recall something of great importance, extending his hand to point towards a young man clad in a white robe, resembling a priest, and solemnly introduced him to everyone, stating, "This is my cousin, Gary Charlie." Susie glanced at Gary, only to discover that he was, astonishingly, a second-level magician with a mental capacity limit of 250 points. Exuding a faint aura that Susie found exceedingly distasteful, or rather, an aura that Cole found utterly abhorrent. If his guesses were correct, Gary must be a student of the Radiant faction from the Graveyard of the Fallen. Upon hearing this, Hardy quickly grasped the situation and respectfully introduced Aaron to Susie, saying, "This is young Master Aaron, heir to the Chaplin family of Low City, a 3-star combat master. He is indeed a rare talent in our academy. And this is Lord Gary Charlie." After introducing the leader of his faction, he was about to turn to introduce Susie to Aaron when Talia coldly huffed, but nonetheless proactively said, "Hello, I am Talia, Hardy's sister. It is a pleasure to meet you." Although Talia's mental capacity limit was naturally restricted to 100 points, preventing her from discerning Gary's identity as a magician due to a natural clash of attributes, she harbored some inexplicable animosity towards Susie. Following suit, Susie and his companion approached to initiate conversation. When it was Jeanette's turn to introduce herself, Gary suddenly appeared somewhat puzzled, feeling that the name sounded eerily familiar, as if it belonged to someone of considerable importance to a family. However, after a brief moment, he dismissed the thought, pondering how someone of such stature could possibly be present here. Unlike his icy demeanor towards Susie, Aaron was considerably warmer in response to the introductions of the two ladies. Having spent years discerning the nuances of people's expressions, Hardy was acutely aware of Aaron's thoughts, and thus apologized, saying, "Young Master Aaron, I sincerely apologize. My sister and my friends have come to visit me today, so I shall not accompany you to the Chi Refinement Tower for training." Upon hearing this, Aaron felt it inappropriate to press the matter, considering that Hardy was his top-ranked warrior and deserved some respect. As for the two women, if Hardy's future performance remained as formidable, they would certainly be worth pursuing. With a shift in thought, he chuckled heartily and said, "No worries, I shall not disturb you then." With that, he departed with his cousin and subordinates. Chapter 32, The Fool. Once Aaron and his group had departed, Hardy returned to his true self. Stepping forward to drape an arm over Susie's shoulder, exclaiming, "It has been a while, Susie. What brings you here?" Susie, with a wry expression, replied, "It was none other than your sister. Had she not cried so pitifully that day, drenched in tears like a weeping willow, I would certainly not have come." Observing Susie's blatant falsehood, Talia, her cheeks still stained with remnants of tears, pouted and turned her head away, refusing to engage with him. Familiar with his sister's nature, Hardy was not fooled by Susie's antics and pulled him along, saying, "Come on, let us not linger here. We should find a place to talk." The two ladies trailed behind. Listening to the two men exchange banter, Talia's earlier emotional display had, at this moment, completely dissipated, vanishing without a trace. The four individuals ventured into a shaded garden, where a fountain danced with life, just as they intended to find a patch of grass to sit and converse. Susie and Jeanette simultaneously turned their heads, alertly gazing towards the entrance. Hardy, seemingly prompted by some unseen signal, also turned to look and exclaimed, "Elvis, cease your sneaking. What are you plotting?" After this, he pivoted towards Susie and urged, "If a conflict arises, please ensure the safety of my sister. They are after me. You must escort her away." Casting a determined glance towards Talia, his resolve hardened. From the shadows, Elvis emerged with several accomplices, casually waving his hand as a dozen or so rushed forward to encircle the Ford. This young scion then smirked malevolently. Well, if it isn't Hardy, Aaron's subordinate, how careless of you to be alone. Did you not realize we have patiently awaited this opportunity for quite some time?" His tone grew increasingly venomous. Hardy, with a grave expression, replied, "My matters with you shall not endanger my family. Let them go. And I shall not flee." As he spoke, an aura of defiance surrounded him, as if ready to engage in combat at the slightest provocation. "Brother, no," Talia cried out, glancing at Susie and Jeanette, signaling for their assistance. Susie shot her a look, urging her to remain silent. From past experiences, Susie knew that should the three of them reveal their identities tied to the burial ground, Hardy would gain considerable leverage within the Lionheart Academy. However, every advantage comes with its drawbacks. Entangling with the Sari family could spell disaster. Thus, he resolved not to disclose their identities unless absolutely necessary. As for Talia, Hardy, as her brother, would be reluctant to permit her to take risks on his behalf. Tensions escalated palpably in the atmosphere, with Elvis casting a sinister gaze upon Susie and his companions, seemingly weighing Hardy's proposal. Yet, Susie recognized that this petty aristocrat, narrow-minded and prone to bullying the weak, would not simply relent at Hardy's word. With a swift mental shift, he devised a plan. Stepping forward, he aligned himself beside Hardy and declared, "Hardy is a friend of my lady. Step forward at your peril." With that proclamation, he raised his hand. Following a sharp snap of his fingers, Cole was summoned from the distant realm of the undead, appearing as if he had just hunted down a horde of zombies. His form splattered with dark, gruesome blood, exuding an air of ferocity. With each heavy thud of his footsteps, it resonated like a hammer striking at the hearts of Elvis and his entourage. Cole approached and stood resolutely beside Susie. Embodying the most loyal and valiant of guardians, faced with Susie's sudden revelation of his identity as a sorcerer, both Elvis and his subordinates were thrown into disarray. Even Hardy, who had been aware of Susie's magical prowess, was taken aback by this startling spectacle. Indeed, the undead possess an innate oppressive aura over the living. Withdrawing a black heavy sword from behind Cole, Susie effortlessly executed a flourish before pointing it menacingly at Elvis, declaring, "Retreat, or face death." Elvis had sensed the impending danger the moment Susie summoned the undead. In all his calculations, he had utterly failed to anticipate that Hardy had a sorcerer friend in his ranks. A fighter is not an ordinary citizen, and thus, they are well aware of the existence of sorcerers. Even the most formidable combatants would not dare to provoke a mage lightly. Moreover, judging by the manner in which this individual wields his sword, it is evident that he is a prodigy adept in both martial and magical arts. The fact that someone of such caliber serves as a bodyguard speaks volumes about the exalted status of his employer. Realizing this, Elvis's expression transformed rapidly. After a swift assessment of Jeanette and Talia, he bowed and offered a contrite smile to Jeanette, saying, "I truly had no knowledge that Hardy is a friend of your esteemed self. I beseech your forgiveness." Upon noticing that Jeanette bore no ill will, Elvis seized the opportunity, donning a humble smile as he inquired, "Might I be so bold as to ask your esteemed name? Perhaps I am acquainted with you. The What family still holds some influence in Luo City. Should there be anything in which I can be of service, please do not hesitate to command me." His tone was so congenial that his subordinates scarcely recognized their own leader. Indeed, when had a mage ever graced the combat academy? Elvis's countenance shifted abruptly, as if he had stumbled upon a momentous revelation. Murmuring in disbelief, "It is actually her." Moments later, he regained his composure, fully shedding any semblance of noble arrogance, and sincerely declared, Ah, it is the esteemed apprentice of Lord Akizan, Lady Jeanette, that I meant no offense, and I humbly ask for your pardon." With that, he bowed deeply, resembling a servant who had erred grievously. Jeanette, being well versed in the ways of the world, had no intention of engaging further with Elvis. Thus, she replied nonchalantly, "If there is nothing else, you may take your leave. I wish to converse with my friend." With that, she fixed her gaze firmly upon Elvis and his entourage. Elvis, not daring to lift his head, responded respectfully, "As you wish, my lady." He promptly led his subordinates away. Once Elvis and his company had departed, Jeanette retracted her calm demeanor. Noticing Susie staring at her in a daze, she chastised him. "What are you still staring at?" Upon hearing this, Jeanette's cheeks flushed slightly as she playfully tapped Talia's head, saying, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Her gaze inadvertently darted towards Susie, and upon realizing he was still gazing at her, her heart began to race. Susie, still lost in the aura that Jeanette had just exuded, failed to catch her words directed at Talia at that moment. A past jest resurfaced in his mind, prompting him to smile at Jeanette. "Little Jean, I must say you would make a splendid queen." He then pretended to wield a sword, swirling it gracefully before bowing, declaring, "Your Majesty, Sir Susie is at your service." Hearing this, Talia, recalling their earlier conversation, believed that this wooden-headed senior had finally come to his senses, and thus began to cheer. Together, together. Jeanette shot a fierce glare at Talia, seemingly rebuking her for her indiscretion, yet her gaze unwittingly flickered towards Susie. Filled with anticipation, at that moment, Susie, puzzled, inquired, "What do you mean by together? Talia, what are you talking about?" His expression of confusion incited an overwhelming urge to silence him among the three present. No sooner had he spoken than he noticed Jeanette's face turn from crimson to pale. She huffed softly and turned away. Bewildered, he wondered what had transpired. It was merely a jest. Alas, Senior Susie, you truly leave one speechless. Talia, exasperated, placed a hand on her forehead, casting a bemused glance at Susie, feeling that he was nothing short of an exceedingly infuriating fool. With a cold hum, he disregarded Susie and hurried towards Jeanette. Susie scratched his head, noticing that only Hardy remained, and inquired, "Hey, my friend, what has happened to them? I merely made a jest. Why are they so upset?" "Sigh, what has gotten into little Jan lately? Always in a foul mood." Susie pondered, his head filled with confusion, yet he still trailed behind. Even Hardy, who had just moments ago exhibited a calm and fierce demeanor, could not help but display a wry smile of resignation. He gently caressed the ring on his hand and then matched the pace of the three, rendered speechless. Chapter 33. Instantaneous eruption. As November commenced, the dark magic classes unexpectedly began to proliferate. The Academy issued a notice forbidding students above level 3 from leaving the premises in the near future. Although Suze had yet to even reach level 2, he too was informed of this development. This left him somewhat taken aback, as he had planned to return home with Jeanette during the winter, yet he found himself with no means to alter the situation, thus suppressing his longing and acquiescing to the Academy's arrangements. Curiously, the Academy had recently begun to partially waive the fees for certain spells, which were typically required to be purchased by students using magic stones. In a world where extraordinary power is inherently tied to the self, knowledge transforms into a tangible force. Spells manifest the laws of the world and represent the pinnacle of existence's wisdom. The significance of this cannot be overstated, for both magical families and academies maintain stringent and secretive protections and restrictions surrounding spells. Even in the relatively open environment of a magic academy, students could only purchase and exchange spells of the lower tier. Without truly joining the academy, one could never hope to access its core magical system. Nevertheless, the partial free access to lower-tier spells was indeed peculiar. Absent a special reason, the Academy would not normally engage in such practices that well-informed family members might grasp the underlying motives. But for Suze, who had no roots within the Academy, it was merely a blind opportunity to benefit. With his current low status, he could only strive to enhance his own strength and position himself as a pawn, aiming to survive the intricate power play among the Academy's elite. Any further thoughts were futile. The Magic Academy recruits students province-wide each year, yet success is not guaranteed. Since the recruitment of Suze and his cohort of 9 students 8 years ago, only 3 new mages have been admitted. Thus, that year marked a rare, bountiful harvest in the domain of dark magic. It is not that the vast Luo province lacks talented mages. Rather, the candidates fail to meet the standards, and moreover, Their approach cannot be too unsightly. Furthermore, the talents of those three new mages were merely passable, wholly incomparable to the likes of Talia and Jeanette as far as Suze is aware, among the newly admitted low-tier students in the dark magic sector. The standout remains Jeanette Dawasi, who had ascended to the rank of level 3 mage just 2 weeks prior, followed closely by Colin, whose mental capacity reached 270 points, and Wanda, at 264 points. The third tier is comprised of Mashi and 5 other newly minted second-level sorcerers, while the fourth tier consists of 3 recent entrants whose mental capacities hover around the 150-point mark. As for Suzy, he finds himself in an awkward position, straddling the line between the fourth and third tiers with a mental capacity of 248 points. Regarding seasoned students like Eric and Fiona, their whereabouts often remain a mystery, leaving us unaware of their progress. Nevertheless, it is certain that none of them would advance to the fourth tier quietly. After all, the leap from a third-level sorcerer with 350 points to a fourth-level sorcerer with 700 points is a formidable challenge. Even Jeanette took nearly 9 years to attain the status of a third-level sorcerer. Thus, it would be an understatement to suggest that anyone could achieve the fourth level in less than 9 years, especially given the circumstances of others. The 3 newly initiated students who have yet to reach the second-level sorcerer threshold naturally lack the qualification to attend classes alongside Cole and others. Although Suzy possesses only 248 points of mental capacity, since that incident, no peer dares to claim they could confidently best him. Even the dark magic instructor shares this sentiment, regarding Suzy as more than an ordinary first-level sorcerer. As for Jeanette, since reaching the third level, the Academy's instructors have arranged for her to attend classes alongside other third-level sorcerers, making her whereabouts increasingly elusive. The dark magic curriculum is divided into 2 segments: theoretical foundations and practical applications. Typically, the theoretical classes are taught by senior sorcerers who have successfully advanced to 4th or 5th levels, seasoned individuals who have immersed themselves in this field for nearly 50 years, making the teaching of these foundational theories a task devoid of stress. This serves as their quickest means of earning magic stones. However, when it comes to the practical magic classes, the instruction of spells must be carried out by instructors authorized by the Academy. Upon entering the Magical Academy, every student learns their first spell in practical classes, the Night Keeper. This spell, developed from the burial grounds, requires only 10 points of mental capacity and a small amount of blood. Yet its power rivals that of a 9th-level silent spell, functioning as a group restraint incantation. Once a new student casts the spell upon themselves, they automatically become bound by their own oath. And even at the 8th-level sorcerer rank, it is impossible to break free from this constraint. Now, today I shall impart a new spell or 2. The first is a first-level spell, Spirit Guardian. I will demonstrate it first, and then distribute magic crystals inscribed with the incantation. Instructor Catherine, her expression devoid of emotion, addressed Suzy and the others. For the most part, their magic classes are taught by Instructor Catherine, with only foundational theoretical courses being conducted by senior students. After Catherine finished speaking, she began to softly chant the incantation, and under the clear fluctuations of mental energy, a grayish aura manifested around her on the circular shield. Countless shadowy figures flickered, as if guarding Catherine within the shield. Noticing the scrutinizing gazes of the students directed at the shield, she understood that they harbored doubts regarding its strength. With a sweeping glance, she surveyed the crowd, her gaze ultimately settling upon Suze. Recalling that among those present, he alone boasted the highest achievements, she spoke. Suze, unleash your most formidable spell upon me, and let everyone witness its true might. Having witnessed Suze's brute strength, Colin and Wanda exchanged knowing looks, each silently retreating to afford him ample space, while the remaining 5 continued to fixate on him. Observing him casually conjuring a bone sword, they inwardly cursed him as a reckless powerhouse. Suze summoned forth 40% of his true essence and swung his sword towards Mentor Catherine, declaring, "First move of the wilderness." The sword moved with fluidity, the body following its lead, with a fierce and unrestrained flourish. The savage blade, infused with Suze's water essence, struck mercilessly against Catherine's shield, producing a sharp clang as the bone sword was deflected. Noticing that the fierce momentum of his strike was thwarted by the spectral figure upon the shield, he felt as though he were cleaving against solid iron. Instinctively pushed back, steadying himself, he exerted an additional 2 points of force and advanced once more, executing the second move of the wilderness. Launching himself into the air, he embodied the might of a powerful strike, Another resounding crash echoed as Catherine's shield rippled like a gentle breeze across a still pond. The spectral figures upon the shield contorted into expressions of agony, as though unable to withstand Suze's onslaught. Yet, the shield remained resolutely intact. How can this shield be so formidable? Must I expend 10 layers of essence? He pondered, stepping forward once more, seeing Suze's initial strike yield little effect on the shield. Catherine felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, resolved to teach him a lesson about the strength of a mage. However, in the next moment, he surged through the air, delivering a blow that nearly shattered the shield. Her irritation transformed into astonishment. This was a protective spell capable of withstanding certain second-tier magics, requiring a staggering 90 points of mental energy. In battles below the third tier, its integrity was virtually unassailable once invoked. How could this young man possess such strength? As Suze's assault left the surrounding students trembling, they envisioned themselves facing him, fearing they might be unable to even summon their shields before being overwhelmed. After all, in battle, Suze would not grant anyone the luxury of leisurely preparing their defenses. All right, that's enough, Catherine interjected, halting Suze's continued assault. The onlookers collectively exhaled in relief. The presence of a dual practitioner of such caliber among low-tier mages was truly terrifying. Though Catherine harbored no concerns about Suze breaching her necromantic shield under her augmentation, she recognized that the objective of testing the shield's strength had been achieved, rendering further demonstration unnecessary. Pausing for a moment, she gently caressed the magical ring on her left ring finger and declared, "The essence of protective spells lies in their swiftness. One must remember that in the face of an assault, foes will not dawdle. Hence, both the speed of incantation and the output of mental energy must reach their utmost limits. While one may afford to be a fraction slower in attack, for us mages, the protective incantation must be executed with utmost haste, ideally instantaneously. Certainly, it is indeed impossible for a mage of the 4th tier or below to achieve instantaneous casting of such a mid-tier protective spell. However, there are some basic protective incantations that you might endeavor to attempt. This is, in fact, not particularly challenging. What a joke." Both Suzy and those with greater aptitude, such as Colin, silently scoffed at this statement. It is essential to understand that when they typically cast spells, they must channel their mental energy in conjunction with the incantation. Both aspects must be synchronized and coordinated for the spell to take effect. Any slight discordance would result in the entire spell failing, with mental energy squandered in vain. Achieving instantaneous casting would necessitate omitting the incantation entirely. How could that be feasible? The expressions of disbelief on the faces of the 8 students were palpable. And without further ado, Catherine proceeded to instruct on the next spell. Having experienced Guardian of the Undead, we shall now learn the incantation Binding of the Spirit. This is also a 1st-tier spell, requiring only 40 points of mental energy, which, when paired with the incantation, can inflict damage upon an adversary. Upon concluding her words, there was no sound of her reciting the incantation. Only a flicker of shadows preceded her vanishing, leaving the group in awe of the lesson imparted. Chapter 34. Forming alliances. Catherine's words left everyone in a state of confusion. Moshi and the others turned to Colin, inquiring, "Cole, why would Instructor Catherine say such a thing?" Upon hearing her words, Suzy immediately recalled that among the 8 present, only the 3 of them had studied the smiling calculus, and in terms of progress, only Suzy had been ahead a few months prior. Observing Cole and Wanda exchange knowing glances, he understood that they too had gradually grasped the principles of the calculus. In response to Moshi's question, Cole shrugged his shoulders, feigning ignorance that it was absurd. Setting aside the implications of the binding spell, the fact that the 3 of them had each spent 100 third-tier magic stones to acquire this knowledge rendered it implausible for Cole and his companions to divulge such information freely. After everyone dispersed, Colin discreetly detained Wanda and Suzy, lingering behind to say, "You heard what Instructor Catherine mentioned, right? I believe she was alluding to the calculus." Noticing their nods, Colin stroked his smooth chin but then shifted the conversation to a seemingly unrelated topic. "As for the progress in the calculus, Suzy, you have consistently been ahead. However, during the recent task assigned by Instructor Allison, when we withdrew midway, we gained much, yet it paled in comparison to what you who persevered until the end achieved. Thus, Wanda and I discussed that had we learned the calculus at that time, we could have surely endured." Suzy, feeling perplexed, asked, "So what?" He wanted to express that this had no bearing on what Instructor Catherine had said. Nevertheless, he recognized that neither of them spoke without purpose and chose to listen to their words. Wanda giggled, playfully toying with her silky long hair. and remarked, "Thus, Cole and I have come to an agreement." What agreement? Just like with the calculus last time, it was only through our joint efforts that we discovered the method. Since that occasion, we have agreed that whenever confronted with challenging magical dilemmas, we shall collaborate in our studies, allowing the first to resolve the issue to request a certain remuneration from the others in exchange for their knowledge. I had to part with 40 magical stones to acquire the method of mastering the Esme calculation technique from Wanda. However, had I embarked on this endeavor alone, I cannot fathom the time it would have consumed. He chuckled wryly, evidently pleased with this arrangement. Therefore, would you care to join our little alliance? After a plethora of digressions, Colin finally broached the main topic. For although Susie's innate talent may not be remarkable, his prowess ranks among the top in our group of 9. Securing his membership in this small organization would undoubtedly yield significant advantages. Observing the eager expressions of the two, Susie pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Colin and Wanda, seeing his acquiescence, were filled with joy in Susie's view. Joining their little organization posed no detriment. As long as they established a binding magical contract, everything would be agreeable, and any ill intentions would have to remain concealed. Moreover, both Colin and Wanda possessed commendable talents and formidable abilities, particularly Colin's family influence, which might prove beneficial at certain junctures. Now, let us deliberate on how to tackle the conundrum posed by Mentor Catherine. After casting the binding spell, the rapport among the three was significantly strengthened. Colin was the first to address the issue at hand, guiding them in defining the completion method for their task and the corresponding remuneration. As Susie had just joined, he remained silent, observing Colin and Wanda as they articulated their thoughts. Colin nodded in affirmation, signaling agreement. Susie quickly followed suit with a nod. What would be an appropriate amount for the remuneration? Wanda then interjected, stating that knowledge pertaining to instantaneous magic is inherently more valuable than the spells themselves. If we were to set the price based on its intrinsic worth, it is likely that none of us could afford it, thus undermining the very purpose of forming this organization. Instead, let us base it on the value of the calculation technique. How does 100 level 3 magical stones sound? Although this sum is exceedingly modest for a skill of instantaneous magic, it represents a substantial demand for Colin and the others, who are of average level 2 magician caliber. This price is nearly equivalent to Susie's income for an entire year. This calculation took into account his earnings after he began undertaking tasks upon hitting a bottleneck. During his initial years at the academy, he survived solely on a subsidy of 72 magical stones, and thus this valuation would surely warrant a reduction. Moreover, it remains uncertain whether any among the three could truly grasp the intricacies involved, as they all approached the problem with an optimistic mindset. After reaching a consensus, the trio departed the room, each going their separate ways. What did Mentor Catherine mean when she said that mental energy could evoke magical power without necessarily relying on incantations? Does this imply that incantations are not a prerequisite for casting spells? Furthermore, she instructed us to observe the casting process closely, which surely would not entail mere visual observation, for that would be utterly futile. Is it to be sensed through mental perception? Susie sat in silence, contemplating Catherine's words while engaging in a dialogue with himself. All present could observe this outcome. Yet why do those of us trained in the Lingxi calculation method possess a greater hope of achieving it? Let me ponder. Is it the mental model? The distinction between us and Mashi lies solely in their ignorance of how to materialize and store information, as well as the method of constructing virtual models. As he spoke, he began to chant the incantation for his most adept spell, the reanimation of bones. Within mere seconds, the peculiar and somber incantation was rapidly completed, and before Suze could sense anything, a mundane bone sword had already taken form at that moment. He realized how remarkably swift his casting speed was. A few seconds of incantation, accompanied by the output of mental energy, and he had not perceived anything unusual until the magic took shape. What factor could account for his astonishingly rapid casting of this spell? While he understood it was due to his proficiency, did this mean Suze had to attain such mastery over all his spells? If so, he would be left with nothing to do for the remaining years. Having said this, he closed his eyes and once more activated the Laitemi Lingxi calculation method, then began to cast spells step by step. His command over the reanimation of bones was already quite proficient, allowing him to focus less attention on it. Most of his concentration was directed towards observing the flow of his mental energy output. In the past, when Suze cast spells, he simply output his mental energy in conjunction with the incantation, never considering what happened to the energy after it left his mind. After all, he did not perceive a slow pace when casting spells in battle. This was merely an illusion fostered by his reliance on mundane force to closely intimidate mages. Indeed, Suze exerted utmost focus and barely glimpsed the mental energy leaving his body, gradually forming a mysterious rune in conjunction with the incantation, followed by the surrounding magical energies being drawn by the mental energy rune, thus completing the entire spell. He could hardly believe it and repeated the process, yet the results remained identical. Hence, what Mentor Catherine truly meant was for us to see the existence of runes, and then to directly construct rune models within virtual space using the Laitemi calculation method, effectively bypassing the incantation step to sketch runes externally for spellcasting. This is what is referred to as instant casting. Suze propped his chin on his hand, sitting cross-legged on the stone platform, analyzing the results he had just obtained while pondering aloud. Seizing the moment, he straightened up, closed his eyes, and began to manifest the mysterious runes symbolizing the reanimation of bones within the virtual space. Just as he would typically store information within, a rune with simple strokes, yet unlike any existing characters, appeared in Suze's mind as the calculation method operated in its unique manner. As this mysterious rune reached completion, Suze vaguely sensed the magical energies surrounding him beginning to converge towards him, yet there was an elusive quality, as if obstructed by some barrier. In that instant of inspiration, he swiftly simulated an identical rune externally with his mental energy. Witnessing the stray magical energies rapidly merge with his mental energy to form an unknown force at this juncture. After repeatedly casting the bone resurrection spell, Su Zimian came to a profound realization. With practiced ease, he deftly manipulated his mind to shape a pale, ghastly bone from that energy, gazing at this bone and then casting his eyes towards the corner where the celestial meteorite lay. He couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. Indeed, my heart yearns profoundly for a flying sword of my own. Even the most mundane spell resembles a meteorite. Chapter 35. Gifts upon comprehending the existence of the enigmatic runes. Su began to experiment with the other spells he had mastered, eager to see if similar runes would manifest. He started with the necromantic summoning spell, followed by the phantom dash, and then the Veil of Night's Bone Spear protective incantation. As he cast each spell, Su gradually materialized the 11 corresponding runes of first-level magic within the virtual space. Each rune was distinct in form, and their colors varied as well. For instance, the runes generated by the Bone Spear and necromantic summoning spells were a deep green, while those corresponding to the Veil of Night and Phantom Dash were black. Imagined manifestations of mental energy also possessed different colors. Pondering this perplexity, Su attempted to alter the runes, but even the slightest modification in color caused them to disintegrate into nothingness. This left him in a state of utter confusion. Despite observing the 11 runes repeatedly, he failed to discern any connections among them. In exasperation, he resolved to store them within the virtual space, intending to retrieve them for future use. He then glanced at the corner of the virtual space, which was filled with the information he had manifested as tomes. Standing like a row of bookshelves, with but a thought, the desired information would swiftly appear in his mind, leaving no detail overlooked. Truly wondrous. Looking around the vast expanse, he mused about when he might fulfill the conditions to form runes within the virtual space. He could only wonder if the runes of the Laitemi calculation method were akin to these magical incantation runes. As of now, Su remained unaware of the nature of the runes described within the crystal orb. He could only proceed step by step according to the teachings therein. Subsequently, Su experimented with all the runes materialized in the virtual space, discovering that he could omit the incantation step during spellcasting, significantly accelerating the process. However, this still fell short of the instantaneous casting described by Mentor Catherine. The delay of 1 to 2 seconds in the process, from his mind to the virtual space and back, indicated that the issue lay not with the runes, but with the Laitemi calculation method itself. Aside from exceptional students like Su, those who were officially recruited into the Buried Bones realm were surely no fools, having unraveled the mystery of the spellcasting process, wherein incantations combined with mental energy formed the secret of runes. Su initially intended to profit greatly from Colin and Wanda. Little did he know, on the 10th day, Colin and Wanda had already approached him. "Hey, Su, do you want to know? I do not." Upon encountering Colin, who wore an expression of smug satisfaction as he had already spoken half of his words, Suze was resolute in not offering them any glimmer of hope that he promptly declared, and without any incantation gestures, merely made a swift motion, summoning a standard protective spell that enveloped him. The entire casting process transpired in a mere second. Observing this, Colin and his companion revealed expressions of disappointment. After all, they were all students of a B-level magic academy, and their comprehension skills were not to be underestimated. The three could only watch helplessly as 100 magical stones flew away from before their eyes, leaving none to be claimed by anyone. Although the academy had increased the curriculum, the frequency of practical magic classes had merely risen from an uncertain once a month to a consistent monthly occurrence. This implied that they could now learn at least one first-level spell each month. At this pace, they could potentially master a minimum of 12 first-level spells within a year, which genuinely thrilled the group. In November, Suze acquired 2 magical incantations, the Guardian of the Undead and the Binding of Spirits, one for defense and the other for offense. The attributes and effects of the Guardian of the Undead are as follows. The caster expends 90 points of mental energy and, after chanting for 2.7 seconds, forms a shield capable of withstanding most first-level spells and some second-level spells. The Binding of Spirits, on the other hand, requires the caster to expend 63 points of mental energy and, after a 1.6-second chant, summons a vengeful spirit that binds the enemy for 2 seconds while inflicting damage. Although these 2 spells were undeniably powerful, once Suze unleashed them, his mental energy would be nearly depleted, leaving him with the capacity to cast only 1 or 2 more first-level spells that consumed slightly more energy before he would be entirely spent. Consequently, he would have to resort to physical confrontation. Fortunately for Suze, had it been any other magician in a similar predicament without having vanquished their opponent after casting these spells, the situation would likely have turned dire. This illustrates why the Academy generally refrains from teaching too many spells to magicians of levels 1 to 3. Aside from the need for confidentiality, their limited mental energy of merely a few hundred points could not sustain the consumption of such numerous spells, with no classes scheduled in progress and training stalling. Suze found himself reminiscing about his parents far away in Lai City, stirring feelings of longing within him. He thus sought someone to carry a message to his hometown, recalling Jay on Halorishan Avenue. Despite the Academy's prohibitions, outwardly, Suze was a bona fide peak-level first-tier magician. Who would suspect that a mere first-tier magician would be notified of a recent restriction against leaving the Academy? Under the guise of his impressive abilities, Suze discreetly departed the Academy en route to Luo City. As he left, he made a point to carry with him 2 valuable items, the meteorite and the dagger he had seized during the assassination encounter. Along the way, he intended to discreetly place them into his wooden pendant space, knowing that once his mental energy cap reached 400 points, he would seek opportunities to confront the Blood Vault's remnants, as this was crucial for his future life-protecting flying sword. Hence, he was naturally inclined to make early arrangements. Upon locating Jay in the cafeteria, Suze first conveyed his purpose and inquired if he could assist him. Without hesitation, Jay immediately acquiesced, for whether as a friend or as the senior of Suze's older sister, he could not refuse Suze's request. After agreeing, Suze then requested a loan of 300 pounds, assuring that he would repay Talia at the Academy. His intention was to settle the debt with magic stones, for he was utterly destitute, possessing not a single penny, although this sum represented a considerable amount for Jay. Under normal circumstances, he would have sought permission from Hardy or Talia before proceeding. However, as Talia had stated, he was now the new leader of the orphan gang, no longer required to seek approval for every little matter. Moreover, the individual he was borrowing from was a friend of their leader, a senior to Talia, and a formidable magician, thus rendering his concerns utterly trivial. After securing the funds, Suze briefly informed them and departed from the dining hall. He first ventured to the adjacent Sheffield Avenue to purchase 2 formal suits for his father, planning to subsequently buy several pieces of jewelry for his mother. However, he felt quite embarrassed to discover that every suit at the old establishment named Hansegowns was priced over £70. After completing his purchase, he found himself once again in the familiar predicament of financial embarrassment. Reluctant to ask Jay for another loan, he informed the shopkeeper, Abel, that another individual would come to collect the items in a few days. After receiving a beautifully crafted wooden token as proof of collection, he exited the formal wear shop and made his way toward the astronomy club. He recalled that the front desk offered a service for exchanging magic stones for currency, albeit at an exorbitant rate. Suze had heard Colin mention that his family owned a bank in Norwich, which provided similar services. Typically, the exchange rate for a level 4 magic stone to currency was 1.70. But at the club, it was 1.65. As a magician, when the need arose to use currency, one would hardly exchange a mere 10 or 20 pounds. It was always in the hundreds or thousands. Consequently, each transaction would yield a profit of at least £500, making it a remarkably lucrative endeavor. Under normal circumstances, Suze would never indulge in such extravagance, but desperate times called for desperate measures, and he was unaware of the gray market services offered by Colin's family. Thus, he reluctantly prepared to acquiesce to the situation. Even though the receptionist, Rita Sassoon, was an enchanting blonde, Suze grimaced in discomfort as he uttered, "I would like to exchange magic stones." After a moment's contemplation, he realized that he only possessed 3 level 3 magic stones on his person, which could be exchanged for £300 worth of level 4 magic stones. However, it was customary for higher-level magic stones to be exchanged at a premium for lower-level ones. Therefore, with some negotiation, he could likely obtain around £390 worth of level 4 magic stones. He calculated the expenses for the gifts he intended for his parents, the money he needed to send home, and the £300 he owed Jay. All of it amounted to nearly £1,000, equivalent to 16 level 4 magic stones. Just as Suze was about to declare his wish to exchange for 16 level 4 magic stones, he suddenly recalled the absence of news regarding Jeanette and Uncle Divas over the past month. Surely, they must be quite concerned about her. Perhaps he should purchase additional stones for them as well. Besides, he rarely had a need for so many level 4 magic stones. After the exchange, would he really want to carry around a multitude of stones? With this thought in mind, he altered his request. "Could you kindly inform me of the exchange rate for level 3 magic stones to level 4 magic stones here? Let us first exchange one piece, and then you can convert those 120 magic stones into Canadian dollars." Although the price is somewhat lower than anticipated, he is no longer concerned about such a trivial difference. Casually producing a third-level magic stone, he continued, "Simply provide me with £2,000 in cash, and the remaining £5,800 can be issued as a check." "Very well, my lord. Please take care." After nearly an hour of intermittent writing, Susie meticulously organized 2 thick envelopes, taking out the envelopes to divide the remaining £900 into 2 portions, which he then tucked into the envelopes. He handed the envelopes, already inscribed with names and addresses, to Jay, instructing him to take them along when sending someone out. Having completed these tasks, Susie felt that something was still amiss. It was only when he caught a whiff of delicious food that he realized he had yet to procure the most essential local specialty. He made his way to the partitioned area behind the kitchen, a place where the children of the orphan gang usually frolicked, hoping to enlist one of the youngsters as his guide. For Susie, only exquisite cuisine held his heart. He could compromise on nearly everything else, but when it came to food, he was exceedingly particular. And no matter how full he became, he could never bring himself to cease indulging in delectable dishes. Over the years, the little ones had grown quite familiar with Susie, knowing that following this big brother would always lead to plentiful feasting. As he beckoned, the children hiding behind quickly swarmed toward him, leaving Susie momentarily stunned. Some members, hearing the commotion, prepared to intervene, fearing it might disrupt Susie's affairs. However, Susie waved them off, smiling at the eagerly expectant children. "Since everyone is so enthusiastic, let us, the orphan gang, sweep through the entirety of Harrison Avenue," he declared, turning to one scruffy, blonde-haired boy. "Then, Sir Arnold, please pave the way for us." Upon hearing this, Arnold pushed aside those obstructing his path and, after performing a rather unorthodox knightly salute, dashed forth, proclaiming, "At your command, my lord." "Oh yeah, we are sweeping through, brave warriors of the orphan gang. Charge!" The little rascals, unable to contain their excitement, shouted and rushed outside. Catching the attention of everyone in the restaurant, Susie let out a hearty laugh. And before he could utter another word, he was dragged out by several mischievous children. Chapter 36. Soaring growth. Eric halted upon hearing this, approaching Susie without any intention of entering the room. "Come on, the teacher says it is time to fulfill the promise." With that, he displayed a hint of a helpless smile, evidently envious that the teacher had summoned Susie more frequently than himself over the past few months. Upon hearing this, Susie's heart raced with excitement, realizing that he was close to obtaining the Foundation Establishment pill. However, he maintained an impassive expression, offering no explanation, simply stating, "All right, let us go." As they engaged in light conversation, they made their way toward the Mage Tower, both tacitly avoiding any mention of the purpose behind Allison seeking Susie. Approaching the Mage Tower, Susie anticipated Eric leading the way, only to see Eric produce an inscribed crystal plate. Smiling enigmatically as he said, "The teacher instructed that you should ascend on your own. I shall only escort you this far. This is a pass." This time, Eric received instructions in advance, and, without saying much, handed the crystal plate to Susie before departing. After all, there are many matters that must remain unknown to him. Holding the crystal plate, Susie pondered for a moment, unsure of the true intentions of Mentor Allison, who even kept her own disciple in the dark. However, in the briefest moment of distraction, he raised the crystal plate and entered the Mage Tower. Indeed, the Mage Tower never ceased to astonish with its ever-changing wonders. This time, in the mere instant of taking a step, the scenery transformed, revealing boundless darkness. Susie concentrated, scanning his surroundings, and discovered he stood in a vast plaza suspended in the void. Perhaps it could be described as a grand magical array. Glancing down at the intricate and dense crimson lines, which were clearly numerous array patterns, Susie silently mused. The stone plaza in this mysterious space was immensely spacious, with only 4 bronze lampposts at the edges casting bright lights. Susie had no time for further observation. After a cursory glance at the general environment, he suddenly found himself moving forward uncontrollably, halting only upon seeing Mentor Allison standing beside a crystal coffin. The plaza was so expansive that upon entering, Susie, who found himself at the periphery, initially failed to spot Mentor Allison in the center until she summoned him with magic, revealing the main figure of the occasion. Do high-level mages disregard the feelings of others so readily? Damn it. Faced with Allison's actions, Susie couldn't help but grumble internally, yet he maintained a demeanor of respect, quietly awaiting her words. After all, in the presence of such elevated beings, he held no status whatsoever. Seizing the moment of Allison's silence, Susie swiftly surveyed his surroundings. To his astonishment, everything within his sight was breathtaking, struggling against the oppressive aura emanating from the crystal coffin. He fixated on the coffin filled with a blood-like liquid, where a vague silhouette lay quietly within. Susie concentrated his gaze, faintly discerning what appeared to be a skeleton. The overwhelming pressure emanated from it. Is this the companion of Mentor Allison, May Hayden? Truly deserving of its reputation as a being on the verge of reconstituting its physical form. Merely lying there exudes such an aura. Weight that liquid resembling blood cannot be. Indeed, it must be a nutrient solution. No wonder it is so rich in vitality. In the blink of an eye, Susie confirmed that the liquid he had consumed previously was indeed the same as that within the crystal coffin. As time passed, the pressure from May intensified, while the blood-colored liquid in the coffin gradually faded. Absorbed by May's skeleton, Susie had a profound understanding of the potency of the nutrient solution. Yet for May, it merely allowed her to slowly regenerate flesh, the pace exceedingly sluggish, indicating that the body being reforged was incomparably stronger than Susie's. Hours passed, and a breathtakingly beautiful Eastern woman gradually materialized before them. Not only was Allison astonished at seeing a woman of a different race for the first time, but even Susie, who had lived in the Jiuzhou for over 20 years and was accustomed to various beauties, was greatly taken aback. For the visage of May, after her reconstitution, bore a resemblance of 2 or 3 points to that of his mother in a past life, her brows elegant and her features gentle. Was this the power of bloodline or the imprint of the soul? As Susie gazed in a daze at May, the beauty within the coffin suddenly opened her eyes. An unseen force hurled the coffin lid aside, and an overwhelming pressure surged outward, intensifying to an extraordinary degree. Even though Allison had been prepared and swiftly acted to shield Susie, the momentary distraction left him vulnerable to May's formidable aura, now fully manifested as the complete and resurrected undying monarch. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Susie expressed his gratitude to Allison, saying, "Thank you for your assistance, Mentor." Yet, Allison did not spare him a glance. Her full attention fixated on Mei that moment. Susie noticed that the blood-red lines beneath his feet began to glow, gradually outlining an immense and mysterious rune. At the center of this rune, radiating a sanguine light, stood May Hayden, her power growing increasingly potent. Susie looked up to see May's gaze sharp and her aura regal, embodying the essence of a sovereign, devoid of any trace of her former maternal demeanor. Positioned at the core of the rune, countless visible gray energies surged into her newly forged body like a tidal wave. The entire plaza was suffused with the energy of the cosmos. And gradually, May, at the very heart of it all, became enveloped in an incredibly dense cocoon of gray energy, akin to the eye of a hurricane. Just then, a massive rift tore open in the void above the plaza, revealing an extraordinary sight. It was the ethereal realm of the undead, under the dominion of a blood-red moon. Atop a lofty mountain, a dilapidated yet majestic skeletal palace loomed, and surrounding the palace were thousands of mid to loader undead. Standing vigilantly in a protective circle around three colossal black coffers, at the entrance of the grand hall, stood the three level 16 lords that Susie had previously encountered. That it was evident that this was May's domain. Crack, crack. The energy cocoon shattered, and the once naked May donned a flowing green gown akin to Allison's. A faint crown mark flickered briefly upon her forehead before vanishing, leading many to believe it was merely an optical illusion. Having forged her crown, May cast a fleeting glance at Allison before silently stepping into the rift. In an instant, as the queen returned, the servants within the hall fell to their knees in unison, bowing in silent reverence. Upon the ethereal palace, May pointed her staff, unleashing her entire aura, compelling all undead within 1,000 miles, no matter their actions, to kneel towards her direction involuntarily as her presence reached its zenith. It finally caught the attention of other high-tier beings within a vast radius. However, in response to May's unabashed display of power, they appeared to hesitate, retracting their consciousness and remaining silent, as did her two greatest foes, who dared not utter a word. Ultimately, having attained her crown and reconstituted her form, May attracted the notice of certain entities within the realm of death. A figure descended from the heavens, the Grim Reaper's envoy. This marked Susie's second encounter with this pinnacle of existence, and his awe only deepened with his rising cultivation. The divine servant, wielding a colossal scythe, regarded May's aura with indifference and, observing the newly resurrected undying monarch before him, spoke in a tone devoid of any emotion. Monarch, present your offerings. Upon hearing May's words, he instinctively reined in his imposing aura. With a pointed gesture of his staff, the three lord-level undead, who had previously knelt on the ground, clumsily rose to their feet. They opened the three enormous chests positioned on the plaza steps outside the palace, revealing within a box saturated with black liquid, a severed head of a ghastly zombie, and a gray crystal, within which flickering shadows could be discerned, seemingly howling in fury. Just as Suze was about to delve deeper into the scene, he noticed that the divine servant merely cast a fleeting glance at the crack, let out a cold snort, and the fissure rapidly healed, causing the subsequent imagery to vanish entirely. Allison, with a tone of discontent, remarked, "How stingy indeed." She then turned to Suze and said, "Pay heed. The reward you have been anticipating is about to arrive." After which, she closed her eyes, as if awaiting something. Before Suze could pose a question, he felt a tremendous surge of mental energy emanating from the earlier crack, converging upon Allison. She then siphoned a small portion of it, thrusting it forcefully into her own mind, causing him excruciating pain. As his head throbbed, Suze recalled the purpose of his journey and grasped Allison's intent, prompting him to commence absorbing this mental force with all his might. Upon their initial contact, Suze discerned a stark difference. While his own mental energy was possessive and could not be utilized by others, the energy emanating from Allison was devoid of a master, thereby accessible to anyone willing to absorb it. This is what Allison referred to as a shortcut. It seems rather unfair. 250, 260, 270.300. Suze's mental energy ceiling surged past the 300 mark and steadily climbed towards 400 points. He observed his swiftly expanding mental capacity while internally lamenting. He pondered whether this method would incur any adverse effects, yet he resignedly accepted the mental energy, fully aware of the potential repercussions. After all, his foundation lay in cultivation rather than magic. As long as he reached a mental energy cap of 400 points, he would have the opportunity to retrieve Su Yunyan's remnants from the blood repository. As for whether a foundation establishment pill was available, he harbored no certainty, relying instead on his efforts and fate. As this unclaimed mental energy was continuously absorbed by Suze, his own mental energy ceiling consistently increased. 400, 410, for 20.4, 35.447, then it unabatedly surpassed the 450 mark. 10 days later, Suze's mental energy ceiling ultimately stabilized at 500 points. In other words, within a mere 10 days, Suze accomplished a remarkable transformation that would typically require a decade for an ordinary person. Who would believe such a tale, that a peak level 6 mage, while advancing to level 7, would carry along a mere level 1 mage? At this moment, Suze was elated, for he finally had the opportunity to explore the remnants of the blood repository. As for his ascension to level 3 within a mere 10 days, it paled in comparison to the imminent breakthrough he anticipated in his cultivation techniques, which brought him far greater joy. Within the confines of the 7th dimension, unencumbered by the presence of Suze, Allison's aura erupted in full force, her surrounding spiritual energy nearly manifesting as a tangible substance. She cast a fleeting glance at Suze, who was bowing outside the tower, and remarked indifferently, "I have bestowed upon you even the primal power of Laitemi. Let us see what you shall accomplish." Having uttered these words, she carelessly surveyed a certain point in the void, nodding her head in acknowledgement before commencing her ascension. Chapter 37. The Battle for the Tower. The consequence of successfully advancing to a third-tier magician within a mere 10 days, with a mental energy threshold reaching 500 points, was that Suze now found himself unable to wield the nearly doubled spiritual power, akin to an infant grasping an iron hammer taller than himself, dangerously poised to harm only himself. In grappling with the challenge of stabilizing his spiritual energy and overcoming the perilous instability brought about by his rapid ascension, which jeopardized his casting, he had no choice but to seek the assistance of his mentor, Catherine. Initially, Catherine was taken aback when Suze abruptly ascended to a third-tier magician, fearing that her prolonged experiments had induced some sort of hallucination. That it was only after Suze elucidated his circumstances that she realized such fortuitous individuals indeed existed in this world. To address the issue of unstable spiritual energy, she advised, in addition to continuously casting spells to strengthen your control over your newly acquired mental power, I recommend that you visit the Mage Tower's library to seek a tome titled The 10 Forgings of Divine Power by Gladys North. This book is dedicated to elucidating the art of refining spiritual energy. For a situation such as yours, it is perfectly suited. Catherine shook her head, clearly disapproving of Suze's self-destructive shortcuts. However, Suze harbored his own intentions, indifferent to any misunderstandings that might arise. Gratefully expressing his thanks to Catherine, he bore the headache of heading to the finance department to pay for the magical stones. Ever since that previous incident, Suze had come to realize that any dealings associated with the Mage Tower incurred a hefty fee. The contents of the 10 Forgings of Divine Power by Gladys North resonated closely with Catherine's description. This spellbook detailed how mages employed a microarray known as the confluence of mountain flames to create a furnace within their minds, igniting it with spiritual energy as fuel to forge their own mental power. What an unusual operation this is. As for why it was termed the 10 Forgings of Divine Power, it was because this technique comprised 10 distinct levels, the initial 5 for refining impurities and purifying quality, followed by the latter 5 for compressing quantity to achieve a qualitative transformation. Truly marvelous. However, what Suze acquired amounted to merely the records of the first 3 forges, which meant that having invested a significant portion of his fortune, he had only obtained less than half of the content. It nearly drove him to the brink of fury. Yet, the pressing issue was not the completion of the content. Resolute in his determination, he began to suppress the tumultuous spiritual energy with all his might, while slowly sketching the confluence of mountain flames array in his mind. In the ensuing 6 months, having ascended to the 3rd tier, Suze communicated his circumstances to Catherine and requested an extended leave, subsequently retreating from the outside world to focus solely on controlling his surging spiritual energy, striving to convert it into his innate combat prowess. As for the exploration of the Blood Vault, having heeded Allison's previous words, he realized that his actions had long drawn the attention of others. Thus, he had no choice but to quell the stirrings of his heart and await the opportune moment. In the tranquil confines of Dormitory 210, Suze sat cross-legged, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, seemingly enduring immense suffering. Damn it, why didn't the mentor clarify things? The process of cultivation indeed brings an excruciating sensation akin to fire scorching the brain. Underneath the immense suffering, Suze couldn't help but curse aloud. In his mental realm, his formidable spiritual energy was distinctly divided into 2 parts, nearly 2/3 manifested as gray mist, sinking to the depths, while the remaining third floated above as white mist. Connecting the two was a colossal blazing furnace. The gray mist transformed into fuel, causing the crimson flames within the furnace to burn incessantly, scorching the white mist above until it changed color and gradually sank into gray. Throughout this process, the unrelenting pain clawed at him like a relentless parasite, refusing to dissipate. Even with Suze's commendable endurance, he could only persist for 5 hours a day before succumbing to the excruciating agony and losing consciousness, interrupting his refining. Upon awakening, he would begin casting spells to enhance his control. Initially, Suze struggled to chant incantations as his uncontrollable spiritual energy disrupted his magic. But after several months, he gradually learned to employ the Laitemi calculation method to instantaneously cast some less taxing spells. He believed that within half a year, once he completely transformed all the white mist representing his newly acquired spiritual energy into gray mist, he would essentially have completed the first forging of divine power. thus becoming a genuine level 3 mage. With a sigh of relief, as Suze actively extinguished the flames in his mental realm, the relentless searing pain slowly dissipated. He rose and made his way to the training room on the 3rd floor. It had been nearly a month since he last sparred with Cole. Just moments ago, Suze received a message from Cole, transmitted from the realm of the undead, prompting him to cease his cultivation and prepare to test Cole's newly acquired sword techniques, including the sword techniques gained from this promotion. Starting from his ascent to level 4, and with Cole's recent elevation to level 7, he had acquired a total of 4 pioneering sword techniques. He wondered which technique this would be. Filled with anticipation, Suze focused his thoughts, and Cole, far away in the realm of the undead, answered the call. Gazing at Cole, whose presence increasingly exuded an oppressive aura, Suze felt a surge of excitement. It had been almost a month since he last engaged in combat, and he yearned for the thrill of a battle filled with sword energy. He drew the black-bone sword from Cole's back and declared, "Attack with the new sword technique." Without hesitation, he advanced forward, executing the first strike of the pioneering technique with practiced skill. Cole, receiving the command, did not retreat. A flicker of soul fire illuminated his being, and a new sword strike was unleashed at the 5th pioneering technique. The air crackled with sword energy as their figures clashed, the sounds of metal striking metal reverberating incessantly. Sparks flew amidst their colliding forms, resembling 2 merciless beasts locked in combat, charging straight at one another without a hint of trickery. As the bout progressed, it became evident that Cole, who solely mastered this particular sword technique, held a slight advantage, forcing Suze to use his shadow energy to deflect Cole's final lethal assault. With a wry smile, he conceded, "Forget it. I am outmatched. No more." After nearly a year of agonizing training, he had finally managed to grasp a doubled surge of spiritual energy. Although he had yet to reach a level of effortless mastery, he was more than capable of handling ordinary battles. Coupled with his advanced cultivation in the later stages of chi refinement, he was practically invincible among level 3 mages. Armed with this confidence, Suze dared to step outside the academy to scheme regarding the blood bank's remnants. After all, the Sari family could emerge unexpectedly to take a bite out of him. In such circumstances, it was imperative to be prepared before venturing out. Upon leaving the dormitory, Suze made a beeline for the Information Management Center, intending to inquire whether the academy's restrictions had been lifted. After all, he was now a level 3 mage, and the Nightingale patrol team would not allow him to leave unchecked. Could it be that Mentor Allison has summoned me again? A sense of unease crept into Suze's heart. After all, every encounter with Eric over the past 2 years had revolved around his mentor, which had conditioned him to such reflexive thoughts. But it was not Mentor Allison. She had yet to emerge from her seclusion. Instead, the academy was gathering all level 3 and above mages. Mentor Catherine had informed him that since he had reached level 3, she had been tasked with notifying him to assemble at the 1st floor of the mage tower. Eric, upon observing Suze's expression, immediately discerned his thoughts and hastily explained. He empathized deeply with Suze's feelings, yet his own sentiments were not any better. It was the academy. After all, Suze let out a sigh of relief and asked, "Then shall we go? By the way, has anything significant occurred at the academy recently?" Eric, taken aback, exclaimed, "You are unaware of such a monumental event. My goodness, how many days have you been isolated from others? You don't know about the Tower Siege War." Suze chuckled awkwardly and replied, "I've mostly been holed up in my dormitory for the past year, so I haven't been out, but enough about that. What exactly is this Tower Siege War? Is it a contest for supremacy?" Eric fell silent at his words. When Catherine had informed him of Suze's advancement to level 3 mage, he had found it hard to believe. As he had always perceived Suze as a brawling, reckless fighter, it was only after hearing this exchange that he understood the essence of diligent cultivation. He began to contemplate how Suze had elevated his mental prowess and silently cautioned himself not to become engrossed in mundane affairs, but to strive for further mastery. Otherwise, a century hence, one would merely be dust, left to watch others sing their praises. Chapter 38. The distinction within and without according to the regulations of the Mage Academy Alliance. Magic academies are classified into 4 tiers: Level C, Level B, Level A, and Superior Magic Academies. Among these, Level C is the lowest tier and the most numerous. Conversely, the Superior Magic Academy holds the highest rank and is the least common across the entire primary plane. Apart from the Frost City Superior Magic Academy of the Iceborne in the northern reaches of the Rose Continent, and the Elderwood Superior Magic Academy in the Endless Forest along the eastern coast. The human factions possess three: the Gale River Dragon Sail Superior Magic Academy of the Galoran Empire, the Heart of the Earth Superior Magic Academy of the Asino Empire, and the Camelot Superior Magic Academy on the Scandinavian Peninsula. It is precisely due to the existence of the Camelot Superior Magic Academy that the two powerful empires have been unable to invade the Camelot Kingdom and the Sugol Kingdom across the White Gull Strait. Should the 8th-level mage Awakens fall, the qualifications of the Level B Academy, which serves as a burial ground, would be gravely jeopardized, although this was merely the wishful thinking of the Black Rose. Considering Awakens' position, it was evident that he was not the sole 8th-level mage within the ranks of the dark arts. However, he is also of considerable importance. It is inconceivable to sacrifice one's life and the fruits of a millennium of arduous cultivation for the sake of a mere task item. When discussing the origins of the Tower War, one cannot overlook the peculiarities of this world that in Susie's recollections of the cultivators of the 9 provinces. Although the sects of immortals have consistently interacted with the secular dynasties and have discreetly aided in maintaining order across the realm, it is paramount to note that, in terms of the secular dynasties themselves, the royal family is incapable of cultivation. This limitation extends not only to the royalty, but to secular officials as well, who are equally unable to practice the art of cultivation. Upon reaching the main plane, while mages still remain shrouded in secrecy, the ruling royal families are steeped in tradition as magical lineages, such as the Pendragon family of Camelot, renowned across the peninsula for their mastery of water magic. Though the alliance formed by the magical academies spans the entirety of the plane as a colossal force, each nation's branch operates independently, prioritizing the preservation of its own interests. Any magical academy that joins the alliance must fulfill its obligations commensurate with its rank under the leadership of the national royalty to maintain stability. Failure to accomplish these tasks results in the forfeiture of the rights associated with that rank. According to Eric, the Jungle Envoy Academy, situated on the border of Kasu, has suffered the consecutive loss of 3 8th-level mages of the Dark, Earth, and Fire schools over 3 centuries, with no 7th-level mages advancing, leaving them unable to contend with the hostile forces from neighboring nations. They are now merely enduring, even contemplating relinquishing everything in hopes of swiftly concluding the Tower War to designate a new master for the Grand Mage Tower, thereby exiting the battlefield and allowing the emergent forces to take charge. It is essential to recognize that for a magical academy, the Grand Mage Tower holds far greater significance than the Chi Tower of a martial academy. It embodies a fusion of cultivation assistance, defense, and offense, serving as the pivotal core of the entire magical academy's offensive and defensive system. The Jungle Envoy's decision to abandon the Grand Mage Tower starkly illustrates the immense pressure exerted upon them by the hostile magical forces of the Shug region. This abandonment incurs a price that prohibits any further ascension for 5 centuries. More critically, should they lose the accelerated cultivation benefits provided by the Grand Mage Tower, their path to revival would be indefinitely delayed, leaving them to hope for the emergence of future miracles. Setting aside the decline of the Jungle Envoy, Susie is not in a position to worry about others. His thoughts are focused on seizing this opportunity presented by the Tower War to momentarily evade the watchful eyes of the Academy's higher-ups, seeking to explore the Blood Vault and acquire the remnants of his predecessors, with the ultimate goal of establishing a foundation. As Susie engages in casual conversation with Eric, he plots how to participate in this task. After all, as Eric mentioned, the majority of those summoned by the Academy this time are 4th-level mages, alongside a select few elite 3rd-level mages. There are more than 20 3rd-level dark mages in the entire Burying Bones region. Yet this summons only allows for 10 slots, inclusive of all 4th-level mages. It seems that even before reaching the battlefield, a fierce internal struggle may ensue. Midway through, Eric's crystal pendant on his wrist flashed, prompting him to halt and say to Susie, "The teacher has emerged from seclusion. I must go to her quarters to retrieve some items. You may proceed ahead." Upon arriving at the Mage Tower, an exceedingly rare sight greeted him. A towering and expansive doorway materialized upon the broad walls. Groups of mages, a few at a time, traversed through it, and judging by their auras, the majority were 3rd-tier mages. Were 3rd-tier mages in the burial grounds exceptionally formidable, daring to contend with 4th-tier mages for a coveted spot? He murmured his confusion for a moment before stepping inside, regardless of the circumstances. He was determined to secure a position. As he followed the throng into the interior, he found himself in a quaint, ancient wooden house of usual dimensions, resembling a living room adorned with sofas, coffee tables, and tall vases, furnishings aplenty, yet devoid of life. Sounds emanated from the staircase leading to the second floor, where a slightly ajar door beckoned. Swiftly, Suze pushed the door open, only to discover that behind the unassuming wooden portal lay a vast stairway assembly hall. In the center, the apprentice mentor, fifth-tier mage Lancel Julius, stood upon a raised platform, flanked by two distinctly separate groups. Jeanette and a cluster of unfamiliar individuals occupied the far left steps, while Fiona, a third-tier mage, stood on the far right, her expression one of envy, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding circumstances. Could it be Ida Suze counted the number of individuals in Jeanette's group, precisely 10. His heart tightened, and he approached Jeanette, inquiring, "Little Jan, why is it that you stand alone as a third-tier mage? Have they all been eliminated?" Jeanette cast a glance at Lancel on the platform, gestured for Suze to come closer, and whispered, "The situation is as follows. This tower contest is divided into two battlegrounds, an outer and an inner circle. Due to the array restrictions in the inner circle, the high-ranking mages from each family cannot assess the condition of the students within, rendering it rather perilous. Hence, the Academy dispatches some of its stronger students to vie for the objectives inside. The outer circle, however, is populated only by weaker opponents, with the Jungle Envoy Academy having established merely some low-level spells to repel beasts, allowing the elders to observe the students' conditions within. In the event of an emergency, they can provide timely assistance. Thus, our Academy's team is essentially split into two factions, one team of fourth-tier mages for the inner circle, and another team of third-tier mages for the outer circle. As for me, noticing Suze's incredulous expression regarding her standing among the fourth-tier mages, she shyly explained, "The teacher suggested that I should broaden my horizons, so I was permitted to accompany the seniors, who have kindly agreed to look after me." Having heard this, Suze felt utterly drained of sarcasm. Indeed, those with connections experienced a different reality after Jeanette concluded her explanation. A remarkably handsome fourth-tier mage, who had been conversing with her, chuckled, "Junior, do not be modest. Who doesn't know that you stand here with due merit and your wand in hand?" Taken aback, Suze raised an eyebrow, silently acknowledging that this girl possessed such strength. Having not witnessed her in action for many years, it seemed he had underestimated the prowess of women in the world. Unfazed by the compliment, Jeanette smiled lightly and replied, "Senior Cloning, you flatter me. It is merely that the seniors have been gracious enough to allow me this opportunity. Do not heed the seniors' extravagant claims." The fourth-level mage, Cloning, observed the camaraderie between Janet and Susie, noting that their relationship transcended that of typical peers. Intrigued by this connection, he approached them and said, "Greetings, Junior. I am Cloning Roland, hailing from Yorkshire." Susie, elated by this revelation, responded, "Ah, so you are the son of the Lord of Laitemi. It is a pleasure to meet you." Cloning senior, "My name is Susie, and I too am from Laitemi. The lordship of Laitemi is held by the head of the Roland family, the formidable Do Huang, Maxi Roland. Given Cloning's illustrious lineage, he could indeed be considered a prodigy of his time." Nevertheless, Susie, being well-versed in the world, was not taken aback. However, having dwelled in this desolate place for so long, it was genuinely the first time Susie encountered another individual from Yorkshire, aside from Janet. Thus a sense of kinship naturally blossomed. Cloning, smiling, remarked, "Ah, that explains your familiarity with Janet. We should certainly spend more time together in the future." Beyond this sense of camaraderie, Cloning's favorable attitude towards Susie was also influenced by his connection with Janet, making him more inclined to engage in conversation. As Cloning pondered, he turned to Janet and inquired, "Do you know what criteria must be met to join your team? Is it necessary to attain the status of a fourth-level mage, or is it possible to eliminate someone else?" It was evident that if Cloning's assertions were accurate, and Janet had not entered the inner circle through her association with Akizan, she must have indeed ousted a fourth-level mage. Before Janet could respond, a fourth-level mage beside Cloning scoffed with contempt, saying, "Junior, not every third-level mage possesses the capacity to challenge those of higher rank. You would do well to return to your designated place, lest you embarrass yourself unnecessarily." This remark was met with nods of agreement from all the fourth-level mages present. Janet had triumphed over her senior due to her extensive mentorship, but how could an ordinary third-level mage dare to utter such bold claims? Observing Susie incurring the ire of the crowd, Janet advised, "Do not act impulsively. The inner circle is fraught with peril. It is far safer for you to remain with your fellow third-level students." In her view, having just ascended to the third level, Suzy's strength surely fell within the lower tier of third-level mages, making it implausible for him to challenge those who had already qualified for graduation yet remained at the academy for several years. Suzy, however, chuckled and replied, "I merely inquired about the rules. Surely that is not a forbidden topic. Were it not for necessity, Suzy would have never engaged in such a contentious matter at this moment." He finally grasped the truth that one could not retreat even a single step in the face of opportunity. The sole rule governing participation in the Tower Battle's inner circle was the elimination system. As long as one could oust a member of the current team, they automatically acquired their place. Before others could voice further objections, the overseeing apprentice mentor, Lance, spoke from the platform. As his words fell, the third-level mages on the other side began to comprehend the unfolding situation. Unlike the elusive fourth-level mages, these third-level students had heard of Suzy, recognizing him as a notable figure among the lower-tier students. Though he was a decent individual, his temperament was fiery, and he was intolerant of any perceived slight. His earlier provocation of the high-level mentor and the notorious incident involving the assassination of a core member of the Sari family had garnered significant attention. However, they could hardly fathom that this individual could ascend 2 ranks in a mere span of over a year. And upon emerging from seclusion, he would dare to provoke these seasoned fourth-level sorcerers. They couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety for Suzy. The gray-haired man possessed a gaze that was profound and his aura subdued, clearly indicating that his mental prowess had reached a certain pinnacle at that moment. Upon noticing Suzy's glance, he felt a surge of eagerness, his heart seething with rage as he coldly inquired, "What is the matter, Junior? Do you take issue with me and wish to engage in a duel?" It was uncertain whether this was his inherent disposition or a deliberate taunt aimed at Suzy. Yet he brazenly issued the provocation. Upon hearing this, Jeanette hastily pulled Suzy aside, apologizing to the man. "Senior Riley, Suzy did not mean it that way." After which, she turned to Suzy, signaling him to back down and apologize. Cloning, who had already felt somewhat displeased after hearing Suzy's words, found himself even more irritated upon witnessing Jeanette's fervent defense of him. Nonetheless, he cautioned, "Riley is a reserve sorcerer of the Nightingale Knight team. His strength ranks amongst the best of us. You should quickly apologize to avoid further humiliation." Upon hearing this, Suzy suddenly understood. No wonder Riley exhibited such arrogance, for he was indeed a reserve sorcerer of the Nightingale Knight team. The Nightingale Defense Corps was divided into 2 factions. One was the Nightingale Patrol Team, responsible for maintaining order and vigilance within the academy, comprised primarily of sorcerers at the peak of level 3 or the early stages of level 4. The other was the Nightingale Knight Team, stationed not within the academy, but rather on the outskirts of the Misty Forest, tasked with ensuring the safety of the western region of Luo City by eliminating rogue magical creatures. Given the nature of their duties, their entry requirements were significantly more stringent, necessitating that sorcerers possess a mental prowess exceeding 1,000 points and pass the trials set forth by existing members. These trials, as one might expect, required genuine combat engagement, leaving little room for alternative methods. The term reserve referred to those sorcerers whose abilities had been acknowledged, but whose mental limits fell short. They were assigned to support teams, with the potential for future integration into the Knight team once they met the requisite standards that in this regard, Riley indeed had grounds for his arrogance. Yet, Suzy was no ordinary contender. Throughout his journey in cultivation, he had faced formidable opponents, consistently battling against those stronger than himself with unwavering resolve, even when suppressed by 5th and 6th level sorcerers. How many could withstand the full force of his blade within the same tier? As a cultivator, his pride was no less than that of others, though Suzy preferred a tranquil demeanor and avoided conflict. Now, faced with an opportunity, he was unwilling to yield. Ignoring Jeanette and cloning, he laughed heartily at Riley, saying, "Ha! Since Senior holds me in regard, what harm is there in a duel? Please." With that, he leaped onto the stage and addressed Lance. "Senior, would you be willing to serve as the judge?" Upon hearing this, Lance observed the frowns of the 4th-level sorcerers directed at Suzy, realizing he had incurred their wrath. While he disapproved of Suzy's ostentatious behavior, he chose to withdraw gracefully. Stating, "It is my duty," as Riley prepared to step off the stage, he added, "Intra-academy duels should be conducted with restraint." Having spoken, he ceased further words, quietly observing the ensuing events. Upon hearing Suzy's remarks, Rue Li, filled with fury, responded with a mocking laugh. "You possess courage, Suzy. Junior." So allow your senior to teach you the importance of respecting your elders. With a swift incantation, he leapt onto the high platform. The formidable aura of a fourth-level mage erupting around him. Lance, witnessing this, appeared to have anticipated such a scenario that he retrieved an object from within his mage's robe and flung it onto the platform. Immediately, a bowl-shaped shield enveloped Su Zhe and his companion, and having executed this action, he fell silent, his focus now trained upon the platform, ready to intervene at a critical moment. Meanwhile, Jeanette, seeing Su Zhe's reckless provocation of his senior despite her warnings, was filled with deep concern. Cloning, noticing the lady's troubled expression, felt his irritation towards Su Zhe intensify. Su Zhe, Jr., it's not too late to concede now. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee I will be able to hold back later. Rui Li, now on the platform, offered what seemed to be kind advice. Laitemi is well known that a seasoned fourth-level mage, long since promoted, would have no difficulty overpowering a freshly ascended third-level mage. His words unmistakably hinted at a desire to teach Su Zhe a harsh lesson. Su Zhe, upon hearing this, let out a light chuckle, clearly dismissive of Rui Li's pretentiousness. Please, senior, there is no need to hold back. I have yet to receive a proper lesson in my life, and I am eager to experience one. With that, both parties were unwilling to engage in further banter and commenced their incantations. Previously, everyone had concealed their magical prowess, but as they began to battle, their true abilities inadvertently revealed themselves. Rui Li's staggering mental capacity of 800 points already overshadowed Su Zhe's presence, causing the fourth-level mages to smirk internally, deeming Su Zhe hopelessly overconfident. Conversely, Fiona and her fellow third-level mages, though somewhat disheartened, found themselves secretly rooting for Su Zhe. Should he emerge victorious, they too would gain the audacity to challenge the higher-level seniors in the future. Not to dwell on the thoughts of the onlookers, Su Zhe, confronted with Rui Li's mental pressure, realized the disparity in their strengths was not as insurmountable as he had anticipated. He could still engage with composure. Bone cage, piercing spear. Though Rui Li exhibited arrogance, he did not underestimate Su Zhe in combat. He aimed for a swift resolution, first conjuring the bone cage to restrict Su Zhe's movements, rendering him unable to evade the forthcoming crimson bone spear. His casting was rapid, his strategy clear. Evidently, Rui Li was well versed in the methodologies of spells, such as the Esmeralda calculus, executing his incantations with remarkable speed, leaving Su Zhe with no time to evade. Were it not for the mere first-level spell of bone cage, which could be effortlessly shattered with a single strike, Su Zhe would still face the onslaught of the subsequent bone spears. Necromancer's Guardian, Water Shield. My goodness, he actually used his bare hand to receive a second-level spell. This is simply monstrous. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Is this possible? What is this fellow, a mage or a fighter? Su Zhe, being deeply entrenched in the situation, was acutely aware that it was not merely his physical prowess that allowed him to withstand the second-tier magic. Rather, it was the attenuation provided by 2 layers of shields that rendered the spell's potency within his tolerable limits. Ultimately, however, this was still an act of desperation on Su Zhe's part, a reluctant choice forced upon him when his actions were constrained. The moment he faced the initial wave of attacks from Rili, Su Zhe dared not delay and promptly summoned Cole to the fray. Seeking to alleviate his own burdens, Su Zhe called forth Cole. Rili was momentarily taken aback upon witnessing Su Zhe effortlessly fend off his assault. Yet, he smirked, declaring, "If your skills are limited to this, then your chances are dwindling." With that, Rili lightly gestured with his right hand, and a spectral figure materialized behind him. The instant the apparition appeared, it swiftly subdued the already formidable Cole, confirming that a 4th-tier magician's summoned specter was indeed akin to a 10th-tier lord. Su Zhe had anticipated this, merely wishing to ascertain his opponent's trump card. Unsurprisingly, a true magician favored spectral allies. Rili's companion was none other than a skeletal sorcerer, the most commonly contracted entity among dark magic practitioners. Given this, the situation becomes manageable, Su Zhe declared as he shattered the bony cage with a powerful fist. Narrowing his eyes at the distant duo of magician and specter, he commanded Cole, "Let us advance together." With that, he summoned the black bone sword that flew into his grasp, and the master and servant, akin to 2 shadowy leopards, swiftly closed the distance. Low-tier magicians are particularly vulnerable to close-quarter confrontations, and ever since Rili had seen Su Zhe intercept a bone spear with his bare hand, he had been wary of such an approach. As Su Zhe charged forward, Rili pointed at the ground before him. rapidly siphoning nearly 200 points of mental energy. His complexion paled as he witnessed the terrain morph into a fetid, repugnant swamp. The Death Magic Swamp was a premier second-tier spell, creating a treacherous battlefield, especially for combatants who had yet to cultivate their fighting spirit. For them, the soft, decaying marshland was among the most disadvantageous environments. Once ensnared, they would be at the mercy of their adversary. Furthermore, once a magician enacted this spell, they could relinquish their defenses and focus solely on offense. Alas, Suze had lost. Bert remarked grimly to Fiona. Let us hope that fellow does not strike too harshly. Fiona, acknowledging their slight acquaintance with Suze, refrained from rebuttal, knowing full well that his greatest strength lay in his enigmatic combat techniques. With the two now separated by the terrain, it seemed that Suze was destined to be worn down by his opponent. Perhaps they had forgotten that Suze was also a third-tier magician. Just as their words escaped their lips, Suze and Cole traversed the swamp as if walking on solid ground, completely unfazed by the changes around them. How is this possible? One exclaimed in astonishment, prompting the crowd to gaze in wonder at the unfolding spectacle. Unbeknownst to them, not only did Suze possess the commonly known levitation spell that rendered them immune to the treacherous terrain, but he had also mastered the wave-treading song, enabling him to walk upon water. What, then, was a mere swamp? In an instant, a formidable trio of undead appeared before Suzy and his companion, consisting of 2 level 6 skeletal axe-wielders and a level 7 skeletal swordsman. As they emerged in the swamp, their forms began to sink, but before they could fully submerge, Riley hastily cast 3 levitation spells. Following his command, the undead surged towards Suzy and Cole. The ensuing clash of 5 figures sent sparks flying, leaving the onlookers awestruck. It was evident that even 2 combatants capable of briefly hovering in midair could hardly match the 3 undead bolstered by magical enhancements in their master, under normal circumstances. With Suzy's strength combined with Cole's, dispatching 3 skeletal undead of average level 6.5 would be a trivial task. However, the current predicament saw Suzy entangled with 2 level 6 axe-wielders, while simultaneously fending off Riley's intermittent spells. The sole comfort lay in the fact that Riley's mental energy was limited to just over 800 points. After deducting the 6 spells he had just cast, it was reasonable to assume his mental reserves were running low. Otherwise, given his temperament, he would not merely empower his summoned companions with auxiliary spells such as Wind of Dexterity and Death's Edge. Yet, Cole found itself at a considerable disadvantage against an undead servant enhanced by its master. Fortunately, the black-bone sword in its grasp was exceptionally sharp, and with Suzy occasionally casting a buff or 2, the situation momentarily stabilized. However, if this continued, peril loomed on the horizon. The energy of a level 10 Lord-class undead was nearly equivalent to Riley's mental capacity. Given its current casting speed, it could undoubtedly outlast Riley's recovery. Suzy cast a sidelong glance at Riley, who was clutching a mana stone to restore his mental energy, silently cursing his shamelessness. I must find a breakthrough. While Suzy juggled multiple tasks in search of an opportunity to turn the tide of battle, the spectators were utterly captivated. Typical duels among mages involved merely donning protective spells and exchanging magical assaults, or unleashing their respective summoned undead for a lackluster melee. There was nothing mundane about the current spectacle. One side had their summoned partner engaged directly in combat, showcasing fierce techniques and graceful movements. Particularly remarkable was the skeletal swordsman, whose combat prowess far surpassed its inherent melee capabilities, proving to be an equal match even under the enhancement of a level 4 mage. This battle was undeniably thrilling. Moreover, it was not a private duel. The spectacle of vying for supremacy in martial contests, whether in ancient or modern times, or in fantastical realms, naturally stirred the hearts of those with any semblance of valor. While the audience's reactions were left unmentioned, Suzy, after repelling 2 undead with a single strike, pivoted swiftly to cast a basic protective spell on Cole, just in time to shield against the skeletal mage's opportunistic bone spear attack. Only after witnessing both the shield and spear shatter did he turn to confront the undead that had stabilized its form and advanced toward him. Perhaps I should try that technique? If I fail to eliminate these 2 undead, I shall be in dire straits. Observing the stalemate, with Riley gradually recovering and his own mental energy dwindling to just over 200 points, Suzy resolved to take a bold step, intending to employ the same tactic once more. Heaven's Gate reversal. However, unlike the last time, when he was shielded within a magic suppression field and uninterruptible, The current circumstances were uncertain. However, at this moment, there exists no alternative. His conflict with Riley is merely one of pride, not enmity. He does not wish to destroy his own spectral servant through such needless animosity. Thus, before proceeding, he called out, "Senior, I am about to unleash my ultimate move, so do be cautious." Upon uttering these words, he signaled to Cole to draw the 7th-level undead towards him, while simultaneously contending with 2 other undead. He began to accumulate sword energy, building up his sword momentum. Riley, upon hearing this, took it as a scornful taunt from Suze, gritting his teeth and retorting, "Haha, I appreciate the reminder. Junior, should you manage to eliminate my 3 servants, I, Riley Christie, shall surrender and withdraw at once." Upon hearing this, Suze sighed softly. Once he merged with Cole, he gathered his sword momentum, his true essence surging within him, as wisps of mist rose from the magical swamp. Seizing the moment when the 3 undead were drawn together by their masters, he elevated himself into the air, like a rabbit leaping to catch a hawk, just as his ascent began to wane. He decisively thrust forth his sword. Riley could do nothing but watch helplessly as Suze unleashed this strike, which was beyond his capacity to intercept. The previously rampant sword energy was now concentrated into a singular strike. Exuding a chilling, killing intent that pierced the very bones, this icy blade was soul-stirring, akin to the mouth of a great river, a 1,000-foot cliff, cascading waterfalls, vowing to shatter the depths of a 10,000-foot abyss. The onlookers felt their hairs stand on end, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. The sword energy effortlessly tore through the shield Riley had erected, and the 3 undead, devoid of fear, raised their bone swords to execute the upgraded techniques bestowed by the Grim Reaper, continuing to carry out their master's commands to defend. Just as the 3 undead were about to strike against the inevitable, Suze's most formidable sword was abruptly halted by a dark bone shield that emerged from the void. Suze glanced at the assailant, Lance, and inwardly exhaled in relief. At this moment, the outcome had been determined, and there was no need for further animosity with Riley. He merely awaited Lance to announce the results. "Riley, what do you say?" Lance casually dispelled the protective barrier and inquired. Although Riley had clearly stated that he would surrender if Suze could destroy his 3 servants, such declarations made during battle could easily be disregarded. If Riley chose not to acknowledge his words, Lance would have no choice but to order him to cease using the 3 undead in battle and declare a victor. Riley's face shifted between hues of blue and red, clearly indicating his turmoil as Lance's question pressed upon him. With a heavily weighted tone, he asserted, "I am a man of my word. I shall not go back on my promise." He turned to Suze, who had already exited the magical swamp, his expression inscrutable. After a moment, he declared, "Very well, the spot is yours." With that, he tossed an object over before turning away with a cold demeanor, offering no explanation to his companions. The battle concluded so swiftly and strangely that it left not only Fiona and the other 3rd-level mages astonished, but also puzzled the 4th-level mages like cloning. In such a situation, who would squander words when they could simply continue fighting? After all, they were prepared to risk it all. Who would wish to carry a burden with them? Even if Suze was formidable, they would have preferred to witness a decisive confrontation between the 2. Yet, as 4th-level mages, they possessed a certain pride and did not consider whether they themselves might falter in the public eye. Contradicting their own words and facing humiliation, those present who expressed their joy for Suzy were none other than the 3rd-tier mages, Jeanette and Fiona among them. But Jeanette's delight stemmed from their personal acquaintance, while Fiona and the others felt as though they were witnessing the protagonist of a novel. Suzy grasped the item that Riley tossed over and discovered it to be an order, presumably related to the financial department. After Riley departed, Lance produced an iron plate and pointed it towards the high platform. In an instant, a flash of azure light swept across, erasing the traces left by the ravages of magic and sword aura on the platform. Indeed, the mage tower is wondrous. Suzy sensed no magical fluctuations emanating from Lance, indicating that he had accomplished this feat with the aid of the mage tower. "Well, you are now a member of the Inner Circle team. After we depart, you will go to the magical library to retrieve the items for this mission. The specifics will be revealed to you once you receive them. As for the details of the mission itself, they will be conveyed to you along the way," Lance remarked in a more relaxed tone, having acknowledged Suzy's proven capabilities. "You may converse with the others for now. We shall set out in half a month. Destination, Wolverhampton. Could you please consider adding my new book to your collection? I humbly request it, dear friends." Half a month later, Aboard a swift-flying house en route to Wolverhampton County, Susie awakened from his meditation. Beginning to ponder the items he possessed, due to the absence of a magical ring, most mages tend to selectively leave behind unnecessary belongings at their stronghold when venturing out, opting instead to carry only essential items. This expedition to the burial ground included a total of 120 students from 6 magical disciplines, accompanied by 6 fifth-tier apprentice mentors and a 6th-tier water mage leading the team, amounting to a formidable total of 127 mages, all of whom were at least 3rd tier or above, thus showcasing a grand display of strength, constituting more than half of the entire student body. Among his possessions were 10 3rd-tier magic stones, a sensing ring, a vial of healing fire celery juice, a chaotic spirit capable of instantly restoring 300 points of mental energy, a robe inscribed with a 3rd-tier protective spell, designed to withstand attacks from ordinary combat spirits, and a mage staff capable of storing 100 points of mental energy. These items were what Susie had obtained through the order, collectively valued at no less than 1,000 3rd-tier magic stones. Given the quality of this equipment, it was evident that the Academy had invested significantly. Both the chaotic spirit for mental restoration and the robe inscribed with protective spells were individually worth over 300 magic stones. Particularly the staff, which, despite being the lowest tier, was priced at 500 magic stones and offered additional mental energy storage, an aspiration that seemed distant for a mage of Susie's humble origins. If one were to suggest that the Academy had no interest in the main mage tower of the Jungle Envoy Academy and merely sought to collect rare magical artifacts from the inner circle, Susie would vehemently refuse to believe such a claim. That he securely stowed his belongings in the inner pocket of his new robe, took hold of the staff, and exited. As the doorbell chimed 3 times in succession, this was Lance's signal to gather everyone. Upon stepping out of the room and turning the corner at the end of the hallway, he found an exceptionally large living room bustling with activity. "Ace, over here," from a distance, the voice of Jeanette echoed in his ears. He lifted his gaze to behold a gathering of individuals shrouded in darkness, where only the inner circle of the ranks was visible, while the outer circle had congregated on a separate magical flying platform. Thus, the only familiar faces to Susie were Jeanette and Cloning. The others, though not overtly hostile, engaged in no conversation with him. Upon hearing his words, Jeanette did not respond with joy. Rather, she expressed her dissatisfaction. "You claim it's been so long since we last met. Yet you never come to seek me out. That it is always I who must find you." Susie offered an awkward smile, refraining from replying, as he thought to himself, "Just hearing the words Mage Tower sends shivers down my spine. Not to mention Akizan. Even Mentor Allison is a formidable figure. How could I possibly muster the courage to seek you there?" Standing beside Jeanette, the sorceress Casey Dalton, upon overhearing their exchange, grasped the depth of their connection. Realizing it was not merely a matter of shared hometowns, as Cloning had suggested, he likely had withheld the truth. That it is worth noting that Jeanette is a disciple of Lord Akizan, and her presence exudes an inherent authority that renders most individuals in their company hesitant to approach, having never witnessed such a demeanor from her. Thus, she interjected to alleviate the tension. Junior Susie must surely be preoccupied with his training. Otherwise, how could he have ascended to the rank of a 3rd-level mage within a mere decade, while possessing the capabilities of a 4th-level mage? "Wouldn't you agree, Junior?" In response to Casey's intervention, Susie smiled faintly, humbly stating, "My progress is merely a product of fortunate circumstances. As for the match against Senior Riley, it was he who graciously permitted me to participate. Please do not elevate my status too highly, Senior Casey." As the trio engaged in their light-hearted banter, they noticed Lance and 5 other apprentice mentors approaching in unison. Velanium from the Light faction spoke up. "Silence, please. Now, let us delve into the specifics of the tower seizure battle." With the attention of the crowd drawn to them, Bella turned to her fellow mentors with a gentle smile. Announcing, "I shall begin." With no objections raised, she continued, "Regarding this tower seizure battle, I trust you have all reviewed past materials. However, this time, due to the unilateral decision of the Jungle Envoy, the duration will be limited to 4 months instead of the usual year. Additionally, there have been slight modifications to the combat rules. Due to time constraints, the Alliance has consented to the Jungle Envoy Academy's use of the isolated tree. What? How can this be? Is this not akin to exchanging our lives for their whims? Are the mages of the Alliance blind to this application? How could it possibly be approved? Upon Bella's proclamation, while the Dark faction remained somewhat composed, the students from other factions exhibited intense agitation. as though they felt betrayed by their academy. Susie, having searched for information on the isolated tree within the virtual space, finally comprehended the source of their fervent unrest. In simpler terms, the so-called lone tree is essentially a botanical version of a bloody gladiatorial arena. Its prototype is a magical plant known as the plant arena, which ensnares nearby flesh and blood creatures into a space within its trunk, subsequently unleashing a unique berserk agent that disturbs the minds of these beings, causing them to turn upon one another in a frenzied slaughter. Ultimately, when both sides are utterly exhausted, the creature feasts upon their remains, giving rise to a fruit known as bloody fruit. Over time, this entity has been transformed by mages into a formidable magical artifact for combat. Once an external threat is detected, the lone tree is activated, as long as the intruder's rank does not surpass that of this modified magical object. They are powerless against its spatial force, truly a lethal weapon. Furthermore, under the directives of its master, it can also serve as a means for certain gruesome trials, where, regardless of the number of creatures drawn into its realm, only one shall emerge victorious. This signifies that the upcoming tower contest is destined to be a solitary battle for one individual, which undoubtedly explains the intense reactions from the students to this moment. Susie also realizes that the sensing bracelets distributed by the academy are not intended for locating allies, but rather for avoiding them. Silence, bellowed Randolph Graham, the fire element apprentice instructor, casting a stern gaze upon the crowd. What do you think the tower contest is? A child's play? Once you embark on this path, you must understand it is impossible to remain unscathed forever. If that were the case, why would the academy invest so much effort in nurturing you? How can a mage aspire to reach unparalleled heights without the ability to survive perilous situations? Or do you consider yourselves worthless, inferior to the mages of other academies? Randolph's final remark struck a deep chord, leading the students to bow their heads in silence. After reprimanding the students, he gestured for Bella to continue speaking. Of course, the academy has provided you with sensing bracelets. At that time, you can simply avoid one another. And as long as you surpass the confines of the lone tree's influence, you will still be able to communicate with your allies to confront the enemy together. Despite this, the preceding days have been quite arduous for everyone, as the individuals from other academies are certainly not benign. No sooner had the words left his lips than the previously despondent mages lifted their heads, their eyes glinting with avarice. After all, the bloody fruit, having absorbed the essence of countless flesh and blood, is a treasure that enhances physical prowess, boasting a rank as high as 2. Under such temptation, how many can maintain their composure? Even Susie felt an intense longing. Practitioners place significant value on their physical forms, and naturally, the stronger, the better. Observing this, Bella smiled slightly and said, "Next, let us discuss the rules governing the placement of magical artifacts by the Forest Envoy Academy." However, most of the mages, already familiar with such matters, paid little heed to her words, their gazes flickering as they schemed. Susie, having recently visited the library to seek information, understood that the rules of the inner circle are exceptionally brutal, as victory is determined by quantity, specifically, the comparison of the number of magical artifacts collected by each faction, with the one amassing the most emerging triumphant. When they enter the arena, they will be bestowed with an enchanted brooch, designed to locate concealed magical artifacts. The more brooches one possesses, the clearer the perception of surrounding magical items becomes. Consequently, the powerful will actively seek out targets to acquire more magical treasures, resulting in an increasingly fierce battle for the tower. Nearby, Jeanette suddenly noticed Susie gazing at her with a worried expression, which inexplicably warmed her heart. She sweetly smiled at him, silently conveying, "Do not fret." Observing this, Susie also smiled, suddenly realizing that she was no longer the little girl who had been bullied and cried for vengeance. Time had passed, and circumstances had changed. The once neighborly girl had now transformed into a figure of unattainable excellence in the eyes of many. He aspired to traverse the realms of cultivation and explore the world. Did she not have her own path? With this thought, Susie ceased to concern himself with Jeanette, and instead contemplated his own foundational cultivation. If he could not procure a foundational elixir, he would have to devise a plan involving Minter Allison. Chapter 42. Arrival. After nearly 10 days in the air, the magical flying house finally descended on the outskirts of the misty forest in northeastern Wolverhampton, their destination, the long-forgotten Academy of the Jungle Envoys. Alongside them were the local forces of Wolverhampton, the C-Grade Magic Academy, Light of the Abyss, and Western Shores, both rumored to possess qualifications for advancement. The B-grade Magic Academy, Wings of Angels, and the C-grade Magic Academy. Plaza of Light from Swansea, both renowned for their formidable light magic, and the C-grade Magic Academy, Gene Orn Academy from Lochmaddy. In terms of appearance, the 6 magic academies were divided into 3 major factions. Yet each fought for their own interests. The Burial Ground and Wings of Angels sought to secure as many B-grade master towers as possible to solidify their foundations for future advancement. Meanwhile, the remaining 4 C-grade academies aimed to leverage this opportunity to further their own ambitions. The conflicts of interest were irreconcilable, for a B-grade master tower was akin to a rare and powerful first-grade magical artifact. Before such a magnificent treasure, no one could afford to retreat. Remember, unless you encounter the opposing faction in the Woods of Solitude, consider the possibility of collaboration with them, and be wary of the people from Wolverhampton and Swansea. Once they landed, Lance addressed the 10 individuals from Gene Orn Academy who had gathered nearby, clearly unafraid of others overhearing his words. But what did Lance mean by this? Was he suggesting they cooperate with the people from Gene Orn Academy? Noticing the puzzled expressions on Susie and the others, Lance smiled slightly and said, "It is no secret that local factions cooperate during the battle for the tower. The primary goal is to collect the most magical items, and the rest can be determined as the situation unfolds. After all, Gene Orn Academy is a local force and generally worthy of trust. However, regardless of the circumstances, one must always be mindful of their own safety. You all understand this even without me saying it." Lance was about to say something when a middle-aged man emerged from the Gene Orn Academy, smiling at Lance and exclaiming, "Ah, Lance, Randolph, Miss Bella, I never expected you to be leading the team this time. It has been nearly a century since we last met after parting ways in Caston City, hasn't it? Haha. I wonder when you, Randolph, will visit our academy again, that I have recently discovered a fragmentary recipe for the heart of magma. We could research it together when you have the time." Upon hearing this, Randolph replied with delight, "Marvin, are you certain it pertains to the core of the elemental fire spirit and not some other similarly named recipe?" The middle-aged man, Marvin, retorted with dissatisfaction, "Could I possibly mistake it? After all, I have been dealing with fire elements for several centuries, so what do you say? Are you interested?" It appeared that they were well acquainted, while the other apprentice mentors from the boneyard remained relatively silent. Bella interrupted the two, saying, "All right, let us save our discussions for later. Mentor Karita and Lord Spark will arrive shortly, so you should quickly finalize the necessary arrangements. Otherwise, the reprimands from the 2 esteemed individuals could be rather unpleasant." Upon hearing Bella's words, Randolph and Marvin exchanged awkward glances, aware of her truth. High-ranking magicians often possessed eccentric temperaments and thoughts that were beyond ordinary comprehension. Seeing this, Lance intervened, "Though we have indeed experienced the unpleasantness of their remarks. I find it surprising, Bella, that your words have strayed from the decorum of a lady. Haha." As the group of apprentice mentors engaged in conversation, the other students below were also whispering among themselves. "Look, that fellow is the ace of the light system, Andrew Giles, a pinnacle level 4 magician. Just a step away from advancing that I heard he was highly regarded by a knight squad that sought to recruit him into the reserves. Yet he declined outright. Now, that's truly impressive." Following the gaze of the 2 conversing, Susie spotted a young man with a mane of golden curls, donned in a dignified priest's robe, his expression grave, an embodiment of a prospective church priest. To his astonishment, this individual was also a prodigy, nearing a mental capacity of 1,000 points in this world. Aside from water and dark magic users, no other magic could preserve one's appearance. The enhancement of mental power merely delayed the physical decline. Thus, judging by Andrew's visage, he truly was a genius. As he listened to the idle chatter of the 2 level 4 magicians beside him, Susie gradually became aware of the formidable individuals participating in the upcoming battle. With each name accompanied by a resplendent suffix, he couldn't help but smile wryly, secretly grateful that he was not genuinely here to engage in combat. Otherwise, facing them would have indeed made him feel somewhat intimidated. "Lance, has the boneyard grown so formidable that even level 3 magicians are being sent into the inner circle, and not just 1 or 2? As Susie and the others quietly awaited their entrance. The other apprentice mentors were also assessing the students from various academies, quietly gauging their strengths. Kylan Ilakitra, an apprentice mentor from the Gene Orn Academy, gazed at the scattered level 3 magicians among the 6 magical systems with a hint of envy. This time, aside from Susie and Jeanette, there were also a couple of powerful level 3 magicians among the other 5 systems, totaling 9 in all. Upon hearing this, Lance cast a glance at Susie and Jeanette, offering a wry smile. Indeed, the junior students today are becoming increasingly formidable. Perhaps one day they will surpass us. We must not become complacent in our cultivation. After observing the nods of agreement and the solemn expressions of those present, he could not help but burst into laughter. After all, we are seniors who have lived for over 300 years. Do you truly believe that crossing the threshold of 1,400 points in mental power is an easy feat? Otherwise, why would our academy only boast around 30 or so 5th level mages, while the combined total of the 3 academies reaches nearly 800? Come now, your burial ground alone accounts for 500 of those. We hardly count in comparison, merely engaging in minor skirmishes to maintain our legacy, remarked a somewhat weathered red-haired man. For the most part, we, the River Spirit, still rely heavily on your academy's support to barely uphold our traditions. The Magical Academy alliance is delineated by national borders, while within a single nation, provincial lines often serve as the demarcation for power. Within the province of Laitemi, there exist 2 third-tier magical academies and 1 second-tier academy. In the face of external provincial threats and internal conflicts, these 3 entities have always advanced and retreated in unison, maintaining a cohesive front. However, this time, the River Spirit did not participate, and it was evident that the attendees were already aware of the reason. Finding it unremarkable, despite recognizing that the red-haired man's words were mere flattery, Lance and his companions received them with appreciation. In a reciprocating manner, they responded, as fellow residents of Laitemi, sharing the waters of the Morlai River. It is only natural that we work together in unity. We sincerely hope for the growth of all our factions, so that we may have a voice in the Alliance's headquarters in the future. So why bother with such pleasantries? Haha. Indeed. Have we not always advanced and retreated together? Gabby replied, laughing heartily at Lance's words, seemingly enlightened. Well then, since we have this rare moment of relaxation, why do you persist in discussing such matters? Bella scoffed, swiftly redirecting the conversation. By the way, Marvin, Gabby, I am not well acquainted with the mages of your other departments. Why not summon them here, so we can exchange information about our respective students and assess the strengths of our 3 factions? This way, the chances of your planned endeavor succeeding will be higher, don't you think? Our department's mages generally have a mental power upper limit ranging from 500 to 700 points. The most accomplished among us is Wayne Jeffrey, with a mental power of 900 points. He excels in ice magic and possesses an ice guardian, showcasing considerable strength. The least accomplished is Trina Spencer, with a mental power of 605 points, specializing in healing magic. Sandy Jard, the water system apprentice mentor from the burial ground, was the first to speak. Typically, water mages assumed the role of the team's healer, making their capabilities a focal point of interest. After Sandy spoke, it was the turn of the water system apprentice mentor from Gene Owen Academy to address the group, followed by representatives from the light, dark, earth, wind, and finally, the fire systems. When it was Bella's turn to introduce herself, her very first words astonished everyone present. Our situation is rather unique. There are 3 level 3 sorceresses, all possessing a mental fortitude of 650 points. They are triplet sisters, proficient in purification and protective magic. And when united, their strength surpasses that of an average level 4 sorcerer. The most formidable among them is Andrew Jars, boasting an impressive mental power of 980 points, specializing predominantly in light-related level 3 spells. Upon hearing this, the assembled mentors cast incredulous glances at Andrew, as if he were a creature from a different realm. To be adept in the majority of level 3 spells is truly an extraordinary feat. It is widely recognized that as one ascends in magical rank, the complexity of spells increases exponentially. Typically, a level 4 sorcerer would be well-versed in most level 2 spells, with only a handful of level 3 spells as their trump cards. This is due to the fact that with each level gained, the intricacy of the incantations escalates geometrically. Mastering them to near instantaneous execution is no small task. Take Susie, for instance. To this day, his highest proficiency lies only in the quasi-level 2 spells of Necromantic Guardian and Spirit Binding. Could he be the next Samantha Nancy? Exclaimed Roland Evelyn, a dark magic apprentice mentor from Gene Owen Academy. The Samantha Nancy she referred to was one of the 3 prodigies of the burial grounds. Once renowned alongside mentor Allison as a light magic sorceress, a level 6 practitioner. However, Allison has since advanced to level 7, leaving her former counterpart behind. Not quite. In her prime, Lady Samantha was indeed invincible among her peers. Ascending to level 6 within a mere 350 years. It is worth noting that Andrew has spent 70 years to achieve his 980 points of mental power, and even within our academy. Eudora Walton, Rovan Bigu, and Natasha Wells are all on par with him, not to mention other level 4 sorcerers from the burial grounds. Well then, it is now the turn of our dark magic division. The highest ranked among us is Richie Nara, with a staggering mental power of 897 points, excelling in curses and spirit speech. We also have two with lower ranks. One is Jeanette Devis, possessing 400 points of mental fortitude and specializing in enhancement magic. The other is Susie, with 500 points of mental power, adept at. Lance hesitated, wondering if he should mention that this fellow had no particular strengths in magic, apart from his remarkable swordsmanship alongside his familiar. As Lance continued to stammer, both the burial grounds and the apprentice mentors from Jean Oren Academy collectively gasped. They had presumed Andrew to be the standout of the two teams, only to discover that the dark magic division harbored a sorcerer adept in enhancement magic and spirit language. This implies that Richie possesses formidable strength while Jeanette is a master of summoning. Quite the revelation. Consequently, curiosity about Susie intensified among the crowd, though he surpassed Jeanette by 100 points in mental power. It seemed improbable that he could wrestle a victory from level 4 sorcerers, whose average mental fortitude hovered around 750, unless he possessed some remarkable hidden talents. Pray continue. What is this Susie truly adept at regarding peculiar magic? That he could wrest a spot from them, A.S. Marvin observed Lance still hesitating. The others were reluctant to press further. So he, relying on their camaraderie, spoke up. Could it be the art of the lich? Ah, indeed. It is combat skills. Susie excels in combat techniques. After much stammering, Lance finally revealed the truth, but upon seeing the dazed expressions of the crowd, he felt compelled to reiterate. To be precise, both he and his companion possess rudimentary magical abilities, yet are proficient in swordsmanship. What, by all that is sacred, are such individuals even allowed? In response to Lance's comment on their rudimentary magic and exceptional swordsmanship, every male mage present mentally cursed, and even the female mages resonated with the sentiment. How on earth did a warrior infiltrate a mage's team, especially one who is a disgrace to both martial and magical disciplines? Chapter 43. The entrance hiding quietly amidst the group, Susie suddenly felt a chill wash over him. Beset by a wave of malevolent energy, he abruptly shut his eyes, meticulously probing his body with his mental prowess. Fearful of a covert attack, in the realm of mages, many perish under inexplicable circumstances. And Susie harbored no desire to join their ranks. The true essence within him surged, circulating rapidly as he conducted his thorough examination. Only when he confirmed the absence of any anomalies did he relent. Meanwhile, Jeanette, sensing the fluctuations of Susie's mental energy, inquired, "What troubles you, Ace?" "Nothing, just a fleeting feeling of being besieged by malevolence. I feared an ambush, hence my self-inspection." Susie smiled, assuring her of his well-being, albeit somewhat perplexed. He inwardly heightened his vigilance. Fortunately, Susie remained oblivious to the fact that this emanated merely from a group of 5th-level mages. Otherwise, his confusion would have deepened. He might have pondered if his exceptional swordsmanship was indeed a flaw. By the way, Jeanette, once we enter, do exercise caution. Remain ever vigilant. If you encounter an opponent you cannot best, utilize the artifact your teacher provided for your escape. Do not hesitate, for hesitation could spell danger. Susie contemplated, turning to advise Jeanette, hoping that her combat aptitude matched her training prowess. "Surely, your teacher has bestowed upon you something to safeguard your life." Jeanette smiled faintly at his words, but soon expressed her concern. "That is indeed the case. Yet you must also take care. You possess nothing, so do not take undue risks." Susie was about to recount his past victories to bolster her confidence in him when he noticed the outer teams arriving in another magical flying carriage, all emerging in succession under the guidance of their 6th-level mentors. After he reassured her, he fell silent. Before they could even catch their breath, the mentors from the 3 provinces and 6 magical academies rapidly convened. Soon, a powerful surge of magical energy shot forth into the boundless emerald sea of trees, seemingly summoning something. Half a minute later, a colossal, towering tree began to materialize in the previously empty sky above the forest, its trunk soaring into the clouds, with most branches obscured within the sea of clouds, vanishing from sight. With the assistance of the first-level magic spell Far Realm Entry, Suze finally discerned that beneath the towering tree, upon several branches, stood 6 mage towers of varying hues, upon which a multitude of figures, akin to the size of ants, were intently gazing in this direction, their expressions vacant. It was, in fact, the illustrious Jungle Envoy Academy. Once ruled by the kings of Wolverhampton, now the object of division. Before long, several figures tore through the air, with the foremost clad in the emblematic gray robes of the Mage Alliance. Evidently the judges of this contest, followed closely by 3 green-robed mages whose grim countenances hinted at their status as mentors of the Jungle Envoy Academy. One middle-aged man from the Alliance stepped forward, addressing the Academy's mentors with a tone of authority. "I am Timothy Norris, the chief judge of this tower-seizing battle, serving as the Grand Steward of the Wolverhampton Mage Academy Alliance. The Alliance is responsible for this conflict. Do you have any objections?" The Alliance's power structure is characterized by a presidency, with 1 president and 2 vice presidents appointed in each province, followed by the Grand Steward and various subordinate stewards. Both the president and vice presidents are 8th-level mages, while the Grand Steward is of 7th-level prowess. The fact that Wolverhampton Province has dispatched its sole Grand Steward clearly underscores the significance of this matter. The mentors from the 6 mage academies could hardly voice any dissent, unanimously proclaiming their lack of objections. Since there were no objections and all parties had assembled, there was no need to prolong the proceedings. "Debbie, please hand over the brooches to them. Swiftly distribute them to the students of each academy, and then you may enter the arena." Timothy, exuding a decisive demeanor, wasted no words and delved straight into the matter. Upon hearing this, a middle-aged woman with a pale visage and a look of uncertainty respectfully stepped forward, complying with the request by retrieving several packages from her magical ring to present to each academy's mentors. Subsequently, she retreated into the ranks, rendered silent as though her mental fortitude had been drained. The mentors, having received the brooches, casually delegated the task of distribution to their apprentice mentors. Once Timothy observed that the participating mages had affixed the brooches to their robes, he refrained from further elaboration, simply stating, "You are all undoubtedly aware of the rules of the tower-seizing battle. If you wish to avoid death, it is prudent to hide well. Once 4 months have elapsed, the Academy personnel will come to extract you. However, should you aspire to return laden with spoils, claiming our mage towers, then I wish you the best of luck." The cold sneer escaped him, his eyes seemingly reflecting countless scenes of life withering away. It was neither a mountain of corpses nor a sea of blood, but blood would inevitably flow like rivers, and the solitary tree would stand tall, for the victor reigns supreme. "Now, the commencement is prohibited." As his words echoed, the misty waves of the Xiaowu forest rose, enveloping the endless woodlands in a shroud of vapor, the relentless tide of magic surging forth, clearly indicating that the Jungle Envoy side had activated their defensive spells in accordance with Timothy's command. The tower-seizing battle had officially begun. At Timothy's command, 720 low-level mages from 6 distinct regions divided into 2 groups and surged into the vast forest through the 6 temporary entrances opened by the Jungle Envoy Academy. Embarking on a 4-month quest for survival and treasure, as the last 3rd-level mage vanished through the entrance, the 6 gaps quietly sealed, and from this moment forth, no one was permitted to enter. Timothy cast a glance at the 36 apprentice mentors and 6 academy mentors left behind, his expression returning to normal. He cordially invited everyone to the abode of the Jungle Envoy, saying, "It is still early, and the outcome of this battle remains uncertain. Why not come to my academy to rest and patiently await developments?" Once the Xiaowu forest activated its restrictions, a dense shroud of clouds enveloped the sky, obscuring the sun and rendering even mental probing ineffective. However, within the forest, everything appeared normal. Amidst the shadowy, towering trees devoid of sunlight, the light remained unaffected, clearly not a natural phenomenon that Suze, alone, navigated through the dense primeval forest without touching the ground. Under his mental scan, a thick layer of leaves concealed countless insects crawling beneath, among which there were dozens of venomous creatures documented in magical tomes that Suze was familiar with. This terrifying environment deterred Suze from daring to set foot on the ground, fearing that within mere moments he would be reduced to a mere pile of bones. Hence, was it another form of spatial magic? The spatial sorcery of the main plane was indeed profound. Suze sighed, perching atop a stout fir tree that towered dozens of feet high. Such colossal trees were commonplace here. He meticulously scanned the vicinity of the trunk with his mental prowess. confirming the absence of any formidable toxins before deciding to rest briefly. Contemplating his subsequent course of action, his intention was to conceal himself locally and then find a suitable spot to hide the wooden pendant of the Luha dragon's soul. Once he nestled within, he could freely explore the Luha blood vault. From his earlier probing, he had already discerned that this place was utterly devoid of oversight, a lawless realm where none would be aware of one's actions. Could this be the Jungle Envoy Academy's retribution, deliberately designed to heighten the bloodshed? After all, being forced to relinquish his B-level qualification was already a grave misfortune, and now to have so many academies storming his ancestral grounds to plunder was undoubtedly infuriating. Suze rubbed his nose, convinced that his speculation was highly probable. With this thought, he further admonished himself to proceed with caution. As for hiding for 4 months, he dismissed the notion without a second thought that it mattered not that he was outmatched. Being branded a coward would invite scorn. Moreover, such behavior contradicted his nature. Coming from a clan lineage, Suze held steadfast to the belief of safeguarding his family's interests since joining the burial ground. The academy had treated him well, providing a stable environment for cultivation and bestowing upon him his current level of prowess. Thus, he could not stand idly by while the academy's interests suffered. In light of this, he resolved to seek a hiding place first, and after thoroughly exploring the blood vault, he would determine his next course of action. With his mind made up, he set out to find a secure location. Although the area was currently deserted and the foliage dense, making it easy to conceal a small wooden pendant, Suze knew that once he entered the space, he would lose control over it. Therefore, he had to ensure that the pendant would remain undetected after he entered the space. After all, it was a magical artifact, and a mage's mental acuity was notably sharp. What would happen to the pendant once it was separated from its master? Suze did not know, but he dared not take the risk. After a lengthy search, Suze found no deep pits, caves, or massive boulders to serve as adequate hiding spots. Thus, he prepared to find a secluded spot to dig a deep pit for himself. The brooch on his chest emitted a faint, buzzing sound. Suze momentarily froze, then began to leap among the towering trees, searching for the magical artifact concealed nearby. Chapter 44. Consecutive Battles. Is this considered fortune or misfortune? Moments later, gazing at the enemy ahead, who regarded him warily from atop the massive tree, Suze inwardly scoffed. Indeed, it was quite intense. The adversary was a level 4 earth mage from the Radiant Abyss. And judging by the mental fluctuations he had inadvertently released earlier, his spiritual power was approximately around 720 points, significantly inferior to the members of the Grave of the Fallen and the Angel's Wing teams. This was the shortcoming of a C-grade magic academy. A lower rank meant fewer resources, and consequently, the overall quality of the students could not possibly compare to that of a B-grade academy. However, Suze was merely a level 3 intermediate mage, and he naturally did not dare to underestimate his opponent, adopting a serious demeanor and preparing for battle. Initially, the man wore a vigilant expression, but upon discerning Suze's cultivation level, he evidently relaxed considerably. After all, even in the Grave of the Fallen, how formidable could a level 3 mage truly be? He flipped his hand to stow away a piece of magical crystal. Grinning maliciously, to enter the inner circle, you must have defeated a level 4 mage to earn your qualification. That I wonder if there is a difference between dark mages and earth mages. This mage from the Radiant Abyss spoke with great arrogance, yet he had some basis for his confidence. In a direct confrontation, the odds for both would be evenly matched. However, deep within the forest, aside from water mages, few could contend with the earth mage, who occupied a positional advantage. Suze narrowed his eyes at the enemy, letting out a cold snort. Let us see how your abilities measure up. With that, he ceased his words and feigned a pause at a seemingly safe distance. With a flick of his wand, he summoned Cole. He instructed it to approach the enemy, while continuously casting various spells upon Cole from his position. The level 4 mage, upon witnessing this, smirked, a cruel glint intensifying in his eyes. Overestimating yourself. He raised his staff, neglecting to cast a protective spell, and summoned a field of earth spikes to obstruct Cole's advance. Only then did he slowly begin to chant a spell to summon a level 3 rock guardian. The earth around him coalesced into a massive stone creature towering 10 meters high, which casually snapped a tree of adult thickness in half. As it swung, dust and debris flew, and a fierce wind rushed forth, clearly deadly upon contact. Even though the skeletal swordsman was inherently agile, Suze had to continuously cast Phantom Dash on Cole to help it evade attacks. lest it be swiftly dispatched by the enemy. Fortunately, while the rock guardian boasted high attack power, it was clumsy in movement, granting Cole a brief respite. However, the rock guardian evidently had a time limit, seeing that it could not swiftly deal with the accompanying spirit, the level 4 mage. Realizing the level 7 skeletal swordsman posed no threat to the rocky construct, commanded the guardian to disregard it and focus on Suze himself. As he remained vigilant against the imminent ambush of the skeletal swordsman, he simultaneously cast spells to prevent Suzy from escaping the area. The mage of the light and darkness was blissfully unaware that his actions were precisely what Suzy desired. Just moments ago, Suzy had been vexed about how to approach the mage, only to have the opportunity presented to him. Thus, he decided to play along, feigning a hasty retreat beneath the might of the Stone Guardians Club, utilizing a lightness spell to nimbly dart between the colossal trees and the mage's spells, appearing frantic while inching closer to his opponent. Now, it is your turn, mage. A cruel smile crept across his lips, as if he could already envision the dismal fate awaiting Suzy once ensnared within his grasp, only to be met with the crushing blow of the Stone Guardian, destined to be reduced to mere pulp. Yet, he failed to notice that Suzy had stealthily approached within a mere 10 meters of him. Just as he silently prepared to cast a spell to ensnare Suzy, he caught sight of Suzy smiling faintly at him, nonchalantly discarding his staff, allowing it to fall in its place. A skeletal sword swiftly materialized in Suzy's hand, before the 4th level mage could comprehend the situation. Suzy soared through the air, a lightning-fast strike arcing towards him. Caught entirely unprepared, the 4th level mage could barely utter a protective incantation before meeting his demise on the spot, diminishing the ranks of the light and darkness inner circle by 1, leaving only 9 remaining. After decapitating him with a single stroke, the now uncontrollable Stone Guardian disintegrated into a heap of crumbling debris, stirring up a cloud of dust that lingered in the air before gradually settling. In the fleeting moment before the headless corpse plummeted to the ground, Suzy grasped it, avoiding the gushing blood from the neck, and searched its body. After securing his spoils, he discarded the body, and within a mere 10 minutes, the fresh corpse had transformed into a pile of ancient bones. The chill crept over Suzy as he contemplated the sinister nature of this place. Indeed, low-level mages must never allow themselves to be approached by combatants. Gazing at the bones strewn upon the ground, he silently uttered a phrase, then began to examine his spoils. For 3rd-level magic stones, 10 4th-level magic stones, a magic crystal bearing a special mark, a vial of unknown potion, and a tattered parchment scroll that asks for his own belongings. It was prudent to leave them on his person for immediate use. Once Suzy had gathered everything and prepared to rescue Cole, he discovered that the latter was now infested with various snakes, insects, and rodents, a truly terrifying sight. Were it not for Cole's undead nature, he surely would have perished on the spot. A wave of dread washed over Suzy, intensifying his fear of the forest floor, that he chose to disregard it, casually dispelling his summoning of Cole, who vanished, leaving only a swarm of venomous creatures scurrying about the dungeon. In the ensuing time, Suzy continued his quest for a concealed cave. After levitating his staff with his mental prowess, he swiftly departed the battlefield, advancing towards an area devoid of allies. As for the isolated tree, although he had yet to encounter it, the notion of avoiding it entirely was unrealistic. He merely needed to ensure that the factions did not clash with one another. After a prolonged period, Suze, traversing through the woods, beheld the towering, lush green trees that exuded a fragrant aroma. Realizing the peril of his situation, he contemplated an immediate departure. Yet, before he could make a move, he noticed the sensing bracelet on his wrist pulsating wildly, indicating that a fellow student from the burial grounds was approaching this very location. Before Suze could retreat, a formidable mental force swept past him, momentarily pausing as if to confirm its target, then advancing rather than retreating. In the blink of an eye, the newcomer materialized within Suze's line of sight. Before either could act, the 2 brooches responded in unison, activating the solitary ancient tree. Suze felt the fluctuations of spatial energy, his heart seething with rage, and he could only utter a curse before both vanished from the spot. Andrew, is that you? The newcomer was none other than Andrew Giles, a pinnacle-level practitioner of the light element among the younger generation. At last, I have found you, Andrew remarked with a faint smile, his tone as gentle as that of an old friend reuniting. Suze's heart sank at these words. He had never met Andrew before, and the fact that he could recognize him instantly meant that he had come specifically for him. In the entire burial grounds, only the sorry family harbored such a lethal intent towards Suze. Was it truly a matter of life and death? Furrowing his brow, he spoke with a tone laced with hostility. How can you bear to harm a fellow disciple? Are you not afraid of the Academy's laws? Andrew, appearing as a patient priest, answered Suze's questions with ease, his smile warm and inviting. Bear to harm? Huh. That is non-existent in this world. There is nothing that isn't driven by self-interest. Since I have been entrusted with this task, I must see it through to completion. As for the Academy's laws, once I eliminate you and leave your body here, it won't be long before the solitary ancient tree absorbs you. When I assist the Academy in seizing the Mage's Tower, perhaps the bloody fruit born from your corpse will even enhance my physical form. At this point, he smiled contentedly, revealing his pristine, even teeth. Without any evidence, who would speak of the Academy's laws? Ha ha ha. At that moment, Suze perceived his hypocrisy, not realizing the true monstrosity behind his facade. Observing Andrew's expression, Suze felt a torrent of fury within him. He suppressed the urge to slay Andrew and coldly inquired, one more question. How did you find me? He sought to uncover how many others wished for his demise. That is quite simple. Andrew replied with a smug grin. My mental detection range extends further than that of the sensing device. Thus, even if I cannot pinpoint your exact identity, as long as one is a third-level magician, they are fair game. Amidst his amiable words lay a chilling intent to kill, revealing a stark indifference to life itself. Such demeanor was unbecoming of one who basked in the elements of light. Thus, it is clear that magical attributes do not necessarily reflect a magician's character. A dark magician could very well be a savior, while one who appears serene, enveloped in holy light, might just embody a world-destroying demon. Then, you shall perish, faced with an inescapable predicament, both in terms of circumstance and personal sentiment. Killing Andrew became Suze's only option. Thus, he ceased his prattle, casually inserting the mage's staff behind him, as he seized the black bone sword thrown by Cole. Empowered by the song of the waves, he swiftly charged towards Andrew, his murderous intent no longer concealed. Within this diminutive cage, it was destined that only one would emerge alive. In contrast to the sword-wielding advance of Suze, Andrew exhibited no semblance of tension. Rather, he resembled an amused child, maintaining his warm, gentle smile, and spoke in a soothing tone. How impulsive you are! I truly wish you understood why it is I who must slay you, rather than the other way around, for you are not the sole practitioner of both martial and magical arts. I, at the very least, am also a barely qualified 5-star doling. Chapter 45. Death. A flash from the magical ring on Andrew's hand summoned a weighty Xian heavy sword into his grasp. He then raised his sword to parry the dual assaults from Suze and Cole, his yellow duki surging forth, forming a protective duki garment that repelled both adversaries several feet back. Observing this, Andrew's brow slightly furrowed, seemingly dissatisfied with the heavy sword, and softly remarked, "To kill you, the blue steel stabbing sword suffices." As soon as the words left his lips, he exchanged the Xian heavy sword for a slender, brightly colored longsword. He brandished the longsword, elegantly executing a few flourishes, which finally brought forth a satisfied smile. Turning to Suze, he beckoned. Come. With that, he willingly closed the distance, engaging in combat with Suze and his companion. As the bone sword clashed with the brightly colored longsword, Suze immediately felt the immense power contained within. The edges of the swords met, producing sparks that flew in all directions. The bone sword, inherently of high density and further enhanced by Suze's true essence, proved to be exceptionally sharp, while the slender longsword, though seemingly fragile, was enveloped in Andrew's earth element duki, rendering its might equally formidable. The duel between the three master swordsmen was, unsurprisingly, a spectacle to behold. However, overall, Suze's side found itself at a disadvantage, straining to hold its ground. Strike like a torrent, divide the waves, Suze bellowed, executing 2 moves from his family sword technique. The cascading sword shadows descended as if countless heavy stones were hurled from the sky, stirring the river into a tumultuous whirl, its waves attempting to resist. Yet alas, they were forcibly obstructed. Meanwhile, Cole swiftly leapt onto the surrounding fleshy wooden walls to gain momentum, simultaneously unleashing the first form of the wilderness sword technique, wilderness first form. Observing Andrew's indifference to Cole's assault, Suze maneuvered closer, entwining Andrew's form with a sinuous sword intent, while simultaneously casting both sharp and slowing spells. Cole's black bone sword shimmered with a metallic gleam. Yet Andrew merely snorted disdainfully, using his formidable mental strength to break free from Suze's magical bindings. Clearly, The first-level magic had minimal effect on Andrew, while Susie, having recently advanced, lacked the time to learn the more powerful second-level spells. It was evident that Cole's tenfold wilderness first form failed to breach Andrew's shield, instead sending him hurtling several meters away. Witnessing this, Susie mused in silence. How is it that Andrew, equally skilled in both martial and magical disciplines, displays no shortcomings in combat techniques or spells, yet he fails to consider the countless years of arduous training that have forged Andrew's formidable prowess, while Susie has only recently begun his cultivation journey? In a mere few minutes of their skirmish against the undead, Susie and Cole have already been compelled to exhaust nearly all their techniques. Astonishingly, they remain unscathed, their lives intact, as Andrew merely tests Susie's ancestral swordplay. Susie is equally aware of Andrew's intentions, yet he is forced to acquiesce to Andrew's demands, which is truly infuriating. Heavenly Gate Reversal, sixth form of the wilderness, after a brief pause. The most powerful sword techniques of Susie and Cole are reluctantly unleashed. Two streams of sword energy, equally fierce yet distinct in their attributes, surge toward Andrew, a desperate gamble, their fate resting on this moment. Faced with the mightiest strike from Susie and Cole, Andrew finally reveals a hint of gravity in his demeanor. Though it is merely a solemn expression, with a flicker of his magical ring, the Xiangang heavy sword is summoned, followed by a tremor of battle aura. The sword moves like lightning to Eider's round shield technique. Radiance's Blessing, the third-tier protective spell, Radiance's Blessing, along with the rare defensive swordsmanship, is swiftly invoked by Andrew. The two sword energies collide with Andrew's dual layers of defense, shattering only the Radiance's Blessing before losing their momentum. Dissipating effortlessly in the AIR.Suze's expression darkens. He has exhausted all his trump cards, yet remains powerless to resist. Truly, the heavens are unjust, allowing the wicked to prevail. He gazes skyward, only to behold a sanguine, fleshy dome, and in that moment, Suze comprehends that the path of cultivation is inherently a defiance against the heavens, a plundering of the world's essence for oneself. How could he still hope for celestial fairness? With this realization, a frenzied light ignites in his eyes. To kill in order to survive. If not today, then when? With his thoughts settled, Suze musters the remnants of his true essence and advances with his sword, while Cole stands resolutely beside him. Have you exhausted your swordsmanship? Then it is my turn. Observing Suze's repetition of sword techniques, Andrew recognizes that this was indeed Suze's strongest strike, now that it has been thoroughly drained. His murderous intent can no longer be restrained. Allow me to show you the true essence of the 16 swords of the wilderness. Confronted with Suze and Cole's desperate assault, Andrew smiles nonchalantly, and then unleashes a set of ancient and profound sword forms, a manifestation of the wilderness sword techniques that Suze and Cole often employ in their training. However, the power of Andrew's execution of these techniques is simply incomparable. First sword, slash of the fierce tiger, clang. Andrew's sword strikes Cole with devastating force, sending him flying despite employing the same technique. Utterly defenseless, the black bone sword shatters, and Cole's skeletal form is violently hurled to the ground, bouncing several times before losing its momentum. Second sword, slash of the giant lizard. Witnessing the evasion of his attack, Andrew, having experienced Suze's footwork, remains unperturbed, offering a slight smile before unleashing another strike. The brutality of the wilderness sword techniques manifesting in all its glory. Ninth sword, slash of the hunting falcon. After several exchanges, Andrew's speed suddenly accelerates, his form becoming spectral, akin to a hunting falcon in the skies, in a rapid flurry. Suze, caught off guard, is mercilessly struck by a sudden sword slash, even with 2 layers of shields protecting him. However, this sword was specifically forged to combat the thunderstorm snowhawk, a creature that hovers high in the heavens yet revels in bloodshed, frequently tormenting the human race. Its principle lies in catching the foe unawares, delivering a fatal blow with unerring precision. Even a level 3 protective incantation would be shattered in an instant, and Suze's near level 2 protective spell and chi refining techniques would scarcely withstand even a second. As the heavy sword descended upon him, the necromantic shield and protective water barrier shattered like mere bubbles upon contact, while the newly donned mage robe emitted a series of mournful cries before bursting into flames. Clearly rendered to ruin, struck by Andrew's piercing sword energy, Suze immediately coughed up a copious amount of blood, his body akin to a deflated balloon, embedded into the wooden wall with tremendous force. Blood gushed from his right shoulder, the black bone sword clattering to the ground. evidently having severed the entire scapula. Observing this, Andrew's sword-bearing hand trembled slightly. His complexion flushed, he closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. Regaining his composure, exclaiming with exhilaration, "Oh, I have slain yet another master of swordsmanship. This sensation is truly exquisite, utterly captivating." With that, Andrew's entire aura surged with energy as he unleashed the wilderness sword technique once more. Executing a flurry of strikes, sword shadows overlapping, the cries of lions, tigers, and hawks echoing incessantly. The wilderness sword technique: strike against the ferocious tiger, strike against the colossal lizard, strike against the horned beast, strike against the mountain giant, strike against the ominous specter, strike against the cloud-dwelling subdragon, strike against the mountain subdragon. The profound and heavy sword danced to its culmination as 15 blood-soaked sword strikes erupted into a chaotic entanglement, ultimately converging into a single form, imbued with boundless malice, slashing towards Suze. Where the phantasm traversed, winds roared and clouds surged, dust and debris swirling. A thunderous sound reverberated as Andrew's strike met Suze, carving a deep gash several feet into the ground between them. The 16th sword strike created a profound crater at the point of impact, wooden splinters flying and dust billowing around. Suze and his accompanying spirit had vanished without a trace. Just as Andrew furrowed his brow, he noticed a narrow breach in the meaty wooden wall, just wide enough for a person to pass through. Upon seeing this, his brow relaxed, realizing that Suze had been utterly obliterated by his powerful strike. The law of the isolated would activated, allowing the victor to exit in peace. Regrettably, he had failed to uncover the swordsmanship tome and had sensed the presence of magical items on Suze, all of which were now lost. As if lamenting the loss of Suze's possessions and swordsmanship, Andrew murmured in dissatisfaction, then shook his head, seemingly struck by inspiration. With a slight smile, he stepped out of the bloody arena of the isolated wood, disappearing from sight. In a corner he had overlooked, a fish-shaped wooden pendant of mottled green and yellow lay quietly amidst the accumulating blood-stained wood shavings, utterly unremarkable. After Andrew's departure, the isolated wood sealed itself once more, silently awaiting the next opportunity for awakening. Within the blood-soaked arena, countless pitch-black, glistening ants emerged from the minute crevices of the ground, commencing their laborious task of transporting every object tainted with blood, be it flesh or bone, or even blood-stained wooden debris. The once chaotic and unrecognizable expanse of the arena began to exude a viscous, crimson substance as it trickled down the wooden walls, gradually filling the gaping wounds of destruction. Once the ants had meticulously cleared the area, the mixture of sawdust, shattered bones, and various peculiar remnants congealed into a fleshy wooden structure, leading to the gradual restoration of the blood-stained arena. Meanwhile, the ants effortlessly bore objects several times their own size, hastening through a vast, empty tunnel, navigating countless turns. Despite the labyrinthine complexity of the passageways, the ants exhibited no signs of disorientation. Various colonies converged, forming an imposing procession that journeyed towards an unknown, shadowy destination. The swift-moving army of ants ultimately halted in a spacious, cavernous chamber, where a scene of fervent activity unfolded. The ants transported the robust corpses they had located into another dark stone cave within the cavern, while the remaining, less sanguine bodies were neatly arranged beneath a tree of modest height. As they casually removed the detritus from the tree's roots, Laitemi appeared to be a solitary tree kept in confinement. Chapter 46. Foundation Building. I hope for your support in favoriting this, please. As the sword energy bore down upon him, Suze, at the peril of exposing the existence of the wooden pendant, had no choice but to shift himself and Cole into the spatial realm. Having narrowly escaped death, he collapsed within the pavilion, gasping for breath. The earlier battle had not only drained his true essence, but had also left him mentally exhausted. It was only through the utmost precision of Laitemi Linksey's calculation technique that he and Cole had identified the optimal moment for their escape. Had they been even slightly early or late, both would have faced dire consequences. However, the repercussions of such a reckless act were substantial. To say nothing of the future encounter between the two, Andrew must perish before he discovers Suze's possession of a spatial artifact. Otherwise, if the secret were to be divulged, Suze could scarcely imagine the multitude of individuals who would seek to covet his family's treasures, potentially endangering the lives of Su Yi and his spouse far away in Lai City. Such a consequence was beyond his ability to bear. At present, Suze had little time to ponder. Although the wound on his shoulder had been staunched by the forceful application of water-based true essence, the gaping, torn flesh was still present. His right arm was completely severed. and his mage robe lay in tatters. Now, Suze had to devise a means to restore his injuries. With his mental energy dwindling, he dared not recklessly employ magic. He retrieved a well-preserved vial of fire celery juice and a potion of chaotic spirit from his inner pocket. With one hand, he uncorked the vial and drank the fire celery juice in a single gulp. A tingling, itchy sensation coursed through his right shoulder. He subsequently consumed the chaotic spirit potion, instantly rejuvenating his mental energy to 350 points. Thanks to the medicinal properties of the fire celery, the wound on his shoulder rapidly healed, leaving only a delicate scar. He then seated himself in a cross-legged position, gradually channeling the Haichuan Gui Lu Zhengfa to restore his true essence. The spiritual energy within the spatial realm was not any less abundant than that outside. Thus, after 2 days, Suze fully replenished his depleted energy. It took an additional 5 days for him to completely mend the injuries within his body. After recovering from his injuries, Suze refrained from acting rashly, given the uncertainty of the external circumstances. Venturing out could potentially expose him to new dangers, or he might simply fall into Andrew's hands, rendering his departure akin to a death sentence. Moreover, the potions provided by the Academy had been entirely consumed. Any further injuries would leave him utterly helpless. In light of this predicament, it seemed an opportune moment for Suze to explore the blood vault of the Luo River, as enhancing his own strength could only be advantageous. Contemplating this, Suze donned the robe of the Light of Shadow and made his way to the vault. Though it paled in comparison to his own mage's robe, it was nonetheless a commendable 4th-tier magical garment. Half an hour later, Suze arrived once more at the entrance of the blood vault. After casting a respectful glance at the admonitions inscribed on the wall, he swiftly stepped inside, his eyes alight with fervor. Foundation Establishment Pill. I have come for you. He proceeded directly to the cave, where Su Yunyan's remains lay. Without casting any spells, he unleashed a torrent of mental energy, crashing it violently against the final barrier set by the ancestor in life. Under the force of 500 points of mental strength, the barrier melted away with an audible pop. Suze's mental energy effortlessly penetrated the cave. Seeing this, Suze's face brightened with joy, and he hurried inside. The remains lay before him, yet he refrained from immediate action. Instead, he solemnly knelt and offered a prayer. Unworthy descendant Su Yunza, regrettably intruding upon the sacred remains of my ancestor and disturbing the heroic spirit, beseeches the ancestor to show compassion for my suffering. Today, the disciple of Yuza implores forgiveness for this transgression. With that, he earnestly bowed 3 times, each knock resonating with sincerity. Only then did he approach to remove the storage ring from the right hand of the remains. Beginning to sift through the ancestral relics within, it seemed that the cultivators who voluntarily entered the blood vault had erased the spiritual imprint on their storage rings before their demise, allowing Suze to easily claim ownership of the ring. This deepened his gratitude towards this esteemed ancestor of the Su clan. Furthermore, the contents of the ring appeared to have been meticulously organized, devoid of any trivial or useless items. Upon probing with his mental energy, he first discovered a stash of mid-grade spirit stones, approximately 300 in number, which brought him great delight. Cultivation without the aid of spirit stones was indeed far from perfect, though he lamented that the quantity was rather limited. Next, he found a pair of ancient flying swords, which he had long yearned for. Under normal circumstances, Suze would have immediately begun the ritual to refine them. But with an even greater temptation before him, he reluctantly set them aside. Even so, he couldn't help but take them out for a moment of indulgent play before finally holding them tightly, unable to part with them. Following the swords were 3 jade slips, evidently containing records of cultivation techniques and medicinal recipes, perhaps including the formula for the Foundation Establishment Pill. However, Suze chose to overlook them. Then came a top-tier alchemical furnace, yet without any recipes or spiritual herbs. It held little use for him at the moment, so he passed it by. Finally, he focused on the elixirs, discovering only 3 jade vials, each adorned with a label. In a moment of intuition, he instantly recognized the ancient red characters denoting the Supreme Foundation Establishment Pill. With a thought, he retrieved it, holding it in his hand, his spirit stirred with excitement. After so many years, he had finally reached this pivotal moment. Holding a vial containing foundation-building elixirs for a long while, Suze finally managed to calm his tumultuous emotions and took a deep breath, preparing to ascertain the quantity of the elixirs within. Although he possessed considerable talent and was now aided by spiritual stones, when it came to the vital endeavor of breaking through to the foundation-building stage, The more foundation-building elixirs, the better. To his astonishment, there were actually 4. This ancestor was indeed formidable. No wonder he could infiltrate the blood bank with his early-stage foundation-building cultivation. It seems his legacy is anything but ordinary. Such elixirs, aside from the illustrious sects like Shushan and Miaojing, which boast long-standing lineages and powerful influence, can claim to fully meet the needs of their disciples, even the mighty Jiannan Mountain Manor, which harbors ambitions of dominance over Qingzhou, struggles to procure enough foundation-building elixirs. They often find themselves humbling their pride to beseech these ancient titans, offering exorbitant prices just to acquire a batch for their disciples. Not to mention, the 4 great families along the Yellow River can barely be considered a formidable force as they struggle to survive, with disciples perishing or risking life and limb by consuming spiritual herbs to break through to the foundation-building stage due to the lack of elixirs every century. The obstacles to cultivation cannot be encapsulated by a mere word. Yet, it is unfathomable that this ancestor Su Yunyan managed to possess 4 exquisite foundation-building elixirs even after advancing to that stage. The secrets he held must be significant. However, after his passing, all past glories faded into silence, and even the most astonishing secrets can only await future generations to uncover and inherit, a poignant lament that defies expression. It seems that I have stumbled upon a tremendous opportunity. With these 4 exquisite foundation-building elixirs and hundreds of spiritual stones, my advancement shall surely be triumphant. After regaining his composure, Su Zhe smiled knowingly, seemingly brimming with confidence regarding his impending breakthrough. However, when his gaze fell upon the remains of Su Yunyan, his heart grew heavy, instantly alerting him, as he silently admonished himself. Su Yunza, how can you afford to be complacent on the path of cultivation? How many prodigies, in their prime, recklessly roamed the world, only to meet their demise due to carelessness, their souls extinguished and paths obliterated, until the final moment. How can one dare to utter hubris? The lessons of the past are not far. Do not tread the same path. After this self-reproach, Su Zhe began to sort through Su Yunyan's relics, prioritizing those items that could be swiftly transformed into combat power, setting the rest aside. As for the other caverns, regardless of whether Su Zhe's spiritual strength was sufficient, the admonitions inscribed upon the entrance walls served as a significant warning to him, unless he was utterly cornered. How could he dare to recklessly employ the legacies left behind by his ancestors? The first thing Su Zhe sought was the pair of flying swords he longed for, yet no one had imparted the methods of refining flying swords since his entry into the realm of cultivation, leaving him frustrated and yearning for knowledge. Fortunately, he ultimately discovered the method of refinement among the 3 jade slips. Otherwise, he would surely have been driven to the brink of despair. Among the 3 slips, one detailed over 20 alchemical formulas, including those for foundation-building elixirs, and a legacy of alchemy. Another contained a technique for flight, along with a swordsmanship method that included the refinement technique, setting aside the elusive art of flight and various secret techniques. It is imperative for cultivators to ascend to the foundation establishment stage before they can wield swords in flight. At that time, Su Zhe intends to further explore this matter. However, he harbors no particular interest in alchemy. Should the need arise in the future, he may reconsider, though it seems unlikely, given the stark differences between the main plane and the Jiuzhou system, where the availability of spiritual herbs remains uncertain. As for the technique known as the Biyu Lingxi Ju, it is this that captivates Su Zhe's interest most profoundly. Regardless of his current predicament, his disposition as a sword cultivator naturally draws him to this particular swordsmanship. Yet, as he perused the contents of the jade tablet, he could not help but let out a wry smile. The nature of fate is truly capricious. He had anticipated inheriting a formidable sword technique, only to discover that it is a dual practitioner sword art. Where am I to find another cultivator? Should I summon the ancestors next door and inquire which of them might still be feigning death? It turns out that the Biyu Lingxi Ju is indeed a spirit-level swordsmanship designed for 2 practitioners, perfectly complementing the duo of spiritual weapons. It seems this ancestor failed to find a partner for this art. Otherwise, according to the Jade Tablet's descriptions, its power would render it invincible among peers. Observing Su Yunyan's youthful appearance, she does not seem to have consumed any longevity elixirs, indicating that she did not succumb to natural causes but rather met her end due to injuries. If he had not actively provoked a golden core cultivator, the cause of her demise could only be attributed to betrayal or the possibility that she had never mastered this sword art. Otherwise, it stands to reason that she would not have been so easily slain. Nevertheless, the path of cultivation is fraught with peril, a complexity beyond the comprehension of a mere chi-refining cultivator like Suze. In his previous life, Suze had heard whispers of the legendary tales contained within the Jade Tablet, though their veracity is now beyond ascertainment. Thus, he took them with a grain of salt. After acquiring the ritual incantation, he meticulously refined the sword known as the Xiangjian Tangyu, subsequently storing it within his storage ring. Unfortunately, without having reached the foundation establishment stage, and having not yet opened a true Dantian space to forge a source of spiritual energy, a cultivator cannot nurture treasures of less than artifact level within their body, thereby strengthening the connection between the master and the artifact. As he is unskilled in wielding dual swords, he naturally opted to refine the heavier sword he was accustomed to. Regarding the sword art, Suze would ponder it in due course. His current priority lies in establishing his foundation. The steps to foundation establishment are detailed within the Haichuan Gui Lu Jingfa. For both large sects and smaller families strive for perfection in refining their techniques, as this serves as a fundamental cornerstone for their existence, in terms of breaking through to the next stage. Various sects and prominent families continuously compile the experiences of preceding cultivators and modify their methods in response to changes in the natural environment, striving to optimize the conditions for their disciples' breakthroughs. Thus, in the coming 3 days, Suze devoted himself to contemplation and simulation regarding the challenge of reaching the foundation establishment stage, determined to be prepared for any eventuality. Finally, on the 10th day of Suze's retreat within the spatial realm, having attained a tranquil state of mind and thoroughly harmonized his internal energies, expelling any lingering injuries and optimizing his blood vitality to its zenith, he carefully stored the remnants of his ancestor Su Yunyan within his storage ring to prevent any damage. He then settled within the cavern to commence his closed-door meditation aimed at achieving foundation establishment. This moment, Suze sat cross-legged upon the meditation cushion, surrounded by an abundance of mid-grade spirit stones. He poured a foundation-building pill into his hand, contemplated for a moment, and then poured in another, before swallowing both exquisite foundation-building pills. Thus commenced the process. The immense potency of the pills transformed into a nearly liquefied aura of spiritual energy, surging wildly within Suze's body. Having mentally prepared himself, Suze remained unperturbed, gradually guiding the medicinal energy towards his Dantian, where an insatiable sea of spiritual energy awaited. The lengthy process of foundation building officially began. Chapter 47. Various factions. At the very moment Suze was in seclusion within the space of the Luo River Dragon Soul, the inner circle of teams, driven by the sensing of their brooches, gradually descended into chaos, clashing together. The battalion of 360 sorcerers engaged in a bloody conflict among 60 solitary trees, whether for the sake of the Academy's mission or for the tangible gains of magical artifacts no less than mid-level 4. With at least level 3 magical spells or some mysterious, unrecognizable items, the offerings presented by the forest envoy incited madness among these sorcerers from various academies. No one could remain composed in the face of such dual incentives. In the northern region of the inner circle of the Xiaowu forest, atop a rare towering boulder within the woods, a golden-haired woman from the wings of angels, her face as cold as frost, gazed sharply at 2 light-affiliated students of the buried boneland across from her. She glanced at the prayer flower beneath the boulder and coldly remarked, "It is said that the light affiliation has always been a shortcoming of the buried boneland. It appears there is truth in that assertion. What did you say? Seeking death?" The 2 level 4 light sorcerers were evidently averse to such remarks, glaring at her with hostility. It is uncertain who is truly courting death." The golden-haired woman chuckled, as if an idea struck her. Suddenly adopting a smiling visage, she continued, "How about this? As long as you pledge your allegiance to our academy, I shall let you go." "What do you say? Quite a bargain indeed. The wings of angels are led by our light affiliation, so you need not worry about discontent. I'd rather die." In such an environment, how could the 2 not recognize the woman's mocking tone? They were visibly enraged, unleashing a torrent of profanity. It was unclear whether their anger stemmed from her disdain or if her words struck a nerve regarding the light affiliation's vulnerabilities. With such unstable emotions, how could they calm themselves to sense the presence of their master? The golden-haired woman from the wings of angels sneered, displaying utter contempt for the 2. "That you hardly resemble light priests, more like lost lambs. I dare say, hee." Upon hearing this, the 2 exchanged glances and, without warning, unleashed their level 3 binding light and distorted singularity spells, resorting to violence at the slightest provocation. The sharpness of their words indicated that further dialogue would only lead to self-humiliation. The true strength of each would be revealed through combat. The golden-haired woman had anticipated this, and as the two suddenly cast their spells, the blessing of light had already manifested before her. She let out a light laugh, her derision unmistakable. You cannot even manage an instantaneous spell. Are the light priests of the buried bone land truly this feeble? In another secluded space amidst the ancient woods, Andrew, having not been seen for several days, leisurely sorted through his spoils of war. Before him lay not only the corpse of a sorcerer from the shores of the west, but also two other bodies belonging to members of the water system from the burial ground and the earth system from Gene Orn Academy. TSK, it is indeed true that concealed fighting spirit serves as a formidable weapon. Alas, these adversaries were far too weak, lacking the pressure that Susie had once imposed upon him. He found himself longing for the thrill of battling a master swordsman. However, what of Susie's brooch? That could it be that he still lives? After several skirmishes, Andrew had discerned that the specially crafted brooch of the jungle envoy possessed a potent protective enchantment, rendering it exceedingly difficult to destroy. Thus, he recalled the last time he had slain Susie, when aside from two shattered bone swords, nothing remained, and a wave of doubt washed over him. Perhaps it had indeed been obliterated. He shook his head, dismissing such an impractical notion. Not to mention, the 16 swords of wilderness already represented the pinnacle of power, and the rules of the secluded woods could not deceive him. With that, he paid no further heed to the corpses, seemingly leisurely yet vanishing at great speed from the scene. Unlike previous occasions, no mysterious ants emerged to tidy up the aftermath. Instead, the ground of the blood-soaked arena slowly sank, devouring the three corpses whole. Meanwhile, Jeanette, whom Susie was so concerned about, was also engaged in battle within the secluded woods, facing a fourth-level sorcerer from the Radiant Square, whose psychic power reached an impressive 850 points, more than double her own. TSK, it seems the B-rank Magic Academy holds its peers in utter contempt, as a mere third-level sorceress dares to venture into the inner circle, courting death. With that, she unleashed a second-level purifying holy light upon the 5 undead. Jeanette, however, exhibited no sign of trepidation. With a deft flick of her mage's staff, a shroud of impenetrable darkness materialized to obstruct the pristine holy light, sizzling and hissing as if boiling water met hot oil, resulting in a violent reaction. Yet, the purifying holy light was ultimately thwarted. The female sorceress snorted in discontent. She then cast another spell, a binding light followed by a twisting singularity, targeting Jeanette's summoned undead. This time, the unimpeded binding light ensnared the 5 undead in place, and the radiant twisting singularity followed suit. Just as the potent explosion of the twisting singularity was about to unleash its devastating impact upon the undead, the 5 figures, their skeletal frames glowing like red-hot iron, managed to endure amidst the blinding light. Despite their bones riddled with holes, the sorcerer's combat hinged upon the clash of her summoned entities and spells. Given that the female sorceress had achieved no tangible results following her onslaught, she was now poised to confront Jeanette's counterattack. As the binding effects dissipated, the 5 undead surged forward like a gust of wind towards the light-based sorceress. Under the influence of a peculiar state, they disregarded her dispelling attempts and unleashed their most formidable attacks upon her shield. After a cacophony of chopping sounds, the female sorceress's dawn barrier remained unscathed. At that moment, she let out a cold chuckle, poised to attack once more, only to witness a vague shadow materializing behind Jeanette, who had been bestowing various supportive spells upon the undead summons. The 5 undead promptly vanished, clearly indicating that Jeanette had severed her mental link with them. What's this? Have you exhausted your mental energy? She mused with a light laugh, preparing to cast another spell. However, upon glancing at the indistinct silhouette behind Jeanette, the sorceress, who had hitherto felt assured of her victory, suddenly crumbled, as if confronted by a terrifying entity. She screamed, "Sky Dragon!" and, overwhelmed with despair, fell to her knees before Jeanette, tears streaming down her face as she begged for mercy, as though she had encountered a formidable nemesis, too frightened to resist. Jeanette disregarded her pleas, her staff pointed directly at the sorceress, and she intoned each word slowly. As if bearing an immense burden, her complexion pale, her mental energy rapidly siphoned away. Void-devouring spirit. Seeing this, Jeanette instantly revoked her summoning, the shadow vanishing without a trace. She gazed silently at the corpse, realizing that this spell should be employed sparingly. Even with the staff bestowed upon her by her mentor, she could barely sustain it for a few seconds, finally breaking her silence after enduring the earlier taunts from the female sorceress. Jeanette addressed the lifeless body. "There is no absolute counter. It all hinges on the sorcerer's personal comprehension, who says that purifying light can effortlessly vanquish the undead. The dark wind can certainly counter the holy light. Having said this, she began to collect her spoils, ultimately merging the brooch from the corpse with her own, revealing it to be of considerable size, sufficient for 6 individuals. Once she had tidied everything up, Jeanette stepped out of the space of the solitary tree, following the brooch's guidance to seek the magical artifacts concealed nearby. Throughout this encounter, Jeanette had not cast a single offensive spell, evidently related to the combat style, emphasizing enhancement magic as discussed by the previous apprentice mentors. Such overwhelming dominance and plot reversals unfolded in alternating cycles within the inner and outer circles, where victors continued their hunt with their spoils, while the vanquished were left without even a corpse to qualify for the aftermath. As the brooch's sensing led the surviving individuals step by step to the same location, a high ground within the misty woods, a place devoid of venomous insects and solitary trees. A platform brimming with magical artifacts, a rare sanctuary. At the same time, as hundreds of sorcerers fought desperately for the Battle of the Tower, a group of cloaked figures, specifically 6 in black robes, halted at the edge of the misty woods. If Suze were present, he would undoubtedly recognize the leader as Eve, the sorcerer responsible for orchestrating an ambush against the judges, which led to their mission's failure. Though Maggie was conspicuously absent, Eve produced a purple crystal orb from his magical ring and tossed it to the ground, causing everyone to disappear from sight, their presence undetectable even to mental scans. However, should things go awry, I may not be in danger, but you will surely meet your demise, so it would be wise to pray that this operation proceeds without incident. After all, the most challenging aspects have already been handled by myself and Lord Nightflow. If you fail at such a simple task, then you truly deserve your fates. As he spoke, he respectfully bowed to one of the black-robed figures bearing a sword, relying on the esteemed individual's assistance to come. From beneath the voluminous black robe emerged a voice, indistinguishable in gender, raspy, and chilling to the bone. You may remain here, while I shall conceal myself, and when the time comes, I will cooperate with you. With that, the figure dissipated into a mound of yellow dust, vanishing from sight. Eve, witnessing this, clicked his tongue, acknowledging that Yi Lu was indeed deserving of his reputation. The 4 individuals behind him remained silent, appearing as lifeless as inanimate objects. Chapter 48. Foundation Establishment. Deep within the shadowy subterranean cave, an unremarkable wooden pendant lay buried amidst a mass of flesh and blood, much like how no one would suspect that deep underground, a solitary living tree still existed. Similarly, few would conceive the vast space hidden within the small wooden charm. After 3 months of intense seclusion, Suze's complexion had turned pale, the sound of ebbing tides echoing faintly through his meridians. Surrounding him, discarded spirit stones had formed a small hill. Nearly 60 mid-grade spirit stones accumulated. His blood coursed with spiritual energy, flowing vigorously through his pathways, while his dantian brimmed with semi-liquid azure water element true essence. Only the CI of spiritual energy formed by his cultivation method continued to slowly absorb more energy. Although the absorption rate had significantly slowed compared to before, it remained steady. In fact, a month prior, with the formidable spiritual energy contained within 2 supreme foundation pills, Suze had already filled both his dantian and the CI, merging the 2 into 1, thereby establishing a genuine dantian space and laying the foundation for his future as a foundational cultivator. Observing his abundant blood energy, he felt assured that spiritual energy was not lacking, yet he sought more than mere advancement. After all, the secret method recorded in his cultivation text, the river and sea tidal secret, was quite enticing. Should he ascend through this technique, Suze's magical power would deepen considerably. Thus, he deliberately halted his progression, beginning to refine his spiritual energy and nurture his foundation according to the method's instructions. The river and sea tidal secret was a foundational technique acquired by the Su family from the Luo clan of Yuzhou, emphasizing the fusion of spiritual blood and divine energy, ultimately forging a more substantial tidal magical power. In other words, to practice this technique, one must possess exceptionally abundant blood energy and formidable consciousness. It requires the amalgamation of blood energy, consciousness, and true essence into a singular entity. The resulting new magical power, upon advancement, would be as harmonious as the cultivator's own bloodline, allowing for effortless control. Not only does this method eliminate the time needed to acclimatize to the new magical energy, but as long as the 3 elements, energy, blood, and spirit, remain vibrant within the body, the magical power would not be at risk of depletion. Furthermore, the transformation of the three portions of blood energy into a singular tidal magical force should not be underestimated. However, few manage to cultivate this technique during foundation establishment due to the immense spiritual energy required. Typically, cultivators spend years meditating to refine their true essence or practicing spells, rarely focusing on physical cultivation. Consequently, insufficient blood energy results in the absence of one of the three components, preventing success. Suze's audacity to pursue this secret method was rooted in his own blood energy, comparable to that of a foundational cultivator. Ever since he consumed the nutrient solution gifted by Allison, the vitality within him had remained at a peak state. After all, this is a substance meticulously crafted for the rebirth of monarchs, and its effects are undeniably extraordinary. Coupled with the existence of magic stones in the magical realm, the divine consciousness of the 9 provinces, akin to the spiritual power of the main plane, can be replenished swiftly. With both of these conditions met, how could Suze remain indifferent? In a short span of time, relying on the calculations of the Esmalinxi method, Suze determined the spiritual energy content in the foundation establishment pills and mid-grade spirit stones. Swiftly arriving at the conclusion, 2 foundation establishment pills, along with 70 mid-grade spirit stones, combined with the blood essence derived from 15 drops of his own blood and an additional 700 points of spiritual power, would suffice to meet the requirements of the secret method. Though the data alone might carry some discrepancies, Suze had yet to encounter any significant errors with the calculation method. Thus, before such temptation, even if the excessive loss of blood might weaken his physique, he gritted his teeth and commenced his cultivation. The challenge of the tidal secret method lies in the vast quantities required for its completion. Yet the cultivation itself is not particularly arduous. As long as one follows the heart method, no mishap should occur. By the 3rd month, precisely on the 30th day of practicing the river and sea tidal secret method, there remained no pure spiritual energy or blood within Suze's body. The moment the external spiritual energy entered his being, it was integrated with a peculiar, dark yellow, slightly moist new blood. Subsequently, it coursed through his meridians to the dantian. At this juncture, the entire dantian had overlapped with the sea eye of spiritual energy. This sea eye, a phantom born of the technique, genuinely existed within an unknowable dimensional space. Only by merging the two could the true essence transform into magical power, thus completing the foundation establishment process. However, what Suze lacked was precisely this crucial final step. Strangely, this pivotal step was absent from the jade slip of the technique, leaving behind only the cryptic phrase, "Fortune comes from the heart." Now, with the dantian sea eye overlapping, the semi-liquid dark yellow magical power seemed on the verge of overflowing, while the sea eye of spiritual energy continued to steadily absorb the newborn magical power from the meridians. This embodies the pride of sword cultivators. As long as they wield a flying sword, they remain resolute in the face of despair. Even in the event of death, their sword heart remains unyielded. Such is the audacity of the Lord of 100 Weapons, summoning Tengu from his dantian, and having familiarized himself with the art of sword control within the spatial realm, Suze's thoughts coalesced, and he appeared in the main dimension, fully on guard. Before his feet touched the ground, he was already assailed by a pungent odor of decay and the metallic tang of blood that a flash of light beneath him signaled his halt in midair, allowing him the leisure to observe his surroundings more closely. What caught his eye first were the towering verdant trees, standing solitary yet proud, akin to his own height. With a thought, he maneuvered his sword away from the fragrant green wood, wary of any sudden intruders or magical creatures that might necessitate a struggle for escape. Once at a safe distance, a rustling sound reached his ears. He glanced around, realizing he was within a subterranean cavern. And with a sweep of his mental energy, he discerned the incessant flow of ants traversing the ground. A shiver of apprehension coursed through him. It was fortunate that his prior experience in the forest had instilled caution within him. Had he dared to land, the consequences would have been dire. Engaging these creatures could summon unknown horrors. It was crucial to note that Suze was aware his wooden pendant had ultimately been left within the solitary tree, and now it had found its way into this cavern, undoubtedly due to the industrious ants. How these ants could traverse the interior of such a bloody magical construct without being devoured remained a mystery. Yet it did not diminish his respect for their prowess. Harnessing his magical power, he lifted an ant, its body pitch black and devoid of wings, clearly a worker ant. That he squeezed it with all his might, only to discover that his incredible strength was utterly ineffective against this creature. Initially, the ant had merely struggled with its 6 legs, but upon sensing danger, it frantically waved its antennae, signaling its comrades of the peril. Seeing this, Suze hastily enclosed the ant within the confines of his wooden pendant to prevent any further exposure of his presence. Ah, my wooden pendant. He concentrated his mind and located it beneath the solitary tree. With a swift motion, he summoned the pendant, drawing it into his dantian. Could this be the bloody fruit? However, he was baffled as to how it had come to be here. According to the Academy's tomes, any solitary tree transformed into a magical item would have its heartwood entirely transferred to its host, and all blood and flesh absorbed by the bloody arena would also be consumed by the host. Thus, Suze had not seen any fruit on that solitary tree. But what was the current situation? Was this the main body of the solitary tree at the Jungle Academy? Surely, such a small specimen could not lack the most stringent protective wards? Then could this be the original plant of the solitary tree, a gladiatorial arena? At this thought, excitement surged within Suze. If it were indeed a juvenile wild solitary tree, and with his spatial treasure for protection. Seizing this magical plant was not beyond the realm of possibility. It must be known that the bloody fruit produced by the solitary tree was a supreme treasure for nourishing the physical body. Of immense value. Even in the future, when his cultivation reached the point of establishing his own abode, with proper nurturing, it could serve as a formidable guardian. Moreover, upon observing the height of the solitary tree, it appears to be merely at the second tier, capable at most of absorbing 350 points, akin to an early-stage third-tier mage. It would be insufficient to contend with Suzy. However, when the time comes, the commotion is bound to be significant, and he must act swiftly to resolve the matter. Nevertheless, this must be a domesticated specimen, he pondered briefly, and after extending his mental energy 30 meters inward without yielding any results, he ceased his inquiry into the interior situation. After retracting his aura, he began to circle around the solitary tree, having just advanced in rank. The special mana refined by the title secret technique posed no substantial issue in terms of control. His primary concern lay in the uncontrollable surge of mental energy, which tended to dissipate if the distance increased even slightly. 30 meters was already his limit. However, since there was no disturbance within that range, Suzy had no choice but to abandon that line of inquiry. He remained vigilant regarding movements within the stone cave, while cautiously surveying the environment surrounding the solitary tree. He lifted a stone the size of his fist from the ground and manipulated it with his mana to dance around him. Yet he detected no presence of any restrictions. Many prohibitions in the magical realm are triggered by life force, rendering such tests unreliable. Regrettably, apart from Suzy, there were no other life forms in this vicinity. Thus, he had no choice but to test with his physical body. The opportunity was singular. Once the battle for the tower concluded, he would not dare to return alone. Moreover, he was uncertain how far beneath the surface he was. Should he be several hundred meters down, encountering layers of rocky barriers would mean that even with a sharp sword in hand, he would need to dig for days and nights, apart from the ant tunnels the size of a human head. There were no alternative routes in the cavern. Regardless of whether he ultimately decided to take action against the solitary tree, he would inevitably have to depart. With this thought in mind, Suzy quietly ascended to the cave's ceiling. Subsequently, he commanded his flying sword to unleash sword energy and began excavating a passage. Both soil and rock yielded like soft clay before the superior spiritual weapon, shattering upon the slightest disturbance. To avoid alarming the ant colony above, Suzy stored the excavated earth and stones in the blood bank of the wooden pendant space atop the massive cliff, uncertain of how deep beneath the surface he was. And with the spiritual weapon's sharpness in mind, Suzy proceeded straight upward, forming a tunnel approximately 1 meter in diameter. After advancing in foundational building, the consumption associated with manipulating the flying sword for excavation, coupled with sustained flight, significantly affected Suzy. Thus, he took a respite every 5 hours to replenish his expended mana. After 12 hours, he finally discovered some venomous insect nests within the soil. After casting a protective spell of necromancy upon himself, he continued his upward excavation. With mana shielding him post-foundational building, he had no fear of ordinary toxins. Another 3 hours passed, and only then did Suzy emerge from the depths. The sensation of seeing the surface is truly delightful. Suzy exhaled deeply, taking a moment to rest before exploring the surrounding terrain. Should there be any solitary trees or magical artifacts in the vicinity, he must address them first. Otherwise, he would find himself in a predicament if such elements interfered during his actions. Now then, let us commence. Chapter 49. The Acquisition. Seeking Collections and Recommendations. Originally, the intent was to excavate the soil surrounding the solitary tree and uproot the entire plant. However, just as he was about to take action, he recalled that magical plants, after all, belong to the realm of living beings, not inanimate objects. Should there be any fluctuations in magical energy, it would undoubtedly sense them if a commotion were to arise. The element of surprise would be irrevocably lost, making a swift resolution impossible. After much contemplation, he struggled to devise a suitable plan, a reflection of the fact that, despite Suze's rising prowess, his accumulation of experience remained insufficient. Were it any seasoned mage, dealing with a magical plant would be a trivial matter. After a prolonged moment of deliberation, Suze gritted his teeth and resolved to employ the most reckless yet straightforward approach. He swiftly flew to the side of the solitary tree, conjuring a hand of vitality through his magical energy to grasp it directly. Although the solitary tree had been nurtured for an extended period, it remained fundamentally a bloodthirsty plant. Sensing such an abundance of life force, the verdant leaves rustled without wind, instinctively activating its spatial magic, the innate talent of the blood arena. Spatial fluctuations instantly enveloped a radius of 10 zhang. Absorbing all entities rich in blood energy, he resisted the innate magic of the solitary tree. Suze's hand of vitality firmly grasped the trunk and began to pull upwards. He exerted all his strength to support the two colossal hands. And soon, a cacophony akin to snapping steel wires resonated from the depths of the earth. The trunk swayed violently before gradually loosening. Confronted with this sudden peril, the magical plant, possessing its own sentience, shook its leaves furiously, the branches trembling incessantly, causing the three fruits atop to sway as if crying out in agony. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Suze understood that, indeed, the magical properties of the solitary tree had disrupted the formation of the ant swarm, which suddenly regrouped into a neat formation, their antennae signaling danger to one another, swiftly making their way towards the cave. Within a minute, the sound of rapidly flapping wings echoed from within the cave. Incessantly approaching, with no desire to confront them, Suze felt a surge of urgency. Veins bulged on his hands as he shouted an incantation. Instantly, the solitary tree was yanked upwards, just as it was about to leave the ground. Its dense underground roots clung tenaciously to the earth, revealing no pretense, akin to a drowning individual grasping at the last straw for salvation, unwilling to relinquish their hold. Meanwhile, the ominous sounds from within the cave were not slow to follow. In mere moments, Suze's mental acuity detected the presence of a swarm of robust winged ants, their massive mandibles indicative of formidable weaponry. Should Suze become ensnared by them, even his swordsmanship would be of little avail. The male ants moved with remarkable speed, yet Suze's reflexes were swifter. With a cold glint in his eyes, he thought, one who refuses the offered wine must face the penalty of a stronger brew. He pointed his idle left hand towards the ground, and the flying sword beneath him emitted a series of sword energies that sliced through the roots one by one. Suze, seizing the opportunity, exerted a sudden and forceful effort, uprooting the entire tree in one swift motion. He had no time to ascertain whether the crimson liquid flowing from the severed main root was indeed blood. After retrieving his wooden pendant, he dared not cast a glance behind him and soared into the sky on his sword in a frantic bid for survival. Suze strained to channel his magical energy, urging the flying sword beneath him to accelerate even further. Unbeknownst to him, perhaps due to his theft of the solitary tree, his speed continued to escalate, yet the formidable ants behind him remained relentless in their pursuit. With no distance gained between them, observing the tenacious pursuit of the ants, Suze could not help but curse his misfortune. However, the thought of the 3 precious blood essences that could replenish his physical losses over the past few months provided him with some solace. Thus, he lightly tapped his foot, increasing the speed of his flying sword once more. Ultimately, in this desperate chase, Suze proved to be the superior one. The tunnel he had traversed merely took a quarter of an hour to cross. Yet in his flight for survival, he managed to escape in less than that time. Soon, he beheld the massive stone at the tunnel's entrance. With no time to cast spells, he enveloped himself in magical energy and charged through, shattering the stone into fragments. Soaring into the air, he only recalled upon reaching the misty area that this was a formidable magical barrier. Too perilous to touch, he quickly adjusted his direction, following the guidance of his brooch. After fleeing a considerable distance, Suze finally realized that his pursuers had vanished. Upon surveying his surroundings, he found himself in an ordinary forested marshland, yet its treacherous nature surpassed that of other locales. He cautiously sought refuge among the massive trees, allowing his flying sword to enter his dantian for nurturing. Once he had regained a modicum of magical energy, he proceeded in the general direction indicated by the brooch. Occasionally, he observed magical beasts hunting in the swamps but merely concealed his presence, for even as a foundation-level practitioner, he dared not covet their magical crystals. After all, in such a perilous place, one could easily become a victim of opportunistic predators. It seemed that the brooch did more than just sense magical items. How insidious, he murmured, reflecting on the treacherous intentions of the forest emissaries. However, upon discerning the identity of the approaching figures, confusion washed over him. Hadn't Lance mentioned that the two academies were meant to cooperate? What had transpired that the inhabitants of this burial ground were pursuing those from the Genorn Academy? Yet, moments later, his confusion dissipated as he clearly recognized the pursuer's visage, Andrew Jars. Ah, how fortuitous it is to settle both old grievances and new. A cold smile crept upon Suze's lips, regardless of whether they were from the Genorn Academy or allies, or even mere passers-by. Should they cross paths with Andrew, they would naturally become companions in arms. It seemed imperative that he rescue this individual from the aura emanating from the pursued. It was evident that he was a level 4 fire mage from the Genorn Academy. With a mental capacity hovering around 790 points, observing his agile movements, it was clear he was also adept in martial arts, though regrettably, he bore the mark of a pockmarked face. The man had initially spotted a mage radiating a ghostly light ahead and, intending to divert the calamity, sprinted directly towards Suze. As he drew near and recognized Suze's countenance, he exclaimed, "Suze, I'm the restaurant owner." The restaurant owner. Suze was momentarily taken aback, suddenly realizing the identity of the newcomer. And understanding his desire to remain incognito, refrained from uttering his name. As preparations were being made to assist, the voice of the man was heard. "The fellow from your academy has gone mad. Not only has he killed our people, but also his own. I can't take it anymore. Come quickly to help." Upon hearing this, Suze's expression turned frosty, his smile vanishing, soon replaced by an inferno of fury. "You treacherous scoundrel, today shall be your day of reckoning." With that, he revealed his full strength, unleashing his flying sword, Tangyu, and striking with a pioneering sword technique. The relentless pursuit by Andrew came to a halt as he caught sight of Suze. Clad in the robe of the luminary mage, his astonishment was palpable, though it flickered away almost instantaneously. He quickly regained his composure and remarked, "Oh, so you're still alive. That one tea hinder you from dying once more. Let us see how many lives you possess." With that, he brandished his heavy sword, engaging with a fierce tiger-slaying sword technique. Having broken through to the foundation establishment stage, Suze's abilities were markedly different from before. His newly acquired mana was substantial, particularly suited for such direct and forceful sword techniques. Andrew's earth attribute battle aura was equally robust, with Tangyu being a superior spiritual artifact and the Shingang heavy sword a high-tier magical creation. Their clash resulted in an even contest. The collision of battle aura and cultivation mana sparked numerous embers that fell to the ground, but fortunately, the damp terrain extinguished them before they could ignite a wildfire. After their initial strike yielded no victory, the two retreated several paces, landing atop a massive tree. It's been just a few months, and I see your strength has advanced remarkably. Indeed, those who have faced life and death progress swiftly. And your battle aura has clearly seen a breakthrough. Oh, and you even possess a magical ring. Your fortunes are truly enviable," Andrew remarked with a faint smile, his tone amicable, as if conversing with an old friend. If not for the manifestation of sword techniques, the distinction between battle aura and mana would be imperceptible, leading Andrew to mistakenly believe Suze was cultivating water-based battle aura. "Naturally, how could I dare to perish when scum like you still walks the earth? Heaven has decreed that I send you to hell," Suze replied with a cold smile. Ever since he had slain that luminary mage, he sensed a merging effect within himself, noticing that Andrew's brooch was vastly larger than his own. And recalling Hardy's earlier words, he understood that Andrew had taken many lives, including those of his own academy's mages, igniting a fierce desire for vengeance within Suze. To rear a tiger is to invite calamity. Nothing is more feared than infighting among brothers. The newcomer was none other than the former leader of the orphan gang, Talia's brother, Hardy, who had inexplicably donned a mask and ventured to Genorn Academy while originally training in battle aura at Lionheart Academy. Within just a few years, he had attained the strength of a level 4 mage, undoubtedly harboring significant secrets. As Hardy brushed past Suze, he initially thought Suze would merely assist him in escaping after hearing his words. Little did he expect that Suze would engage in combat with the white-robed man after only a few exchanges, showing no mercy whatsoever. While moved, Hardy was also perplexed, yet this was not the time for inquiries. Gently caressing the ring on his hand, he pondered for a moment before drawing forth a dark, heavy sword and leaping into the fray. After breaking through, Suze's prowess was now on par with Andrew's. While Hardy possessed an impressive mental strength of 790 points, yet he too advanced with his sword, eyes sharp and strikes vicious, proving that all three were indeed practitioners of the martial arts, however unconventional they might be. Hardy wielded a formidable arsenal of fire-based martial techniques, characterized by their sheer ferocity yet lacking in deftness. In contrast, Suze employed a family heirloom water-based swordsmanship, his blade imbued with a powerful aura, capable of shifting between yin and yang. Under the harmonious interplay of their skills, Andrew's vigorous swordsmanship was effectively suppressed. With a sharp sound, Suze seized the moment as Andrew engaged Hardy in combat, delivering a flurry of thrusts that pierced through Andrew's mage robes, breaching his defenses. Andrew, who had maintained a smile until now, felt his expression falter. Just as he prepared to counterattack, he found himself ensnared within Hardy's sword circle. Chapter 50. Vanquishing the foe. Given the minimal disparity in strength among the three, it was unwise for one to confront two opponents simultaneously. Clearly, Andrew, having suffered setbacks, grasped this truth and resolved to eliminate one adversary before tackling the other. Noting Hardy's relative weakness, he relied on a moment of divine favor to endure Hardy's fierce strike, seizing the opportunity to swing his sword and send Suze flying several meters away. In mere moments, Suze was poised to advance again, and Andrew knew he had only a fleeting window of time. His excitement surged. He envisioned Hardy's demise beneath his blade, akin to a myriad of blossoms bursting forth. Taking a deep, intoxicated breath, he mused, last time, Suze narrowly escaped. I wonder if you possess a protective treasure as well. With that, he brandished his sword and swiftly began to dance with it, intent on employing the same tactic once more. The first move of the wilderness technique, slash the fierce tiger, slash the giant lizard, slash the cloud dragon. Unlike his previous display of bravado, Andrew now sought an assured kill. His aura of combat surged forth. Unleashing the full might of the wilderness 16 blades, each strike found its mark upon Hardy, and despite Hardy's heavy sword and the mystical enhancement of his fire-based energy, he was compelled to retreat under the relentless assault of Andrew's fierce swordplay. Blood staining his lips, Hardy, a spirited youth, could hardly withstand such oppression. While his life had been paramount during his earlier escape, he could not afford to be timid now that battle had commenced. Naturally, he resolved to rise to the challenge. The fierce spirit cultivated since childhood erupted within him. Enduring the fatigue in his hands, he initially retreated to dissipate the force of Andrew's attack before springing forward with unrestrained zeal. Clearly prepared to risk everything, Andrew let out a cold laugh, his form surrounded by a multitude of illusions, the roar of lion and dragon resounding. This was to be his final strike, as the 15 illusory blades dissipated and coalesced into one. Infused with Andrew's indomitable energy, he descended with a downward slash, his sword's aura rendering all obstacles to mere fragments. Hardy soared into the air, wielding his heavy sword, as his fire-based energy solidified into a tangible form. A crimson blade of light slowly took shape, and at that moment, both combatants bellowed simultaneously. Slash the mountain dragon, firestone lightning. In an instant, the fiery sword light seemed to leap through space, flashing before Andrew in a heartbeat. The clash of sword energies detonated the surrounding trees, igniting a blaze. Amidst their fierce duel, neither had anticipated the covert assault from a cultivator. Seizing this opportune moment, Suze let out a sharp cry as his internal magical energy surged forth. A hazy veil enveloped his sword, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. In that fleeting moment, Suze reappeared behind Andrew, poised for a stealthy strike. The sword energy within his flying sword effortlessly pierced through the radiant shield, and Andrew was impaled through the skull by a single blow. Caught off guard by such a technique from a low-tier combatant, Andrew had not even summoned any secret arts. The residual sword energy, now devoid of strength, was shattered by the fiery red sword aura, yet its momentum remained unyielding, striking him and leaving countless wounds. In the blink of an eye, the once graceful Andrew transformed into a bloodied figure. Even a mage with over 900 points of mental prowess could linger for a moment after sustaining a fatal injury. Observing the still-breathing Andrew before him, Suze inquired, at this juncture, "Do you acknowledge your mistakes? As fellow disciples, why resort to such merciless measures?" With that, Andrew let out a final laugh and breathed his last. Hade's expression turned grave. Yet he remained silent as Suze continued. For I have been taught since childhood that you are no longer the person I once knew. If even the clan and academy can betray, then what significance does it hold to attain divine status? Residing high in the heavens? As a human being, one must retain the warmth of humanity, for even a millennium cannot erase our nature. Haid, upon hearing this, found himself at a loss for words, having grown up in the treacherous streets of the city. Betrayal and deceit were commonplace. In order to survive, street orphans would do anything. Yet, he thought of Talia and the young, pitiable siblings in the orphanage, realizing that it was for them that he had agreed to this perilous transaction. For their sake, would he not be willing to sacrifice his own life? At this moment, he began to comprehend Suze's words, and with a sigh, he approached and said, "Enough of this overthinking. The most crucial aspect of life is to live in the present. Who can predict the future? Perhaps I might end up like him someday. So, I kindly ask for your mercy, as I wish to enjoy a joyful life alongside my sister." Ha. Upon hearing this, Suze regarded him earnestly and replied, "No, you shall not." Haid felt a tightening in his chest under Suze's gaze and hastily masked his emotions, saying, "Why so serious? Surviving a near-death experience and reuniting with an old friend should warrant celebration, not somberness." With that, he playfully punched Suze. It was then that Suze regained his composure and laughed. "Indeed, it should be so. I was momentarily lost in thought." "What does it mean to be lost in thought?" Haid queried, puzzled. "Oh, it's nothing. Just a random expression. Just listen and don't take it to heart." Suze deflected, unwilling to explain this term from the Nine Provinces dialect. Haid, sensing the change in topic, chose not to press further. "First, let us relieve you of your magical ring. We can discuss this later. I am quite curious about how you managed to enter the Gene Orin Academy and become a level 4 mage." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, a somewhat fatigued Suze and Hardy found themselves disinterested in tidying up the battlefield. Having removed the magical ring from Andrew's lifeless body, they unceremoniously kicked his corpse aside and took a seat to converse. Observing Hardy's fluctuating aura, which did not seem to stem from his own strength, Suze ventured to inquire, "Is it a secret technique?" Upon receiving a silent nod from Hardy, he refrained from pressing further, tossing the ring back to him with a resigned smile. "Once you erase the mental imprint on it, we can divide the spoils. My recently attained cultivation level makes my control over mental energy rather unstable, so I'm afraid I can't manage that task. In truth, shortly after their last departure, he had awakened his magical talent, albeit of a rather unimpressive caliber, which led him to forego the burial grounds in favor of heading to Cavendish." And then, Hardy shrugged, indicating his own surprise. "I was subsequently accepted by the Gene Owen Academy. My participation in the Tower Conquest was purely out of necessity." As he spoke, he took possession of the ring, and without any visible effort, Suze felt a powerful aura emanate from Hardy. In an instant, Hardy shook the ring in his hand and declared, "All right, we can begin the division of spoils." With that, he laid out all the contents atop a tree trunk. Over the course of more than a year, such a transformation had undoubtedly involved considerable intrigue. However, Suze noted that although Hardy did not conceal this matter from him, he merely skimmed over it, indicating his reluctance to delve deeper. Thus, Suze seized the opportunity to continue the conversation. How fortuitous. This fellow once pursued me with the intent to kill. Looking at this sensing brooch, it must hold at least 15 or 16 shares. To be precise, it should amount to 25 shares, as aside from slaying 4 individuals before him, this man had claimed the lives of an additional 20. Otherwise, how could he possibly amass such wealth? I see why you drew your sword upon encountering him. It appears you have a vendetta. Truly, how unfortunate." Gazing at the nearly 40 magical items scattered on the ground and the close to 1,000 third-tier magic stones, he pondered how many relics of the burial ground students might be among them. Ignoring Hardy, he could not contain his ire, exclaiming, "Oh, come on, spare us the righteous facade. Must you be so unrefined when dividing the spoils? It lacks any sense of elegance. All right, let us each select one." Noting Suze's lack of opposition, Hardy took it as tacit approval that he promptly selected a dragon's blood flame fruit, a third-tier magical item, significantly beneficial for physical refinement. As both possessed dual cultivation of magic and martial prowess, its value was immeasurable. Once the Tower Conquest concluded and the registration was complete, its effects would be profound. Upon seeing the vivid red fruit, Suze recalled that the solitary tree still resided within his wooden pendant space, uncertain of its condition. Thus, he casually picked a bone commonly used by dark mages to create puppets and extended his mental energy into the pendant. Discovering that all was well, the solitary tree had firmly taken root on the precipice, he mused that this instinctive struggle for survival was indeed a fundamental trait of living beings. Subsequently, he shifted his focus back to the division of spoils. For in that brief moment, Hardy had already selected an impressive array of treasures. Are you truly just a novice who has practiced magic for less than 2 years? How is it that your discerning eye is so astute? Could it be that you have been possessed by some ancient creature, perhaps? Speak up. We are brothers after all. I shall avenge you. Suze fixed a menacing gaze upon Hardy, yet his hand was already reaching for a bloodsword grass, a rare magical plant known to aid the advancement of the undead. Hardy, not being an undead sorcerer, did not consult with him and simply took it for himself. Get lost. Why do you assume I'm in trouble? What? Are you interested in my sister? Afraid I would oppose you. So you thought to eliminate me, your brother-in-law. First, futile endeavor. My sister would never fancy someone as wooden as you. Give up. We can remain brothers. But we can never be family. With a flick of his finger, Hardy grasped a twisted, shadowy core of a ghost shadow tree, its form shrouded in dark phantoms. However, he did not immediately place it into his magical ring. Instead, he proposed to Suze, the ghost shadow tree core holds some value for me, so I shall take it in return. How about you keep everything else apart from the crystals and parchment? He then gazed at Suze, his eyes calm yet betraying an underlying tension. Currently, aside from a pile of magical crystals and scrolls, only 3 materials and nearly 1,000 level 3 magic stones remained. The 3 materials were all applicable to light magic, significantly inferior to the soul level 2 item. The Ghost Shadow Tree Core. It should be noted that even the least valuable level 2 magical item starts at 100,000 level 3 magic stones. This entire collection could not fetch such a price. One could only wonder how the Forest Envoy Academy could bear to release such items, considering they are all adept mages of forest magic. As Suze summoned the information on the Ghost Shadow Tree Core in his mind, he realized it was no ordinary level 2 material. Its most remarkable feature was its ability to combine with the Heart of Lava and the Heart of the Great Tree to concoct the potion known as the Heart of the Dragon. This potion could invigorate life and prolong lifespan by nearly 50 years, making it a truly priceless treasure. In the 9 provinces, any treasure capable of extending life by 10 years could incite fierce battles among Golden Core experts. While the Heart of the Dragon, extending life by 50 years, would likely compel even the Yuan Ing ancestors to personally compete for it. How could such a thing be allowed to slip away? Chapter 51. The Sword of Law and Order in the Main Realm. A mage must reach level 6 for their lifespan to significantly increase, potentially living up to 800 years. Before that threshold, mages of level 5 and below, except for dark mages who transform into liches, are limited to a mere 200 years. Only upon reaching the Saint Fighter realm can a fighter attain the longevity of an 800-year-old level 6 mage. Thus, for mages or fighters nearing the end of their lifespan, the Ghost Shadow Tree Core possesses an irresistible allure. Ordinary individuals would never consider a trade. Even Hardy, aware of Suze's generous nature, felt a pang of anxiety since this item was crucial for him. Observing the vibrant energy intertwined with deathly aura in Hardy, resembling a wilting essence, Suze surmised that Hardy sought to utilize it for healing. Without further deliberation, he responded, then I shan't hold back. With such a bounty, I am indeed at a great advantage. Having spoken thus, he collected the unicorn's sharp horn, the feathers of the wind thunderhawk, and the magic crystal imbued with the light attribute, along with nearly 1,000 tier 3 magical stones, into his storage ring. Pointing to the remaining 11 magic crystals, he inquired, how shall we divide this? Who shall take the replica? It was not a display of magnanimity on Susie's part. Rather, he perceived that, on one hand, a foundation-building cultivator has a lifespan nearing 300 years, while he himself was not yet 30. Thus not in urgent need of such items. On the other hand, having known Hardy for many years, if Hardy had a need, why not go with the flow and avoid jeopardizing their friendship over trivial possessions? Moreover, the Heart of the Dragon was not something easily refined. Possessing it felt rather superfluous to Susie. Seeing Susie's unhesitating generosity, Hardy's heart was a tumult of emotions. Over the years, in his struggle for survival, he had witnessed the darker sides of human nature countless times. Were it not for his little sister and the members of the Orphan's Aid, he might have been lost in that abyss of darkness. Yet, since meeting Susie, he realized that there truly existed individuals of such purity in this world. People who harbored chivalry and were remarkably candid. Alas, he felt quite inferior in Susie's presence. Taking a deep breath, Hardy placed the writhing tree core into the magic ring and expressed his gratitude. Susie, Consider this a debt of gratitude. Should you need anything in the future, do not hesitate to ask, and I shall comply without fail. Suzy, upon hearing this, was elated, his face brimming with desire as he replied, "Is that so? Then might I ask you to consider your sister for me? If you put in a word, it would surely work. As your sister is quite inclined to listen to you." As Talia would say, "You really can't maintain that handsome facade for more than 3 seconds, you scoundrel." Observing Suzy's shameless expression, Hardy's face twitched, and he retorted, "Get lost." Chuckling, Suzy urged, "Come on, say that again." Surprisingly, Hardy was not angered. A flicker of inspiration crossed his mind as he produced a blank enchanted crystal ball, saying, "All right, repeat that if you dare to say it again in front of the crystal's reflection. I shall assist you in your matchmaking, provided you are not afraid of being beaten to a pulp by a certain Miss Divas." You to my brother? I was merely jesting." Though nothing had transpired between Jeanette and Suzy, he instinctively surrendered, fearing Jeanette's potential wrath. Yet, after speaking, he was left puzzled. What did she have to do with this? And why did he fear her anger? Having grown up together, Suzy was accustomed to Jeanette's presence. Pondering these questions suddenly felt rather daunting. However, now is not the time for such thoughts. Hardy continued, tucking away the crystal ball, "You may take the replica. In fact, it is best suited for you." Noticing Suzy's look of confusion, he began to produce some blank crystals to duplicate the contents while saying, "Sometimes I wonder whether you are genuinely foolish or merely pretending to be so. How can you fail to see the obvious?" "What matter? Is there something I ought to know?" Suzy replied. "And hey, just speak plainly without resorting to personal attacks." Hardy paused, suddenly recalling that it was indeed due to that certain someone's guidance that he came to clarity. His face flushed as he continued nonchalantly, "Well, all right then. Did your mentor not mention before coming here that you were to cooperate with us?" Seeing Suzy nod, he continued, "In fact, the 2 academies have reached an agreement. Regardless of who ultimately acquires the Grand Mage Tower, it will belong to our academy. Do you not understand? You should be familiar with the structure of the Mage Academy Alliance, right? Why bring this up?" Suzy felt a bit perplexed, yet he patiently listened as Hardy elaborated. The Mage Academy Alliance in each province is primarily composed of mages from the internal academies, with some members hailing from royal families. However, it is the high-ranking magic academies that predominantly govern the alliance in their respective provinces. In the province of Luo, for instance, it is the burial ground that leads the Mage Academy Alliance, while Jean Orin and the Spirit of the River merely serve as subordinates. The alliance has numerous responsibilities, the most critical of which is maintaining order within its jurisdiction. Yet, from the perspective of the academies, the most significant aspect is the allocation of magic stones that occurs once every 170 years at the Alliance headquarters in the capital of Camello. According to established standards and regulations, regardless of how many magic academies exist within a province, registered free mages are entitled to 10% of the allocation. This can be perceived as the kingdom's way of securing their loyalty. The remaining 90% is distributed among all the magic academies, with those of higher rank naturally receiving a larger share. However, if your academy were to be promoted to level B, wouldn't that imply a reduction in our academy's share? Wouldn't that be rather peculiar? What reason would our academy have to agree to such terms? Suzy immediately detected the contradiction that in the world of Jiuzhou, it would be inconceivable to relinquish such a treasure of the town. Were it not for his solid friendship with Hardy, Suzy would have certainly suspected Hardy of deceiving him for the sake of glory. "Do not rush. Allow me to explain," Hardy replied, resting against a tree trunk. His complexion pale from the earlier battle. "If each province's share were fixed, your argument would hold true. However, the alliance allocates shares based on the strength of each province. In other words, it relies on a competitive format where the higher your ranking, the greater your shared. I shall not elaborate on the rules of the Magic Stone War for now. But if Jean Orin Academy were to be promoted to level B, wouldn't the province of Luo thereby secure a larger share? If the total amount increases, yet only 3 parties are dividing it, even if our academy could receive a greater portion, how could we dare to compete with the burial ground? Ultimately, your academy would not suffer losses. Moreover, the cooperation within the Luo Province Alliance is not limited to this. It is possible that the 3 academies are forging even closer connections in ways we cannot see." Suzy sensed an ambiguous tone in Hardy's voice, suggesting that he was privy to certain inside information unknown to him. Just then, Hardy added, "Furthermore, each academy's Grand Mage Tower possesses its own unique restrictive imprint. While many spells across different schools of magic may appear similar, their frameworks differ significantly. For instance, the necromantic system represented by the burial ground and the clerical system represented by Angel's Wing. The Jungle Envoy is a magic academy dominated by the earth element. Inheriting the classic Titan system of the earth element, there is much to be learned from each other. However, if one wishes to merge the two towers, one must not only consider the immense cost and the years required to erase the imprint of the Master Mage's tower, but even after achieving success, there is no guarantee of an increase in power. For the Boneyard, this mage tower is akin to a mere trifle. It would be more beneficial to aid our academy. This would not only bolster our alliance's strength, but also that our academy has indeed paid a considerable price. But in this scenario, the one who stands to lose the most is you, as 11 portions of magical crystals equate to 11 contributions. If you manage to obtain them, it is likely that you will claim the foremost credit, and perhaps even a share of the bloody fruit. Hardy spoke with a hint of remorse, realizing that the previous Ghost Shadow Tree core had already caused considerable unease. Now, to engage in such actions felt like crossing a very low threshold. Even Hardy, accustomed to deceit, felt a pang of conscience, contemplating a means of compensation for him. Claiming the foremost credit is certainly out of the question. As I hardly participated at all, Susie thought to himself, recalling his wooden pendant space, contemplating that it was not merely the bloody fruit. He had already acquired a piece of the solitary tree. Yet he hypocritically remarked, Andrew was slain by the two of us, and these matters are not of great significance to me. I assume you have your own motives for entering here, right? As fellow cultivators. Our opportunities to act as benefactors are scarce. Such moments should naturally be reserved for our own. Ha ha ha. Although there were implications of harming the Academy's interests, Susie considered Hardy's words. Since the gene on Academy had already paid a price, and Hardy was a friend of his, it was only right to grant him some advantage. So, after you killed Andrew, will there be any repercussions? Your Academy is quite adept at curse magic. Hardy was unpretentious, swiftly storing a heap of magical crystals into his magic ring and handing a replica to Susie, who placed it into his storage ring. He then expressed some concern that he was not afraid. For whatever transpired during the tower-seizing war could be understood. The three academies had always been intertwined, and the Boneyard would not trouble him. However, Susie, having brutally slain a fellow Academy member, would likely face the death penalty according to regulations. Susie chuckled coldly, sitting upright with an air of confidence. He was unperturbed by such matters. For someone like him, a remorseless killer of comrades, what harm would it do if the entire Academy were to find out? On the contrary, he wished for everyone to know that betrayal of the Academy would lead to such a fate. Despite witnessing numerous tragedies, he remained unwilling to confront the ugliness of human nature. He proclaimed loudly, I am willing to be the sword of law, to slay all evil. I am willing to be the sword of law, to protect the weak. I am willing to be the sword of law, to uphold the order of the world. Years of conviction poured forth as an oath, echoing like the grand aspirations of the Buddhist monastic order. Susie felt a shift in his own aura, as if responding to some existence deep within the celestial vault, only to vanish in an instant, like an illusion. At that moment, Susie appeared to be entranced, murmuring, Here. There is indeed a presence of the heavenly path. Though Hardy lacked Susie's spiritual perception, witnessing him make such a vow caused a heavy sigh to escape his lips. Is it truly wise for a person of such temperament to delve into the study of magic and cultivate battle chi? It seems that the path ahead may be fraught with obstacles. Yet, to live a life of mediocrity, confined within the mundane, would be a lamentable fate. In comparison to Susie, Hardy feels akin to a rat scurrying in the gutters, unworthy of notice. Thus, it is said that when a person of profound thoughts becomes emotional, it only exacerbates their feelings of inferiority. The two individuals, each with their own thoughts, stood in silence atop the towering tree, momentarily lost in contemplation. After a period of reflection, Hardy resolutely replied, I have matters of my own to attend to. You may proceed alone. Simply follow the guidance of the brooch. It will ultimately lead everyone together. Susie glanced at him, refraining from further inquiries, and merely cautioned, Do take care of yourself. Upon receiving a nod from Hardy, he turned to depart. However, just as Susie pivoted, he heard a disturbance behind him. What is wrong? Why does your breath seem so feeble? You are coughing up blood. Upon turning back, Susie beheld Hardy half kneeling upon the tree trunk, blood staining the bark, and as he lowered his gaze, he noticed strands of white hair, a sight most unusual for a typical mage. At that moment, Hardy's aura had diminished to the level of a novice mage, revealing his true capabilities. Sweat beaded on Hardy's forehead as he endured immense pain. Slowly uttering, It is nothing but merely the after-effects of a secret technique. Cough, cough. He coughed again, blood spilling forth, and with a flicker of battle chi, he incinerated the evidence. This was clearly a forbidden technique that drained one's vitality. What could possibly compel him to risk his very life? Are you seeking death? How can you still resort to such techniques in this condition? Suze admonished. Have you given no thought to your younger siblings? Ah, it is precisely for this reason that I require the ghost shadow tree core to restore my vitality. Hardy replied with a bitter smile, though his expression soon darkened with worry. There seemed to be some hope with the heart of lava. Yet he was uncertain when he might find the heart of the great tree. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to claiming your merits, Suze, to exchange these crystals for blood fruit. It is truly a last resort. Suze. Upon hearing this, Suze's understanding deepened. No wonder all he had gathered were materials for vitality restoration and body refinement. Remembering this, he inquired, how many blood fruits do you require to halt your injuries? Hardy slowly sat down, a bitter taste in his mouth. I need at least 2. Yet I cannot ascertain if my crystals and magical materials can procure even one. If it comes to that, I may need to consume the ghost shadow tree core directly. It may not extend my life, but it could at least preserve it for the time being. As for the rest, we shall see later. Hardy hesitated on the last point, clearly concealing something. Before he could finish, 2 crimson fruits appeared before him, and Suze had already turned to leave before Hardy could raise his head to inquire. Suze had vanished, leaving only the echo of his voice resonating in the distance. You rascal, remember to return what you owe me next time, and for heaven's sake, do not die. As Hardy gazed at the 2 fruits brimming with vibrant life, he abruptly lowered his head, and when he raised it again, tears streamed down his face. What a fleeting connection we have. How could it have come to this? At that moment, he finally comprehended the myriad of human experiences in this world. Each unique and multifaceted, not limited to the utmost evil, nor confined to the utmost good. In this world, there exist truly sincere gentlemen who, in times of others' peril, offer their unwavering support, evoking deep respect and admiration. Shortly after Suze departed, Hardy swiftly concealed his momentary emotional display and resumed his stoic demeanor. He spoke softly, inquiring, how is the bloody fruit to be utilized? There was no one around, and it was unclear to whom he was speaking, as if he were conversing with himself. However, in the next moment, an ancient and raspy voice emanated from the rustic magical ring on his right hand. This item must be concocted into the river of soul's elixir to achieve the perfect effect of nourishing both the body and the soul. Now that we have both the bloody fruit and the shade tree core, I happen to possess some of the king's bone and other materials collected long ago. Thus, you need only seek a secure location to commence the concoction. Upon hearing this, Hardy did not exhibit joy. Instead, he furrowed his brow and said, why would I need to utilize the river of soul's elixir? Is not the shade tree core what you require? I have calculated using the Laitemi Lingxi method that 2 bloody fruits would suffice to negate the after-effects of the bone-burning essence. Was it not agreed that I would aid in restoring your corporeal form, while you would assist me in my I am aware of our signed pact. There is no need for constant reminders. I was merely concerned for your feeble strength, fearing you might inadvertently reveal my existence. Thus, I intended to extend goodwill by enhancing your power for greater security. Before Hardy could finish, the ancient voice interrupted him. But would this not hinder your resurrection progress? Did you not say that apart from the misty forest, only the endless forest of the eastern continent possesses such resources? In 30 years, how could we possibly reach there? Have you lost your wits? This shade tree core was just given to you by that fool. And is not the one from the misty forest still there? If we calculate the time correctly, we could still make it in time for the decisive battle 20 days hence, and then we can devise a way for you to reap some benefits. The voice from the ring bore a tone of exasperation, seemingly disdainful of Suze's earlier actions. Hardy chose to overlook the tone and nodded in agreement. Inside the ring lay a frigid space. At its very center, a steaming hot spring. Beneath the spring, a figure resembling a flame sat cross-legged upon an icy jade bed, shrouded in smoke, as if suppressing the fiery poison with cold. At this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, a look of anguish crossing his face as he rasped, "Hey!" The burial ground. His expression grew somewhat feral, as if recalling a painfully haunting memory, a mix of hatred and suffering shimmering in his gaze. The sword of law? Huh? Suddenly offering up 2 bloody fruits. Even the typically generous Suze felt a pang of sorrow, and thus departed early, unwilling to betray his avarice. Perplexed, Suze mused that solitude had its advantages. He need not conceal his intentions, for with the brooch sensing his presence, he had no fear of ambush. With this thought, he summoned his flying sword, galloping freely through the forest sea, fulfilling a long-held aspiration of sword mastery. The speed of the flying sword surpassed that of any flight spell, as the towering trees whizzed by like phantoms, and gradually the forest thinned, revealing distant mountain peaks stretching across the horizon. Upon raising his gaze, Suze noticed that the once expansive sea of white clouds enveloping the forest had mysteriously dissipated, revealing a cerulean sky above, occasionally graced by the fleeting silhouettes of flying magical beasts native to the mountains. Seeing this, Suze swiftly activated his sword light, preparing to glide close to the ground, as he had no desire to attract the attention of these creatures that moment. A sense of caution surged within him. He abruptly redirected his sword light, narrowly avoiding a sudden gray shadow that burst forth from the ground. A shadow lynx, adept in camouflage, capable of seamlessly blending with its surroundings, even eluding detection by mental energies. Having failed to secure its attack, the shadow lynx cast a glance at the spiraling Suze above, seemingly resigning itself to a rapid retreat, clearly experienced in dealing with flying prey, understanding that if a surprise attack failed, the only recourse was to flee to Suze. Feeling a twinge of fear, instinctively touched his throat, watching as the shadow lynx darted away with incredible speed that he thought to himself, "You nearly had me as your meal. And now you wish to escape so easily." With a quiet curse, he pursued it. Though Suze harbored some trepidation towards the elusive shadow lynx, he recognized that once it had missed its strike, the dynamics of the encounter had shifted. Despite the lynx's remarkable speed, it could not match the swiftness of his flying sword. He quickly caught up to it, and with a slight adjustment of his mental energy, he activated his calculation technique that a skeletal cage materialized, ensnaring the creature, which raised its sharp claws to shred the obstructing bones, but was instead impaled by a barrage of bone spears, pinned to the ground. Having dealt with the creature, he prepared to extract the magical crystal from its corpse. Gazing at the lifeless body, he suddenly recalled the solitary wood he had acquired days prior, which was indeed an excellent means of erasing traces. With a flicker of thought, he stored the lynx's body into the wooden pendant space, placing it before the solitary wood. The activated magical plant proved to be truly remarkable, though Suze felt a pang of guilt. He could not help but marvel at its efficacy. It seemed that before he could find a way to subjugate it, he must keep it in a state of weakness. After a considerable passage of time, with the clouds no longer obscuring his vision, Suze was able to discern his bearings. Following the guidance of his brooch, he journeyed northward. The landscape had shifted from dense forest to a terrain of low shrubs and rolling hills, extending to the distant mountains, but the presence of magical creatures had steadily increased. Exercising caution, he refrained from flying too high, enveloping himself in a protective shroud of necromancy as he skimmed close to the ground. His mental focus razor-sharp. At that moment, both the bracelet and brooch on his person flickered simultaneously, indicating the presence of a burial site ahead. Thus, he sheathed his flying sword and, akin to casting a ghostly speed spell, glided towards the direction indicated by the bracelet. In the distance, Kaisi and Cloning had unexpectedly converged, now in a dire situation, fleeing in disarray. Accompanying them were two individuals from the Gene-Orn Academy, one male and one female. Hot on their heels were 7 pursuers from Guangming Square and Xiangji Bin, who had somehow managed to collaborate with the magical academies of Woolhampton and Swindon. Among the 7, apart from one pale-faced mage who appeared injured, the others were vibrant with mental energy, their pursuit of the group from Luoxing province seeming more a matter of buying time. Though the reasons behind this remained unclear, yet, the resting place and the 4 individuals from Gene-Orn Academy were all wounded, particularly the 2 young women who bore the brunt of their injuries. "Jimmy, can you and Linda hold on?" Cronin inquired, as he carried the feeble Casey on his back. Upon hearing this, both Jimmy, the fire mage, and Linda, the water mage from Gene-Orn Academy, could only shake their heads in bitter resignation. Jimmy bore a penetrating wound on his left shoulder, incessantly oozing black blood, a malady that even Linda's advanced hemostatic magic could not heal, reminiscent of a curse from malevolent sorcery, though Linda appeared unscathed on the surface. Her pallor betrayed her, as she had depleted nearly all of her 840 points of mental energy, a dire predicament indeed. At this juncture, even casting a shield required her to time her actions precisely in response to incoming attacks. In stark contrast, the forces from Los Province found themselves utterly depleted and with no avenue for retreat. "Hey, people from Los Province, listen closely. If you surrender everything you have and leave behind the 2 female mages, we will let you go unharmed. What say you?" The man, observing their plight, cursed inwardly, a bunch of fools. He quickly added, this is merely a ruse. No one should take it to heart. Consider this, when faced with the peril of death. Should mages abandon their companions and possessions for the chance to survive, I doubt anyone would refuse. The moment he finished speaking, he noticed that both his allies and those from the Radiant Plaza bore grim expressions. Realizing he had overstepped, he silently scoffed and ceased his words, fearing they might fight back and drag him down with them, all the while feigning the role of a benevolent figure. Jimmy, please set me down. You and the others should escape on your own, Linda implored, her mental energy nearly exhausted, relying solely on Jimmy's support to reach this point. Faced with the looming enemy, she seemed resolute in her decision not to burden others. Gritting her teeth as tears brimmed in her eyes. Thank you. As a comrade, you have done more than enough for me. Do not let me be a hindrance to you. As she attempted to break free from Jimmy's grasp, she was unaware that she could not resist his strength, and instead found herself in pain from his desperate grip. Jimmy's face turned ashen, uncertain whether it was pain or frustration that consumed him. Do women of the water element always cry so easily? I get injured, you cry. I fight, you cry. Now, even speaking brings forth your tears. In the 2 months I've known you, you've wept more than 10 times. Where do you find such an abundance of tears? How did you even join our team? After saying this, he offered a gentle smile to the tearful Linda, his eyes filled with profound tenderness. Before adopting a serious tone, to be honest, I've developed feelings for you. If we survive this, I will pursue you. Should fate decree our demise, please allow me to perish before you. Upon hearing his words, Linda seemed to lose all her strength, leaning softly against Jimmy's shoulder, refraining from further speech. Jimmy, suppressing a surge of blood within, felt a flicker of mental clarity and quickened his pace. Casey, feeling a twinge of guilt, cast a fleeting glance at the breathless Cronin, her eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions, envy, fear, pain, weakness, and longing, momentarily lost in thought even in this life and death moment. Just then, Cronin's voice broke through. Stop being foolish. How could an esteemed academy devoted to the pursuit of profound magic entertain such base emotions as those found among mere mortals? If things don't go well, I will have no choice but to take you alone, and as for them, we have shown considerable mercy. It is merely unfortunate that they possess another part. The voice of cloning resonated with the deep cadence characteristic of the nobility of the Scandinavian peninsula, making it remarkably pleasant to the ear. However, at that moment, Casey found the notion of taking only herself to be particularly jarring, prompting her to snort coldly and remain silent. Cloning spoke with remarkable directness. Yet Jimmy and the others seemed unfazed. The four shared no prior acquaintance, and even considering the collaboration with the Academy in that particular matter, the fact that they could bring him here was already a testament to their forbearance. Thus, he remarked, it is regrettable that this particular essence has already fused with Linda, so despite my desire to offer it to you, it simply cannot be done. At this juncture, the 7 individuals behind could no longer restrain themselves. One earth mage suddenly hurled a yellow clay orb towards Cloning and his companions while shouting, encase them within. In an instant, the yellow orb caught up with the 4, expanding into a vast, pale yellow membrane that enveloped them. Cloning let out a sharp command and summoned his companion, astonishingly a rare skeletal bear of the battle beast variety. Reaching the formidable level of 11, the skeletal bear roared. A flash of gray light shimmering above its head as it charged with immense force towards the light membrane, crashing against it with a thunderous boom. The bear was repelled by the thin membrane, toppling to the ground, forcing Cloning and his companions to halt their advance. This is a mid-level 3rd tier, encase them within. If it could be easily breached by this cumbersome bear, it would not hold such value. Seizing the opportunity, the 7 swiftly surrounded them, and the earth mage displayed a pained expression, yet spoke with satisfaction. Cloning's countenance darkened, clearly indicating that the situation was far from optimistic, particularly for Linda and Casey, who wore expressions of despair. At that moment, Jimmy tightened his grip on Linda's hand, offering a soft reassurance. Do not be afraid. The 7 from the Radiant Square, seeing that the 4 had nowhere to flee, relaxed, regarding them as mere prey. One of them, after surveying the group with the gaze typically reserved for livestock, finally spoke. Why did you, Quentin, not act earlier, causing us to exhaust so much mental energy chasing you for so long? Noticing that no one else objected, the awkward man hastily laughed. Naturally. Among the 7, a female mage from the Radiant Square possessed the highest mental energy, boasting 890 points, originally capable of controlling the battlefield. However, After sustaining injuries, her strength diminished considerably, and with 4 on the opposing side, the power dynamics were nearly equal, although they had captured the 4. The question of how to eliminate them remained. No one was eager to confront cloning directly. To eliminate Casey, they would first have to overcome this barrier. While they were equally covetous of cloning's ample mage robe, everyone understood the prudence of restraint, and none were willing to strike first. At this moment, all present noticed their brooches flickering incessantly, indicating the arrival of reinforcements. Ultimately, it was the female mage from the Radiant Square who discerned the flashing of the wristbands worn by cloning and his companion. Realizing that they had allies approaching, she lifted her head and coldly declared, "We will deal with the 2 from the Buried Bone Land. You handle the individuals from Gene Owen Academy. Afterward, we shall divide the spoils accordingly. If we require assistance in dispatching you, we can negotiate further." She observed that the individuals from the Western Shores evidently neither wished to engage with cloning nor were they inclined to take action themselves. Unable to suppress a smirk, she remarked, "Of course, if you have any ideas, we could certainly exchange blows, provided you possess the confidence to do so. However, you must deliberate quickly, as the opposing party has already arrived." The 4 from the Western Shores paused momentarily, clearly lacking the conviction to tackle this challenge unscathed. After exchanging glances, a decision was reached, and the man who had just acted, Quentin, declared, "Very well, we shall deal with these 2. He gestured toward Jimmy and his companion, tentatively agreeing to the arrangement and leaving the details for later. The woman appeared to share this sentiment, and, brimming with self-assurance, stated, "All right, let us first encircle our prey, and then we shall dispel your magic. Let us conclude this swiftly." Jimmy, witnessing the 4 magicians from the Western Shores gradually encroaching upon them, let out a hearty laugh and exclaimed, "Cloning, your allies have arrived. These fellows across from us must be feeling rather anxious now, haha." Cloning and Casey had sensed the approach of their comrades earlier, yet uncertainty lingered in their hearts. Should a less capable individual arrive, it seemed likely that another life would be lost today. "Well then, you should hold on a little longer." Cloning intended to offer some words of encouragement, but the female magician, coldly smiling, had already begun casting spells alongside her 2 companions. Meanwhile, the Western Shores had also engaged in combat, evidently aware that upon the arrival of reinforcements, delay was not an option. Seizing the treasure and retreating was the priority. Freezing light. A powerful wave of light magic surged forth, aimed directly at Cloning and his companion. The chilling aura that emerged along the path of the beam immediately alerted Casey and Cloning to the severity of the threat. They understood that they must not allow it to find its mark. With Casey on his back, Cloning found it difficult to evade, and even a slight retreat would be too late. In his mind, the core of the Esmeralda calculation was whirling furiously as he hastily conjured protective spells before them. Dark Spirit's Blessing. Blessing of the Underworld. Blessing of the Scarlet Moon. Time was of the essence. After manifesting 3 thick magical shields in rapid succession, the gray-white ray collided with the recently conjured protective barrier. The shield, formed of dark energy, instantaneously froze, and with a series of cracking sounds, the gray-white ray shattered the magical defense, continuing its relentless advance. Clearly not a simple threat, as despair washed over Casey's face. The piercing gray-white ray was firmly intercepted by a pristine white light shield. After a brief standoff, both forces ultimately dissipated simultaneously. Blocked it. The woman was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained her composure, recognizing that anyone capable of reaching this point surely possessed 1 or 2 trump cards. She chuckled, "So it is a faux angel's brooch. Truly, you are quite affluent. However, I wonder how many protective magical items you have left to expend." Cloning's expression darkened to the extreme as he coldly retorted, "Who says I can only defend?" As he spoke, his summoned specter had unexpectedly approached the 3 adversaries, raising its forelimb, and, just as Cloning's words fell, it stomped down fiercely, unleashing a wave of soul fire energy that caused the very ground beneath them to tremble violently. This is the innate magical ability of the skeletal giant bear, a formidable blend of earth and dark magic that induces a stunning effect known as the War Tread. Even though the 3 were enveloped in the radiance of divine protection, they could not withstand the disorienting impact, and seizing this moment, Cloning began to chant his incantation. Eagle of the firmament, Lord of the blood moon, Devourer of souls, manifest. Chapter 54. One walks alone. Cloning bellowed fiercely, taking advantage of the brief moment of disarray among his adversaries. In a mere 3 seconds, a spectral creature, resembling neither lion nor eagle, materialized behind him. Its copper bell-like eyes glared coldly at the trio before it. Its powerful hind legs firmly planted on the ground, forelegs raised, and wings slowly flapping with a formidable strength, as if preparing to charge. As the Light Priest, an arch-nemesis of the undead, naturally recognized this fearsome soul-devouring creature from the realm of the undead. One female 4th-level sorceress cried out in terror, "Frida, it's the soul devourer." The leader, Frida, reprimanded sharply, "Silence. Do you think I wouldn't recognize it? Prepare the purifying light. The soul devourer is a 4th-tier undead. Summoning it requires at least 390 points of mental energy. Once we vanquish this abomination, its threat will be extinguished. Remember, light is the bane of the undead." With that, she produced a black stone from her robe and hurled it forward. Trembling, she uttered, "Devour souls." As her words hung in the air, the poised creature suddenly leaped into the void, halting ominously above Frida and her companions. The ferocious lion's head emitted a silent roar, casting a beam of azure light down upon the three. Aware of the impending peril, they hastened their incantations, and Frida called out, "Purifying light." The surface of the black stone erupted, radiating a blinding brilliance. Meanwhile, the anguished cries of Linda pierced the air as Jimmy lay before her, impaled by several earth spikes, his thighs, chest, and abdomen riddled with wounds, resembling a lamb prepared for roasting, utterly devoid of any unscathed flesh. "Heh, cough, heh. Linda, please don't cry so incessantly. It's unbearable." Jimmy managed to force a smile through his agony. Gazing at Linda, "It seems I shan't see reinforcements. You should try, but if cloning and the others falter as well, then," just as he was about to Connie, though he had achieved a remarkable feat, the magical energy within Suze had suddenly diminished by more than half, which accounted for his pallid complexion. However, he could not afford to display any sign of weakness at that moment. Observing that everyone across from him was watching him warily, Suze took the initiative to declare his identity. "Senior Cloning, can you still hold on? If possible, I would like to assist this friend from the Gene Orin Academy first." Noticing Cloning nodding with great difficulty, Suze understood that his condition was also quite dire. He swiftly approached, severing the magical thorns with precision, and carried the bloody Jimmy to a flat area. Casting a glance at the tearful Linda, he retrieved a vial of fire celery juice from his storage ring, which he had obtained from Andrew, and handed it to her, saying, "Miss, please tend to your friend's wounds first. I shall assist my senior now." Realizing the urgency, Linda promptly grasped the potion and thanked Suze, exclaiming, "Thank you." With that, Suze summoned his flying sword and dashed towards Cloning's side. That moment, both sides were in a stalemate, a dazzling orb of light continuously emitting blinding radiance, dissolving the soul-sucking rays of the undead. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Suze knew precisely what to do. He adeptly maneuvered the flying sword towards the three adversaries, unleashing his magical energy with abandon, increasing the sword's speed by a third, akin to a streak of lightning. Having recently witnessed the sword's might, Frida and her companions dared not allow it to approach. Sensing the impending doom, they began to contemplate retreat. Frida shouted, "This is untenable. Retreat." With that, she severed her mental link to the orb of light, producing a feather-like magical item from her robe. Igniting it with her mental energy, in an instant, she transformed into a beam of light and vanished into the distance. The other two mages, although quick to react, had not anticipated such a rapid turn of events, nor did they foresee Frida abandoning her comrades in the heat of battle. They hesitated for just a moment, and that moment proved to be eternal. In the blink of an eye, a streak of sword light flashed by, resulting in two noble heads rolling to the ground. Devoid of their physical forms, the souls of the two mages could no longer resist and were consequently devoured by the undead, which let out a contented roar before disappearing. Only then did Cloning's body relax, nearly collapsing to the ground, but he was fortunately supported by the ever-reliable Kaisi. The previously inconspicuous two female mages finally sprang into action, each supporting their companion until they regrouped. Under Kaisi's introduction, they became acquainted. However, once the five gathered, their thoughts diverged. Jimmy and his companion remained blissfully unaware of Suze's true level of cultivation, believing that this formidable dark mage of the burial ground had always been so powerful, feeling nothing but envy. Only Kaisi and Cloning were aware that this imposing figure, possessing a mental energy level of 860 points, had been a mere novice mage with only 500 points 3 months prior. Incapable of casting even a second-level spell, Cloning, being a scion of a prestigious family and possessing a profound mindset, merely congratulated him, saying, "I am deeply grateful for your life-saving assistance, Junior Suze." I did not expect that in just 3 months. Your cultivation has advanced yet again. Congratulations, Suze humbly replied. Senior, please do not jest. I am merely fortunate, having encountered a small opportunity that I cannot compare to the solid foundations that all of you have built through years of diligent practice. Kathy chuckled softly and remarked, Junior, you were truly modest, but I must extend my gratitude to you this time. At her side, Jimmy and Linda echoed in unison, Thank you. Upon noticing Jean Oren, Susie was reminded of Hadda. And as he was about to inquire, he recalled Hadda's concealed identity. Thus, he shifted his words, saying, No need for thanks. Since we all have some time to spare, let us begin to divide the spoils. With that, he excitedly rubbed his hands together, beckoning with his fingers to summon the contents from the 6 mage ropes. Most of the items were scattered magical crystals containing replicated knowledge, totaling around 20. Though it remained uncertain whether any contained actual spells, there were no high-grade magical materials to be found, suggesting these individuals were not particularly skilled, having exhausted all their healing potions during the previous battle, leaving only 4 low-tier healing potions, the holy water of the church, to mend physical injuries. The magical stones amounted to merely 50 or so, not all of which were of the 3rd tier. At that moment, Susie grasped the distinction between a B-level magical academy and a C-level one. The commonly used magical stones were not of the same caliber. Where had Susie encountered 4th-tier magical stones in the graveyard? Indeed, it was true. Poverty breeds savagery. After tallying the spoils, Susie expressed his disdain, while Klon and the others, hailing from the graveyard as well, readily concurred with his sentiments. Conversely, Jimmy and his companion felt a flush of embarrassment upon hearing this. Exchanging glances as they realized he was speaking about them, as perceptive as ever, Kathy noticed the expressions of Jimmy and Linda and quickly redirected the conversation, saying, The consumption over these 3 months without resupply must have been substantial. Aside from the quest items found here, there's hardly anything else. Who knows why? In such a dense forest, not a single herb or magical beast could be found. Moreover, without magical rings, the items we could bring with us were limited. Making it quite understandable. Just think about yourself. Don't you find your possessions lacking as well? Before Kathy could finish her thought, she paused, and the others looked at her in confusion, only to see her face flush as she gazed at Susie's right hand, where a storage ring adorned his finger. No wonder she faltered. It turns out this fellow truly possesses a magical ring. The other 3 silently offered their condolences for Kathy's plight, observing Kathy's abrupt silence. Susie inquired, What's wrong, Senior? With a forced smile, Kathy replied, It's nothing, since all appeared well. Susie continued, Shall we proceed to divide the spoils? How about an equal share, as the one with the most authority in the distribution of loot? Susie, being the highest combatant, was responsible for everyone's safety. Furthermore, he was their savior, having beheaded all 6 foes, making it clear that the group could sit here instead of lying down due to Susie's significant contributions. In matters of loot distribution, it is their ingrained mindset that dictates, whether for merit or to curry favor, that the notion of one claiming everything is taken as a given. It is only now that they realize. Kathy and Cloning, the recently acquainted with Susie, had long heard his name from Janet. At that time, they could never fathom why a seemingly talentless low-ranking magician would warrant such attention and effort from the illustrious Janet, whose future appeared boundless. It seems, in retrospect, that this fellow possesses a modicum of charm. Cloning, the proud heir of the county, naturally thought these words insincerely. Meanwhile, Kathy and the others regarded Susie with expressions of astonishment, as if he were an alien. What is it? Is there something amiss with my words? Observing the blank stares directed towards him, Susie inquired, Isn't this fair? No, it is not fair to you, Cloning interjected, not wishing for Susie to harbor resentment once he comprehended the rules of the magical realm. He took it upon himself to clarify, hoping Susie would understand. In truth, it is unfair to both you and me. You must recognize that it was you who saved us. All 6 of them fell by your hand. Thus logically the spoils should belong to you. I merely assisted you in this endeavor, and you ought to compensate me accordingly. Of course, you saved my life, so let us set these matters aside. If you still feel it insufficient, we can provide you recompense later, but under the current circumstances, there is no way to do so. In fact, I say this not because I wish to withdraw from the distribution of spoils, but rather to prevent any future resentment on your part. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Susie glanced at the other 3, noting their expressions of agreement. For a moment, he was at a loss for thoughts. Should he express gratitude for the world's rules being so fair, direct, and even rather stark? He chuckled and replied, Very well, I shall not hold back then. though cloning and the others felt a pang of regret. They breathed a sigh of relief. Susie then tossed 2 vials of holy water to the gravely injured Jimmy. Noting the look of confusion on his face, he shrugged nonchalantly, setting aside that our academies are allies. It would be unthinkable for anyone to begrudge 2 humble healing potions upon encountering a wounded stranger. Moreover, with battles yet ahead, I cannot afford to carry along a cadre of injured individuals. Having experienced the harrowing brush with death, Linda had developed a fondness for Jimmy and, feeling concerned, quickly took the vials of holy water to thank him before attempting to administer them. Although Jimmy had received treatment from Susie's potion, he remained in dire need of healing. However, he paid little attention to the potions so close at hand. Instead, he cast a deep gaze at Susie before solemnly declaring, "Thank you. You are a friend I shall cherish." With that, he drank down both vials of potion and gently pushed Linda aside, settling down to absorb the healing effects. So do I. Cloning first shook his head, then let out a bitter smile as he replied, "I merely suffer from excessive depletion of mental energy. With just 2 third-tier magic stones, I could fully recover. However, as for Kaisi and the others." Chapter 55, Spirit-Eating Grass. Let me explain, he continued. Linda and I each have an immature spirit-eating grass parasitizing within us, which is why our mental energy has diminished so rapidly. As long as there is any mental energy remaining in our bodies, these creatures will exhibit extraordinary vitality, voraciously consuming our mental essence. It seems we would need 400 or 500 third-tier magic stones to satiate them. Kaisi, picking up from Cloning's unfinished thought, spoke with evident bitterness, while Linda's expression also darkened. They both clearly anticipated becoming a burden in the coming days. It was not merely guilt they felt, but also despair. How could a magician devoid of mental energy survive in such an environment? Upon hearing this, Susie suddenly realized, so it's the spirit-eating grass. That explains everything. Encountering it during the tower battle might not be a blessing after all. Under ordinary circumstances, if adequately prepared, accepting the parasitism of the spirit-eating grass could pave a magician's path to future success. It is well known that the spirit-eating grass enhances a magician's capacity to absorb mental energy, accelerates conversion rates, and increases upper limits. This is akin to a dual effect of the renowned soul-cleansing pill and the barrier-breaking pill from Jojo. A true treasure, the spirit-eating grass is quite peculiar, possessing 2 distinct life stages, the plant stage and the animal stage. In its plant form, it is merely grass. Once matured, its cleansing properties dissipate, leaving only its ability to elevate a magician's mental energy ceiling, thereby significantly diminishing its value. Conversely, in its animal form, the spirit-eating grass resembles a nematode, retreating into the nearest flesh and blood organism for self-preservation when threatened, establishing a symbiotic relationship. Furthermore, once startled, the spirit-eating grass rapidly absorbs its host's mental energy to hasten its maturation, which explains why Linda and Kaisi, inhabited by the animal form of the grass, appears so feeble, devoid of any remaining mental energy. However, Susie recalled the legends surrounding the spirit-eating grass and inquired, "Isn't this creature typically found within the veins of magic stone ores? How did you encounter it? Could there be a vein nearby?" "No. It was placed by the jungle guardian within a flower resembling a human face. During our scramble with others, we inadvertently shattered the flower, startling the spirit-eating grass, which then burrowed into us for safety," Kaisi replied, her lips pressed together and eyes reflecting a look of trepidation, clearly not perceiving this as a fortuitous event. The spirit-eating grass survives by consuming mental energy. Yet while everything else is readily available, magic stones are in scarce supply. Her beautiful face appeared somewhat pallid, evoking sympathy. "Oh, that's how it is. This matter isn't of great consequence. You need not be so distressed." Susie, unable to bear Kaisi's expression, quickly offered words of comfort to both her and Linda. Linda, wholly focused on Jimmy, was too preoccupied to think otherwise, while Kaisi could only force a bitter smile and lower her head, resignedly awaiting the moment they could no longer endure the burden she posed and would cast her aside. "Heh, senior, are you jesting about me as well? Here, let me lend each of you 500 level 3 magic stones." That should suffice. As Kaisi lost herself in thought with her head bowed, she heard Susie's cheerful voice. Raising her gaze, she was greeted by Susie's radiant smile and a pile of exactly 1,000 level 3 magic stones beneath him. Even as a dark magic practitioner from the Death God faction, Kaisi's eyes glimmered with moisture, as if witnessing the descent of a celestial angel. A glance at Linda revealed her eyes glistening as well. Seemingly on the verge of tears, clearly, she was quite distressed at the sight. And upon hearing Susie's words, Linda could not help but burst into tears, exclaiming, "Thank you, Susie. You were truly wonderful," although Jimmy's injuries had nearly healed. He tightly shut his eyes at this scene, too afraid to utter a sound. Even Crowling, standing nearby, furrowed his brow, pondering whether this fellow had concealed his strength or if he had encountered some fortuitous event that had enhanced his abilities after entering. Casey stepped forward and gently embraced Susie, whispering, "Of course, I'm deeply moved. Otherwise, why would Linda be crying? She's not afraid of being unable to repay those 500 magic stones." Feeling Susie's rigid body, she couldn't help but chuckle, as if all negative emotions had dissipated in that moment. Leaning closer, she softly remarked, "I initially thought to give you a kiss as a token of gratitude, but seeing you like this, perhaps it's best to forego that." You truly are quite amusing." Despite being a seasoned warrior who rarely faltered in perilous situations, Susie now felt a cold sweat trickling down his back. Utterly uncomfortable, he quickly pleaded, Well, there's really no need for that. We are teammates, after all. It's only to be expected, right, Crowling? Ha ha ha." He forced a few awkward chuckles in an attempt to diffuse the tension, only to find Crowling keeping his eyes shut, bluntly stating, "No, I simply cannot do that. At least not towards Linda." Half a day later, with the aid of 460 level 3 magic stones, Casey and Linda finally managed to induce a temporary dormancy in the saturated spirit grass, subsequently regaining their mental fortitude and combat capabilities. Seizing the opportunity, Susie also sat down to restore his true essence. Although they were in a primitive forest, the elemental energy of the 5 elements was abundant. By the time Susie completed his recovery, night had fallen. Crowling, the first to regain his strength, opted not to start a fire, instead casting a few minor spells for vigilance. The night was quite cold. But fortunately, all of them were peak level 4 magicians, thus able to adapt to the nocturnal environment in terms of both visibility and temperature. Observing Susie's meditative posture and the nature of the energy fluctuations around him, everyone understood that Susie was not a dual practitioner of magic and martial arts, but rather belonged to a different system altogether. However, being astute individuals, they refrained from expressing their curiosity in such circumstances. Once Susie awakened, Crowling was the first to speak. "There are still 18 days until we can exit. I just discussed with Jimmy, and the danger will surely escalate day by day. Therefore, the 5 of us will temporarily form a small team for self-preservation. We can devise further plans once we locate our respective academy teams. What do you think?" Although at this moment, Cloning's cultivation remains the highest among the 5, he still feels compelled to deliberate when facing Susie. Whether due to Susie's formidable strength or his recent actions, Cloning recognizes the merit in showing him respect. "Since everyone has reached a consensus, let us proceed as you suggest. I have no objections." Susie's objective for this journey has been fulfilled, and his only lingering concern is for Jeanette. However, according to Hardy, if everyone is ultimately to be gathered together, it would suffice to wait for her at the destination. The jungle is vast, and aimlessly wandering would not yield results. Observing Susie's acquiescence, Cloning continued, "Very well, it is already dark tonight, and traveling would be inconvenient. Let us resume our search along the Brooch's guidance tomorrow." The contingent from Gene Owen Academy consists of only 2 individuals, placing them at a disadvantage. Thus they have resolved to closely follow the denizens of the burying grounds, deferring entirely to their authority. The relentless escape during the day has left everyone mentally and physically exhausted, teetering on the edge of slumber. Noticing this, Susie voluntarily offered to take on the night watch, allowing everyone to rest and recuperate. The 2 from the burying grounds expressed their gratitude, while Jimmy and his companion, though still unfamiliar with them, nodded in appreciation at Susie's initiative, subsequently wrapping themselves in their mage robes and settling down to sleep. Before long, everyone but Susie succumbed to a deep slumber, only to awaken with the dawn. Once all had risen, Cloning led this makeshift group northward, guided by the sensing brooch and wristbands. Perhaps it was due to all parties traveling in the same direction. But soon Susie and his companions encountered 2 factions of battling mages. Upon approaching, they discerned that one side was the Angel's Wing, led by a golden-haired woman, while the other was a coalition of the Western Shore and the Radiance of the Abyss. However, the situation on the battlefield revealed that the 7 mages of the Angel's Wing had encircled the 2 factions, evidently intent on annihilating them here. This was partly due to the lack of sincere cooperation among the 2 factions, but more significantly attributed to the overwhelming prowess of the golden-haired woman, who was able to dominate the engagement. As Susie and his companions drew near, they immediately aroused the vigilance of both sides. Particularly the Angel's Wing, whose offensive momentum noticeably slowed, clearly wary of any sudden interference. The golden-haired woman paused her assault, regarding Susie and cloning with a serious expression, evidently trying to ascertain who among them was the leader of this faction. One man, although clad in the robes of the radiance of the abyss, bore no sensing ring that would identify him as one of their mages, indicating that he had likely stripped the ring from the corpse of a slain mage. Given his proximity to the two from the burying grounds and the fluctuations in his mental energy, it seemed more probable that he was one of their mages. The mages from the radiance of the abyss also recognized this, thus refraining from calling for help, and even suppressed any hint of resentment, fearing they would be met with further hostility. Conversely, the mages from the western shore, desperate for survival, shouted at Susie and the others. "Friends from the province of Luo, please assist us. We shall be eternally grateful." The moment these words escaped their lips, the tension among the Angel's Wing escalated. Although a blonde woman was in charge, their numbers were significantly fewer, lacking more than double the strength. Should the adversaries intervene, the situation could become dire. Cloning turned to Susie and inquired, "What do you think?" "My stance is to refrain from involvement." The mage from Angel's Wing possesses an astounding mental power of 990 points, possibly even higher, and the treasures they covet are not easily obtained. Among the group, it was likely Jimmy who felt the most anxious, as they held a subordinate position within the team that if a conflict were to erupt, it would undoubtedly be perilous. Avoiding unnecessary battles was, of course, the ideal course of action. Grateful, he cast a glance at Susie and cloning. With Susie's agreement, cloning stepped forward, projecting his voice with a spell towards the blonde mage from a distance, stating, "We are merely passing through. Please continue." After which, they cautiously led the team to circumvent the area. Gradually distancing themselves. It was only then that the blonde woman turned around, coldly gazing at her pallid adversaries, and chillingly declared, "When I commanded you to drop your belongings and leave, you chose to ignore me. Now, none of you shall escape." Aware of their inevitable doom, the mages from Wolverhampton displayed expressions of defiance. One leader, a 4th-level mage with 900 points of mental power, spat bitterly, "If you wish for our demise, you shall accompany us in death." The blonde woman, detecting the tremor of fear in his voice, scoffed, "Is that so?" Following this, a violent clash of magical energies ensued. Chapter 56, Another Sword to Decapitate. Seeking collections and recommendations since encountering that group. Susie and his companions had faced numerous battles over the subsequent 10 days, all occurring in the form of team skirmishes. Rarely seen in the past, noble mages now fought to the death in squads within this desolate forest. The clashes proving to be exceedingly brutal. Fortunately, Susie and his team were not lacking in numbers, nor in strength. All members were 4th-level mages boasting over 800 points. Ordinary teams dared not provoke them. And with their clear objectives, they pressed forward swiftly, avoiding any encounters with burial grounds or members of Gene Owen Academy, thus evading trouble. That on the 6th day, however, they encountered a solitary 4th-level mage from the burial ground. A dark mage named Richie Nala, possessing a mental power of 897 points. Susie's advancement rate was indeed extraordinary, leaving him with minimal knowledge of the Academy's personnel. It was only after listening to Cloning's introduction that he learned that Richie was the foremost expert in the dark arts. According to the information provided to Susie by Cassie in private, this individual was not inferior to mages of over 900 points from other schools, as he practiced the most enigmatic form of magic, cursed spirit magic. Just how mysterious was it? When Cassie described cursed spirit magic, she could only use the terms curse and word spirit to characterize it. In the realm of magic, the more enigmatic the art, the more powerful it becomes. No wonder Richie dared to travel alone. While the concept of curse magic was readily comprehensible, Susie found himself perplexed by word spirit magic. However, recognizing that it pertained to their respective secrets of cultivation, he refrained from probing further out of curiosity. As the team swelled to 6 members, their overall approach remained largely unchanged. Rich remained rather reticent, seemingly lost in a trance-like state. Meanwhile, the 2 women, Kathy and Linda, found common ground for conversation, and Susie and Jimmy developed a particularly strong rapport. With the addition of cloning, the 3 occasionally exchanged stories of their respective experiences, alleviating the monotony of their journey. On the 2nd day following Rich's induction, marking the 8th day since their formation, the sextet encountered the 2nd squad from the Wings of Angels, a 4-member team led by an Earth Mage with an impressive mental strength of 930 points. This group boasted a perfectly balanced combination of water, earth, fire and wind mages, 2 men and 2 women, each exceeding a cultivation level of 900 points. The formation they displayed suggested the use of combination magic. This was troublesome. No wonder they dared to confront us with only 4 members. Cloning's expression turned grave, filled with apprehension towards their opponent's synergy. In a mage's team battle, the most formidable threat arises from a complete quartet of elemental mages. Not solely due to their combined offensive and defensive capabilities, but also because the layering of 4 elemental magics can exponentially amplify their power, which is particularly vexing that if we can't hold our ground, we should make a hasty retreat. They surely won't be able to stop us if we decide to flee, Cloning contemplated, ultimately resolving that discretion was the better part of valor. At this critical juncture, those who survived would undoubtedly reap substantial rewards. There was no need to engage in reckless gambles that could lead to unnecessary demise. Susie and the others were quite agreeable, while the recently joined Rich remained an enigma. Having had minimal prior exposure at the academy, fearing that Rich might be overly proud, Cloning added a warning. The eagle does not peck at the bones of the dead. There was no need to squander their mental energy foolishly. Rich nodded in agreement. The opposing team approached swiftly. They had sensed that among their ranks, there was not a single mage with mental strength exceeding 900 points, clearly indicating they were easy prey. Thus, they boldly advanced to intercept Susie and his companions. The adversaries were equally taciturn, and before either side could exchange words, a massive fireball hurtled toward them, propelled by a fierce wind, evidently enhanced by wind magic. Its power was extraordinary. Jimmy responded with a surge of mental energy, detonating the airborne fireball mid-flight. Susie conjured a thin protective water barrier in front of the group, shielding them from the ensuing flames, easily neutralizing the first wave of the Angels' assault. At that moment, Rich cast a discreet glance at Susie, as if sensing something unusual. The 4 opponents did not assume that a mere fireball would suffice to vanquish their foes. Exchanging glances, they began to position themselves, preparing for the formal commencement of battle. Cloning promptly summoned his skeletal ally, and with a resounding thud, a Lord-class skeletal bear materialized in the main realm. Despite being nothing but bones, the skeletal bear let out a silent roar before charging towards the 4 mages, its momentum suggesting that any collision would be lethal or injurious, not to mention its even more terrifying innate magic. War tread, with the elements in harmony, it unleashed a chilling gust of bone-chilling sand. Rock Guardian. In the blink of an eye, the 4 members of the Angels' Wing devised a strategy to confront the oncoming skeletal giant bear, using equally cumbersome rock sentinels to prevent it from approaching them. Meanwhile, the crystalline blue bone-chilling sand swept towards Cloning and the others. Although they appeared unremarkable, Cloning and his companions dared not underestimate them. In an instant, Linda erected a wall of piercing cold ice before the group in an attempt to fend off the assault. Yet the moment the ice wall came into contact with the azure gusts, it was shattered into fragments, and the relentless winds continued to advance towards them. Observing this, Cloning swiftly unleashed both the blessing of the underworld and the blessing of the crimson moon, barely managing to hold the onslaught at bay. Seeing the dire situation, Susie remarked, "This is unsustainable. I possess no combat prowess. Perhaps I should lead Linda and Kaisi away. That if we disperse, we are bound to escape. Surely, they cannot split up as well." His words, laced with a hint of cowardice, were spoken softly, yet resonated clearly among all present. The mages of Angels' Wing initially scoffed at his suggestion, but soon began to ponder the implications seriously. What if they did indeed flee separately? Cloning immediately grasped the essence of Susie's words. If they remained united, their combined elemental defenses would be formidable, rendering Susie's advantages moot. Only by causing the enemy to become isolated could Susie seize the opportunity to strike. Thus, he nodded in agreement. "Very well. We 3 will cover your retreat. You should depart first." With that, he exchanged glances with the remaining 4. Jimmy understood the plan and nodded in affirmation, while Richie, though puzzled, did not voice any objections. However, Linda was about to protest when Kaisi swiftly covered her mouth, insisting, "A woman should heed a man's counsel. It can only be wise." The 4 mages of Angels' Wing found themselves in a quandary. One female mage inquired, "What should we do? Who shall we pursue?" She gestured towards the wind and fire mages, indicating they should chase after Susie and the others. Clearly, they were a well-coordinated team, at the command of the Earth Mage. Their formation immediately dispersed. The Wind Mage cast a spell upon the 2, bestowing speed, and they surged forward in pursuit of Susie and his companions, evidently disregarding their own stamina in a bid for swift resolution. Suddenly, They halted, summoning a flying sword from their core. With a soft chime, Cole was summoned from the realm of the undead to the pursuing adversaries. His action seemed a desperate measure in the face of imminent capture. As the two approaching mages exchanged knowing glances, they noted the mirth in each other's eyes. Did they truly intend to engage with a 7th-level undead? They could not help but wonder if Susie's fighting spirit had reached the pinnacle of the king of fighters. A torrent of magical energy surged within Susie as he raised the flying sword, hurling it like a javelin towards the two. In response, Cole, bolstered by Susie's magic, charged towards them as well, clearly intent on closing the distance. Meanwhile, Kaisi and Linda unleashed their own spells, akin to a cornered beast fighting for survival. The two mages, observing the unfolding scene, felt a sense of disdain wash over them. They pressed on without pause. Reluctant to cast even a protective spell, merely conjuring a wind wall in the direction of the incoming sword, then disregarding it entirely. Instead, they focused intently on the trio, drawing ever closer, each preparing a lethal spell. Unwilling to squander even a moment, with a sharp sound, the flying sword, under Susie's mental control and bolstered by his substantial expenditure of magical energy, achieved an extraordinary speed and formidable penetration capability. In an instant, even the prepared Kaisi and her companion were caught unawares, as the enemy's head was already severed. The terrifying prowess of the Gyojou flying sword was indeed remarkable, even in their final moments. The two 4th-level magicians retained a glimmer of amusement in their eyes. Chapter 57. A dire situation. Before he could make another move, Rich invoked a mysterious incantation to support cloning and Jimmy. Following Rich's instructions, the two prepared their lethal spells. Suddenly, Rich raised his hand and pointed at the water magician, and to their astonishment, a faint black mist had begun to swirl around them, transforming into chains that bound them tightly. No amount of struggle would prove effective. Seizing the opportunity, cloning chanted for 3 seconds before summoning a torrent of disdain, unleashing a blue light that enveloped both of them. Meanwhile, Jimmy shouted, erupting magma. A red glow emanated from the ground beneath them, and a surge of scalding lava erupted from the depths. The water magician, witnessing this, struggled against the soul-binding rays while simultaneously preparing to cast a counter-dash spell. At that moment, Rich's eyes flickered with arcane symbols as he calmly uttered, mental stasis. Is this the end? What a sharp spell, though it seems to demand a considerable toll. Before Suze could reach the battlefield, he found that the confrontation had already concluded. What he found most daunting was the black chains that Rich had conjured, capable of ensnaring foes and disturbing their very minds. Indeed, the incantation magic lived up to its formidable reputation. However, Rich's somewhat pale complexion indicated that this spell had exacted a significant cost. Next came the division of spoils. Suze initially intended to share the 4 Fallen's possessions equally among the group, yet Linda and Kaisi adamantly refused, claiming they had not contributed. The others echoed their sentiments, leaving him with no choice but to relent. Since these 4 individuals could only be defeated through their combined efforts, how about we each select one? When it came time for allocation, cloning took charge, stating, Suze, you personally dispatch 2 foes, so you choose first. Rich, you go second. Jimmy, third. And I shall take the last pick. Given that the 4 magicians were part of a team, their wealth should be relatively comparable. Thus, cloning feigned generosity by placing himself last to demonstrate his lack of selfishness. There were no objections to this distribution, and so Suze began. Noting that there were neither dark magicians nor swordsmanship experts among them, he casually selected the belongings of the water magician to inspect. The others watched him in astonishment. After all, the earth magician had been the leader, and his possessions should have been more substantial. They could not fathom why Suze chose otherwise. However, since Suze willingly relinquished the earth magician's belongings, Rich seized the opportunity without hesitation. Subsequently, Jimmy chose the fire magician, whose attributes aligned with his own, while cloning claimed the wind magician's possessions. Suze discovered that within the inner pocket of the mage's robe, there were only 20 to 30 magical stones, suggesting that the second-tier magical academy utilized 3rd-level magical stones, and thus there were no 4th-level stones present. Yet, there is no shortage of magical crystals. She alone possesses around 30, and one can only surmise that others have even more, truly befitting those engaged in the business of cutting paths for magical materials. There are merely 1 or 2 items, consisting of some ordinary low-tier level 3 materials, which scarcely meet the criteria for level 3 water-based components. It is a mystery why Andrew's magical ring is filled with so many exquisite items while these brigands remain in utter poverty. Susie occasionally muses over the peculiarities of the jungle messengers, Why do they release such second-tier magical materials as the Shadow Tree core yet refuse to part with a few more valuable third-tier materials? Or even magical artifacts? Surely, they can discern the weight of value between the two. However, the final item within the mage's robe, a sapphire necklace, is indeed a remarkable find, a quality spell container, judging by its attributes. It appears to be water-based, likely worn around the neck by its previous owner, and subsequently placed into the inner pocket of the robe by cloning and others after the owner's demise. A spell container refers to a magical item capable of storing spells to be unleashed instantaneously during combat. While it is true that most individuals can cast spells instantly upon reaching the rank of a third-tier mage, this is typically limited to lower-tier spells, first and second tier, which have minimal consumption. Even a third-tier spell with moderate consumption can be cast instantaneously, but when it comes to fourth-tier or higher spells, they are akin to ultimate techniques for lower-tier mages due to their significant energy expenditure and prolonged casting time, requiring the right moment to turn the tide of battle. However, with a spell container, the scenario changes. One can store powerful yet difficult-to-cast spells in advance, allowing for instantaneous casting at critical moments, catching opponents off guard. Due to the differing magical energy fluctuations of varying schools, spell containers are constructed with distinct prohibitions based on their respective types. This item holds considerable value. Alas, it is not of the dark affinity. Had it been, it would have been perfect for Susie. Observing the expressions of others, all adorned with joy and their robes bulging with spoils, it was evident they had made quite the haul. He placed all items into his storage ring, leaving behind the necklace. Casting a glance at Linda, who stood beside Jimmy, equally radiant with delight, he called out and tossed the necklace towards her. "Linda, catch." Linda instinctively raised her hand to catch it, only to be taken aback once she discerned the nature of the item being thrown. Staring at Susie in astonishment, she exclaimed, "Is this not for me? But why? Such a precious item. Why would you give it to me?" Clearly, she was astounded by the value of this spell container, initially shocked, then repeatedly refusing it. Coming from a Tier 3 academy, she was acutely aware of the worth of such items. And even Richie, the most formidable member of their group, possessed none. The significance of this item was evident. However valuable an item may be, if it cannot be utilized, it amounts to naught. I am a dark mage after all. Are you suggesting I use it to store a water ball spell? In these extraordinary times, enhancing everyone's strength is of paramount importance, is it not? Suze chuckled and remarked that his repertoire of spells was rather limited, and he had yet to master even a single second-level incantation. Even if he possessed a container for dark magic spells, it would be of little practical use. It would be far more beneficial to utilize it to bolster his comrade's strength, as survival was of paramount importance. Of course, if you feel any remorse about this, you could always repay me with a few more magic stones later. Upon hearing this, Linda expressed her gratitude before accepting the offer, and Jimmy responded with a beaming smile, exclaiming, "Haha, no problem. Thank you, Suze." Suze laughed heartily and shifted the conversation to other topics. Observing this, Kaisi displayed a fleeting look of envy, which she quickly masked, seamlessly joining the discussion. Ever since encountering Suze, cloning had experienced a profound upheaval in his worldview, thus rendering him unperturbed by the unfolding events. Meanwhile, Richie, filled with curiosity, cautiously scrutinized Suze from the sidelines, his occasional puzzled glances betraying his inability to comprehend such behavior. After a brief respite, the group set off once more, traversing the undulating mountainous terrain. As they progressed, they encountered an increasing number of individuals, having met 5 or 6 groups of mages from other provinces along the way. These mages traveled in clusters of 3 to 5, their chest insignias flashing incessantly, indicating that they had become quite concentrated in number. Their wristbands also glimmered, yet there was no sign of others from Luo province. When 2 teams crossed paths, they maintained a respectful distance, and even when marking items, the teams would simply take them if they had traversed that route. None dared to stray from their paths to engage with other groups. Clearly understanding that such actions would only benefit the remaining parties present, Suze's 6-member team was paralleling 3 other groups. To their left was a 10-member team from the Radiant Shadow, with an average mental acuity of approximately 840 points. To their right were 2 groups, one consisting of 14 members from the Western Shore, averaging 820 points in mental acuity, and the other comprising 11 members from Angel's Wing and the Light Plaza, with an average of 860 points. Although fewer in number, Suze's team boasted a commendable average mental acuity of around 860 points, indicating considerable strength on paper. However, The individuals from the western shore were evidently feeling the pressure from Angel's Wing and the Light Plaza. Closely adhering to the side of Luo province, the members of Radiant Shadow occasionally cast glances in their direction, and it seemed that had it not been for Su Zhe's intervention, they would have long since merged with the Radiant Shadow team. As the four teams advanced in unison, Su Zhe's group found themselves in a rather precarious situation. Despite their individual prowess, their smaller numbers necessitated a cautious and prudent approach, avoiding any unnecessary actions. However, should the individuals on either side attempt to converge, cloning and the others were prepared to present a formidable front, deterred from allowing such an alliance. After all, if two teams were to merge, the province of Woolhampton would undoubtedly emerge as the strongest among the three factions. Even if they were to allocate some members to defend Angel's Wing, it would not be impossible for them to muster the majority of their strength to encircle the members of Luo province. Thus, cloning consistently asserted his stance. This path is impassable. The leader of Angel's Wing appeared to be a woman with a penchant for mischief, as she led her team in a manner that frequently pressed towards the western shore, signaling their intentions and compelling the western shore to inch closer to Luo province. As the moment approached when cloning and her companions signaled with a series of minor enchantments that both sides were preparing to engage. She burst into laughter and retreated with her entourage, leaving the people of the western shores and Lu province in a state of considerable anxiety. Yet, she found delight in this game, orchestrating parallel formations for 3 consecutive days, leading to this spectacle occurring dozens of times. This relentless provocation not only fueled the ire of the western shore's inhabitants but also steadily eroded their patience, making an explosion of conflict inevitable. Su Zhe and his companions observed keenly, heightening their vigilance, taking turns to stand night watch to ensure that their team remained in peak condition. The stalemate was finally shattered on the 4th day. Just as the Swinzi team pressed against the western shores once more, 2 formidable waves of magical energy surged from behind. The Swinzi faction, originally taunting the western shores, halted their actions as their wristbands began to flicker rapidly, indicating the approach of allies from the Wings of Angels. But it was not only the Wings of Angels. The wristbands of the Light Plaza and the Twilight Light also glimmered, signifying the presence of mages from all 4 academies among the approaching individuals. Thus, the leading woman commanded, "Halt and prepare to assist. Ignore them for now." The inhabitants of the western shores and the Twilight Light responded in kind. In stark contrast, the 6 from Lu province found their wristbands flickering slowly, clearly indicating that their reinforcements were still far off. A brief exchange of glances between Su Zhe and his companions led to a unanimous decision. Retreat was the most prudent course of action in such precarious circumstances, for the unfolding events remained uncertain. Regrettably, as they hastened to escape, a sudden earth spike obstructed their path, its warning unmistakable. Cloning glared at the individuals from the Twilight Light and coldly inquired, "What is the meaning of this?" The leader of the Twilight Light, a portly man with a menacing expression, replied, "What could it possibly mean? Naturally, it signifies our intent to prevent your departure. I imagine these past few days of defending have been quite arduous for you. Now, we shall switch roles. Let us see how amusing it is to intercept others." With that, nearly all members of the Wolverhampton team focused their mental energy on Su Zhe and his 5 companions, while even the distant Swinzi team subtly sensed the tension, indicating a resolute intention to detain them, planning to consume this small squad once their forces converged at AS, for which faction would ultimately claim the spoils. That would depend on their respective capabilities, but it was evident that Lu province was destined to play the role of the tempting prize. Su Zhe and his companions wore grave expressions. The situation had escalated into a precarious crisis. Chapter 58. Convergence. Now that their forces have yet to merge, let us make our escape, Jimmy urged Cloning and the others. The resistance we face now is merely a minor inconvenience. Once they are fully assembled, we will truly become the meat in the pot. Cloning squinted in contemplation as she surveyed the rear. Not necessarily. They are intent on detaining us. If we make a move, we will certainly face a pincer attack from both sides. The Wings of Angels may also intervene. The current commotion resembles that of a pursuit. Such a ruckus cannot simply be a cordial gathering. I propose we do as they do and wait, regardless of who is pursuing whom. As long as animosity draws them into confrontation, we can exploit that. Furthermore, she glanced at the 3 teams, raising her voice in a cautionary tone. Should anyone strike first, we shall retaliate against that individual alone, regardless of who else is present, until the bitter end. I am eager to witness who among you would dare to be the first to don the attire of another. With this proclamation, Cloning cast a fierce glance at the individuals on either side, the intensity of his gaze momentarily halting their breaths, leaving no one bold enough to further provoke enmity. It was only then that Cloning turned his inquiring eyes towards the group, particularly fixating on Susie, Richie, and Jimmy, the four males among them possessing the highest prowess in magic. Their opinions were thus of paramount importance. Susie found himself at a loss for solutions, yet he expressed his agreement with Cloning's sentiments. The peril of retreating now loomed large, as they risked being besieged by three parties. Although the circumstances might worsen shortly, under the current predicament, the opposition would inevitably engage. Moreover, their side was not akin to a defenseless peach, but rather a band of warriors wielding sharp blades. It sufficed to let the enemy understand that even in death, they would take a foe down with them. Richie remained his usual taciturn self, yet nodded in assent, a sentiment echoed by the two women. Observing this, Jimmy reluctantly acquiesced with a nod. Very well, let us bide our time. Whether the balance of power favored neither side, nor one was at a disadvantage. It was advantageous for the weakest among them. After all, they were not particularly feeble, and Susie harbored confidence in his ability to slay 2 or 3 foes. With these words, Cloning sought to reassure the group. The others felt a shiver run through them. A 4th-level magician was no mere cabbage to be dispatched at will. The 4 mages of the Angel's Wing, whom Susie and his comrades had vanquished days prior, had fallen due to their unpreparedness, and had the confrontation been a true one-on-one, Susie, a mere 1st-level magician, would have met a grim fate. Only Richie among the assembly dared to utter similar bravado, though he remained lost in thought, unresponsive. As the discussions unfolded, the figures from behind finally emerged into the line of sight of the 3 factions. There were 23 in total. The fleeing group comprised of the Light of Yin and Yang and the Western Shores, totaling 15 individuals. Susie even recognized a few familiar faces, recalling them as members of a 10-man squad that had been ambushed by the Angel's Wing 5 days ago. Alas, only 2 or 3 of them remained in this current assembly, the rest having perished in that encounter, leaving only 3 to escape in search of allies. Yet they could not elude the fate of being pursued. Upon spotting their comrades, the fleeing individuals erupted in joy, eager to rush towards their respective squads. Caught between the factions, the beleaguered group of 15 swiftly splintered, each casting spells as they made for their own teams. Observing this, Cloning scoffed lightly, "Fools. The current situation is that the Graveyard of Bones and Gene Orin Academy have but 6 members. The Angel's Wing and Radiant Square have swelled to 19, bolstered by a formidable blonde woman at the helm, making Swinsy's faction the most powerful. The Western Shores has risen to 22, boasting the largest number. Yet the highest mental capacity among them only reaches a mere 900 points, lacking any true experts, while the Light of Yin and Yang has only added 4, bringing their total to 14. Thus, the current situation finds the Angel's Wings firmly entrenched, while the combined might of the Western Shores and the Light of Life, despite their formidable strength, is hindered by the relatively weaker yet formidable Burial Ground and Genorn. Consequently, they are hesitant to engage in conflict and forcibly merge their forces, as the Angel's Wings would not allow them to consolidate their power without repercussions. At this juncture, the standoff persists, with all 4 factions immobilized. After a brief moment, the rotund man, who had previously spoken, called out to the Western Shores team, "You have 22 members. Can you not first withstand the onslaught of Swinsy? We will eliminate Laitemi and then come to your aid." A moment of mental paralysis ensued. Even his impressive psychic prowess of 890 points could not shield him from the enigmatic force of those words. Following a fleeting moment of daze, a flash of light erupted, severing a head from its body, which collapsed lifelessly to the ground, blood gushing forth. It was only then that the mages on the battlefield began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. Hastily erecting protective spells and extending their psychic energy around themselves. Observing this, Suze realized the peril and urgently requested Rich to coordinate with his ambush spell, resulting in the earlier spectacle. Though perilous, as a slight misstep could have ignited a brawl between the two sides, Suze and Rich's maneuver ultimately quelled the restless light of life, averting a fierce clash. However, this stalemate could not persist indefinitely. Suze had relied on the element of surprise, and now that the opposing team was on high alert, the same tactics would prove ineffective. Given these developments, the Angel's Wings could not remain oblivious. The blonde woman had initially intended to advance as soon as their adversaries made a move, yet the sudden upheaval followed by an eerie silence perplexed her. Positioned at a distance, she was unaware of the unfolding events and, despite her formidable abilities, refrained from recklessly probing with her psychic energy. Thus, the four teams, each with their unique thoughts, fell into an uncanny state of suspension once more. Nevertheless, it was certain that as each faction grew stronger, this impasse would inevitably shatter, and should Suze's group remain without reinforcements, they would merely serve as appetizers. 2 days passed, and with both Wolverhampton and Swansea bolstered by dozens of new members, the two teams from Wolverhampton resolved to once again encircle Laitemi. This time, it was clear that confrontation was unavoidable, and the outcome remained uncertain. However, I must express that the days spent with everyone have been truly joyous, and I feel privileged to have met you all. Facing the encroaching Light of Life team, Suze smiled with nonchalance, devoid of any fear, and sincerely addressed the other five. It is indeed premature to speak thus. Excessive sentimentality can be rather pretentious. Upon hearing these words, regardless of their current actions, the others silently concurred. Meanwhile, the special magic of the Light of Life, the ice arrow, began to rain down upon them in a dense flurry. At that moment, the rings of Georn and the mages from the burial ground began to shimmer frantically, prompting Kaisi to exclaim with delight, "You see, it is still too early to make such declarations. Excessive emotion is merely overdramatic." Upon hearing this, Susie and Jimmy burst into laughter, as everyone began to cast protective spells to fend off the ice arrows that in the background. A contingent of 30 individuals emerged at the edge of their vision. Rapidly approaching. Chapter 59. Before the final battle, the members of the Light and Dark faction, upon witnessing this, had no choice but to retreat. After a volley of magical arrows, they withdrew, aware that reinforcements from Luosheng were imminent. They lacked the confidence to swiftly eliminate the 6 individuals and thus feigned indifference as they retreated. Among the group were mages from both academies, with the Graveyard of Bones boasting a larger number of 16. While the remainder consisted of members from Georn Academy. To Susie's concern, Jeanette was among them, as was Hardy, who had disguised himself with a pockmarked face, brimming with vitality, presumably having consumed the 2 bloody fruits Susie had provided. However, he did not greet Susie. They merely exchanged a glance before resuming silence, prompting Susie to do the same. Upon the merging of the two teams, they instantly became the most formidable force on the field. Disregarding the expressions of the opposing factions, the most powerful among the Graveyard of Bones were Julia Pansy of the Earth Element, with a mental strength of 960 points, and Wayne Jeffrey of the Water Element, with 900 points. Conversely, Georn Academy boasted even more formidable talents at that moment, including the Water Mage Eudora Walton with 950 points, the Fire Mage Rowan Bigu with 960 points, and Natasha Wells with 957 points of mental strength. Nevertheless, the leaders remained Julia and Wayne, with Richie added to their ranks after the convergence, though he was perpetually silent and lacked presence, with their numbers bolstered. The Luosheng contingent no longer felt the need to consider the expressions of others. It seemed that Julia and the others had previously conferred, as they addressed Richie and Cloning, saying, "Let us proceed directly to the battlefield, without concern for them." Susie smiled and replied, "Very well. After all, we are all on the same team. It's not as if we will lose sight of each other. There is no rush regarding the magical stones. I can only claim 6 level 3 magical stones a month. Can you acquire more than I? I hardly need them at the moment, so there is no urgency. If anyone should return them, it should be senior sister Kaisi. I just learned she is quite affluent." During a recent conversation, Kaisi had casually mentioned her surname, revealing that she belonged to the prestigious Daeton family, one of the foremost noble families in Luosheng. Thus Susie jested accordingly. Kaisi chuckled in response. "No problem. That's just pocket change." Laughter erupted among the crowd, and they returned to their respective formations. As Susie turned, he spotted the long-missed Jeanette standing behind him. She had changed significantly after months of life-and-death battles. However, upon seeing Susie, her previously aloof demeanor transformed into a sweet smile, resembling the girl next door, as she stood quietly behind him. Susie, filled with joy at the sight of Jeanette after months apart, felt a wave of affection that in the past, lengthy periods of seclusion would pass, without such feelings. Yet now, after just over 3 months of separation, he found himself deeply concerned. "Little Jan, it's been so long." He rushed over with a hearty laugh and embraced Jeanette, exuding an exuberance that was palpable. The surrounding wizards, none of whom belonged to the dark arts, were taken aback, pondering the audacity of this individual who dared to act so brazenly. After all, Jeanette was a disciple of Vice Director Akison, known for her cold demeanor even towards Wayne Jeffrey, whom she would dismiss with a 1,000-mile stare. Now, She was being embraced by a wizard with a mere 860 points of mental energy. This fellow was undoubtedly courting disaster. Ha ha, I'm a bit too excited. My apologies, Susie chuckled awkwardly, scratching the back of his head at that moment. The procession was halted abruptly by Susie's embrace. Wayne, who had been engaged in lively conversation with Eudora and Rowan from Genon Academy, abruptly lost his jovial demeanor, muttering something to them before striding over with a few companions. A spectacle was about to unfold. The onlookers, whether from the burial grounds or Genon's wizards, were no fools. They quickly parted to create a pathway, their expressions betraying an eagerness to witness the unfolding drama. Over the past 10 days since the formation of the group, Wayne's attentiveness towards Jeanette had been evident to all. Yet he had been met with her frigid indifference. Now, witnessing Jeanette display such demure affection towards another man, it was inevitable that the proud Wayne would feel a surge of indignation. Hey, Jeanette, who is this junior of yours? Could you introduce him? Wayne, a water-type wizard, was unaware of the relationship between Susie and Jeanette. Only Cronin and Cassie understood, but they would never divulge such information at this juncture, in the face of Wayne's persistent flattery. Jeanette, though always cool towards him, felt no desire to maintain her haughty demeanor with Susie present. Thus, she smiled for the first time and introduced, "This is our dark arts student, my good friend Susie." Such a sweet smile, however, transformed in Wayne's eyes into a blatant mockery, rendering his once bright smile somewhat strained. Hearing Jeanette's introduction, Susie politely greeted everyone, expressing his gratitude in a tone reminiscent of Jeanette's elder brother. "It is a pleasure to meet all of you. Seniors, thank you for taking such good care of Jeanette these past few days." Yet, this sincere gratitude struck Wayne as harshly discordant, causing the forced smile on his face to falter, and he let out a cold snort. Choosing not to respond. With so many people present, one could not afford to be too overt in their actions, lest it mar the faces of all involved. Julia, with a knowing smile, remarked, "It is only right that we care for Jeanette. But what gives you the right to thank us on her behalf, Junior?" Jeanette, however, showed no signs of retracting her smile. Having spent so many years together, she knew Susie's character all too well. His omission of the term friends already signified her significant place in his heart. And sometimes, action spoke far louder than words. With this thought, Jeanette's smile only brightened. Julia, evidently not receiving the response she had hoped for, felt as if she had been choked, casting a sympathetic glance at Wayne before dropping the subject. To be bested by a fool was indeed a lamentable fate. The topic was concluded by Susie, and the invisible war was dissipated before it had even commenced. A group of mages cast reluctant glances at Susie, their eyes brimming with questions, yet unfortunately, no one could provide answers. Following this interlude, Jeanette chose to remain with Susie and the team, while Wayne and Julia, along with Jan Oren and his 3 companions, took the lead ahead. As they progressed towards the end, the likelihood of unexpected events diminished, for due to the sensing brooch, all had begun to congregate, ensuring that by merely moving forward, they would inevitably encounter either allies or adversaries along the way. Richie, upon Wayne's invitation to join the leadership group, did not even ponder the offer before shaking his head in refusal, opting instead to stay with Susie and the others. Jimmy frequently approached Susie for conversation, as both teams were situated in proximity. However, Hardy remained isolated within Jan Oren Academy's group, silent and seemingly preoccupied, which was a common phenomenon among the entire team, given the prevailing tension and the fact that they were not mages of the same discipline, resulting in limited interaction. The other 3 teams advanced alongside the group from Luo Province, wary of falling behind and becoming targets for ambush. Thus, they journeyed for 3 days, with 4 days remaining until the conclusion of the tower seizure battle. Eventually, the 4 teams, comprising 91 individuals, reached the final location indicated by the sensing brooch, which was an unobstructed elevated area, more precisely a flattened hilltop. The situation atop the elevation was obscured from view due to a veil of green mist, while below, several figures lingered on the surrounding hills, each remaining apart and refraining from ascending, indicating that the mist was not merely a simple phenomenon. When the 4 teams simultaneously arrived near the elevated hill, they witnessed all the brooches autonomously flying out to converge, transforming into a sphere of azure light that plunged into the green mist. As the mist dissipated, the spectators on the considerably higher hill could clearly see dozens of magical crystals haphazardly arranged, among which 5 orbs radiated with various colors. Additionally, there lay a gray cloak, a staff embellished with gemstones the size of a thumb, and a neatly bound parchment scroll. Clearly, the items brought to this final battleground were far from ordinary. Particularly the last three, whose value was extraordinary and capable of inciting madness at this moment. Among the 4 teams, 3 provinces, and 6 magical academies, nearly everyone could feel their hearts racing, driven by the greed within. Ultimately, 22 individuals from the wings of angels were present, 5 of whom possessed a mental strength exceeding 900 points. The light squares suffered significant losses, with only 12 individuals reaching this point, and merely 2 with mental strength above 900 points. The Shadow Light had 18 members, again with only 2 exceeding 900 points. The Western Shore had 20 individuals, but only 1 with a mental strength above 900, whereas Jan Oren Academy had 17 members, 4 of whom surpassed the 900-point threshold, including a fire mage who had arrived here. First, 19 individuals have ultimately arrived at the final resting place, yet only 2 possessed the formidable mental prowess of 900 points, namely Julia and Wayne. As for Andrew, he had long since met his demise at the hands of Susie. Overall, the team from Wolverhampton boasts a numerical advantage, whereas the contingents from Los Angeles and Swansea excel in skill. Moreover, they find themselves divided by the forces of Los Angeles, further diminishing their collective strength. At the moment of stalemate, the individuals from the resting place conferred with those from Jean Owen Academy, and soon Wayne stepped forward to address the teams on the other peaks, proclaiming, "Do you intend to remain at an impasse indefinitely, or shall we deliberate on how to allocate the treasures above?" Chapter 60. The Candidates. What are your thoughts? Please share them. The voice belonged to a golden-haired woman from Angel's Wing, whose impressive mental acuity of 990 points undeniably established her as the leader of that faction. Wayne, regaining his composure, smiled slightly and inquired, "I am Wayne Jeffrey. Might I inquire your esteemed name?" "Miss Violet Edith," the golden-haired woman replied curtly, her gaze fixed coldly upon Wayne, awaiting his subsequent words. "The space atop the mountain is limited, and with so many of us, should we all rush in unison, the casualties would be catastrophic. Moreover, in the midst of battle, we risk damaging these magical artifacts, which would be a grave miscalculation." Wayne articulated his thoughts, inclining his body slightly. "What do you think?" The lovely Miss Edith. Not only Violet, but all present silently nodded in agreement, setting aside the willingness to engage in chaos at this critical juncture. The prospect of leaving empty-handed was indeed a heart-wrenching thought. After all, this matter pertained to the rewards of the Academy and the department, transcending mere treasure hunting and violence. Everyone harbored the intention of preserving their lives before seeking riches. Reluctant to act recklessly, Violet, non-committal yet acknowledging his perspective, nodded and succinctly replied, "And so, therefore, would it not be prudent for each of us to designate one representative to ascend, allowing us to collectively claim the treasures? This way, we avoid conflict that could disrupt our harmonious state while still reaping the benefits. Does this not sound agreeable?" Upon hearing Wayne's proposal, it garnered the consensus of the majority, especially the mages from all the C-grade magical academies present, who nodded in agreement. Observing this, Wayne's expression blossomed into a satisfied smile. However, a fleeting shadow crossed his gaze as it swept over a particular area. The quantity of magical crystals, whether one more or one less, was inconsequential. But what of the 5 items encased in the light and the final 3 treasures? With 6 teams in contention, how would they be apportioned? Violet's expression shifted, her tone laced with sarcasm as she remarked, "Are we to allocate the treasures based on numbers? Or shall it be according to the count of those who have achieved a mental prowess of over 900 points? The Angel's Wing and Western Shore factions boasted the largest numbers, followed closely by the resting place. Yet, in terms of individuals with 900 points, Angel's Wing led once more, while the resting place could only tie with Western Shore for 3rd place, according to Vailite. During the second round of allocation, it seemed that the graveyard would never be included, which could be considered a case of Wayne inadvertently bringing misfortune upon himself, as his smile gradually faded. He then heard Vailite continue, "Therefore, it would be preferable for each academy to send forth a few individuals to engage in gladiatorial combat. Those who emerge victorious would naturally earn the right to ascend the mountain and claim the treasures. In this manner, no one need fight to the death, yet everyone could reap a greater share of the spoils." Vailite's proposition carried a distinct air of arrogance, as both her personal prowess and the number of high-level spiritual practitioners present placed the Wings of Angels in an overwhelmingly advantageous position, with only the students of Jean Oren Academy able to contend with them. Consequently, her suggestion faced near-universal opposition. The Vailite's countenance darkened, and her tone grew increasingly frigid. exuding palpable impatience. Do you truly consider yourselves magicians if you wish to reap benefits while fearing death? If that is the case, let us engage in direct combat. Ultimately, under the looming threat of conflict from the wings of angels, the remaining 3 teams were compelled to acquiesce to her proposal. However, as a B-grade academy, the graveyard was undeterred by the opposition. After conferring with his companions, Wayne proposed that the magical crystals, which had replicated magical knowledge, be equally divided among them, while the 8 coveted items would be contested based solely on merit. Georn Academy and Bright Square, as the leading B-grade magical academies, had no objections. The individuals of the Light and Shadow and Western Shores, though numerous, were divided in spirit, rendering them unable to resist the decisions of the 2 strongest teams. Thus, it was agreed that each of the 6 academies would send forth one representative to first divide a collection of magical crystals, followed by the contest for the 8 items. As they prepared for the melee, Wayne addressed Eudora and the others, stating, "Given the nature of this free-for-all, we must collaborate effectively. Once we enter the arena, we should swiftly gather together and then gradually engage them in battle." Although Georn Academy boasted nearly double the number of elite fighters compared to the graveyard, when considering overall strength, the latter held a slight advantage due to their deeper roots. Therefore, barring any major issues, they generally adhered to Wayne's strategies, ultimately, under the formidable pressure exerted by the wings of angels. A relatively favorable outcome was reached after considerable struggle. 6 academies would each dispatch 5-member teams into the gladiatorial arena to fight independently. Within the span of a day, the teams would strive to determine a numerical disparity, with the 2 academies remaining with the most members granted the priority to select 2 magical items each, while the remaining 4 teams would each acquire 1 item, with selection order determined by their respective numbers. In the event of a tie, a simple roll of the dice would decide the outcome. Should no one be eliminated within the day's duration, the same method would apply, with the highest rolls determining the first 2 items for the leading teams, and so forth. In essence, all parties agreed that bloodshed should be avoided whenever possible. Magicians were a rare and precious breed, distinct from mere mortals. Given that strength could not definitively establish superiority, fortune would dictate the outcome. As it is universally acknowledged that luck is indeed a form of power, such combat regulations inevitably dictate that this chaotic skirmish will culminate in a tripartite confrontation, with a substantial likelihood of concluding without resolution. Consequently, the distribution of the final 8 items will rely heavily on a method that, albeit fraught with risk, is simple and expeditious. This is undoubtedly the most fortuitous news for the faction from Wolverhampton, as both parties, without the need for communication, are in perfect accord, intending to bide their time, conserve their strength, and support one another until the day after, when they shall cast the dice. After all, should hostilities erupt, their chances of victory would be slim. However, the outcome of a dice roll remains uncertain. Thus, the final participants from our academy include myself, Rowan, Natasha, Nina Harrison, and another geomancer with an impressive psychic strength of 860 points. After considerable deliberation, Eudora swiftly selected the combatants, first ensuring a harmonious collaboration of water, earth, fire, and wind mages, and then choosing the exceptionally skilled Rowan to join. Nina Harrison was the 4th geomancer from Georn Academy to arrive on the battlefield, possessing a psychic strength of 930 points. Meanwhile, the faction from the graveyard has temporarily selected only Wayne from the water category, Julia from the earth category, and Richie from the darkness category. The luminary Andrew and 2 firewind mages, each boasting psychic strengths exceeding 900 points, are conspicuously absent. Andrew, as is well known, has long since become a victim under Susie's blade, and the fates of the 2 firewind mages are likely no better. How amusing it was to hear the luminary mages boast of Andrew's prowess, citing his psychic strength of 980 points. Yet, when it truly mattered, he was nowhere to be found. It is a pity that the absence of those 2 firewind mages precludes the formation of the most formidable and perfect formation. Alas, we must select the highest-ranked mages from these 2 categories to compensate for their deficiency. Wayne, having certainly overheard the students from the graveyard privately comparing him and others to Andrew, felt a pang of resentment at his absence here. While he did not truly believe Andrew had perished somewhere in the forest, his failure to arrive on time evoked a modicum of disdain within him. The members of Georn, as outsiders, found themselves at a loss for words. Richie, accustomed to silence, offered no comment. However, Julia, noticing the discontent among the luminary mages in their ranks, interjected to mediate. Let us not dwell on such matters, for now. let us inquire about any suitable Firewind mages available. The Graveyard's team comprises 19 individuals, with only 5 fire mages and a mere 2 wind mages, neither of whom possesses psychic strength exceeding 840 points. In contrast, the Earth and Luminary mages are plentiful, most boasting psychic strengths around 860 points, making them quite promising alternatives. What shall we do? The psychic strengths of the Firewind mages are too low. Even with the enhancement of a combination formation, they would become prime targets in battle. It would be wiser to select a more capable mage from our Earth or Luminary ranks. Although we would forfeit the potency of combined magic, we would at least have a fighting chance. Julia paused, gesturing towards the distant western shores, indicating that there were others in even more dire straits than themselves, and that some might be weaker than they are. Surely, everyone would prefer to target the easier adversaries. A splendid idea, Wayne concurred, asserting that it was unnecessary to be the strongest. One merely needed to surpass the majority. He glanced towards Richie and inquired, "What is your opinion?" Richie, taken aback for a few moments, finally lifted his gaze towards Susie, who was engaged in light-hearted conversation with Janet, Jimmy, and others, and declared, "I believe we should include Susie." "What? You cannot be serious." This fellow had only 500 points of mental strength 3 months ago, and just 245 points a year prior. He doesn't even possess a single second-level spell, even if he has inexplicably managed to reach 860 points. It does not obscure the fact that he lacks combat prowess. Adding him to our ranks could spell disaster for us. After several days of indirect inquiries, Wayne and the others had already gleaned Susie's legendary background. Although they were astonished by his inhuman rate of progression, they still internally labeled him as a useless individual. After all, a magician with mental strength but no substantial experience posed little threat. Julia's expression indicated her dissent, and she articulated her stance. "If it were Janet, I would still have faith, for even though she possesses only 460 points of mental strength, her capabilities are evident. We have all witnessed her single-handedly defeat a fire magician with 870 points of mental strength, and she holds her own against typical 4th-level magicians. As for Susie, unless you present compelling evidence of his abilities, I'm afraid we cannot accept your opinion." At this juncture, the members of Geno and Academy could no longer remain silent, particularly since they were the main players in this tower capture battle. Eudora cautiously interjected, "Indeed, it would be wise to deliberate thoroughly before making a decision, especially since you have other candidates to consider. Susie is certainly not suitable." Richie, seemingly unfazed by their objections, appeared oblivious to their dissent until nearly a minute had passed with everyone's gaze fixed upon him. He finally acknowledged their attention and calmly responded, "What about witnesses? Can people serve as evidence?" "What? Is it enough for you to merely assert it?" Wayne and the others regarded Richie with skepticism. "Please, do not be so naive. Such matters cannot be taken at face value." Richie looked skyward, as though calculating something, and after a brief moment, he continued, "Let us say 3 witnesses. Susie has single-handedly defeated 2 4th-level magicians from the Angel's Wing and collaborated with me to eliminate another 4th-level magician from the Radiant Light amidst the crowd. Is that sufficient evidence of his strength?" "What?" At this revelation, Wayne and the others were no longer merely skeptical. Their astonishment reached unprecedented heights. They understood well how challenging it was to defeat a 4th-level magician. Despite there being only a little over 100 opponents remaining, it was a grave misconception to assume that 4th-level magicians were easily vanquished, were it not for the peculiar rules governing the solitary tree. How could over 300 individuals from the 6 academies have suffered such significant losses? Since forming their team, Wayne and his companions had encountered more than 40 enemies, yet the total casualties in their battles had remained under 10. The notion of a single person defeating 3 equally ranked magicians was more absurd than a fairy tale. Richie, do not attribute your accomplishments to Susie merely to facilitate his participation in the rescue." Wayne's immediate response was that, although Richie spoke no falsehoods, he had certainly exaggerated. How could a novice 4th mage possibly vanquish so many mages of the same rank? Upon hearing this, Richie showed no sign of annoyance, seemingly lacking even the desire to argue. No, it was 9 individuals. At that moment, the voice of cloning resounded, its bland tone concealing an unspeakable bloodiness. Chapter 61. The Beginning. Please collect and recommend. Prior to encountering Richie, he had single-handedly slain 6 4th mages in one breath to save me, Casey, and Jimmy and Linda from Gene Owen Academy. If you doubt this, you may inquire with the sole surviving female mage from the Wings of Angels, whom I recently spotted amidst their ranks, cloning added. Hiss, hiss. Hiss, not just Wayne, but Julia, Eudora, and others around them began to emit a chorus of gasps. This was truly terrifying. Was this talk of the protagonist from a horror fable? If they had previously harbored doubts regarding Richie's words, the overwhelming consensus from such a multitude of unrelated witnesses could only imply that Susie was indeed extraordinarily powerful, his achievements nearly unparalleled. Contemplating this, it was Eudora and the others who reacted first. If Susie were to join, their chances in the impending battle would surely be greatly enhanced. They cast envious glances at Susie, then turned their eager eyes upon Wayne and the others, urging them to invite Susie to join. Meanwhile, Wayne's face burned with embarrassment, his heart a tumult of shock and anger. Just moments ago, he had confidently declared Susie to be utterly useless, and now he found himself not only slapped in the face by reality, but also compelled to smile and extend an invitation to Susie's participation. How could he possibly accept such a fate? The more fervently Gene Owen and the others regarded Susie, the greater his fury swelled. Having traveled together for nearly half a month, Julia was well aware of her companion's temperament, recognizing the pride and arrogance that often lay beneath the brilliance of most talents, hers included. Thus, she took the initiative to defuse the situation. Allow me to invite Susie and Jeanette. Since Susie is eligible to participate, surely Jeanette, being the youngest disciple of Lord Awakens, qualifies as well. What? Susie and Jeanette, who had been engaged in conversation with Jimmy and others, were taken aback. After a moment, Susie inquired again, Senior, are you suggesting that I join the fray? To be honest, my 860 points of mental strength have only been acquired over the past 3 months. And throughout this time, I've only mastered a few first-level spells. Surely you jest. Julia and the others had already gleaned this information from cloning and Casey. She smiled and replied, but you also possess the mysterious combat technique. Do you not? That is precisely what we seek. Finally, she added, Richie recommended you. So do not let your senior's faith in you go to waste. He pondered for a moment. With his swordsmanship skills, at the very least, self-preservation should not be an issue, not to mention the preliminary application of the Yellow River Sword technique that he could begin to wield after advancing to the foundation establishment stage. With this thought, he nodded in agreement. In that case, I shall join. The 6 teams, comprising 34th-level mages, were swiftly selected. Except for the Grave of Bones, the other 5 factions fielded a combination of water, earth, fire, and wind mages, complemented by a master of another element. In stark contrast, the Grave of Bones fielded merely 1 water mage, 1 earth mage, 3 dark mages, and a 3rd-level mage. One might ponder whether their audacity stems from overconfidence or if they possess some hidden strategy. The woman with a penchant for mischief, who initially led the Wings of Angels, observed Jeanette and Susie with curiosity, remarking on the peculiarity of such a combination. The inhabitants of the Grave of Bones were no fools to dispatch mere cannon fodder to meet their demise. Upon hearing this, Frida was elated and promptly bowed to take her leave. Flying swords. Is this yet another novel magical weapon? Violet mused, her eyes revealing a contemplative glimmer as she muttered. The 6 teams began to emerge from the 4 mountain peaks. And as the 5-member team from the Light and Darkness and the Western Shore entered the designated 20-meter diameter circle, they eagerly converged, retreating to a corner to assume a defensive posture, seemingly intent on holding their ground and biding their time. Once the remaining 2 teams entered, the battle commenced in earnest. Swanksy made the first move, launching a combination spell of fire and earth mages, Lava Crust. Directed at the team from Wolverhampton, the previously arid ground rapidly heated up, the temperature soaring until it transformed into soft, flowing magma, surging toward the teams from the 2 academies. As soon as the Swanksy team, led by the Wings of Angels, initiated their assault, the leading team from the Grave of Bones, the Luo province, also struck out at Wolverhampton. As the saying goes, a drowning dog is fair game for all. The first step was to establish a numerical advantage. The Gene Orn Academy employed a wind and fire combination spell, Azure Thunderfire, as 3 mages combined their mental energies overhead. They attracted magical energy to coalesce into a swirling mass of azure and crimson clouds, from which large, burning meteors erupted, crashing down upon the 2 teams from Wolverhampton, shaking the very earth with their might. The combination from the Grave of Bones was flawed, and the combined spell of Wayne and Julia, the Deluge of Earth, countered both of these spells, as casting it would inadvertently aid their opponents. Thus, only Julia resorted to employing some large-scale earth magic, while the others held back. The Wolverhampton team, however, evidently anticipated this, remaining composed. Though it was a strenuous effort, The two pairs of wind and earth mages from the two factions combined their powers to temporarily withstand the magical onslaught from both sides. They were confident that the two factions would not continually target them, given that 6 teams were present on the battlefield. Indeed, amidst the clash of combination spells, Violet from the Wings of Angels, unwilling to remain idle, unleashed a beam of holy light directed at the weakest among them. As Jeanette remained motionless, Wayne swiftly conjured an ice shield to intercept the holy light before he could engage in conversation with Jeanette. Violet's magic seemed to act as the clarion call of war. Apart from the 4 elemental mages from both teams relentlessly assaulting the Wolverhampton squad, the remaining 2 light mages from Swansea, including Violet, simultaneously targeted the 5 individuals from the Buried Bones. Observing this, the additional dark and fire mages from the Wolverhampton team unleashed their own spells against the mages from Buried Bones and Jean Owen, resulting in an extraordinarily lively scene. The chaotic energy of various magic types surged wildly within this confined space, causing the temperature to rise sharply. Senior Richie, are we meant to coordinate our efforts? Susie, possessing a limited repertoire of low-tier spells, had been sheltered within the protective circle of his companions. Noticing that Jeanette wielded an exceptionally fine mage staff to join the fray, he inquired of Richie, who was currently casting a standard dark spell, wishing to discern his strategy. Wayne, visibly strained, cast an irritable glance at the seemingly inactive Susie and scoffed. Hasn't Susie yet made a move? Are they truly waiting for their opponents to abandon their formation before acting? What purpose does he serve? Be silent. This is not the time for such discussions. Richie has his reasons for doing things this way, Julia interjected, casting a glance at the visibly distressed Eudora and others nearby. Internally reprimanding Wayne for his lack of composure and harboring some dissatisfaction towards Richie, she felt compelled to quell Wayne's indiscreet remarks, recognizing that now was not the moment for discord, which would only serve to amuse their adversaries. Trust in Richie was paramount. Their focus should remain on their own tasks. Furthermore, unleashing their most potent spells at the onset of battle would be decidedly foolish. Thus, she refrained from pressuring Richie, confident in his judgment. I must pacify this fool for now. Julia discreetly cast a glance at the increasingly disgruntled Wayne, sighing inwardly. With nothing to occupy him, Susie voluntarily assumed the role of lookout. Observing this, Wayne could not help but smirk. Ah, so you do have some utility after all. Julia, catching sight of Jeanette's furrowed brow amidst the remnants of magical flames, coolly remarked, could you not wait until this battle concludes to voice your thoughts? You must understand that being proven wrong is truly embarrassing. I advise you not to let prejudice cloud your judgment. Where is the pride and grace befitting a water element prodigy? Having spoken her piece, Julia paid Wayne no further mind. Some individuals merely require a gentle nudge to awaken from their stupor, while those who cannot be swiftly enlightened are not worth further reminders, for they are destined to lose their lives in such confusion. A fate unworthy of assistance. Hearing her words, Wayne fell silent, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Susie frowned slightly, clearly having overheard the exchange between the two, yet he was oblivious to what had caused the other's displeasure. Nevertheless, he adhered to his principle of mutual respect. You respect me an inch, I will respect you a mile. He held no particular fondness for Wayne. As long as he did not seek trouble with him, he would let the biting remark slide. However, should he dare to take any action, a flicker of fierceness glimmered in Susie's eyes. He was not one to be easily manipulated like a soft persimmon, and no one could simply squeeze him at will. Chapter 62. Breaking the deadlock. At this moment, everyone was resting with closed eyes, enveloped in a tranquil atmosphere. Even the teams on the surrounding mountains remained silent, with only the glowing magical fireballs and the vigilant mages indicating the presence of the living. As Suze was lost in thought, he suddenly felt a tightening sensation in his ears, followed by the delightful fragrance of a young girl beside him. He could only manage a wry smile and said, "Xiaojian, stop playing. We are in the midst of battle. Also, when did you become accustomed to tugging at others' ears?" Suze bent down, attempting to pry her hand away from his ear, only to find her grip tightening further. Thus, he softly pleaded, all right, you can squeeze whenever you wish. However, given the number of people around, could we perhaps choose a more appropriate time?" Hearing this, Jian felt an overwhelming sweetness in her heart. She playfully tugged at Suze's ear and leaned closer to whisper, "From now on, you can only let me pinch your ear. No one else is allowed, especially not other women. What kind of request is this?" Suze pondered in confusion, but considering the multitude of bystanders and the slight itch in his ear, he readily acquiesced without much thought. Sure, no problem. Now, Can you let go? Observing Su Zhe's awkward smile, Jian and Ite accepted her parents' letter, yet she found herself at a loss for words. Even the comforting remarks she had intended for Su Zhe had slipped her mind as midnight approached, marking the final deadline. The two teams from Wolverhampton were filled with tension, eagerly anticipating the passage of time. With the dawn, they would joyfully roll the dice. How could one not feel exhilarated? Although the burial ground and Jean Orne were reluctant to witness such a scenario, their lack of sufficient strength to influence the situation left them with little recourse, merely watching to see if Rich and Su Zhe could seize the opportunity to eliminate a person or two. Most anxious among them was likely Violet from Swansea. Indeed, as everyone calculated the battlefield's dynamics, Violet once again launched an attack against Wolverhampton's team, initiating the second half of the battle, with the burial ground and Jean Orne following closely behind. This time, Violet unusually took the initiative to address Wayne and the others, proposing, "Let us first work together to eliminate them, and then we can settle our scores afterward." Though Wolverhampton was weak, with only 4 individuals possessing 900 points of mental strength, their advantage lay in their complete elemental synergy, allowing for effective cooperation. In contrast, while the burial ground of Laitemi boasted exceptional individual prowess, the absence of wind and fire mages meant their primary magical assaults relied on the output from Jean Orne of the C-grade Magic Academy, failing to exhibit the might expected of a B-grade institution. Given such evident shortcomings, Swansea's side naturally opted to ally with those from Loch Province to break through Wolverhampton's defenses, only to turn their attention back to them afterward. Wayne and Julia from the burial ground were well aware of their intentions. Julia, now unconcerned with anything else, fixed her gaze on Rich and asked solemnly, "Do you and Su Zhe truly have a plan?" Rich, still expressionless, nodded affirmatively, and then continued to unleash his magic relentlessly upon the enemy. He then signaled for Jean Orne's team to join in the assault against the 10 members of Wolverhampton. Thus far, Jean Orne's team had yet to witness Susie's prowess in battle, but given that the graveyard was a B-level academy in the province, they were compelled to adhere to the Academy's orders even in the direst of circumstances. Despite their doubts, they had no choice but to follow commands. The daytime skirmishes primarily consisted of mutual attrition and strategic maneuvering among the 6 academies, each attempting to uncover exploitable weaknesses amidst their encounters. However, to date, aside from the evident flaws in the graveyard's team, the other 5 academies had meticulously concealed their shortcomings, refusing to grant any opportunities. Now, with both Loch Province and Swansea momentarily unleashing their full might, the chaotic magical energies within the arena began to coalesce once more. The residual effects of the various magical spells caused the surrounding air to grow increasingly heated. Indeed, the formidable alliance of the two teams was something that the inherently weaker Wolverhampton could not withstand. Loch Province and Swansea boasted a combined total of 15 level 4 mages possessing over 900 points of mental strength, while the combined forces of the Radiant Light and Western Shores had merely 3 mages achieving the same mental prowess. Such a disparity in mental strength signified a greater capacity for spellcasting. The earlier stalemate among the 3 teams was due to mutual restraint, but now, with Swansea becoming anxious and Loch Province no longer hesitating to utilize their trump card, the amplified intensity of magical attacks would prove unbearable even for the 3 mages with over 900 points of mental strength. Under the overwhelming assault of the 4 elemental spells, Wolverhampton's magical shield, upheld by 2 earth mages, was ultimately shattered. The air was soon filled with anguished cries, and in the blink of an eye, 3 mages fell victim to the descending Azure Thunder fire, their protective spells rendered futile. As soon as trouble arose on Wolverhampton's side, Wayne immediately commanded, "Strike at Swansea." It was evident that the group had reached a consensus prior to the battle. Once Wolverhampton was rendered harmless, their own team would be next on the list of misfortunes. With Radiant Light suffering 1 loss and Western Shores 2, it was clear that if Swansea incurred 1 or 2 casualties, victory would be theirs. Eudora glanced at the sky, now tinged with the light of dawn, and declared, "If we can eliminate a couple of their lackeys, victory will be ours." As he spoke, the magic in their hands surged towards Swansea's magical shield, in that fleeting moment, a brilliant flash emanated from Violet's hand, and 2 more members of Radiant Light met their demise. The remaining mages of Wolverhampton were gripped by panic, and the 3 mages who had sustained their magic with over 900 points of mental strength cried out in unison, "We concede. Cease your attacks. We will withdraw immediately." With that, they hastily retreated from the arena, accompanied by the remaining mages. Observing this, Wayne and his companions hastened their spell casting, shifting the tide of the fierce battle. Violet let out a cold laugh, fully anticipating this moment. The mages under her command swiftly raised their protective spells. She then addressed the surrounding sorcerers, saying, "There exists an adept ambush magician among our foes. That man who has yet to make a move since entering the fray. You must remain vigilant and support your nearby allies, as he wields a flying sword of remarkable speed and sharpness. It appears to be a newly emerged magical weapon." Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their attention towards Susie, diverting a portion of their focus towards him. After Violet's declaration, she continued to wield her staff, unleashing an angel's fist that shattered Wayne's magical crystal arrow, sending shards of ice scattering in all directions. "Susie, you strike first, and I shall follow your lead. Our primary target is Violet. If I cannot subdue her, we shall shift our focus to the water magician beside her, who possesses the weakest mental fortitude." At this moment, Richie finally spoke up, coordinating with Susie for their assault. "You all cast 1 or 2 powerful spells to cover us." Upon hearing this, Julia, Ugela, and the others promptly unleashed their fastest and most potent magic, aiming to create a diversion. Susie immediately summoned a flying sword from his dantian, without any visible motion. The Tongyu sword appeared in his hand. The others, seeing the magical ring on his finger, assumed he had retrieved it from there and gave it little thought. "I am commencing," Susie whispered, his mind connecting with the consciousness imprint on the flying sword. In an instant, the sword transformed into a beam of light, hurtling towards Violet, while Richie ceased casting conventional spells and instead grasped his staff, preparing his own word spirit magic. The two teams were only about 30 meters apart. Yet this distance posed a significant burden for Susie in controlling the flying sword. This was due to the inadequacy of the spiritual power of a foundational stage practitioner once the sword ventured beyond 10 meters. The required mana and mental energy surged dramatically. Thus, Susie had to strive for a decisive victory. Amidst the frenzied assault from the province of Luo, Violet's strength became evident. She single-handedly absorbed the magical attacks from Wayne and Julia, even having the capacity to assist the nearby water magician in deflecting stray attacks. The flying sword approached with negligence. It was mere seconds from striking Violet when she smirked, and in the next moment, layers of shields materialized before her. It seemed as though the sword was destined to return empty-handed. However, thoughts momentarily halted. The adjacent water magician, gritting his teeth, cast a spell to counter the impending dual assault. Meanwhile, the 3 mages who had retreated to the edge of the battlefield, seeing this, instinctively began casting their spells towards Violet, determined to eliminate this thorn in their side before exiting the arena. Their magical strikes were particularly fierce. Chapter 63, A Fight to the Death. The atmosphere was electric. Not only the enemies but also the surrounding allies and the mages observing from the 4 mountaintops felt a chill creeping down their necks. Their gazes towards Susie were laced with vigilance and trepidation. The events unfolded with such swiftness that it left one breathless. Although it is not uncommon for the magical realm to witness killings shrouded in invisibility, such acts are typically reserved for high-ranking mages of at least the 6th tier who possess sufficient mental fortitude to execute such deeds. Mages below the 6th tier must meticulously calculate their magical expenditure during spellcasting, ensuring they retain enough mental energy to cope with unforeseen circumstances. Achieving the swift double kill that Susie accomplished in the blink of an eye would be unattainable without a spell of 6th tier caliber. The sudden loss of 2 team members shattered the 4-element cycle of Angel's Wing. Consequently, the 8-person combination of Swinsy also became significantly weakened, barely managing to keep pace with Jean Orand at this moment. Veilrite had just freed herself from Rich's linguistic magic. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with the sight of 2 familiar heads disintegrating before her. Meanwhile, 3 of the highest-ranked mages from the already surrendering Wolverhampton faction lingered at the edge of the battlefield, evidently seeking an opportunity to strike again. The people of Loth Province remained indifferent, their sole aim being to secure victory in this match. After losing the 2 elemental mages from Swinsy, the once formidable combined water and earth spell, Icebound Soil Layer, was significantly weakened and could now serve only as a protective incantation. Veilrite was consumed with fury, unlike the factions of the Buried Bone Academy, which had little connection to one another. The remaining members of Angel's Wing predominantly derived from her own lineage. She had painstakingly triumphed over her rivals to earn the right to participate in the tower battle, an opportunity meticulously planned to enhance her faction's strength and serve as a vital asset for her leader's future bid for a teaching position at the academy. The abrupt loss of 2 allies equated to the future absence of 2 crucial supports, igniting within her a deep-seated resentment towards Susie and his companions that at last, it was Wolverhampton's turn to unite with Loth Province to mercilessly beat down the beleaguered. The three mages, each possessing a mental strength of 900, unleashed their fury from the edge of the arena, clearly intending to escape once a victor emerged. Falling meteor of wind, flood of earth and water. The fiery meteor shower formed by the triad of wind, fire, and earth magic descended from the heavens, carrying an irresistible force to strike the enemies. The water and earth combination spell transformed the land within a 10-meter radius into a tumultuous, flood-ravaged swamp. The two assaults, one offensive and one restraining, seamlessly interconnected, targeting the fully intact quintet at the bright square. After all, aside from Loth Province, they were the only team without casualties. Thus, if Loth Province could eliminate even one of them, they would achieve a resounding victory. Wolverhampton recognized this, and ultimately chose to confront Veilright, who had just decimated their 5 members. You block the flood of earth and water and those 3 clowns' attacks. I shall handle the falling meteor of wind. Ha! Do they truly believe I am merely a mage? Veilright, in her fury, scoffed as she beheld the multiple spells converging upon her, their power evidently intent on annihilating her. As you command. The individuals from her own academy dutifully complied with her commands, while those in Guangming Square had already witnessed her formidable power moments prior. Thus they grit their teeth and acquiesced, turning their attention away from the impending meteor shower above, and instead began to thwart the encroachment of Zigua and the assaults from the 3 magicians of Wolverhampton. A flash of white light emanated from Violet's hand as she stowed her staff within her magical ring, replacing it with a wrist rapier designed for female use. She then invoked a protective spell, effortlessly leaping into the air, momentarily suspended aloft rather than plummeting. This was it truly the fusion of martial and magical prowess. A 9-star doling powerhouse. As Violet made her move, her aura erupted forth, her fighting spirit surging to the pinnacle intensity of 9-star doling. Was she a demon? Without delving into the sentiments of the watching mages, those present in the arena were equally astounded. However, the arrows had already been nocked, and they could not afford to hesitate, for vanquishing their adversary was their singular objective, with her superior crystallized fighting spirit. Violet briefly lingered in midair, yet she was not a Do Wong and could not fly. Thus, once she stabilized her form, she commenced her martial techniques. Dawn. Waltz of combat. The rapier was both delicate and razor-sharp. As Violet danced through the air with the grace of an elegant waltz, swiftly wielding her longsword, deflecting the barrage of meteoric fire with precision, her form moving so rapidly that it blurred, rendering her true self indistinguishable from her mirages. Even with the use of mental acuity, onlookers could only sense a whirlwind of piercing sword energy weaving through the air, an enigma of reality and illusion. Remarkably, she single-handedly held them off. Eudora murmured in a daze. Not just him, but all present felt the chill of terror. No, the battle that was far from over. I cannot believe it. Wayne gritted his teeth. The relentless blows of the past 2 days had driven him nearly to madness. And now with Violet emerging, how could he endure? They must not allow these individuals to maintain such dominance on the field. After a brief moment of surprise, the Wind Mage nodded and replied. However, this is a 4th-tier pinnacle spell, requiring a full 400 points of mental energy, and I currently possess none. Without hesitation, Wayne retrieved a vial of green potion from his inner pocket and handed it to her. Drinking this spirit of chaos will suffice. Hurry. The Wind Mage, seeing the urgency, promptly consumed the potion and declared, "Let us go." Both mages began chanting their incantations simultaneously, and 5 seconds later, they roared in unison. Vast water tornado, a whirlwind, 2 meters in diameter and shimmering a deep azure, surged towards Violet with astonishing speed, carving a profound trench into the ground along its path, its might unmistakable. Just as Violet landed, having dispelled the meteor shower, she felt the heat coursing through her hands and shouted, "Do not mind me. Continue to defend against the others." With a resolute stride, she burst forth from the formation, her aura coalescing into a tangible fabric of energy. On the verge of crystallization, she beheld the rampaging tornado. She deftly slashed her sword upwards, her figure vanishing in an instant. In the next moment, she collided fiercely with the swiftly advancing vortex, an outcome that seemed akin to a moth drawn to the flame. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the tornado halted abruptly, as if it had struck a towering mountain. Following this, Veilright surged into the heart of the tempest, her silhouette undulating gracefully, and with a commanding cry, she cleaved through the eye of the storm, rendering the 4th-tier magic as naught. It was as if the tale of Veilright had only just begun. In the blink of an eye, Her momentum soared uncontrollably, her energy erupting like a geyser. Soon, when her aura reached its zenith, a pair of pristine wings materialized behind her. This is the transformation of fighting spirit into wings. This is a fighting king. At this moment, Veilright, without the need to employ any combat techniques, hovered effortlessly in midair. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, a fleeting glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. Casting her gaze upon the three mages in the arena, who were still frantically unleashing spells, a cold smirk graced her lips. Foolish jesters. Obstinately ignorant. With a powerful beat of her energy wings, she materialized before the trio. Perish, you clowns. Aurora, celestial blade. Golden motes erupted from the tip of her sword, expanding to envelop all four combatants. Within the brilliance, the cacophony of clashing forces and anguished cries intertwined, sending chills down spines. What should we do? Veilright has broken through in the heat of battle. We must retreat. Eudora was the first to voice this. Realizing they stood no chance of victory and wishing to escape death. Even Wayne, though begrudging, echoed Eudora's sentiment. Clearly not too blinded by jealousy to grasp the dire situation, the group reached a consensus. And Eudora immediately shouted a surrender to Swinksea, understanding that even if their numbers were discounted due to their capitulation, their priority would outweigh that of Woolhampton, thus mitigating their losses. After all, the opposing side had a newly ascended fighting king, equivalent to a fifth-tier mage, rendering further combat untenable. Alas, after slaughtering, you wish to depart without leaving one or two behind to atone. Veilright's tone bore an undercurrent of lethal intent, indicating her unwillingness to let matters rest. As the radiance receded, only Veilright remained standing amidst the three lifeless bodies. Indeed, a fighting king against fourth-tier mages could veritably be deemed a massacre. However, she pointed her sword, her murderous intent locking onto the 10 individuals from Luoshing. We have surrendered. According to the rules, you cannot lay a hand on us. We are not so few in number. Should it come to blows, the outcome is uncertain. Not only Eudora, but also Wayne and Julia were now sweating profusely, fully aware that such rules, devoid of oaths, were as flimsy as parchment before the might of the strong. Thus, they rallied their comrades to exert pressure on the adversaries. But as long as I am here, I can simply eliminate you all. Surely, they wouldn't engage us over a pile of corpses. Without waiting for a reaction, she vanished from sight, her killing intent fixated on Susie and Richie, evidently intent on vengeance. Aurora, void-cleaving slash, the piercing sword, gleaming with a sharp radiance, lunged towards Susie. Veilright, clad in her aura armor, resolutely charged into the throng, intent on a merciless slaughter. This exemplifies the advantage of the Battle King. Even the esteemed masters, whose mental prowess exceeds 900 points, could only hastily conjure their protective spells in the face of Veilright's martial prowess. Yet, this was not the zenith of the Battle King's might. It was merely a casual strike. If one strike failed, then Aurora's swordsmanship. Unfazed by any magical counter from her adversaries, Veilright's sword shone brightly as she thrust once more. Susie, still haunted by the memory of her previous strike that shattered 5 layers of his protective enchantments, was gripped by fear at the sight of yet another thrust. He swiftly summoned his flying sword from his dantian, channeling his mana in a desperate attempt to defend himself. The radiant sword was extraordinarily sharp. But fortunately, his flying sword, Tungyu, was a premium spiritual artifact, its robust material allowing it to withstand the blow. With a resounding crash, Susie was sent hurtling away, crashing heavily to the ground. Rising to his feet, he struggled to swallow a mouthful of blood. Veilright's single strike had already caused his internal organs to tremble violently, leaving his arms numb. Damn it! How can the Battle King be so formidable? As a foundational cultivator, I shouldn't be inferior. A fierce glint flickered in Susie's eyes, igniting the anger within his chest. Observing that Susie had withstood her blow, Veilright realized that the opposing magician had nearly reacted, and further delay could spell peril. Thus, she decided to unleash her full power, intent on swiftly eliminating 1 or 2 foes. With this thought, a spark of brilliance ignited in her eyes, and her sword danced once more. Unleashing both magic and martial prowess, Aurora's sword path, solar flare, subsequently enveloped in a layer of white light. Veilright transformed into a beam of ethereal light, piercing towards Susie. Void Devourer, spatial lockdown. Faced with Veilright's lethal strike, the anxious Jeanette abandoned restraint, summoning her mysterious phantom once more to execute her strongest maneuver at that moment. Richie also took the opportunity to strike, casting another spell in unison. Sudden freezing of space revealed the minuscule light form Veilright had taken. encased within a vibrant bubble. Yet, even this invincible bubble could not ensnare Veilright's soul. Soon, the bubble began to tremble, as if it might shatter at any moment. "Hurry, Susie!" Richie, blood streaming from his orifices and bearing a pallid visage, was evidently drained of energy, shouting fervently. Without needing Richie's urging, Susie recognized the moment for life and death had arrived. His mana surged rapidly, and he deftly maneuvered his flying sword. Amidst the glimmer of cold light, a dark aura emerged. Like a carp leaping into water, Susie plunged into the shadow, hurtling towards Veilright, vanishing in the process. Grounded for 1,000 miles, in the next instant, as Richie's spell reached its limit, he could no longer support himself and collapsed heavily to the ground. The phantom behind Jeanette let out a wail before dissipating, and she subsequently spewed forth a spray of blood, staining the earth before her. Meanwhile, freed from confinement, Veilright and the vanished Susie reappeared on the battlefield. Having exchanged positions, Susie now stood breathlessly behind Veilright. As the two stood motionless, the onlookers held their breath, uncertain of what had transpired. However, at that moment, a blinding radiance erupted from Violetta, cascading outward like searing magma, as sharp as a blade. "This is disastrous. It is the 4th level magic, solar flare. Everyone, invoke your protective spells." An external light mage recognized this formidable spell and warned the crowd to exercise caution. Wayne and the others quickly shielded the nearby Jeanette and Richie, yet the farthest Susie stood unprotected, completely exposed to the onslaught of the solar flare. "Aze!" Jeanette cried out with a heart-wrenching scream. Knowing full well that under such a potent spell, Susie had no chance of survival. With rage in her blood-red eyes, she turned her gaze filled with hatred towards Violetta. "Damn it! You bastard!" In the next moment, Violetta, consumed by fury, coldly cursed, her heart brimming with unexpressed resentment and indignation. Chapter 64. Determining victory and defeat. As the light dissipated, 2 figures appeared in what was once an empty space occupied solely by Susie. Exhausted, he knelt on the ground, having nearly depleted all his energy and magical power while executing the second form of the Yellow River Sword technique, the groundbreaking 1,000 miles. Faced with the sudden eruption of 4th-level magic, he could only manage a bitter smile, lamenting his fate. Unbeknownst to him, someone who had been observing closely in the shadows recognized that trouble was imminent upon Violetta's ascension to the rank of Dual King. Thus, a secret technique began to activate within him as he cautiously approached the arena, ready to intervene at any moment. Indeed, just before the solar flare was unleashed, it seemed he received some kind of warning. Enveloped in mysterious energy, he surged into the arena to assist Susie in withstanding the lethal cascade of light. "It's you. Thank you." After the brilliance faded, Susie lifted his head to see his rescuer. Revealing it to be Hardy, who had disguised himself as a pockmarked face, he offered a grateful smile. Hardy rolled his eyes, seemingly exasperated. "You still owe me. Otherwise I wouldn't have bothered to save you." "Haha." The two exchanged a few light-hearted words before Jeanette rushed towards Susie, her tear-filled eyes searching his face. Observing this, Hardy discreetly stepped aside. "Aze, are you all right?" Jeanette asked, her voice trembling, clearly fearful that he might suddenly cough up blood, or worse. In truth, thanks to Hardy intercepting the explosive magic spell, Susie was merely fatigued and otherwise unharmed. He stood up and approached Jeanette, reassuring her. "I'm fine. Really. It was all thanks to Dada, this friend who saved me. By the way, what is your name?" He knew Hardy must have a code name, yet he was unfamiliar with it, hence his inquiry. Although Jeanette was also acquainted with Hardy, she did not recognize him due to his disguise. Just as Hardy was about to speak, a fire mage from Swansea stepped forward, a member of the Light Square, and questioned, "What is the meaning of this? Why did outsiders enter the arena? You have violated the rules and should be disqualified." Such words were treacherous. How could he dare utter something that would put himself in the crosshairs of criticism? Cautiously glancing at Violetta, he added, "You mustn't speak nonsense. Lady Edith has not broken any rules. It was merely that she couldn't halt the spell in time. Violet, having sustained injuries, found herself amidst the remnants of Swansea prowess, which, although still formidable, lacked its peak combat effectiveness. In the region of Los Province, the most potent combination of forces lay with Susie and Richie. Unless they were willing to risk the depletion of their foundations to act once more, it was likely that with the loss of Jeanette, the strength of Los Province would diminish by a third. Meanwhile, with the inclusion of Genone's 5, both sides would be evenly matched. Thus, neither party dared to reignite the flames of war, resorting instead to mere verbal skirmishes. How about we divide the spoils equally among our 4 factions? As for Wolverhampton, they are no longer entitled to such privileges. At this impasse, it was Violet who rose slowly and spoke, disregarding the displeased expressions of the Wolverhampton contingent, declaring, "If they are unwilling to comply, then we shall fight until they do." With that, she cast a cold glance toward the Wolverhampton team, where none dared to meet her gaze or contest her proposal. After a brief pause, she shifted her attention toward the Los Province side, subconsciously averting her eyes from Susie as she regarded Julia and the others. "Very well, let us decide how to divide the spoils by rolling dice. Shall we?" Naturally, Aldura and the others readily acquiesced, and Wayne, too, went along with the flow. Upon hearing this, the Los Province team exchanged glances at the visibly deflated Susie and Richie, lacking any confidence to oppose. They conceded. "Then we shall take the second and third shares, if you have no objections." Violet pondered momentarily before agreeing. Subsequently, the teams from both provinces kept a vigilant watch over the 40-odd individuals from Wolverhampton, who felt the pressure and dared not make a move. The Wings of Angels and the Bright Square each dispatched a capable mage of the wind and fire affinity, one skilled in forming combination spells and proficient in small-scale combat, boasting a mental capacity of 900 points, to claim the final spoils. The Resting Grounds and Genome Academy sent forth Julia of the Earth Affinity and Aldura of the Water Affinity, ensuring that the 4 could both synergize and counterbalance one another. Ultimately, the 5 Orbs of Light saw Bright Square claiming 2, the Wings of Angels acquiring a Mage S-Staff, the Resting Grounds opting for a Parchment, while Genome Academy was left with a mysterious gray cloak of unknown purpose. With the cessation of hostilities, all present found themselves devoid of reasons to continue fighting, and with merely 1 day remaining until the 4-month deadline, the 4 teams and 6 academies stood on guard, resting as they awaited the conclusion of this brutal confrontation. The toll had indeed been severe, disregarding the mages who had heeded Timothy's advice to hide. There remained 32 on Swinksey's side, 36 from Los Province, and 30 from Wolverhampton, totaling 98 individuals, even accounting for 10 who had survived yet not arrived. The final count of survivors would only amount to 108. It is worth noting that they had initially set forth with 360 individuals. Within a mere 4 months, the mortality rate had surpassed 50%, far exceeding the extraordinary death toll witnessed during the conflicts between the 2 nations. Nonetheless, the shared sentiment among all was one of relief that this ordeal had finally come to an end. Due to the difficulties in fairly distributing the spoils, Aldura temporarily held on to both items, with the promise of addressing the matter later. With little else to occupy their time, and having survived together through the trials of battle, the camaraderie between the 2 factions naturally flourished. As such, conversation flowed freely, with Aldura being the first to join the dialogue among Susie and the others, asking, "Is it Har? As a newly promoted 4th-level mage, your prowess is indeed commendable." Just before speaking, one could observe the fire mage, Rowan, whispering in his ear, evidently discussing the circumstances surrounding this student named Har. However, what perplexed them all was the stark contrast between Har's displayed strength at that moment and his current capabilities, as if they were 2 entirely different individuals. Unable to fathom the reason behind this, they could only surmise that the other party had been concealing their true abilities. Har smiled modestly, replying, "Seniors, you flatter me excessively. This is merely a performance that exceeds my usual standards. That in truth, I am still far from deserving the praise of Senior Eudora." He paused briefly before voluntarily explaining the reason for his entrance to rescue Susie, to avoid a disjointed conversation later that would leave him at a disadvantage. "I had actually crossed paths with Susie about a month ago. At that time, I was being pursued, and it was this unfamiliar friend who selflessly saved my life. Thus, I breached the rules to repay that debt of gratitude." Upon hearing this, both Eudora from Genome Academy and Wayne from the Graveyard smiled knowingly, their expressions suggesting an understanding of the situation. Though inwardly they scarcely believed such tales. If the 2 were already acquainted, how could Susie have intervened? After all, it would be a perilous endeavor to risk combat for someone unknown. Surely no one present would willingly do so, as any rational individual would have fled to avoid such a confrontation. Only Cloning and Jeanette displayed genuine expressions of realization, acknowledging that this was indeed Har's style, intervening to right a wrong. The individual capable of uniting Har and Susie against a common foe must possess considerable strength, yet it remained a mystery from which academy they hailed. What a shame it was. Julia merely expressed platitudes, lacking genuine curiosity about the identity of this individual. Har, equally apprehensive, remarked, "Indeed, a formidable opponent, the fourth-level mage of the underworld's light. Enough, Har. There is no need for falsehoods. Did you not claim that our academy's curse magic is quite formidable? If it is later discovered that we have lied, would it not be even worse? Is there perhaps a hidden truth within? As Susie took up Har's statement, the crowd shifted their attention towards him, eager to hear what he had to say next. Ignoring Har's subtle gestures, Susie addressed the assembly with conviction. That individual is none other than Andrew Giles of the Light faction from the Graveyard. Andrew, the renowned Andrew Giles of the Graveyard's Light faction. Is Andrew quite famous? Did he say they managed to defeat the Andrew whose mental prowess reached an astounding 980 points? My heavens, has he lost his mind? How dare he admit to the slaying of a mage from his own academy? Let us not jump to conclusions. Did you not hear Har mention he was being pursued? Consider why Andrew would pursue him. In an instant, the conversation among the mages grew fervent, speculation rife. Nonetheless, the gazes directed at Susie and Har had subtly shifted to one of respect, the unspoken acknowledgement of strength. Chapter 65. Confrontation. Julia first cast a glance at the surrounding mages, signaling them to silence, before earnestly advising, regardless of the truth or hidden circumstances, she hoped Susie would refrain from uttering such words at this moment. After all, they were still amidst the battlefield, and Wayne had always harbored a prejudice against Susie. How could he resist the temptation to exploit this opportunity? Such discord would indeed be an unfortunate sight. Indeed, Harl, perhaps you should consider whether someone might be masquerading, due to the involvement of their own academy and the fact that it concerned a fire mage. The typically reticent Rowan felt compelled to remind the two not to speak recklessly. Hardy had already mentally chastised himself several times. Knowing Susie's temperament, how could he possibly choose this as an excuse? What I truly wish to inquire is, why is it that you concern yourselves solely with whether Harl and I killed Andrew, yet fail to question why we sought to end his life? Or why he pursued Harl in the first place? Before Hardy could voice his thoughts, Susie, with a frigid expression, interjected with a pointed inquiry. Is it not the case that, like any other life, the mages who met their demise at Andrew's hands should not vanish into silence? Perhaps you would care to recount the events as they transpired. The voice that spoke was Wayne's, devoid of any discernible emotion. Susie cast a glance in his direction, uncertain whether there was a deeper meaning behind his words, but felt compelled to respond. That is because Harl inadvertently uncovered Andrew's brutal slaughter of Jean Owen and the mages interred in the burial grounds, prompting Andrew to pursue Harl to eliminate a witness. As for my conflict with Andrew, it was he who first attempted to take my life, and only then did I retaliate. Susie's statements were indeed truthful, yet regrettably, not all perceived them as such. Wayne let out a derisive chuckle, then continued. A month ago, we all found ourselves within the confines of the solitary tree, did we not? At that time, should we have inadvertently fallen into its grasp? Even kin must vie for survival, and thus it would be unreasonable to cast blame upon one another for such a struggle. He surveyed the crowd, noting that the surrounding mages had not detected any flaws in his argument, and nodded to himself before proceeding. Furthermore, your mental acuity, having been elevated to 860 points merely a month ago, raises questions. Regardless of your fortunate circumstances, had Andrew chosen to strike before this enhancement, do you genuinely believe you would have had the chance to escape? Others may be unaware, but I know well that Andrew is adept in both martial and magical arts, having reached the level of a spirit combatant. Do we truly believe that Susie, lacking Richie's assistance and possessing only 500 points of mental strength, could evade the pursuit of a spirit combatant and a fourth-tier mage? Indeed, there seems to be an issue with Susie's claims. As the crowd murmured in agreement, their gazes towards Susie grew increasingly hostile. Although he had just managed to avert disaster, speaking falsehoods and being exposed for the slaughter of one's peers is an unforgivable transgression. Julia and Eudora, fully aware of Wayne's intent to undermine Susie, chose to remain silent at this juncture, reasoning that as long as no one resorted to violence, all would be well. After all, the time was drawing near, and it would be far more advantageous for the instructors to grapple with the aftermath. As for Wayne, it would be prudent to maintain a distance from him in the future. Are you implying that you do not trust my words? Senior, the very fact that I dare to admit my actions reflects a clear conscience. Susie's expression hardened as he spoke in a measured tone. Upon hearing Wayne's words, Susie scoffed. Ha! Who knows if you are merely trying to preemptively shield yourself from the Academy's scrutiny? Considering the undeniable fact that you have taken Andrew's life. Moreover, why would Andrew pursue you without reason? It is likely he was unaware of your existence prior to the Tower Challenge. I wonder what position you hold within the Academy that grants you the authority to interrogate me? And what necessity do I have to report to you? Faced with Wayne's insidious insinuations, Suze quickly grasped that he was being targeted. Although the reasons behind Wayne's hostility were unclear, it did not imply that Suze would remain silent in acquiescence. His fiery temperament would not allow it. Once he comprehended the situation, he boldly retorted, leaving no room for sentiment. Is it reluctance or fear that keeps you from speaking? If your conscience is clear, why not share the truth with everyone? Noticing Suze's fury, Wayne felt a surge of satisfaction and pressed on, attempting to solidify Suze's unfavorable image in the eyes of the crowd. I shall choose not to speak today, but what can you, Wayne Jeffrey, do about it? Suze, incensed to the point of laughter, glared at Wayne, his hatred palpable. His right hand formed a sword gesture, and a flying sword emerged from his dantian. Swirling around him with its tip aimed directly at Wayne, in a chilling tone, he inquired, "Do you wish to exchange a few blows? Or do you intend to enforce the Academy's regulations that regardless of life and death?" Alas, he realized he had acted too impulsively. Aware that Wayne was targeting him, a wizard who understood the chain of events abruptly halted his words. The onlookers, witnessing the flying sword, recalled that Suze's true prowess lay not in magic but in this enigmatic combat skill. Many discerned the flaws in Wayne's words, fostering a sense of disdain towards him, yet none dared to voice their thoughts. Enough, Suze, sheath your weapon. Wayne had no such intention. Your matters will be determined by the Academy's mentors. Julia interjected as the situation grew increasingly difficult to control, her heart racing with anticipation for the arrival of the Academy's instructors. No. That is precisely my intention. I did not realize my junior possessed the audacity to challenge a senior. Though he refrained from claiming the authority to enforce the Academy's regulations, he was eager for a sparring match. Provoked publicly by an obscure individual of lesser cultivation, Wayne could hardly swallow his humiliation, especially after witnessing Vailrit withstand the meteor of windfall without yielding. How could he allow himself to lose face now? Since you, senior, wish to impart your wisdom, why not engage in a bout? After all, this matter arose because of me. Hardy, perceiving Suze's pallor, stepped forward with a cold demeanor, his countenance shrouded beneath a voluminous hood, rendering his expression inscrutable. Humph, who do you think you are to challenge, Senior Wayne? Before Hardy's provocation could evoke a response from Rowan and the others, several water mages with spirit power nearing 870 points stepped forward, reprimanding him with palpable magical energy fluctuations, clearly ready to teach this audacious individual a lesson. Meanwhile, Wayne behind them wore a faint, disdainful smirk. And what of my involvement? Jeanette, who had been observing quietly, stepped out from behind Suze, her gaze devoid of emotion as she coldly addressed them, her eyes reflecting nothing but indifference. This is not yet concluded. At this moment, two figures emerged from the crowd at Jean Academy, exclaiming, "Hee, brother Susie, how could I, Jimmy, be forgotten in such a delightful brawl? You must remember, Linda still owes you a substantial sum of magic stones. What am I to do if you find yourself in trouble?" In an instant, to everyone's astonishment, instead of being thoroughly reprimanded, Susie found himself surrounded by a throng of supporters, not only from his own department's mages. But it is noteworthy that generally, mages are reluctant to involve themselves in the disputes of others unless united against a common foe, particularly the higher-ranking mages who are acutely aware of the importance of self-preservation. Yet, astonishingly, not only the dark mages rallied to protect Susie, but even those from other academies were willing to stand up for him. What does this signify? It signifies that even in the face of imminent peril, they are willing to trust his words. In the brief span of merely 1 month, what has Susie accomplished to earn such unwavering faith from them? The sudden appearance of the crowd rendered the water mages before Wayne hesitant to act rashly, their magical energies dissipating, setting aside the presence of Jean Academy's members. Even Jeanette Devis was not someone they could afford to provoke. Confronted with the unfriendly countenances of Hardy and others, they could only retreat with flickering gazes. This was hardly an opportune moment for flattery. Meanwhile, Wayne's countenance had turned as cold as frost, his eyes now radiating a malevolent intensity. Chapter 66. The King's Bone. The atmosphere in the arena was charged with escalating tension, the scent of gunpowder thickening, and it would not be long before an explosion ensued. Julia glanced at Adura and Rowan, Natasha, signaling them to temporarily assist in defusing the conflict. The four exchanged glances, and soon Julia and Adura positioned themselves in front of Wayne, gently gripping his shoulders, whispering a warning. Jeanette is not someone you can afford to provoke, and even the group surrounding Susie may be beyond your capability to confront. Now is the time to refrain from reckless words. Let us handle the remaining matters that I ask for the future, that shall be left to the Academy's mentors to adjudicate. Do you understand? Wayne's pupils dilated erratically, clearly wrestling with inner turmoil. After a brief moment, he lowered his head, and when he raised it again, a smile adorned his face. He spoke in a calm tone. I understand. I will leave the rest to you. He then turned away, seemingly unfazed by their presence. Upon hearing his words, Adura and Julia felt a chill run down their spines. As if being scrutinized by a venomous serpent, they exchanged a glance, their eyes reflecting profound estrangement and wariness towards Wayne. Meanwhile, Rowan chastised Jimmy and his companions, instructing them not to interfere in the internal affairs of the buried bones. As for Hardy, the Academy would undoubtedly ascertain the truth of the matter. Regarding Susie, whose combat prowess arguably surpassed his own in certain aspects, and being one of the buried bones own, Rowan's tone could not be overly harsh. Susie, I hope you can dissuade your friends. Infighting can have significant repercussions. Do not let a moment of passion lead to a grave mistake. We assure you that Wayne will not seek further trouble, but you must also refrain from further provocations. Let us resolve any issues after the tower conquest, shall we? At this moment, Susie had also regained his composure. Given the current situation, it was impossible for matters to escalate further under the obstruction of Julia and the others. Taking the initiative to act would only provide others with leverage against him. Thus, he nodded and said, I understand, Senior. Hardy lifted his head, revealing his unsightly pockmarked face, and glanced at Jeanette beside Susie, chuckling. Once we step outside, there may be no further opportunity to meet, so it would be wise to settle your debts now. Susie was taken aback. Could it be that he had discovered a wild solitary tree? Don't look at me like that. I truly cannot produce that item, and I still need it for the time being. Would you mind if I offered something else in exchange? With that, he produced a skull that gleamed like jade and said, Though this may not match what you provided me, it is certainly of considerable value to you necromancers. What do you think? Consider allowing me to settle my debt with it. Otherwise, you might find yourself waiting indefinitely to collect the royal bone. Instantly, both Jeanette and the duo of Casey and Cloning recognized the item Hardy presented. Looking at Susie in bewilderment on one hand, they were astonished that Hardy, an ordinary 4th-level mage, could produce such a treasure. On the other hand, they wondered what Susie had offered that compelled him to present something of such caliber for repayment. Casey and Cloning exchanged glances, deeply sensing that the two were not as straightforward as they appeared. Susie, however, felt little concern. His only knowledge of the royal bone stemmed from having seen it mentioned in magical tomes regarding the highest level of summoning spells associated with contract companions. Thus, he inquired, What is this? Why would I need the royal bone? I seem to have no use for it. Hardy's expression darkened at his words. He had assumed that any mage of 3rd level or above would be aware of the royal bone's significance. But he had forgotten that since encountering Susie, every battle had seen him relying solely on 1st-level spells and preferring physical combat. What a charlatan! How could he expect this fellow to know the importance of the royal bone? With this thought, Hardy's demeanor soured as he tossed the item to Susie and snapped, Take it or leave it. At least I've settled my account. Don't try to wriggle out of it. Also, that while I'm away, take good care of her. The last remark came with a sudden shift in tone, earnestly beseeching. The others, perplexed by the exchange, looked on in confusion, unaware of the hidden meanings in their words. Not only were Cloning and Casey speechless, but even Jeanette regarded Susie with exasperation, thinking to herself that he truly was a magic simpleton. Hardy, however, found amusement in his antics and shrugged, saying, No problem. And you, Jeanette, make sure to teach him well. TSK, he hardly resembles a magician. Let us hope he doesn't end up as a true charlatan. Ha ha ha. Well then, Susie, I'll take my leave. With that, he exited with a flourish. Jeanette, still bewildered, couldn't fathom why this unfamiliar mage had said such things. Moreover, his tone sounded oddly familiar, as if, then she heard Susie whisper in her ear, That was Hardy. Ah, now it made sense, by the way. Little Jean, what exactly is the use of this item? How precious it appears, as he describes it. Susie picked it up and examined it closely, realizing it was imbued with an abundance of dark energy, thus discerning its extraordinary nature. Jeanette, feeling helpless, elaborated. The king's bone is not only a remarkably valuable material for casting spells, but is also, in many instances, an exceptionally ideal vessel. No, not the kind of magical vessel, but rather a container for storing magical knowledge or spells. While most of our magical knowledge is preserved using magical crystals, their capacity is rather limited. Although you may not have noticed, It is indeed the case that spells and comprehensive magical knowledge require substantial storage space. As you have yet to study 4th level magic, you naturally do not understand that spells of 4th level and above can no longer be contained within magical crystals, for the knowledge embedded in those incantations is simply too vast, far exceeding the limits of what a magical crystal can hold. Only items inherently rich in magical energy can record high-level spells, such as the fur of magical creatures, bones of necromancer lords, or other peculiar artifacts. Among these, the king's skull stands as a top-tier specimen. Its value is essentially comparable to that of 2nd-level magical items. Thus, I surmise that what he has provided you with is either a high-level spell or knowledge regarding the organization of necromancer systems. Though judging by his recent words, the latter seems more plausible. I am genuinely curious about what you must have given him to compel him to repay you with the king's bone. Not only Jeanette harbored this question, both Cloning and Cassie also leaned in attentively, eager to discover what extraordinary feat Suze had accomplished. Cloning and Cassie, but Jeanette. But Suze was still searching for adjectives when he heard Jeanette, in a mix of shyness and anger, exclaim, "Who asked you that? You jerk." "Oh, very well. It's nothing much. Just that after we defeated Andrew, he sustained severe injuries and was on the brink of death. Coincidentally, I had previously found 2 bloody fruits, you know, the ones that the mentor rewards for good performance. Seeing him so gravely wounded, as if he were about to perish, I decided to give them to him for healing." In truth, while Suze spoke lightly of the matter, his heart ached terribly. Yet he could not reveal this before Jeanette, for he must not tarnish the heroic image he had painstakingly constructed. "You actually gave away bloody fruits?" Cassie gasped in shock, clearly taken aback by the enormity of this act. How could someone so easily part with such a treasure, especially to a complete stranger? Cloning pursed his lips, maintaining an impassive facade. Yet internally he reminded himself, "Do not be shocked, never be shocked. Whatever this fellow does is within reason. I must adapt." Suze feigned nonchalance and chuckled. "It's merely a couple of fruits. How could they possibly compare to a life?" Besides, Suze's psychological activity was rather frequent. However, this allows us to conclude that he was never a diligent student. He had failed to attentively listen to Jeanette's words and comprehend the value of the king's bone. It truly was a pity for Jeanette's eloquent discourse to go unheeded. The inconspicuous Richie stood behind Suze, observing him in a daze, unaware of the thoughts swirling in his mind as time swiftly passed. The following morning, a colossal tree suddenly materialized on the horizon, which had previously appeared vast and empty. Beneath the clouds, figures were bustling about, and soon 7 silhouettes emerged from above, swiftly approaching the crowd. This signified the conclusion of a brutal 4-month battle, allowing the tense individuals to finally exhale in relief, except for the mages of the forest envoys still suspended in the air. The mentors from various factions proceeded to their respective teams. Even upon witnessing that fewer than half of their members remained, they expressed no lamentation, merely stating, "Let us exit first." With that, they produced a magical flying house and departed with their students. As for the remaining individuals in the Lenhai region, the Forest Envoy Academy would naturally send personnel to conduct searches. When Suze encountered his mentor, he felt an icy indifference without a word of sympathy or encouragement. Before he could voice his thoughts, Jeanette ushered him into the flying house. Upon entering, everyone selected their own rooms, and the 5 of them resided in close proximity. Once inside, the flying house commenced its ascent. And with nothing to occupy his time, Suze retrieved the king's skull that Hardy had given him, eager to discern its true nature, although Jeanette had just suggested that it likely contained knowledge pertaining to the advancement system of necromancers. Suze hoped instead for a powerful magical incantation, as he was now a level 4 mage and should not squander his mental prowess. As his mental energy delved in, he began to interpret its contents, while AC-Me Lingxi's calculation method simultaneously operated, storing the information in his virtual mental space. The bookshelf within his virtual space had nearly exceeded half of its capacity. It seemed that with just double the information, it could fill the entire space, leading to a qualitative evolution of the calculation method. Now that Suze had established his foundation and the bottleneck in his cultivation had dissipated, he no longer felt the anxious urgency. Thus, he resolved to calm himself and deepen his accumulation. He wondered whether his family's inherited techniques included spells or spiritual arts related to the foundation building stage. It could not be that there was only one technique and sword art. Was it necessary to venture to the Luo River Blood Vault once more? Chapter 67. Where the flowers fall. As Suze pondered, he perused the contents stored within the skull, discovering that it indeed contained a magical tome regarding the training of accompanying spirits for necromancers. Titled Dark Knight Envoy.as, he immersed himself in its intricate details. He sensed its extraordinary origin, becoming so engrossed that he lost track of time the moment the five landed. They found themselves back in the same open space from their entrance. With the 6 academies standing in their original positions, the inner circle's teams emerged later than those in the outer circle, and thus, their arrival sparked a wave of astonishment as the level 3 mages below whispered amongst themselves, discussing the gruesome and bloody events, relieved that they had not entered the inner circle. After all, with a mortality rate exceeding 60%, even the most precious treasures before them could not inspire everyone to summon the courage to take the risk. Ultimately, the number of survivors within the inner circle aligned perfectly with Susie's expectations, totaling just about 100 individuals. The 2 who had yet to reach the final battlefield were, however, 2 4th-level mages from the realm of light and darkness. Their delay either a result of unforeseen circumstances or a strategic retreat. In contrast, the outer circle's contingent suffered a loss of merely 70 individuals, with most factions retaining around 50 survivors, regardless of the final spoils. These mages, having braved the battlefield and witnessed bloodshed, represented the greatest triumph for their respective academies. Once all the mages had assembled, Timothy, the chief steward of the Wolverhampton Provincial Magic Academy Alliance, arrived with a cadre of jungle envoys and apprentice mentors from 6 academies. Gliding downwards, AS 5th-level mages had yet to master the flight spell. They were accompanied by 6th-level mages who bore them aloft. Upon Timothy's descent, as the 6 6th-level mages and 35th-level mages convened, a figure clad in the Alliance's gray robes stepped forth, proclaiming, "Let each academy begin tallying their mission items to determine the rightful ownership of the mage towers," with a wave of his hand. 6 gray-robed mages, each holding a disc, emerged in succession, taking their positions before the teams of the 6 academies. Place all items bearing magical marks that you acquired during the tower conquest on the ground and announce your names. Once we have recorded them, you may reclaim your belongings. After the Alliance mage concluded his announcement, the foremost water mage began extracting a plethora of magical crystals and a few materials from the bulging inner pockets of his robe. Declaring, "Water mage Adrian Jan," the overseeing Alliance mage swept the disc over the items, revealing the number 15. Observing this, the mage produced a blank crystal orb, infused it with his mental energy, and recited, "Water mage Adrian Jan has obtained 15 items." After completing this, he gestured for the mage to gather his belongings and step aside, prompting the next individual to proceed. The remaining 5 academies mirrored this scene. Most of the surviving mages had collected multiple trophies, with the number of items typically ranging between 20 and 30. This was largely due to the fact that, amidst the fierce battles in the Forest of Isolation, the task items they carried were relatively few, existing primarily in scattered remnants. However, once they ventured beyond the confines of the forest, it was common for each survivor to have slain at least 2 to 3 opponents of the same rank, thus augmenting their loot alongside what they discovered afterwards, which comprised the bulk of their earnings. Before long, the tallying process was well underway, with only a few individuals yet to be accounted for. Among those who had completed the tally, several names stood out, drawing the attention of the Academy mentors. For instance, Wayne from the province of Luo reported a total of 42 items, Julia with 41. While Ugula from Jean claimed 46, Rowan with 36, and Natasha with 39. In Swansea, there are entirely unfamiliar names, such as the water mage Eliza Henrietta, known as Wings of Angels, with an inventory count of 38. The earth mage Ingrid Lucia, possessing 43 items. The light mage Danny Haggai from the Radiant Square, who boasts 52 items. And the fire mage Abigail Moore, having 41. It appears that Swansea holds a slight advantage. Meanwhile, in Wolverhampton, the statistics have been completed. The 2 academies, the Light of the Abyss and the Western Shore, are left with only 30 individuals. Their total inventory counts are 715 and 700, respectively, which pales in comparison to the yet-to-be finalized tallies from Los Angeles and Swansea. Consequently, in this competition for the B-rank Master Mage Tower, they have utterly failed, leaving the mentors of both academies with grim expressions. Swansea, on the other hand, boasts 32 participants, with only Violet and another mage yet to be accounted for. The graveyard is left with merely 5 members, and Jean Orne's group consists solely of Hardy. First up is Casey, who stands at the forefront alongside Croning. In the end, her inventory count is 29, a commendable achievement among ordinary mages. Next, Croning reports an inventory of 33. Although it does not compare to those of Wayne and others, It is quite impressive for a 4th-level mage with only 880 points of mental strength. Earning him an appreciative glance from the apprentice minor, Lance. Following him is Richie, who appears momentarily lost in thought. After the Alliance mage calls his name twice, he finally responds softly, revealing a dazzling array of items from his magical ring. This unexpected display silences the previously disgruntled Alliance mage, for not just anyone possesses such a ring. None among the 30 individuals had one. Furthermore, the multitude of items he presents exceeds 50, likely indicating a formidable prowess that he himself cannot match. Thus, he consciously overlooks Richie's earlier indifference and focuses on his own responsibilities. With a sweep of his hand, he exclaims, 72. As he captures the attention of those around him, he sheepishly reiterates, Richie Nala from the Dark Faction. With an inventory count of 72. Upon hearing this, not only Lance and the other apprentice mentors but also the 6th-level mages from various academies cast sidelong glances at Richie, whose outward silence belies his lethal potential. Their scrutiny palpable. Ha. This lad merely has luck on his side. There's no need for such looks, chuckled the 6th-level mage Karita from the graveyard, who then feigned humility, observing the expressions around him. He inwardly lamented whether mages from the graveyard would ever rise to prominence. In the previous generation, the dark mage Allison Keppel overshadowed mages from the other 5 factions. In his own generation, there were Catherine and Ella, yet the next generation still features the dark mage Richie, along with Jeanette. Even with the light faction Samantha Nancy and the earth faction's Mia Corker able to contend, his generation and the next find themselves in a dire situation of having no successors. Although Andrew Giles from the Radiant faction possesses commendable talent, he tragically perished in this tower siege. It is rumored that Mia from the Earth faction has recently taken on a new disciple named Talia, whose aptitude surpasses that of Jeanette. However, her journey to maturity will require several decades, during which it seems the Darkness faction will continue to dominate. As Karita reflected on the state of the Academy. 3 exclamations erupted from the graveyard. Jean Orn and the Angel's Wing teams. It was none other than Jeanette Devis from the Darkness faction, boasting an impressive tally of 69 items, although this number pales in comparison to Rich's. One must remember she is merely a 3rd-tier mage. Such prowess coupled with her achievements carries a different weight. Meanwhile, Jean Orn's fire mage, Halret, reported an astounding 100 items, before the astonished mentors could respond to Jean Orn's instructor. A more shocking revelation emerged. Virulent Edith from the Angel's Wing, a member of the Radiant faction, had amassed an astonishing 301 items. My goodness, what is happening? This cannot be human. It is as if the god of death has taken possession. Mages are typically cautious with their words, refraining from commentary on matters unrelated to their interests. Yet, upon hearing this tally, every mage was left utterly stunned, gazing in awe at the icy demeanor of Virulent, their hearts filled with trepidation. Notably, those few mages from the Wolverhampton academies who had escaped pursuit were drenched in cold sweat, resolutely deciding never to set foot in Swinksea again, unfazed by the attention. Virulent stepped forward, addressing Susie, Rich, and Jeanette from the graveyard. It seems we have triumphed in this tower siege. However, I shall avenge that sword wound. You may count on it, with Jeanette's assurance of being available for guidance. Susie chose to ignore her, preoccupied with calculating the magical crystals and materials at his disposal. Yet, he found himself unable to tally them accurately, as he had carelessly tossed them into his storage ring amidst the chaos of the battlefield. Oblivious to their actual quantity, nonetheless, he mused to himself, I must have slain at least a dozen by now. Meanwhile, the total count of items from Jean Orn Academy was finalized at 1,252, while the Angel's Wing and Radiant Square reported 1 for 30 and 1,305 items, respectively, culminating in a grand total of 2,735 items, excluding his own uncounted tally. The graveyard had already accumulated 1,303 items. This implies that, whether in total or individually, the graveyard faction, represented solely by Susie, must procure at least 191 additional items to secure victory. Truly, the Angel's Wing-led Archangel Alliance proves to be superior. Even Jean Orn's fire magic mentor, Spark Nichols, found himself at a loss for words. The presence of a fighter of the Duke rank, Vailrit, on the side of the Wings of Angels was evident to all the 6th-level mages present, given that this breakthrough occurred amidst battle. Such an outcome was entirely foreseeable. It was a pity that the Academy's efforts in preparation had been rendered futile, as attaining advancement through conventional means would require centuries, if not a millennium. Although there remained Susie, who had yet to be registered, How could they place their trust in a fourth-level mage whose mental prowess barely exceeded 900 points to turn the tide? Even Kurita, the resting place's representative, could only offer consolation. We still have another person on our side. Perhaps a miracle might occur. Yet, as he spoke, even he shook his head, silently pondering the impossibility of such a notion. If the numbers were too convoluted to comprehend, it was better to discard them altogether and simply produce the items directly. With that thought, Susie began to retrieve quest items from his belongings. The allied mage, having witnessed Susie's moment of distraction following the incident with Richie, became wary and observed Susie's hands closely. Indeed, he spotted a magic ring, which led him to think himself fortunate, thus refraining from further urging Susie. When Susie finally unveiled a mountain of quest items, the allied mage could not help but feel a surge of luck, his hands trembling uncontrollably over the control disc. He feared he might fail to complete the inspection. But through sheer effort, he managed to finalize the scan. Casting a terrified glance at Susie's kindly demeanor, he stammered, "Dark Mage Susie. Item count 379. His voice was not loud, yet even Veilrit, at a distance, could hear him clearly. She coldly inquired, "Could you repeat that?" Both sides were filled with formidable figures, and the allied mage, a mere third-level member, dared not defy Veilrit's command. He thus raised his voice, declaring, "Dark Mage Susie. Item count 379. Dark Mage Susie. Item count 379. Surely you misheard." He laughed. "Indeed, this is an A-class magic academy. The resting place lives up to its reputation, producing heroes in abundance. Rest assured, our academy will reward those who contribute to the resting place. They shall not suffer in vain." Haha. With matters settled, the resting place ultimately received the Master Mage Tower. According to the bilateral agreement, it would be gifted to Jean Orn Academy to facilitate their advancement. The Academy's aspiration, nearly a millennium in the making, was on the verge of realization, not to mention the remarkable achievements of the three Dark Mages. This favor alone elicited abundant praise from Spark. Naturally, where there were those who rejoiced, others were filled with sorrow. The Light Square, which seemed to hold certain victory, was unexpectedly thwarted by Susie. Inciting deep resentment, a sixth-level mage from the Light Square glared at Susie with malevolent eyes, as if wanting to kill him. "What? Having lost the tower battle, you wish to blame your lack of progress on your students? Do you intend to disregard Lord Timothy's authority?" Before Kurita could utter a word, Spark had already interjected, his tone tinged with hostility. The illustrious sixth-level mage of Bright Plaza cast a cautious glance at the contemplative Timothy before retorting, "Do not slander us. How could Bright Plaza ever engage in such acts? We hold Lord Timothy in the highest regard and respect." "Enough," Timothy interjected, abruptly cutting off the exchange between the two. He then turned his gaze towards Susie, his eyes shimmering with an enigmatic light. As if lost in thought. Chapter 68. Sudden turmoil of Susie's 239 task items. Half were derived from the collection of 6 individuals he had vanquished while rescuing Kaishi and others. Furthermore, he had previously dispatched at least 25 foes, reaping substantial rewards even in the early stages of battle. Additionally, there were the magical crystals from the decisive battlefield, albeit few in number, with each participant receiving approximately 4 or 5 AS for the 5 adversaries he had slain during the conflict with the Angel's Wings. Circumstances prevented him from claiming their remains. Had it not been for this, he would have acquired an even greater share of magical crystals. In total, the Boneyard amassed 1,542 hidden task items from the Jungle Envoy, the highest count among the 3 provinces and 6 academies. Consequently, the main mage tower of the Jungle Envoy's B-level magic academy would be transferred to the Boneyard, with both parties obligated to accomplish this within 3 years. Simultaneously, the Boneyard was required to undertake the defensive responsibilities along the border between the province of Wolverhampton and the Kingdom of Sigil, which had originally been the purview of the Jungle Envoy Academy. Given the Jungle Envoy's task volume had been downgraded to that of a C-level magic academy, the Boneyard was only required to fulfill the remaining tasks after subtracting the Jungle Envoy's obligations as a C-level institution. Considering that the Boneyard is not a magic academy of this province, but rather an external B-level academy, a reduction of 2/3 of the task count was granted according to the Camerlo Kingdom Magic Academy Alliance Territorial Functional Agreement, with the remaining tasks to be shouldered by the other 2 C-level academies in the province, Genown Academy and River Spirit Academy. The Boneyard must provide compensation for this. Do the people of the Boneyard comprehend? Timothy inquired with a grave expression, The Boneyard Academy understands, Karita respectfully replied. Any dissent? Timothy pressed further. No dissent. Karita responded again. After this exchange, Timothy cast a neutral glance at Karita and Spark, before softening his demeanor as he turned toward an elderly woman behind him. The esteemed mentor of the Jungle Envoy Academy. He spoke with deference. Teacher Rhea, I kindly ask you to conduct the central transfer ceremony with the representatives of the Boneyard. Karita smiled slightly, affirming the elderly woman's words, and bowed toward the direction of the magical flying house, saying, Lady Allison, I fear this matter requires your presence. Upon noticing the green-robed Allison looking in her direction, Susie hastily lowered his head in respect, unwilling to meet her gaze. Understood. You may take your leave. I shall handle the transfer myself. As soon as the words left her lips, she appeared before the elderly woman, stating, Rhea, it has been a long time. She then nodded in acknowledgement to Timothy, who was also of the 7th level of cultivation. She gazed upon her former rival, who had now ascended to greater heights. The aged Rhea felt a pang of discomfort in her heart. Nevertheless, she lowered her head in deference to the formidable presence before her, respectfully proclaiming, Congratulations, Lady Allison. Upon hearing these words, the old woman bowed in submission and retreated to a nearby clearing, with her right hand placed upon her left breast. She summoned her formidable psychic energy to extract something from within. Suddenly, her complexion flushed crimson, and with a muffled groan, a square, earthy yellow cube materialized at her fingertips, slowly and steadily being drawn from her body. The extraction process was notably gradual, yet the onlookers exhibited remarkable patience, with Timothy standing by to safeguard her. After what felt like an eternity, approximately half an hour later, Rhea finally severed her connection with the cube. As soon as they were disconnected, her vitality rapidly diminished. Trembling, she reverently presented the cube's core to Allison before turning to soar towards the direction of the Academy of the Forest Envoys. With a flick of her wrist, Allison made the core vanish from sight. Nodding at Timothy, she prepared to depart as well. At that very moment, an unexpected upheaval erupted in the arena. A seemingly inconspicuous location at the edge of the misty forest suddenly unleashed a powerful surge of magical energy. In an instant, a black beam struck Rhea, who was flying toward the Academy. A seasoned 6th level mage. Rhea remained composed in the face of danger, activating her defensive magical artifacts. Countless green vines enveloped her in a protective cocoon. Thwarting the lethal assault, Rhea, directing her gaze toward the source of the magical ambush, bellowed, Who dares to launch a sneak attack in the domain of the illustrious forest envoys? In the meantime, the mentors and apprentice mentors from various academies quickly reacted, gathering together under the leadership of the 7th level mages Timothy and Allison to erect a protective barrier for the remaining mage students. The forest envoys of today are not what they once were. What do I, the Black Rose, have to fear? A figure materialized from what was once an empty spot. An elder accompanied by 5 individuals cloaked in black robes. Susie and Jeanette recognized him at a glance as Eve, the mage who had previously clashed with the adjudicators on 2 occasions. Judging by the aura he exuded, he was unmistakably an 8th level archmage. As Eve spoke, he unleashed another spell of tremendous power. Rhea cried out in alarm, an 8th level mage. Swiftly, she retreated toward Allison and the others. The distance from the academy was perilous. Fleeing from an 8th level mage's attack was akin to courting death. Only by uniting with the 2 7th level mages present could they hope to withstand the onslaught. Such a tumultuous disturbance would surely attract the remaining 8th level mages from the forest envoys in no time. Allison and Timothy evidently shared this sentiment. The moment Eve appeared, both had already summoned their magic, intercepting Eve's second spell just as it was about to strike Rhea. Following that, a fierce surge of magical energy erupted as the 2 joined forces to confront Eve once more. Do you truly believe that 2 7th level mages can contend with me? Eve scoffed coldly, his gaze fixed on Rhea as he ominously declared, If I wish for your death today, then die you shall. Before he could finish his words, a figure emerged from the magical flying house of the inner circle of Jean on Academy, swiftly approaching Allison and her companion, with a flicker of crimson light in hand. He bellowed, What about adding me to the mix? It was none other than the esteemed Lord Cayley Wolf, a level 7 fire mage from Jean on Academy, presumably dispatched specifically to escort the head mage of the central tower. Likewise, aside from the illumination of light and the western shore, there were no other level 7 mages. Even within the ranks of the Angel's Wing and the Light Square, level 7 mages revealed themselves from within their groups, forming a coalition of 5 mages to jointly unleash their magic upon Eve. That a colossal tree materialized before Timothy. However, Allison refrained from summoning Sea Maiden, instead manifesting a spectral illusion. The fiery path leading directly to Eve appeared before Kaylee of Gene On, while a vertical eye materialized on the forehead of the level 7 mage from the light square, poised to open. Meanwhile, the level 7 mage from Angel's Wing conjured a luminous halo above his head, which began to glide toward Eve. Upon witnessing this, Eve let out a cold laugh. The 5 figures behind him remained still, instead propelling themselves rapidly towards Rhea's direction that a gigantic spider phantom emerged behind Eve. As he icily declared, "Today, you shall learn that an 8th level mage cannot simply be overcome by sheer numbers. Moreover, today, you are truly destined to die." With that, he shouted, "Night Flow." The spider phantom emitted a piercing shriek, activating a chaotic wail.at. That moment, a tremendously powerful sound wave coalesced into a tangible force, which Eve adeptly directed to collide with the diverse spells cast by the 5 mages. Meanwhile, the elderly Rhea seized the opportunity to hastily flee. But in the next instant, perhaps it was a stroke of fate from the heavens or a whisper of the mountain winds, an ethereal blade, glimmering with a chilling azure hue, pierced through Rhea's skull. The radiant barriers surrounding her proved futile. Following the explosion of the sword's energy, her skull was shattered to pieces. The flight enchantment on her headless corpse instantly failed, causing it to plummet rapidly right into the path of the 5 figures racing below. The task was accomplished. Night Flow would take its leave. Truly, the reputation of an 8th level mage was well-deserved, as the sound waves generated by the chaotic wail matched the formidable power of the 5 spells. Exhibiting no signs of inferiority, the high-velocity vibrations of the sound waves possessed an extraordinary cutting force, capable of shattering even the ethereal magical energies. When the 5 cloaked figures retrieved Rhea's lifeless body, Eve, having directly withstood the attacks of 5 level 7 mages, smirked sinisterly. He reached into the void, and in the next moment, he seized the soul of Rhea, who, despite being drawn to the realm of the undead by the laws of nature, resisted the pull thanks to her formidable 6th level mental strength, awaiting rescue from the academy. With a flicker of dark light in his hand, a cage materialized around Rhea's soul, ensnaring it. Eve sneered, "Still want to continue? If you do, she will be lost forever." Timothy, upon witnessing this, signaled for everyone to cease their actions, suppressing his rage as he coldly inquired, "What do you want?" Eve replied with a grin, "Heh, naturally, I wish to take my leave." Eve cast a glance towards the towering trees, feeling the formidable aura approaching with great speed. With a sly grin, he remarked, "I have already dispatched the individual, but I shall spare their soul for you. Should you wish to pursue me, I am at your service. However, I cannot ascertain whether the soul, deprived of timely assistance, might subsequently transform into a wraith. Tiste, nurturing a 6th level sorcerer is no simple task. The choice is yours." Having spoken, he swiftly materialized before the 5 individuals, and with another flicker, he vanished entirely, employing a short-distance teleportation spell exclusive to high-tier sorcerers. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in a yellow robe appeared suddenly beside the cage engulfed in black light, emanating a dense yellow radiance that gradually dispelled the darkness. He then enveloped the aged soul of Rhea in an instant, allowing her to breathe a heavy sigh of relief as she bowed deeply, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Director Roger, for your rescue." The middle-aged man glanced in the direction Eve had departed, refraining from pursuit as he coolly stated, "There is no need for thanks. He had no intention of completely extinguishing your life. It appears his true objective lies with your corporeal form." That he added, "Pray tell, why would an 8th level sorcerer meticulously scheme for the flesh of a mere 6th level sorcerer?" Rhea, upon hearing this, was left utterly perplexed. After Roger finished speaking, he too vanished in a flash. Timothy and Allison, along with others, bowed in unison, exclaiming, "We bid farewell to Lord Roger." Once they rose, Timothy remarked, in accordance with the master's orders, "I shall now distribute the bloody fruits among the 6 families. I shall take my leave thereafter." Following the unexpected incident, the entire contingent of 7th level sorcerers felt a sense of insecurity. Thus, after their respective mentors received their rewards, they hastily departed in 2 magical flying carriages towards their respective academies. In the burial ground, Allison swiftly entered the magical flying carriage where the inner circle was located, followed closely by Susie and the 36 others. Susie called for Jeanette, casually selecting a room, and then closed the door, preparing to discuss the day's events. Before they could even begin, a loud knocking at the door interrupted them. Jeanette approached and opened the door, smiling. It is Senior Casey, Senior Cloning, and Senior Richie, I see." She turned to Susie. Grinning, surely, our junior fellows would not be unwelcoming. Not at all, merely unexpected. Susie welcomed them into the room, where they all took their seats. Jeanette sat beside Susie, who remarked, the tower contest has finally concluded. I had read about it in tomes. Yet the accounts hardly captured the perilous nature of the event. It is horrifying to think that even in its aftermath, there were casualties, including a 6th-level sorcerer. Casey initiated the conversation, her face reflecting residual fear. Yet, who were these individuals that dared to assault the Academy's mentors at their very doorstep? They had been too distant, shielded by the Academy's barrier, rendering them unable to hear the dialogue between the two parties. Just as Susie and Jeanette were about to elucidate, the rarely outspoken Richie interjected, "It is the Black Rose, an underground organization that venerates malevolent deities. Senior Richie is familiar with the Black Rose?" Jeanette inquired. "Could you elaborate on the details?" Upon hearing this, Susie exhibited a semblance of surprise, due to their previous encounters. He had once searched the public library and the burial ground but was unable to retrieve any relevant keywords, indicating that there were no records pertaining to it within that repository. For low-tier sorcerers, although the private libraries within their respective magical towers contained more secrets in greater detail, regrettably, they remained inaccessible to them. Consequently, Susie had never had the opportunity to delve into the intricate background of this organization. Now, upon discovering that Richie possessed knowledge of it, he sought to glean what insights he could through him. Richie cast a glance in his direction, seemingly questioning the use of the term, yet being a man of few words, he simply stated, "I am aware that the organization venerates a formidable entity who refers to himself as the God of Spiders, with a vibrant spider serving as their emblem, primarily operating in the eastern regions of the Rose Continent, where the Carolingian Empire meets the Endless Forest." Kathy and Cloning evidently recognized the multicolored spider embroidered on Eve's robe, leading to their sudden realization. So that's it. Subsequently, Kathy turned to Susie and Jeanette, inquiring, "Did the junior just say that Richie also knows? Does that imply that the junior is also informed?" The phrasing was somewhat convoluted. And upon realizing this, she and Susie exchanged amused glances as Susie and Jeanette shared a brief moment of understanding, and ultimately, Susie took the initiative to speak. "After all, I have encountered them on 2 occasions. It would be more appropriate for me to recount the tale." He then recounted his encounters with the Black Rose 9 years prior, although he refrained from detailing the intricacies of their magical duels. Even Richie momentarily paused to listen, his expression betraying a hint of astonishment. The 3 of them silently acknowledged that this fellow never ceased to surprise them, ever since they had seized that task item from the judicature. They had not heard any further news of the Black Rose. Little did they expect to encounter them here today, nor that they could successfully assault and eliminate a 6th-level sorcerer while managing to retreat unscathed. Kathy mimicked Susie's tone and continued, "Who would have thought that the junior, at such a tender age, has already achieved such remarkable feats, far surpassing us, the seniors? Haha. Oh, senior, you flatter me." Speaking of which, the most formidable aspect was that elusive sword. The sorcerer was slain before anyone even caught a glimpse of him. His protective magic shattered. It is utterly terrifying. Both Richie and Cloning nodded in agreement. However, considering that Carmelo was isolated overseas and not within their domain, it seemed unlikely they would act without sufficient incentive. Ultimately, I observed that 5 individuals had absconded with the Mentor's corpse. Could it be that the Mentor possessed something they coveted, much like the encounters they had with the Judicature on 2 previous occasions? Faced with Susie's inquiry, Kathy and the others, lacking insight into the matter, could only shake their heads in response. After a moment of silence, Susie ceased to ponder the issue and shifted the conversation, engaging the 4 in lively discussion. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Allison, who had ascended to the rank of 7th-level sorceress, sat across from her accompanying undead, May Hayden, who, having attained the status of sovereign, floated in the air in a meditative posture unique to practitioners of spiritual cultivation. This group of venomous spiders was said to have a penchant for powerful souls, was it not? It seems that the 8th-level mage is utilizing Riyah to hold back the jungle envoy, allowing for an escape. What a meticulously crafted plan. Don't look at me. I'm merely expressing my grievances. You must be fully aware of the schemes of the Black Rose. After all, the keys were forged by your hands. It's truly perplexing how they all managed to leak out back then. However, I surmise you are not overly concerned, given that you have already located the 3rd key, correct? Without the complete set of 3 keys, how could they act recklessly, considering their nature? So, as long as the Academy remains unthreatened, why bother yourself with the details? Speaking of which, you ought to pay attention to the appearance of the night flow. Allison turned to her with a puzzled expression, saying, Night Flow is merely an assassin organization within the borders of the Esseno Empire. What is there to take note of? That is precisely because we were never what one would call cultivators. From the moment I began practicing the Su family's Haichuan Gui Luzheng Fa, to reaching the second realm of the cultivation system just a month ago using the spirit gathering spell you recently developed, I have become particularly sensitive to this type of water-based magical energy. The fluctuations produced when the night flow assassin struck just now were indeed this same elemental energy. May Hayden extended her delicate, fair hand, lightly flicking her fingers outward, and a drop of ethereal blue water materialized in her palm. Gazing at this pure essence of magical power, she murmured, It's astonishing that an outsider system can actually assimilate magical energy into their body for personal use.